35 years old, and I have achieved nothing. I was thrown out of my job, and I can't find a new one. Everywhere I get rejected. I came home to tell my wife, and caught her with her lover. Then I found out, the children I raised all these years are not mine. My mother calls me in tears. She needs money urgently for my father's operation, and my pockets are empty. And at that moment, the mini treasure map system activated. Ding! Today's treasure information has been updated. The first thing I found, under the bed, my wife's lover's wallet, $3,000 and even his keys. At the lottery kiosk at the station, a ticket that can win 20,000 yuan. At the bathhouse, a golden chain hidden in the bathroom ceiling. In the old village, a clay pot buried underground with 73 silver coins. In an abandoned building, 5 million yuan in cash, crates of liquor, and cartons of cigarettes. Life gave me a chance. But before that, the phone rang. Mr. Zhang Li, are you currently employed? At Chang'an City, high-speed rail north station, a dark-skinned man with a slightly weathered look was pulling a worn-out suitcase with one hand and answering the phone with the other. No, I've already left my job. Mr. Zhang, I see on your resume that you hold a senior engineer title, a first-class construction engineer certificate, and you are also a PMP project manager? The voice on the other end sounded young, and the questioning followed a standard script. That's right. Moving through the crowd, Zhang Li responded calmly. It says on your resume that you've always worked in engineering surveying? Yes. Since graduation, I've always worked in exploration and surveying. The phone call continued. By the time Zhang Li reached the south square of the station, the conversation had changed to, Mr. Zhang Li, your qualifications match our company's requirements very well. When can you come in for an interview? Zhang Li replied calmly, tomorrow is fine. Great. Come directly to the company at 9 a.m. tomorrow. By the way, may I ask your age? I noticed it's not listed on your resume. Right before hanging up, Zhang Li indeed heard that all too familiar question again. With a bitter smile, he slightly closed his eyes. I'm 35. Ah. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhang Li's age, the other side went silent. No problem, I understand. You're busy. If I make it to the interview stage, please let me know. Facing the silence of the HR, Zhang Li actually offered comfort. That young lady was already being polite, just going silent upon hearing his age. What he had encountered more often were people who hung up directly, or just bluntly said, we don't want anyone over 35. Well, at least after resigning, I no longer have to stay away from home for long periods. Unwilling to take the subway, dragging his suitcase, Zhang Li sighed again as he prepared to take the 1 yuan bus. Since graduation, he had always worked in the real estate industry. Unfortunately, with the real estate winter arriving, and his boss being a complete idiot, who somehow owed over 200 billion yuan. In the end, even a senior technical worker like him had to pack up and leave. He had been working at Hungtai all along. And now he was already 35 years old. With the real estate winter, all companies were shrinking their positions, and with his limited technical experience and age, finding a new job after resignation was extremely difficult. Over the past few days since returning home from the construction site, he had taken more than 10 calls. But not a single one led to an interview opportunity. Ring ring, ring ring. Just as he got on the bus, his phone rang again. Hey, brother Shelley, it's old Wang. Can you talk right now? Thinking it was another HR call, Zhang Li didn't expect it to be a worker calling this time. Old Wang, go ahead. Previously, because his father was also a migrant worker, Zhang Li used to give advice and support to these workers who didn't even have labor contracts. Now, Foreman Old Wang contacted Zhang Li again. Brother Shelley, sorry to trouble you again. About the unpaid wages, could you still help point me toward a way to get the money? A lot of my men are counting on that for the new year. After working hard all year, we've earned nothing. I can't face their families. Old Wang was making the same request as in past years. Old Wang, I've also resigned. With a bitter smile, Zhang Li replied on the phone. What? Old Wang was stunned on the other end. Old Wang, I still have 3,000 yuan. I'll transfer it to you, consider it a farewell meal for everyone from me. He opened WeChat, looking at the severance pay of 6,000 yuan, of which most had not even been paid yet. Zhang Li transferred half of it to Old Wang. Ah, no need, I can't take your money. Old Wang quickly refused, but Zhang Li had already hung up. Old Wang had helped him before. He felt close to these people. Their bent backs looked exactly like his father's. Only 3,000 left. As the bus started moving, Zhang Li looked at the remaining 3,000 yuan he had on him and felt slightly anxious. Working in construction, always traveling for work, he would send all his pay home once he received it, and never kept any on himself. This time after quitting, he only had the 6,000 yuan of severance, and just gave away 3,000. I must find a job quickly. If real estate isn't working, then I'll switch industries. I can't just sit and eat up what little I have, Zhang Li said to himself. At 35 years old, he had 3 daughters. The youngest was in preschool, the eldest already in first grade. His wife was a housewife, fully focused on taking care of the children. He had to bring money back home. That's a man's responsibility. Wangjiefan station has arrived. Please watch your step as you get off. Travel safely. An hour later, the bus arrived at his stop. Let me buy some flowers. She always said I wasn't romantic. I'll get each of the 3 kids a gift too. From now on, I can be with them every day. They should be really happy. When he reached the entrance of his residential complex, he saw a small shop next door and thought to himself. He lifted his leg and walked in. He hadn't bought clothes for himself in a long time, but every time he came home, he bought gifts for the kids. Very quickly, with flowers and gifts in hand, Zhang Li walked into his neighborhood. After more than 10 years of hard work, I have a wife, 3 kids, and a fully paid 100 square meter home. I may not have achieved big things, but at least I have a little family. Next, I'll start over. Begin again. Holding the bouquet, Zhang Li quickened his pace. My wife. Half a minute later, Zhang Li suddenly froze. The flowers in his hand fell to the ground, and he stood there stunned. He saw his beloved wife was holding another man's hand. The two were laughing and talking, and their bodies were leaning against each other. No way, no way. He had lost his job and didn't want to tell his parents. He just wanted to go home and tell his wife in person, but instead, he saw this scene. Shaking his head rapidly, he thought he was seeing things. Swallowing hard, his head went numb as he followed to confirm again. He desperately wanted to believe it wasn't real. But unfortunately, right before his eyes, the two walked straight into his apartment building. Click. As if all energy was drained from his body. 5 minutes later, Zhang Li trembled as he opened the door. Then, shouting in panic instantly erupted. Zhang Li, you come back without even saying anything. What are you doing? As a naked man fled quickly, a woman's voice immediately shouted from behind. Let's get a divorce. The lover had already dashed out the moment Zhang Li appeared. All the joy in Zhang Li's heart was doused like cold water, and he spoke weakly. There was no more light in his eyes. He had met his wife through a blind date. The dowry had been 180,000 yuan. He never imagined that even after more than a decade of marriage, this could still happen. You cheated, you leave with nothing. Raising his head, Zhang Li tried to calm himself down. In his 30s, he couldn't afford to be impulsive anymore. Bullshit. You're the one who leaves with nothing. You didn't turn in your salary this month or last month. Did you spend it on that slut? Don't forget the agreement you signed. The woman, after being stunned for a while, suddenly went wild, shouting loudly. Her voice was much louder than Zhang Li's. She knew his honest personality too well. At other times, she could be as unreasonable as she wanted, and easily manipulate him. But now, since she had been caught in the act, there was no room left for saving face. She only wanted to gain as much as she could. Fine, let's divorce. Who's afraid of who? The house is mine. My name's been on it from the start. The woman began fighting over the house. You can forget about the kids too. None of the 3 are yours. Don't believe me? Go test them. Without holding back, the woman went completely off the rails and even blurted out the biggest secret. Whoosh! Exposed, and in a fit of anger, she revealed a secret that had been hidden for over 10 years. When Zhang Li suddenly raised his bloodshot eyes, the woman froze for a moment, then quickly stepped around him and ran out the door. Zhang Shufeng, you're ruthless. The woman quickly fled, while Zhang Li trembled inside the room, his hands cramping. Her words made him recall that a good friend once joked, none of the kids look like you. If witnessing her cheating just now had torn his dignity apart, then the news that the children weren't his had utterly destroyed his faith in being a man and his reason to live. Completely lost, Zhang Li had never imagined that right after resigning, he'd also face a divorce and discover that he had no children of his own. Ring ring, ring ring. With his mind blank, he heard the phone ring again. Mom! Seeing the caller ID, he suddenly snapped awake. Son, how is work going? There's a lot of news online about your boss at Huntai lately. How are things over there? His mother's concerned voice gradually brought Zhang Li back to his senses. Mom, I'm doing fine. I'm a specialist in the technical department. What's there to worry about? No matter what happens, it won't affect me. I rely on my skills to make a living. Zhongli exhaled deeply to steady his emotions, so his mother wouldn't hear anything unusual. That's good. You've always made us proud, Linlin said last time she wanted dumplings. I made some. Get in touch with Shufang and arrange a time to pick them up, okay? His mother didn't notice anything strange, her voice was still full of warmth. No need. I'm on vacation lately. I'll be back in Chang'an tomorrow. I'll come find you then. Linlin was his eldest daughter. Zhongli didn't want to tell his mother what had just happened. Don't talk to mom about sad things, she can't help and would lose sleep over it. He couldn't let his parents worry anymore. That's great. I'll make some more then. Look at how busy you are all day, you're so tan now. Hearing that her son, who could only come home 7 or 8 times a year, would be back, his mother was very excited. Don't bother, you still have to take care of dad. The company has a new project in Chang'an City. I've applied to transfer back. From now on, we'll see each other every day. Zhongli was paving the way for his resignation. That works too. By the way, son, the doctor said the hospital fees are still not enough. I'm embarrassed to ask Shufang. What about on your end? His father was a migrant worker. Due to occupational illness, he was hospitalized 6 months ago. Fortunately, his mother had been caring for him, but the expenses were huge. When is it needed? How much short? He took a deep breath, trying hard to keep his tone normal. The doctor said it needs to be paid in full within a week. This time we need to prepay 50,000. His mother remembered that he made nearly 20,000 a month, but she didn't know. Right now, he only had 3,000 left. Okay. Don't worry about it. I'll come find you when I get back. Finishing the call without revealing anything, Zhongli hung up. Splash. Who says men can't cry? Right after hanging up, Zhongli felt something slide uncontrollably down the corner of his eye. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar house in front of him, he suddenly felt sick. Wah! Eyes red, Zhongli opened his mouth and threw up. He vomited without restraint, tears mixed in, vomiting from the bottom of his heart. Ring ring, ring ring. As his body reacted abnormally, Zhongli heard the phone ring again. Hello? Seeing it was a strange number, he quickly composed himself and answered. Hello, Mr. Zhongli, this is Julie Construction Company. Recognizing it was HR, Zhongli got straight to the point. I'm 35 years old. Is that okay? HR's hesitation made Zhongli say no more. Alright, thank you. Sorry to bother you. Click. He hung up. His train of thought interrupted. Zhongli no longer felt like vomiting. Looking around the house, he knew this was no longer his home. He was in chaos. His mind a complete mess. Hey, what's there to be afraid of in divorce? I've been divorced 3 times. Divorce is great. Single life, play games whenever you want, go to a massage girl whenever you want. In the western part of Chang'an City, at a street food stall in an urban village, Zhongli, under the persuasion of his best buddy, was pouring beer down his throat in bitterness. Next to him was Li Hanxiang, his university bunkmate and friend of nearly 20 years. This good brother was a native of Chang'an City. His family had been relocated 4 times, he had a sturdy build, and used to have a lot of assets. But, due to 3 divorces, his assets had been divided up by his ex-wives, leaving him with just a storefront and half a tube-shaped apartment building. He now lived off the rent. His 3 failed marriages had left him with deep resentment toward women. After his parents passed away 2 years ago, as an only child, he now saw Zhongli as his only family. Now, hearing that his buddy had not only quit his job, but also gotten divorced, Li Hanxiang offered strong comfort. If it doesn't work out, just live at my place. I'll take back the shop and we'll open a small internet cafe together. That was our dream back in college. There's no way I'm ever working for someone again. I'm still the same old guy, not changed at all. Trying to cheer up his buddy, Li Hanxiang started singing dreamily about the future. But Zhongli remained silent, just drinking cup after cup of beer. Brother, not getting married is great. From now on, let's live together. 2 men together, that's 2 dowries, 2 houses, 2 cars, and we can go to the massage girls together. Seeing Zhongli's depression, Li Hanxiang pounded his chest and continued to comfort him. If all the men do this, what about the women? Zhongli replied weakly. Women can be the massage girls. Li Hanxiang said matter-of-factly. Screw you. Zhongli slapped away the hand on his shoulder, raised his glass, and the 2 clinked and downed it in one go. There's no going back. Their brotherhood hadn't faded, but their youthful days were truly gone for good. At this age, they were no longer in college, wearing just shorts, wrestling each other on the bunks anymore. Just a bit sorry for my dear niece Lin Lin. But it's fine, she'll have 2 dads loving her. My shop and house will be left for her to inherit. After drinking, Li Hanxiang spoke with some regret. 2 years ago, his parents had died of anger from his 3 failed marriages. Zhang Li had been the one to handle everything at the funeral. Aside from the 2 of them as mourning sons, Zhang Li's eldest daughter Linlin had also joined in mourning. Li Hanxiang was especially fond of Linlin. He was worried what would happen to the child after the divorce. Linlin's not my biological daughter. In front of his good brother, Zhang Li didn't hide it. What? Hearing that, the half-drunk Li Hanxiang sobered up instantly. Fuck her bastard father. I'm going to find her. Li Hanxiang stood up in rage, yelling. Sit down, drink. But before he could leave, Zhang Li had already grabbed him. Drink my ass. Come on, let's go for a scrub. To hell with all this dear mom selling fried dough twists love crap. Getting angrier, Li Hanxiang pulled Zhang Li up. Blocked by Zhang Li, he also realized that finding her was useless, it would just be a meaningless quarrel. Angry and fed up, Li Hanxiang just wanted to let off steam. 1 hour later, the 2 men in big boxer shorts sat in a steaming pool, both resting their heads against the marble edge. Neither spoke. The surroundings were quiet. Aside from the sound of flowing water, there was no other noise. Li Hanxiang knew his brother needed to relax. He didn't disturb him. With a white towel on his head, Li Hanxiang soaked silently. Fuming inside, Linlin wasn't his brother's biological child? That's infuriating. Was a DNA test done? What about the other 2? Resigned, divorced, father's hospital bills. Children. On the other side, Zhang Li quietly leaned his head against the poolside and slowly gathered his thoughts. At 35, having suffered life's blows, he had no time to grieve. Since it had happened, what he needed to do wasn't be sad, but solve the problems. The most urgent is my father's hospital fee. With eyes closed, Zhang Li needed money. Over 10 years of salary had been handed to Zhang Shufang. Now, he had nothing. He didn't know if she had saved any money, but even if she had, he might not get it. He'd likely have to go to court. A distant solution can't quench a nearby thirst. Li Hanxiang, after 3 failed marriages and losing his parents, had already given up on life and lived day by day. He definitely didn't have 50,000 yuan saved. Next, he had to find money quickly. Ding! As he lay beside the hot spring, warm water flowing around him. In his dazed state, a voice suddenly rang in Zhang Li's ears. Surveyor and exploration worker detected. Daily mini-map treasure hunting system activated. Scanning in progress, please wait. What is this? His emotions fluctuating, having drunk heavily and now soaked in hot water, Zhang Li's mind was foggy. He thought he was hallucinating. But before he could react, a semi-transparent panel popped up before his eyes. Lines of text began to appear. Ding! Treasure hunting system scan complete. Today's scan results are as follows. You passed by the high-speed rail station today. The mini-map detected at the lottery shop on the west side of the high-speed rail North Square, on the shelf inside the door, 3rd row, 5th column, the second scratch card can win a prize of 20,000 yuan. You passed by Hangtai City residential area today. The mini-map detected Hangtai Community, Building 8, Unit 1, Room 901. Inside the sofa crevice is a lost wallet containing $3,000 and 3,000 renminbi. You passed by Mizihauking Bathhouse today. The mini-map detected in the men's restroom at the northwest corner of the 3rd floor ceiling, hidden is a gold necklace. Mini-map treasure hunting system. Looking at the translucent panel in front of him, Zhang Li, still drunk, went blank. He tightly closed and opened his eyes several times, then rubbed them quickly. He was stunned for a long time, but found the panel was still there. Deep breath. Whether what the panel says is real or not is easy to test. After waiting for several minutes, seeing the panel still present, Zhang Li splashed hot water on his face several times and gradually cleared his mind. The high-speed rail station plaza was where he got off the train and took the bus today. Hangtai City residential area was his residential complex, and Building 8, Unit 1, Room 901, that was his home. More importantly, the so-called Mizihauking Bathhouse was the place he was currently soaking in. Splash. The hardships of life had never made Zhang Li feel like he was chosen by fate. But since the so-called panel treasure info could be easily verified, with a mindset of giving it a try, he once again scrubbed his cheeks hard, then stood up directly. At this moment, he was bathing on the 1st floor of the bathhouse. The 3rd floor restroom mentioned in the system info was just a few steps away. What are you doing? On the other side, seeing Zhang Li suddenly get up, Li Hanxiang opened his eyes curiously. Taking a piss. Zhang Li stepped out of the pool without turning his head. I'll go too. Just to check if your stuff got any bigger. At our age, it better not go soft. Seeing Zhang Li looking lively, Li Hanxiang grinned lewdly and followed him out of the pool. Screw you. Snapping back, the two quickly wrapped towels around themselves and headed to the third floor. Northwest corner, men's restroom, ceiling, upper left corner. Mumbling the info, Zhang Li easily found the spot. Standing at the specified location, he looked up at the tightly sealed ceiling tile, more than 2 meters high. Zhang Li frowned. What are you doing? Still preparing to pee? Need time to build up? Clueless, Li Hanxiang kept teasing from behind. Go lock the door. Zhang Li ordered him directly. This couldn't be seen by others. Ha? Lock the door just to pee? Really? Li Hanxiang didn't get it. But remembering how sad his bro had been earlier, he just did it. Come here, get down. After locking the door, Zhang Li gave another command. The ceiling was high. The only efficient way to check was to sit on Li Hanxiang's shoulders. What the hell? What are you doing? You serious? Zhang Li's words reminded Li Hanxiang of the joke he made earlier about the two of them living together. Hurry up! Zhang Li yanked the joking Li Hanxiang over and immediately climbed onto his shoulders. They used to do this all the time in college, so the movement was still familiar. Up! Let me check the ceiling. Zhang Li patted his head, signaling him to stand. Playing the loyal friend, Li Hanxiang gritted his teeth and stood up, still muttering. He wasn't young anymore. This move was hard. Don't move, I'll be quick. Sitting on his shoulders, Zhang Li reached the ceiling and quickly pried open a tile. Click, just as he was about to look inside. Unfortunately, Li Hanxiang slipped and they wobbled. Hold steady, damn it. With Li Hanxiang moaning and rubbing his back, the two stood up again. Then, Zhang Li's pupils suddenly dilated. Now steady, he really saw a bag inside the ceiling panel. As he reached to grab it, he felt it had considerable weight. What is that? Seeing Zhang Li really pull out a bag, Li Hanxiang was shocked. Just now, Zhang Li told him. He had dreamed while soaking in the pool and saw gold hidden here. He never expected there really was something. Li Hanxiang was sure. Zhang Li had never been here before. Because this bathhouse was new. Even he was coming for the first time. Holy shit. What is this, a bag of poop or something? As Zhang Li opened the bag, a wave of stench hit their faces. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The smell stung their eyes. They turned away and coughed repeatedly. After the smell faded a bit, they looked inside the bag. Shit. It's real? This has to be at least half a kilo. The smell faded, and when Zhang Li pulled out a thick gold necklace, Li Hanxiang was dumbfounded. Beside him, Zhang Li, upon seeing the gold, felt a chill run up his spine from his tailbone to the top of his head. The panel was real? There really was treasure here. What else is there? Excited, Li Hanxiang noticed more stuff inside the bag and eagerly reached in. Then, he pulled out a palm-sized object wrapped in plastic, resembling a power bank. What is this? A compressed biscuit? Confused, he flipped it over. Holy fuck, put it down. Don't touch it. Drop it. The thing Li Hanxiang pulled out, he didn't recognize it, but Zhang Li did, and immediately trembled with fear. Powder. A substance so illegal, even a tiny bit could land you in prison for life. This stuff, he had seen on a construction site. Years ago, someone hid it on site, and the whole crew had to help security search every inch. As a survey specialist, he contributed a lot then and had seen it in person afterward. What the hell is this? Why is this crap here too? He never expected that along with the gold necklace, there would also be this lethal item. Zhang Li froze in shock. This was deadly. Swish, swish, swish. While Li Hanxiang stood dumbstruck, Zhang Li snapped back and quickly wiped both the necklace and power bank clean using the inside of his bathrobe, also rubbing down the bag hard. Then, like throwing a grenade, he tossed everything back into the ceiling. What's going on? Seeing Zhang Li nervous and watching him shut the panel tightly and even wipe it down, Li Hanxiang was confused. Let's go. He had verified the necklace was real, but Zhang Li never expected it would come with a guardian beast. That thing he couldn't afford to mess with. Click. Waving to stop Hanxiang from asking, Zhang Li quickly opened the restroom door and prepared to leave. That gold, he couldn't afford it. Hey, hey. Just as they opened the door, they didn't expect a man to be standing outside. Seeing them, he stepped back in disgust. Fucking pervs. Gross. The stink from the bag hadn't fully gone yet. The man walked around them, waving his hand and wincing in disgust. He had come to use the restroom, but found the door locked. Then, he heard things like "get down" from inside. After that, groaning and moaning sounds. Now, he entered and smelled something awful. He instantly imagined what had gone down. What the hell? Back in the pool. Finally processing what that thing was, Li Hanxiang grabbed Zhang Li's thigh underwater. He wasn't just curious about Zhang Li's so-called dream, he was even more curious. How could a treasure like a gold chain come with such a dangerous thing? Let me be. Zhang Li breathed deeply, adjusting his mood. Although he couldn't take the necklace, at least, he had confirmed the treasure hunting system was real. On the panel, there were still 2 unverified treasure locations. Also, seeing the word today on the panel, he guessed that such treasure data would refresh every day. We oh. Just as Li Hanxian was getting excited and Zhang Li was deep in thought, suddenly a loud alarm went off. Fuck! A raid! No way! Seeing a huge crowd of people rush in with the alarm, Li Hanxiang was stunned. This is a prostitution raid. At the bathhouse. Seeing a large group of uniformed public security officers escorting out men and women covering their faces, Zhang Li felt something was wrong. Previously, he had never been to a place like this. The site project manager had invited him many times, but he had never done anything to betray his wife. Today, he only came here to soak in the bath, but he did not expect to coincidentally encounter a prostitution raid. However, the situation didn't seem that simple. Because, next to the public security officers, he saw many police dogs. Moreover, they were special narcotics dogs with enhanced sniffing abilities. Each person being escorted out had to be sniffed by the dogs. Thinking of what he had discovered earlier, Zhang Li frowned. Come out. 10 minutes later. After the room had been cleared, Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang, who had obediently stayed still in the hot pool, were also called out. Officer, we just came to soak in the bath. We didn't do anything. Taking a bath isn't illegal. Li Hanxiang, looking innocent, tried hard to prove their innocence. Beside them were several other men who had not been caught doing anything solid. No way. This can't be hidden. Seeing the large-scale presence of the public security officers, and remembering that the thing he saw earlier was truly dangerous, Zhang Li wanted to be a good citizen. By logic, as someone in his 30s, he should avoid trouble when possible, keep a low profile and protect himself. However, he and Li Hanxiang had already seen the item. Even though he had tried hard to wipe off fingerprints and such, once the item was found, experienced officers would definitely notice the ceiling had been tampered with. More importantly, he and Li Hanxiang's actions in the restroom had been seen by another man. That man had just returned to the main bath, and was now standing nearby. There were traces, and they had been seen. Zhang Li was worried he would be treated as an accomplice. He also feared the person who hid the item might come looking for him. Now that even specialized dogs had arrived, he realized why the bag he opened earlier smelled so bad. Clearly, someone had deliberately placed odor blockers in the bag to stop the dogs from detecting anything. Hiding it would be extremely risky. To avoid future trouble from this danger, he had to be a good citizen. Officer, I want to report something. Having made up his mind, Zhang Li immediately raised his hand and shouted loudly. Officer, I want to report something too. The man who had earlier misunderstood Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang in the restroom also raised his hand after seeing Zhang Li do so. I'll report first. They made the restroom stink, and even did stuff in there. It was disgusting. Eye-searing. Perverts like them should all be taken in. Before the officers could even ask, the man shouted loudly. As expected, his words instantly turned everyone's heads. Fuck you. What did you say? Misunderstood, Li Hanxiang roared. Unfortunately, as soon as the officer glared at him, he fell silent. Officer, I want to report something bigger. Ignoring the man's accusation and Li Hanxiang's rage, Zhang Li went straight to a public security officer and whispered what he had seen. Once the information reached the team leader, very quickly, everyone was held on the spot. Then, the restroom was sealed off, and the bag with the gold necklace was found. Captain, we've got the results. The two have no criminal records. Hair and urine tests both negative. They were college classmates. Based on the other man's testimony, they may have been into joining the Valley Path since university. Although their behavior is strange, per protocol, they'll receive a 20,000 yuan reward and a good citizen certificate. At the public security station, an officer who had made a big catch reported with a strange look on his face. The two named Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang had been vague, clearly hiding something. But, as professionals, they had pieced together the situation based on the evidence. That ceiling tile, nearly 3 meters high, could only have been opened in one particular way. The officers believed their deduction was correct. He wanted to laugh, but as someone trained, he could not laugh. What a disaster. My lifelong reputation. Even if they gave me a certificate and rewarded me with 10,000 yuan, I'm still pissed. At the entrance of the public security station, now released, Li Hanxiang pounded his leg and shouted. The matter had been resolved smoothly. Now that the officers had taken over the dangerous item, they didn't need to worry about it anymore. But, thinking about the officers' looks of disgust, and that even during the award photo, no one shook his hand, Li Hanxiang felt wronged. Enough, you head back first. I've got something to take care of. I'll come find you tonight. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Nearby, having passed off the dangerous item to the officers, Zhongli had more plans. Even though he hadn't kept the gold necklace, he got a 10,000 yuan reward, and a good citizen certificate, which could be very useful. That was good enough. More importantly, he had verified the treasure hunt information was accurate. He still had 2 locations left to check. At this moment, thanks to the success with the gold necklace, he felt like the sky had cleared after stormy clouds. He had thought. His job was gone, his wife was gone, his children too. At 35, he would spend the rest of his life in misery. He hadn't expected to suddenly stumble into an opportunity like this. Though, not as a young man. As long as it came, it wasn't too late. He was still the same person as before. Alright, but don't act on impulse, we've still got decades of life ahead of us. Li Hanxiang tried to calm Zhongli. He had heard many people, upon learning their child wasn't their own, had gone into a rage and started killing. He didn't want his good brother to be like that. No way. We're good citizens, certified ones. Smiling and waving at Li Hanxiang, Zhongli quickly left. Before long, he returned to his apartment. No one had entered during that time. Zhongli easily found a wallet wedged in the couch, according to the treasure map. Opening the wallet, Zhongli's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it held something. 3,000 US dollars. 3,000 renminbi. That was over 24,000 renminbi in total. Even better, the mini-map was proven valid again. Is this the adulterer's wallet? Qian Liming? There's even his home address inside? Aside from the money, the wallet also held a keycard with a room number, a key, and a few ID photos. Zhongli frowned. Earlier, Qian Liming had run away the moment he saw him, but Zhongli had clearly seen his face. Investigate. Seeing that the address wasn't far, Zhongli made up his mind. Although, his top priority now was to keep testing the treasure hunting system. This address was nearby, so he might as well check it out. Whoosh! Very quickly, Zhongli put the money away and left again. Ding dong! Half an hour later, Zhongli, dressed in a property maintenance uniform, rang the doorbell of a residence. His more than 10 years of experience in real estate made him very familiar with property management, residential rules, and security staff. After offering a pack of cigarettes, he even found out that the target wasn't home, only the wife was. Ding dong! After turning off the home's outside water valve, Zhongli rang the bell. Hello, I'm here to check the pipes. Did your water stop? Hearing movement inside, Zhongli spoke up immediately. Yes, it suddenly stopped just now. The door opened. The woman wore a gray turtleneck sweater, looked around 27 or 28, had a gentle temperament and fair skin. As she bent to open the door, her round hip curve was clearly outlined. Okay, let me take a look. Entering the apartment and replying politely, Zhongli glanced around inside. When he saw the wedding photo in the corner, he instantly knew he had found the right place. The woman in front of him was Qian Liming's wife. Seriously? Chow Chow killed in his dreams, and you're treasure hunting in yours? Western Chang'an City, urban village. Top floor of a tube-shaped building. 11:30 at night. Welcoming the exhausted Zhongli into the house, Li Hanxiang asked curiously. He still found it amazing that Zhongli discovered a gold necklace that afternoon. I told you your wife was no good, always suppressing your luck. Now she's gone, and look, your luck shows up immediately. Damn, back in the day playing Dota, I even dreamed of getting Dragon Knight's transformation power. But you're straight up prophetic dreaming? Li Hanxiang rambled on and on. He knew it was all coincidence. But he still wanted to marvel at it, hoping to lift his bro's mood. Help me exchange this US dollar into RMB. Earlier in the day, after wandering around Qian Liming's home and adding his wife Quan Peijun on WeChat, Zhongli rushed to the high-speed rail station. Unfortunately, by the time he got there, the lottery shop marked on the map had already closed. Helpless, He caught a ride back to Li Hanxian's place. Now, ignoring Li Hanxian's amazement, he asked the more street-savvy Hanxian to help exchange the $3,000 into RMB by going to buy that 20,000 yuan scratch-off early the next morning and adding the 10,000 yuan good citizen reward from the public security officer. That would be enough for his father's hospital fees. Dollars? Nobody uses cash anymore. Grumbling, Li Hanxian took the money. Ring 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 ring. As Zhang Li sat by the bed, preparing to continue researching the treasure hunting system, his phone rang again. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Li? I'm the attorney representing Ms. Zhang Shufang, regarding the divorce proceedings between you and my client. As soon as the call connected, a calm and fast male voice came through. F***** off. Zhang Shufang can't talk herself? Got you to speak for her. F***** off. Calling at this damn hour. Before Zhang Li could respond, Li Hanxiang had already snatched the phone and yelled, "You don't deal with the divorce. I'll handle it." Seeing his brother's furrowed brow, Li Hanxiang wrote down the lawyer's number and told Zhang Li not to worry about the annoying matter anymore. He had plenty of experience with divorce. He had gone through 3. He could help Zhang Li take care of it. Sleep. No matter what, you have to rest well. Just as Hanxiang was about to comfort Zhang Li, he realized Zhang Li had already fallen asleep. Alright then, I'll go next door. Shrugging, Li Hanxiang grabbed the dollars, turned off the lights, and left. Time passed, and soon midnight arrived. Whoosh! As the clock struck 12, Zhang Li suddenly opened his eyes. Swish! The summon panel appeared, and as expected, Zhang Li saw new to be scanned text on it. Yesterday when the system activated, the first mini-map scan was automatic. Now, a new day had begun, and scanning had to be done manually. Scan. The scan attempt refreshed as expected. Zhang Li chose to begin immediately. Ding. Scanning in progress. Please wait. Ding. Scan complete. Today's scan results as follows. You passed by the high-speed rail station plaza today. Minimap detected high-speed rail plaza west, lottery shop number 103, third shelf on the left side after entering. Fifth column, second scratch card, scratch to win 20,000 yuan. You passed by Green City residential area today. Minimap detected building 19, unit 2, inside the trash bin beneath the unit, among discarded renovation waste, a USB stick with Bitcoin private key is hidden in a gap of an old wooden floorboard. You passed by Daming Palace West Station today. Minimap detected, beneath the Tang Palace wall ruins of Daming Palace, a Republic-era secret medicine box containing 5 wax-sealed rhinoceros horn tiger deer pills. Excellent kidney tonic, strengthens body and virility. I'll repeat? Zhang Li was happy to get the expected new results, but what he didn't expect was that the scratch card at the high-speed rail station, which he hadn't had time to collect today, now appeared again after he went back there, taking up 1 scan slot. So, if I don't retrieve something, and I revisit that location before scanning again, it'll just waste a scan? Or are the scan results random, and this is just a coincidence? This sudden situation made Zhang Li start to wonder. This Green City residential area in result number 2, that's exactly Qian Liming's complex, and the unit is building 19, unit 2. Looking at the Bitcoin USB in the scan result, Zhang Li frowned. Yesterday, when he visited Qian Liming's home, he noticed the wallpaper and floor had just been renovated. Many old cabinets and furniture were thrown away by his wife Quan Peijun. He didn't expect this would also lead to something being detected. Green City is an old residential area built years ago, hardly anyone renovates there now, so the trash origin is easy to guess. And currently, a single Bitcoin is worth hundreds of thousands of RMB. People rummage through trash bins, so if I want to find it, I have to go early. Otherwise, I'll have to follow the garbage truck to the recycling center. It was late at night, too hard to enter other residential areas now. Looking at the treasure data, Zhang Li thought silently. But that third one doesn't seem doable. The Tang Palace wall ruins near Daming Palace, I can't dig that up. Even though this kind of ancient health medicine can sell for tens of thousands each among collectors, I can't access it. Quickly, focusing on the third item in the mini-map scan, Zhang Li shook his head regretfully. Earlier today when he went to the rail station, he had passed by Daming Palace, so the system had recorded it. Chang'an City was once the imperial capital for 1,000 years. Every time construction starts somewhere, people dig up all kinds of things. Seeing the mysterious old medicine near Danfeng Gate, Zhang Li understood that what others need to dig for, he could now locate easily with the system. Based on the 2 treasure hunts so far, this system detects places he passed that day and scans up to 3 items daily. With a system like this, the future looks bright. Today's scan results. Even though one was a repeat, Zhang Li could now fully confirm the treasure hunting system was real. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, he quietly closed his eyes. Everything now, just waited for tomorrow. You have to go that far just to buy a scratch card? The next morning, as soon as Zhang Li said he was heading to the rail station to buy a scratch card, Li Hanxiang was speechless. The high-speed rail station was the first place I stepped on when I came home. It's my lucky place. Casually brushing off Hanxiang's comment, Zhang Li stepped out the door. I'll come too. I'll go with you. Usually sleeping until 11 a.m., Li Hanxiang forced himself to get up to follow his determined brother. Soon after, they had breakfast and squeezed into the morning rush hour metro to reach the North High-Speed Rail Station. From afar, seeing that the lottery shop had opened, Zhang Li walked over without hesitation. This time, he couldn't delay picking up this treasure. On one hand, to avoid someone else buying the exact scratch card he had located. On the other, to prevent the scratch card from occupying a scan slot again tomorrow. Boss, how do you buy scratch cards? After entering, Zhang Li asked directly. 20 yuan each. The lottery shop owner replied immediately. What if I buy a whole book? Seeing that the shelf on the left near the entrance indeed had dozens of scratch card books, Zhang Li calmly continued asking. A whole book is 600. As he spoke, the boss tossed a book of scratch cards from the counter. Alright. Hearing that, Zhang Li immediately took out 600 yuan and handed it over. However, he didn't take the one the boss handed from the counter. Instead, with clear intent, he reached for the shelf on the left, third row, fifth column, second book, and pulled it out. Wait! But before Zhang Li could scratch it, the boss suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Those are not for sale." What? Zhang Li had just gotten the scratch card worth 20,000 yuan in his hand, but didn't expect to hear that the scratch card was not for sale. Why? It was his first time buying a scratch card, and he turned his head in surprise to ask. He couldn't let this go unsold. What are you doing? What the hell? You trying to play tricks, brother? Before the shop owner could answer, Li Hanxiang, who had followed him into the lottery shop, suddenly spoke up, immediately switching to the local dialect. You put it out there, isn't that for sale? We already paid you, and you won't sell. Don't make me expose your little trick. With a slight streetwise attitude, Li Hanxiang pointed at the boss's nose and shouted. He was very familiar with these lottery shop tricks. He had visited places like this many times before. He knew. Many lottery shop owners, if the first few scratch cards in a book didn't win a big prize, would scratch the rest themselves. He also knew. Some owners would scratch the cards secretly, pick out the winners, then use special coating materials to cover them up and sell them again, especially in busy areas like train stations and tourist spots. Right now, the scratch card Zhang Li held was clearly a new delivery, completely fresh. The protective film hadn't been scratched yet, so the boss didn't want to sell it. But Li Hanxiang, who knew all the tricks, didn't buy that. Fine. I'll sell it. It's just newly arrived stock, I haven't even logged it yet. You local guys are too impatient. Hearing the local dialect from Li Hanxiang, and seeing his demeanor and tone, the boss immediately changed his tune. The boss chose to settle things peacefully. He didn't want to mess with a strong, street-smart local. A book of scratch cards wasn't worth the trouble. Scratch! With Li Hanxiang backing him up, Zhang Li immediately started scratching. Swish! Seeing Zhang Li begin, Hanxiang also grabbed a book from the shelf, handed over 600 yuan to the boss, and started scratching. Having gone through 4 home demolitions and receiving nearly 80 to 90 million in compensation, Li Hanxiang was extremely experienced with scratch cards and lottery. He had scratched plenty before, and he understood the whole thing was a gimmick. You couldn't get rich off the lottery or scratch cards. It was just for fun. Of course, many people understood this too but still chose to buy them. That's just how curious and magical it was. Holy sh*t. Just doing it for fun, not expecting to win anything. Li Hanxiang suddenly froze in shock after scratching only 5 pages. Holy crap, 20,000 yuan. Fuck. He tore off a scratch card and looked at it repeatedly. Swish. With his loud shouting, everyone in the lottery shop instantly turned to look. Let me see. The shop owner behind the counter shouted and rushed over. Stop. Nobody move. But, with plenty of experience, Li Hanxiang shouted immediately, grabbed the stunned Zhang Li, and ran. If the prize is over 10,000, you have to redeem it at the Welfare Lottery Center. Let's go. While pulling Zhang Li out of the shop, Li Hanxiang explained quickly. With his experience, he knew that if you won a big prize in a chaotic place like this, you had to leave immediately. He had seen lottery shop owners snatch winning scratch cards. He had also seen other customers yelling, refusing to let people go, demanding a share. Damn! This is the first time I've ever won something this big. Having dragged Zhongli to a quiet corner, Li Hanxiang bent over, hands on knees, and shouted in excitement. I think I won too. While Hanxiang was still excited, Zhongli slowly raised the scratch card he had just finished scratching. Holy shit, no way. Ever since Zhang Shufan left, your luck's really turned around, from the lowest point to peak fortune. Seeing that, Zhongli's scratch card was also a 20,000 yuan winner. Li Hanxiang was stunned. Double hit. 2 scratch cards worth 20,000? Is this some kind of performance? After processing it for a moment, Li Hanxiang finally realized it was real. He pulled Zhongli and rushed straight to the welfare lottery center. So, the treasure hunting system only detects that there's treasure in a place, but it can't detect if there are additional treasures nearby? Being dragged toward the welfare center, Zhongli quickly thought in his mind. He never expected Li Hanxiang would also win 20,000 yuan. He originally thought he alone would win this amount. He didn't expect that together they'd win a total of 40,000. Clearly, his scratch card was from the system's prompt, while Hanxiang's win was purely luck. From this, Zhongli understood. If a place has many treasures, the treasure hunting system can only detect one per scan. Hanxiang's winning scratch card was proof of that. Very soon, at the welfare lottery center, they paid 20% in taxes. Ding! 16,000 yuan has been deposited into your account ending in 9527. Zhongli's bank account soon received 16,000 yuan. Here, 8,000 for you. That's the rule when you win windfall money. After finishing off the rest of the scratch cards without more wins, as they left the lottery center, Hanxiang handed Zhongli half of his own 16,000. Alright. Knowing Hanxiang's personality, Zhongli didn't refuse. He'd heard of this rule on construction sites, split half if you're there when it happens. Sometimes, even on job sites, they would dig up valuable things. Ding! 8,000 yuan has been deposited into your account ending in 9527. Account balance, 37,122 yuan. With Hanxiang's transfer, Zhongli's total balance reached over 37,000 yuan. Among that, 3,000 yuan was his severance pay. 10,000 yuan was the good citizen reward. 24,000 yuan was from the scratch card win. If he added in the 3,000 US dollars still with Hanxiang waiting to be exchanged, Zhongli now had enough money to pay for his father's hospital bills. Alright, any other lottery tickets you want to buy? After transferring the money, Hanxiang asked eagerly. He really felt his brother's luck had arrived. First a gold necklace, then winning scratch cards like he was blessed by a cheat code. No more, that scratch card win was yesterday's magic connection. Zhongli shrugged. There were no more scratch cards, but he already had his next goal in mind. However, this time, it wasn't suitable to bring Hanxiang along. Alright, then I'll go help you exchange the dollars. Coming with? Still not done with the fun, Hanxiang asked again. No, I'll wander a bit. Haven't strolled the city in a while. Zhongli shook his head. Soon, they split up, each with a clear purpose. 1 hour later, Zhongli once again put on a maintenance worker's uniform and entered the residential area where Quan Peijun lived. The garbage has already been cleared? At the trash bin near Building 19, Unit 2, Zhongli saw that half of the construction waste he had seen yesterday had already been removed. Quickly walking to the trash bin, he noticed that the wooden floorboards mentioned in the scan information were no longer there. Frustrated, he immediately waited near the trash bin, planning to follow the second batch of garbage collection workers to the waste recycling station to take a look. Mr. Zhang. While waiting for the garbage truck, Zhongli didn't expect that the unit door behind him would suddenly open and that Quan Peijun would walk over carrying a bag of trash. Seeing Zhongli, she thought he was a property staff member and directly asked him for help. Alright. Looking at Quan Peijun in her coat, Zhongli could only nod and agree. At the moment, in Quan Peijun's eyes, he was still a maintenance worker. If the resident requested something, he had to respond. Please, come in. A few minutes later, Quan Peijun opened the door and led Zhongli into her home again. Well, can I trouble you to help change a light bulb? The new floor and wall furniture were just installed, but it seems one bulb isn't working. Taking off her coat, revealing her attractive figure, Kwon Pei-jun asked Zhang Li without suspicion. Although she had overseen the replacement of the home's furniture and floor recently, she actually knew nothing about renovations. It had all been arranged by workers. Now, with the renovation crew gone, she couldn't handle replacing a bulb herself. Sure, being seen as a maintenance worker, Zhang Li couldn't refuse the request. Swish, following Kwon Pei-jun into the master bedroom, Zhang Li's gaze swept across the vanity, where there were quite a few pieces of jade and emerald jewelry. "I'm a jewelry designer." Moving over a big and a small stool, Kwon Pei-jun explained after noticing where Zhang Li was looking. Oh, not caring about her profession, Zhang Li picked up the light bulb and climbed onto the stool. Kwon Pei-jun stood below, holding the stacked stools to prevent him from falling. Zhang Li stood on the chair, body stretched, arms raised high, eyes focused overhead, quickly unscrewing the bulb to replace it. Due to the stretching motion, his shirt lifted, revealing a well-defined set of abs. Although he was a technical worker, being on construction sites all year and maintaining strict daily workouts gave Zhang Li a rare, strong physique. Although his skin was dark from sun exposure, his body was unusually fit for his age. Swish. Below, holding the stool, Kwon Pei-jun looked up. Through the lifted shirt, she saw Zhang Li's abs and her cheeks flushed. Her husband Chan Liming had long since become a fat man with an oily belly. She hadn't been this close to masculine muscles in a long time. All done. While Kwon Pei-jun shyly looked away but still couldn't help sneaking glances, Zhang Li had already replaced the bulb. Calling out, Zhang Li lowered his head to come down. Then, from above, he saw Kwon Pei-jun in yoga clothes below, her full chest and fair, smooth skin. Swish! Their eyes met, and Kwon Pei-jun's face instantly turned red. Zhang Li took a deep breath and hurried his descent. All right. Clapping his hands, Zhang Li prepared to leave. An inappropriate thought flickered in his mind. But as a man in his 30s, he knew what his top priority was. Right now, what he needed most was money. "I'll send you a red envelope." Still blushing, Kwon Pei-jun wanted to thank him as she saw Zhang Li leaving. No need. Anxious to look for the USB drive, Zhang Li didn't pause. Bang! A few seconds later, Kwon Pei-jun heard the sound of the door closing. Blushing, with the image of Zhang Li's six-pack abs still in her mind, she took a deep breath. Although she had always been considered beautiful and attractive since childhood, Chan Liming hadn't touched her in a long time. This was exactly what they said. Behind every beautiful woman is a man who screwed her so much he's sick of it. Hello? Is this property management? A few minutes later, after calming her breathing, Kwon Pei-jun called the property office. Hi, I want to ask, is there a Mr. Zhang in your maintenance team? I want to send him a thank you banner. Kwon Pei-jun wanted to thank Zhang Li. He had not only checked her water pipes but also changed her light bulb for free. What? No Mr. Zhang? He's in his 30s, with dark skin. He was just fixing things in my home. Hearing the property manager's reply, Kwon Pei-jun frowned. No Mr. Zhang? Then who was he? After hanging up, Kwon Pei-jun rushed to the window, but she didn't see Zhang Li. Half a minute later, she checked inside the house. Nothing was missing. Then she opened the door to check outside. There were no thief markings at the entrance. She then made another call. Brother, I want to check on someone. Can I use the elevator security camera photos? Kwon Pei-jun's older brother worked at the local security bureau. Check what? That's against the rules. Stop messing around all the time. Her brother snapped and hung up. He was in the middle of tracking down a criminal dealing flower, so he wasn't in the mood to entertain her. Excuse me, is this garbage for sale? About 10 minutes later, Zhang Li, having left Kwon Pei-jun's home, followed the garbage truck to the Green City neighborhood's nearby recycling station. Looking around, he saw the discarded broken wooden floorboards from Kwon Pei-jun's home in a corner of the recycling yard and asked directly, "What do you want it for?" The recycling worker looked at Zhang Li and asked curiously, "Well, I just bought a place and can't afford renovations. I want to make do with these for now." Pointing at the surrounding construction waste, Zhang Li answered quickly, 300, and it's yours." Glancing at Zhang Li's dark skin, the worker wasn't suspicious. There really were low-income people who bought things directly from recycling stations. They were used to this. As firewood, these floorboards were worth no more than 200 yuan. If he could sell them for 300, that was profit. Deal. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Li calmly transferred 300 yuan and packed the pile of wood into a bag, taking all of it. Half an hour later, Zhang Li had the USB drive he'd found inside the floorboards in his pocket, and he dropped off the leftover waste at another recycling station. Treasure detection detects hidden treasures. No matter whether they were deliberately hidden, passively lost, or unclaimed, they can all be detected. But treasures that are out in the open cannot be detected. Green City Residential Area. Recycling Station. As Zhang Li held the USB drive and quickly left, he was also thinking in his heart. At present, although the data in the treasure hunting system is limited, based on the experience of retrieving the USB just now, combined with the previous 2 gains, he made a preliminary guess. Whether it's a deliberately hidden or passively hidden valuable treasure, his treasure hunting system can detect it. For example, the USB was deliberately hidden, and the scratch card was considered passively hidden. But things out in the open, like the jade and emeralds at Quan Peijuan's house just now, or gold on display in major gold shops, cannot be detected. Swish! Thinking about the treasure hunting system in his mind, Zhang Li quickly rushed toward Li Hanxiang's home. Because the USB he had just retrieved contained Bitcoin codes, he definitely couldn't go to an internet cafe or other crowded places. This matter required a private place to check. Li Hanxiang's home had several laptops, just right for handling the USB. Swish! More than an hour later, without any delay, Zhang Li returned to Li Hanxiang's walk-up building. This 5-story building located in the urban village had 2 storefronts on the first floor. Li Hanxiang owned one, and the other belonged to his third ex-wife. The middle 3 floors housed 8 rental units. The 5th floor was occupied solely by Li Hanxiang. Bang! Opening the door, he saw that Li Hanxiang had not returned yet. Zhang Li turned off the Wi-Fi in the room and unplugged the network cable. Then he opened Li Hanxiang's laptop, plugged in the newly obtained USB. Swish! As the USB connected, Zhang Li saw 2 folders. One folder was labeled BTC, and the other was labeled Study Materials. Without hesitation, Zhang Li stared at the screen and clicked on the folder labeled BTC. Yes! Under Zhang Li's excited gaze, the page refreshed, and 3 data strings appeared on the screen. He tried opening one of the data files and saw a long string of code. He understood. These were 3 coins. Once connected to a special website, these 3 coins could be exchanged for US dollars. On the way back just now, he had already checked. Currently, the price of BTC was over $20,000. This time, he had gained 3 coins. Total value, $60,000. Over 400,000 renminbi. Moreover, these 3 coins belonged to Qian Liming, who, taking a deep breath, Zhang Li suddenly felt a sense of relief. Money gives men courage. The 50,000 hospital fee for his father was just barely enough. Now, here came another 400,000. He felt that the invisible pressure on him was easing. With money, he seemed to have more strength. Also, another successful find made his expectations for the treasure hunting system even higher. The good days were still ahead. Study Materials. Such distant memories. Closing the BTC folder, a relaxed Zhang Li turned his eyes to the other folder on the USB. During college, of course, he had seen his Study Materials. Most of it came from Li Hanxiang. Casually opening the Study Materials folder, Zhang Li suddenly froze. Inside the folder, he saw more subfolders. And each subfolder even had a name. Kindergarten teacher, 3-way, travel, big chest, mistress, anal passion, supermarket boss, stockings, college student, burn. Based on the folder names, and after opening them to view the video contents, Zhang Li found that these were secretly recorded sex videos of Qian Liming. In cars, hotels, even in small wooded areas outside, some folders had more than one video. More importantly, Zhang Li also saw a folder labeled Zhang Shufang, who, letting out a deep breath, Zhang Li understood, this was a video of Zhang Shufang and Qian Liming. This was proof that Zhang Shufang had cheated. Bang, bang, bang. As Zhang Li frowned deeply, thinking about how to deal with this stuff, suddenly the door was knocked. Immediately closing the laptop and pulling out the USB to put in his pocket, Zhang Li walked to the door and asked, "Who is it?" "Landlord, we're Xiao Chen and Xiao Li who rent the 2nd floor. We just got our marriage certificate this morning and came to give you some wedding candy." At the door came the cheerful voice of a man and a woman. "The landlord's not here. I'm his friend." Opening the door, Zhang Li saw the smiling young couple and replied with a smile. This couple sold barbecue skewers as a night snack, working hard from sunrise to sunset. It was tough, but the couple was hardworking. Li Hanxiang had briefly mentioned the tenants last night. Zhang Li remembered their information. "It's all good, please have some candy too." Even though they didn't see the landlord, 23-year-old Chen Xingyang and his wife Li Huanhuan still smiled warmly at Zhang Li. "Great, congratulations to you too." Seeing this, Zhongli smiled and took a bag of candy. When's the wedding? I'll definitely give a red envelope. No need, no need. Just giving you some candy. We'll have the wedding back in our hometown at the end of the year. Seeing that Zhongli misunderstood, Chen Xingyang quickly waved his hand and explained. Alright, congratulations again. I'll let the landlord know when he's back. Zhongli gave a small smile and congratulated them again. After watching the young couple knock on other tenants' doors, he quietly closed the door. So nice. Looking at the smiling Chen Xingyang, Zhongli felt a wave of warmth. He had been hurt by marriage, but he still wished others happiness. Next location, the secret medicine under the Tang Palace wall ruins in Daming Palace. Back in the room, after popping a piece of wedding candy in his mouth, Zhongli began thinking about the final treasure spot. 3 treasure hunting chances per day. He had already retrieved the first 2. Only 1 spot remained. Forget it, I won't go there now. After thinking for a while, Zhongli ultimately decided not to check the Daming Palace location today. If the item couldn't be dug up and the treasure system refreshed tomorrow, it would waste 1 slot. Anyway, that secret medicine was buried deep underground and couldn't run away. He could handle it later. Bang! After making up his mind, Zhongli quickly went downstairs, and bought a few more USB drives. Very soon, he copied the contents of Qian Liming's USB to 3 new ones. The folder with the Bitcoin couldn't be copied to another USB, but the related videos, he did copy to other USBs and stored them in his own suitcase. Buying a house needs to be planned now. With more and more treasures, staying in Hanxiang's place will make it hard to store things. After deleting all the videos from the USB that contained Bitcoin, Zhongli said this to himself. Temporarily staying at his brother's place was fine for now, but long term, it wouldn't be appropriate. Even though Li Hanxiang liked having him stay, there would still be inconveniences. Bang! Just as Zhongli finished everything and was thinking about next steps, suddenly the door opened again. I'm back! Along with the sound of the door opening came Li Hanxiang's voice. Swish! After closing the door and complaining, Li Hanxiang approached Zhongli, grabbed the half-full glass of water on the table, and gulped it down quickly. Burp! As he let out a loud burp, Li Hanxiang threw a small pouch to Zhongli. 24,000, exchanged it for you. Inside the small pouch was the cash that Li Hanxiang helped Zhongli exchange. 3,000 US dollars. Were finally exchanged by Li Hanxiang into 24,000 RMB in cash. Recently, many people are running abroad, and quite a few want US dollars, so the rate is okay. This divorce of yours is hard to handle. Sitting heavily next to Zhongli, Li Hanxiang looked a bit tired. What do you mean, hard to handle? Zhongli caught the key point and asked. Obviously. During the time Zhongli was retrieving the Bitcoin, Li Hanxiang not only exchanged the US dollars into RMB, but also helped Zhongli handle part of the divorce matter. Well, Li Hanxiang rubbed his nose and said, you signed too many agreements. And your agreements were even notarized by Zhang Shufang. This division of property in the divorce, not easy to manage. Having just spoken with Zhang Shufang's lawyer, Li Hanxiang directly complained. There was an agreement that the house belonged solely to Zhang Shufang, an agreement that Zhongli would leave the marriage with nothing, and an agreement that the child custody belonged to the woman. After understanding all of this, Li Hanxiang felt there was no point in Zhongli filing for a divorce lawsuit. Too many agreements. No matter what, he'd lose. She planned it all along. Zhang Shufang knew that none of the 3 kids were Zhongli's. So, she had long prepared for divorce and tricked Zhongli into signing many agreements. Unless you have evidence that Zhang Shufang cheated. Otherwise, I think you should just sign the divorce papers directly. Seeing Zhongli expressionless, Li Hanxiang pulled out a divorce agreement that had already been printed. Once you sign this, the children will no longer be yours. Unless you have a blood relationship with them or additional evidence. Seeing Zhongli pick up the agreement and look through it, Li Hanxiang explained beside him. I also had the lawyer investigate. Zhang Shufang still has 140,000 yuan in her account. With lots of divorce experience, Li Hanxiang also helped Zhongli check other matters. In his opinion, Zhongli and Zhang Shufang didn't have much joint property. Aside from one house, there were only 140,000 renminbi in savings, but the house had a prior sole ownership agreement. And since the child custody belonged to Zhang Shufang, Zhongli's chances of getting any of the savings were slim. As a good brother, Li Hanxiang wanted Zhongli to sign the divorce agreement early. Sign early, end early. Dragging it out would only hurt his mood with no real gain. He himself dragged things out too long. And in the end, his ex-wife played the pity card and fooled a female judge. Sign. Seeing the two agreements already signed by Zhang Shufang, Zhang said nothing and directly signed them. At this moment, he just happened to have evidence of Zhang Shufang's infidelity, ready to use at any time. However, as someone awakened by the system, for the sake of the system's safety, he didn't want to get entangled with this woman right now. He didn't want to get into bullshit with her and affect his hospitalized father or his clueless mother. Even more so, he didn't want to mess with Zhang Shufang to expose or affect his treasure hunting system. Cut it off quickly. He didn't want any risks to the treasure hunting system. That was his foundation for a comeback. Nice. That's how it should be. Seeing Zhang Li sign the agreement without hesitation, Li Hanxiang slapped his thigh and fully supported him. Next, just wait 1 month to collect the divorce certificate. The divorce cooling off period can't be skipped. You don't have to worry about the rest. Handing one copy of the divorce agreement to Zhang Li, Li Hanxiang quickly mailed the other signed copy to the lawyer. I also went to see the 3 kids for you. They were all taken by their grandma. For now, don't think about them. After mailing the signed divorce agreement, Li Hanxiang added another sentence. Have some candy. Zhang Li handed a wedding candy to Li Hanxiang, his face expressionless. Candy? Where did this come from? Curious, Li Hanxiang popped the candy into his mouth. Wedding candy. From Xiao Chen and Xiao Li. Zhang Li pointed to the rented room of the young couple. Damn, I'm jealous. Knowing the place Zhang Li pointed to, Li Hanxiang blurted out. What's that? Turning his head and seeing a USB drive suddenly appear in Zhang Li's hand, Li Hanxiang got curious again. Bitcoin, 3 of them. Help me sell them. The newly obtained BTC. Zhang Li naturally wanted Li Hanxiang's help to sell them too. He had no way to sell them himself. Holy shit. What's going on? Where did these come from? Having just exchanged some dollars, Li Hanxiang didn't expect Zhang Li to pull out 3 more bitcoins. Do all you people from Hangtai have such wild methods? The boss owes tens of billions, and you just left your job, and it's already US dollars, now Bitcoin? Taking the USB, Li Hanxiang plugged it into the computer, his face full of astonishment. You just say, can it be exchanged or not? Zhang Li didn't explain too much. Yes, of course it can. After all, your bro here used to be a billionaire. After checking the Bitcoin on the USB and seeing no issue, Li Hanxiang nodded repeatedly. As a former demolition-rich guy, Li Hanxiang had played with many things. Bitcoin, he had played with that too. Now, even though Daxia banned circulation of this stuff, he still had ways, contacting related companies in Hong Kong to handle it. Online transactions could be tracked, but these companies could arrange in-person transactions. 3 coins. With the current price, that's at least 400,000 yuan. After checking the USB contents, Li Hanxiang was amazed again. Divorced, single, struck rich. Bro, Zhang Shufang really held you back. You just signed the divorce agreement, and already 400,000 landed? Li Hanxiang knew very well Zhang Li's recent earnings. In more than 10 years, Zhang Shufang only saved 140,000, but in less than 2 days, Zhang Li had earned nearly 500,000. Totally incomparable. Bought them before. Quietly dug them out from the house yesterday. Hurry up and sell them, the faster the better. Zhang Li casually responded. You brought dollars yesterday, now it's Bitcoin tomorrow and the day after, will there be some other strange stuff? Stowing away the USB, Li Hanxiang kept teasing. But what shocked him was, Zhang Li didn't refute at all. I'm going to visit my dad in the hospital tomorrow. Need to prepay the hospitalization fee. You coming? There really might be more things for Li Hanxiang to help sell in the future. So of course Zhang Li didn't argue. He changed the topic, cutting off the conversation. He originally planned to go to the hospital today, but now it was already around 4 to 5 p.m., and the hospital payment desk had closed. He decided to go tomorrow. Of course I'm going. I have to go see my godmother too. I just happened to need to go to the hospital for a checkup. Li Hanxiang answered immediately. All right. Nodding slightly, Zhang Li said no more. Soon, time passed, and by late night, Zhang Li, who was lying down with eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. He summoned the panel, and once again saw the words pending detection on it. No rush. Once I finish things at the hospital tomorrow, I'll go walk around the Jade Street and Antique Market. Also, I can pass by lottery shops. Looking at the words on the panel, although Zhang Li was still excited, he didn't act hastily like yesterday. The treasure hunting system was real and effective. Next step, maximize the profits. He had to go to more places with treasure. Swish. After thinking for a bit, Zhongli finally closed the panel and fell into real sleep. The next day, he called Li Hanxiang, and the two brothers quickly headed for the hospital. Renai Hospital, a private top-tier hospital located in the southern part of Chang'an City. Although it is far from the city, because it has many beds, many patients who cannot find beds in public hospitals end up gathering at this hospital, which has only been open for a little over 3 years. Hello godmother, hello godfather. In the general ward area. After entering the hospital room with Zhongli, Li Hanxiang put down the fruit basket and respectfully greeted. Aya, Hanxiang is here too, come sit, come sit. Zhongli had already called last night. Seeing her son and Li Hanxiang arrive, a tired expression on Zhang's mother's face was immediately replaced with a big smile. How is my dad? After being tightly hugged by his mother, Zhongli looked at his father, who was dazed and leaning against the hospital bed. Zhang's father had brain cancer. Each day, he was muddled for half the time and clear-headed for the other half. Same as always. Glancing at her confused husband, Zhang's mother poured a cup of water for Li Hanxiang. Right, son, how many days leave did you take? What about what you said the day before yesterday about transferring back to Chang'an? Is it reliable? What parents care most about is their child's job. The transfer is already confirmed. I'll report to the Chang'an project department next week. I can rest for 1 week. Glancing at Li Hanxiang, Zhongli answered directly. Alright, I'll go pay the hospital fee first. Worried his mother would ask more and expose something, Zhongli changed the topic and left the hospital room, leaving behind only Li Hanxiang and Zhang's mother chatting. What Zhongli didn't know was, a few minutes after he left, Li Hanxiang also got up and left the room. General ward area, room 57, bed 4 payment. Arriving at the hospital's payment window, Zhongli reported his father's bed number. His father stayed in a general room, with 4 people per room. Zhang Jianguo, right? Inside the window. The cashier wearing a white coat, Yu Lily, asked, after seeing Zhongli nod. Yu Lily asked again, 50,000. Card or cash? Part cash, part card. The money Zhongli had was partly exchanged from US dollars, and partly in his bank card. How much cash? Looking at Zhongli's dark face and remembering that bed 4 in room 57 was occupied by a migrant worker, Yu Lily impatiently asked again. Zhongli, paying both with cash and card, made Yu Lily judge him as a poor loser. Some of the money must have been scraped together, some borrowed, that's why it's mixed. More importantly, paying both in cash and card increased her workload. That annoyed her. 24,000 in cash, the rest on card. A few minutes later, Zhongli took the receipt. Payment complete. Aya, hello, are you a family member of a VIP suite patient? Alright, please wait a moment. Before Zhongli could walk away, Yu Lily suddenly spoke in a flattering voice. For ordinary patients and VIP patients, Yu Lily had 2 completely different attitudes. Zhongli had heard of so-called VIP suites. Not including medical fees, the room itself costs 2,000 to 3,000 a day. Hello doctor, I'm the family member of patient Zhang Jianguo in room 57, bed 4. Leaving the payment area, Zhongli didn't return immediately. He went to the doctor's office to ask about his father's condition. The 50,000 hospital fee was paid. He wanted to hear the doctor's suggestions. Earlier, he had been away and it wasn't convenient. Now that he was back in Chang'an, he had time to personally handle his father's illness. Zhang Jianguo? Isn't that Dr. Wang's patient? Dr. Wang resigned yesterday. Hold on, I'll assign a new doctor for you. Looking at Zhang Li's dark skin, then at the internal form recording bed 4 in room 57 as a migrant worker, the female doctor receiving Zhang Li rolled her eyes slightly. Alright, your father's new doctor is Lu Yasi. Dr. Lu was a top student. Soon, Zhang Li heard the name of his father's new attending doctor. The director just asked for Dr. Lu. She stepped out, wait outside for a while. After telling him the new doctor's name, the female doctor waved him away. Sister Zhu, what's going on, giving this kind of patient to her? I heard the director just called her in to scold her for not prescribing enough meds, and now you assign her to this poor patient? Zhang Li had just stepped out of the doctor's office when another female doctor leaned over to the one who just talked to Zhang Li. You don't understand. A beautiful woman like Lu Yasi, you have to watch out for her. Dr. Zhu Xiona slowly shook her head. Some things she couldn't say in detail. Once, there was a pretty nurse in their department named Zhang Zian. Currently, this 26-year-old Zhang Zian was already deputy head nurse, with Lu Yasi being even prettier than Zhang Zian. Zhu Xiona didn't want to see another former subordinate become her superior. She wouldn't introduce wealthy patients to Lu Yasi. Went to the director's office? Still not back? Outside the doctor's office. Zhangli waited over half an hour but still didn't see the so-called Dr. Lu Yasi return. Helpless, he stood up and looked around. A hospital is the best place to experience human warmth and coldness. He saw people, some excited, some numb, some sad, some in pain, passing in front of him. This hospital structure is a frame type. After watching the hurried patients and families, as a real estate industry expert, Zhangli also noticed the architectural structure of the hospital. This Renai hospital was built using new techniques and materials. This type of construction he was very familiar with. Still not coming? In his mind, he had silently outlined the whole hospital's building structure, yet he still didn't see Dr. Lu Yasi. I'll go look for her. Speechless, Zhangli saw it was nearly 10 o'clock. He got up and headed toward the director's office. What the hell? Just as he got on the elevator and reached the 12th floor where the director's office was, Zhangli suddenly froze. Ding! Time since last treasure hunt has reached 30 hours. Treasure hunting mini-map auto-activated. Ding! Scan complete. Today's detection results are as follows. 1. You passed by Renai Hospital today. The mini-map detected, at the entrance of Renai Hospital, inside the lottery shop, on the shelf to the left after entering, there is a scratch-off ticket booklet with a top prize of 1 million. 2. You passed by Paris Romance Street west of Renai Hospital today. The mini-map detected, inside the public restroom water tank at Paris Flirt Restaurant, there is a set of winter homework from Grade 1 Class 8 by Qin Lang, along with a Nutrition Express reward bottle cap. 3. You passed by Xingfu Jiayuan Urban Village today. The mini-map detected, inside Building 317, on the 3rd floor, southeast corner room, inside the ceiling light, there is a gold ring. While Zhangli was dumbfounded, line after line of text scrolled across the auto-opened panel. He had planned to finish the hospital stuff, then stroll through Jade Street and Antique Street before treasure hunting again. Zhangli didn't expect the treasure hunting system to activate automatically. The maximum time between treasure hunts is 30 hours? I went overtime. Looking at the words on the panel, thinking that last time he hunted just after midnight, Zhangli gained a new understanding of the system. Another scratch-off? 1 million? Grand prize? Renai Hospital entrance? Realizing the new rule of the treasure hunting system, Zhangli's eyes quickly shifted to the newly detected message. At this moment, he just happened to be at Renai Hospital, and the treasure hunting info told him, at the hospital entrance, there was a scratch-off ticket worth 1 million. A million. Today's treasure hunt attempt had already been automatically used. Zhangli, who no longer felt the urgency to go to the Jade Street or Antique Street to seek opportunities, also wasn't in a hurry to meet his father's attending physician. With the whole day to stay at the hospital, he had plenty of time to chat with Dr. Lu Yasi. At this moment, since the treasure hunting system had detected something at Renai Hospital, he wanted to get the scratch-off ticket immediately. Swoosh! Once he made up his mind, Zhangli acted at once. Soon, he arrived at the lottery store beside the hospital entrance and immediately bought the scratch-off ticket he had located. Because of past experience, he transferred 600 yuan to the shop owner right after entering, without saying a word. Then, he picked up the target scratch-off ticket and left the store without looking back, 1 million in hand. A dozen minutes later, he quickly returned to the hospital, found the empty 12th floor, and sat in a deserted hallway to scratch the ticket. Looking at the very obvious boot-shaped symbol in the first spot on the scratch card, and the text below it, prize, 1 million yuan, he instantly won another million. A scratch-off ticket worth 1 million was easy to identify, as long as there was a boot symbol. The number below it was the prize amount. At this moment, below the boot symbol was a long number, including decimals, 9 digits in total. Very eye-catching. Zhangli understood. Anyone familiar with scratch cards would recognize at a glance that the ticket in his hand was worth 1 million. Deliberately coming to the 12th floor where the director's office was to scratch the ticket, Zhangli partly wanted to do it in a quiet place. On the other hand, he also wanted to wait directly in the director's office area for Dr. Lu Yasi, his father's attending physician. After scratching the ticket, Zhangli continued waiting on the 12th floor, still not coming out. Holding the million yuan scratch-off ticket, Zhangli anxiously waited for the doctor. But after more than 10 minutes, he still hadn't shown up. This made Zhangli instinctively start checking the architectural layout of the director's office floor, due to his professional habits. Then, he quickly discovered the layout of the floor where the director's office was located looked suspicious. Bang! While Zhangli was still pondering in confusion, the door to the director's office suddenly opened. Thinking it was Liu Yasi, Zhang Li didn't expect it to be a chubby male doctor, about 50 or 60 years old, wearing a white coat, who stepped out. It was the hospital director, who had rushed out to take a quick pee before going back to finish his shady business. He didn't expect someone to be staring at his office door. When his eyes met Zhang Li's, the guilty director's heart skipped a beat. Curiously walking past Zhang Li, when the director's eyes landed on the scratch card in Zhang Li's hand, he froze. He knew. As the hospital director, even if he didn't personally go to lottery shops, he had many trusted subordinates collecting winning tickets and scratch-offs citywide. He was very familiar with them. With just one glance, he recognized that the scratch card in Zhang Li's hand was worth $1 million. Damn! Of all times to come out now? Looking at the card, the director instantly wanted to arrange someone to buy the ticket from Zhang Li. But after checking his phone, he realized, by coincidence, all his trusted aides were unavailable today. Hey there! Sir, looks like you hit the jackpot. Not knowing when Zhang Li might leave, the director had to approach him personally. He had just received a large sum of money recently. That money was hidden in his secret room beneath his office. He had to move it quickly, because an internal audit by the group was about to begin, and holding on to it was risky. Yeah. Not expecting someone to recognize the prize so quickly, Zhang Li slightly hid the ticket behind him. $1 million, I'll buy it. If you redeem it, you'll have to pay taxes. Seeing Zhang Li's cautious demeanor, the director blurted out an offer. If it weren't for the uniqueness of this recent haul, he wouldn't have taken the risk to approach Zhang Li himself. But he had no choice. His lack of trusted aides meant he had to come in person. A 1 million yuan ticket, he couldn't let even a bit of that go. Don't worry, I'll pay in cash. No transfers. Seeing Zhang Li eyeing him warily, the director added, no, too low. Someone willing to pay 1 million for a scratch-off ticket worth only 800,000. Zhang Li immediately knew what he was up to, so he instinctively haggled and raised the price. 1.1 million. Originally, seeing Zhang Li's dark complexion and laborer-like appearance, the director thought he would sell the ticket immediately. He didn't expect Zhang Li to counter. That made the director regret speaking too quickly. This dark-skinned man wasn't a clueless laborer after all. Unfortunately, once the words were out, he couldn't backtrack. In fact, to keep Zhang Li from talking, he had to go through with the deal. Only by giving Zhang Li more money would he be less likely to speak out, fearing it might be taken back. Not enough. On the other side, Zhang Li shook his head again. Director, be more generous. Recalling where the director had appeared from earlier, Zhang Li suddenly stood up and bluffed. You. Zhang Li suddenly calling out his identity made the director panic. 1.2 million. The director regretted it. Because of his shady plans earlier, he was worked up and not thinking straight. Then, seeing Zhang Li's ticket, he had spoken out without thinking. Now, he was trapped, and only now realized how impulsive he had been. 3 million. Seeing the man not deny his identity after being called out, Zhang Li immediately raised his price. Facing such a villain, he had no mercy. No way. Hearing Zhang Li demand triple the amount, the director growled in anger. But unfortunately, he had already started. All he could do now was growl, not act. Alright, 2.18 million and 10 small gold bars. That's it. A few minutes later, after a quick tug-of-war with Zhang Li, the worried director had no choice but to agree. 2 million plus was the director's limit. Because he only had a little over 2 million in cash this time. He not only gave all the 2 million plus to Zhang Li, but also handed over the few gold bars he'd just received. Okay, I'll wait for you. On the other side, seeing that his scratch card, worth only 800,000, was now selling for over 2 million, Zhang Li was totally surprised. When he saw the director rush to act after agreeing, he nodded in agreement. Turning his head, he saw that after agreeing, the director didn't go to his office, but instead headed downstairs. Zhang Li pretended not to care on the surface, but inside, he became immediately alert. After the director turned downstairs, Zhang Li quietly took a step forward and cautiously followed. Since he had exposed the man as the hospital director, to ensure his father's hospitalization and treatment would not be affected, there were some things he had to investigate further. Coincidentally, he had also discovered something suspicious about the layout of that floor. 11th floor, right below the director's office. There's a secret room. A few minutes later, Zhang Li returned to the previous spot. Although the director had looked back at every step, constantly alert to being followed, he didn't know that long before meeting him, Zhang Li had already mapped out the entire hospital's structure in his mind. After more than 10 years in the field, as a real estate expert, there wasn't a single building Zhang Li couldn't understand. Like the old oil seller pouring oil through a coin hole without spilling a drop. Zhang Li could outline a building structure and construction process just by looking at it. Renai Hospital was no different. The director couldn't hide. Here. All settled. We don't know each other, and we have nothing to do with each other. A few minutes later, the director stood in front of Zhang Li, holding a suitcase. At the corner, he opened a slit in the suitcase to let Zhang Li take a look, then immediately handed it to him and took the scratch-off ticket in return. Okay. After counting the 2 million in the suitcase, Zhang Li smiled slightly and said nothing more. Under the director's gaze, he quickly took the elevator and left the 12th floor. Dragging the suitcase, Zhang Li circled once in the elevator and returned upstairs again. But this time, he didn't go to the 12th floor, but to the 11th. He knew where the director had gone earlier, and he wanted to check it out. He knew the director's every move and direction and wanted to see even more. Although the director didn't yet know his identity, there was a chance he would find out in the future, so Zhang Li wanted to have more control. The northwest corner of the 11th floor has no surveillance, because that's where the director's money is hidden. Recalling and analyzing his earlier observations in his mind, Zhang Li, familiar with building layouts, took action. Very soon, when he arrived at the northwest corner of the 11th floor, he found it was a medical supply warehouse. Various forsets, masks, gauze, clean suits, and other items were neatly sorted and stored. There really is a secret room. After circling the warehouse once, Zhang Li quickly found something unusual. Based on the building's visible dimensions, he could even judge that this kind of secret room must have at least 2 exits to avoid being trapped inside. After a few rounds, he indeed found in a hidden corner an unguarded secret door built into the wall. Swish! Carefully slipping through the hidden door, what appeared before him was a tightly locked door with a sign, "Under construction, temporarily unavailable, supposedly an unused restroom." Interesting, another restroom ceiling? Connected via the ventilation ducts in the ceiling? After knocking and tapping around, Zhang Li removed the door hinge and easily found one of the secret room's exits. Swish! Now that the place was found, and the restroom had no surveillance whatsoever, Zhang Li immediately placed the suitcase in a corner and entered the passage. Beyond the hidden passage, he discovered a secret room over 100 square meters in size. After listening carefully for a while and hearing nothing unusual, Zhang Li quietly entered the pitch-black room. At the far end of his field of vision, he spotted a small ladder. Another passage leads to the 12th floor? The 12th floor is the director's office? He quietly turned on his phone's flashlight and quickly examined the entire secret room's layout. Swish! His eyes passed over some empty wooden shelves nearby. Zhang Li followed another path in the room and slowly moved upward. He wanted to see what was on the other side of the secret room. Secret room, cash, high-price scratch-off ticket purchase, director's office. Putting all these together, he was now certain. This place must be the director's private stash, or the product of corruption. Even though Renai Hospital was a private institution, it belonged to the larger Renai Group, which had upper-level executives above the hospital's leadership. The so-called hospital director wasn't the owner. Embezzlement was entirely possible. Swish! Even though he was sure there wouldn't be surveillance or evidence in this kind of place, Zhang Li still carefully inspected the surroundings. Finding no issues, he slowly climbed the small stairs to the upper level. Soon, he arrived in an upstairs space. Damn! The director's into some wild stuff. Upon entering the 12th floor room, Zhang Li saw that it wasn't pitch black but dimly lit with pink lighting. In a space also over 100 square meters, there was not only a large bed, but also stockings, gags, billiard balls, ~s, and various other props laid out on the table beside it. Lu Yasi, don't be ungrateful. Surprised at the room's decor, which was presumably behind the director's office, Zhang Li suddenly heard faint voices from next door. Swish! Hearing the name of his father's attending physician, Lu Yasi, Zhang Li was stirred, and quickly walked out of the pink room, circling toward the front. I'm behind the bookshelf. There's a mechanism on the shelf. Open the panel on the side and you can enter this little secret room. After a few steps, Zhang Li quietly stood behind a wooden shelf, and through the gaps, he not only heard the source of the voices, but also clearly saw the scene inside the director's office. Sitting behind the huge desk was the same fat, balding director he had seen earlier. Wearing a white coat, the director gestured animatedly with his hands. Standing in front of the desk was a young female doctor. She had a delicate face, fair skin, jet black hair tied back, and gold-rimmed glasses on her nose. Her demeanor was calm and refined. Although her loose white coat covered her figure, the stethoscope hanging from her neck pressed the coat close enough to hint at her curves. Lu Yasi, we're a private hospital. If you won't prescribe meds, how is our hospital supposed to grow? Standing just behind the shelf from the director, Zhang Li could hear the bald director's voice loud and clear. Director! They're all from poor families, they have no money. Zhang Li heard Lu Yasi respond. Her voice was crisp, with a gentle strength. Many people have lost their homes and families just to get treatment. They just want to survive, they have nothing left to squeeze. Lu Yasi's fair, slender fingers clenched tightly. How do you know they have no money? The bald director shouted again. Director, if we must exploit, then exploit the rich. Even if poor people get prescriptions, they can't afford much. With only 2 weeks left in her medical residency, Lu Yasi didn't dare confront him directly, so she changed tactics and continued. The rich? You think I dare scam the rich? The director retorted, and instantly changed his tone. Dr. Lu, I've been talking with you for over half an hour. This is how things are. If you keep this up, you won't pass your evaluation. You don't want to be out of a job in a few days, do you? As his tone changed, the greasy director's eyes narrowed. Director, my medical skills are not the problem. Hearing that her job was at stake, Lu Yasi suddenly panicked. Seeing her agitation, the director's narrowed eyes lit up. Whether your skills are good or not, I have to check for myself. Put down the stethoscope, no need to wear it in my office. As he spoke, the director began walking out from behind the desk. Director. Zhang Li suddenly heard a woman's voice, charming and seductive. Even someone as straight-laced as him shuddered upon hearing such a voice. Swish! Swish! As Zhang Li heard that alluring voice, both the director and Lu Yasi turned sharply toward the office door. They saw. The office door was pushed open, and a young woman in a tight pink nurse uniform, wearing a nurse cap and with foxy, sparkling eyes, peeked her head inside. Oh, director, we have a document in the nursing department that needs your signature. Seeing there were people in the office, and that one of them was the much more beautiful Lu Yasi, Zhang Ziyan quickly called out. Let's go. Seeing Zhang Ziyan's obviously too small, tight nurse outfit, the director, knowing exactly what was going on, felt a surge of heat and immediately stood up. There were still 2 weeks until Lu Yasi's promotion, he had plenty of time. But this little seductress Zhang Ziyan, dressed in a silky nurse outfit, was not a daily occurrence. Swish! Ignoring the tense and guarded Lu Yasi, the director followed Zhang Ziyan out. He wanted to bring her into the secret room behind his office and have his way. But since Lu Yasi was still there, he had to pretend to leave first. Swish! Once the director left, Lu Yasi let out a long sigh and quickly left too. I probably won't get promoted. Leaving the office, and having guessed the director's intention from Zhang Ziyan's appearance, Lu Yasi was ready to resign. She had spent 10 years in a combined bachelor's master's PhD clinical program, and had never dated before. But before starting work, her mentor had warned her about the industry's unspoken rules. However, she just couldn't accept it. I forgot the medical record clipboard. Quickly leaving the office, Lu Yasi realized she had left behind the clipboard from rounds. Swish! With no choice, she returned to the director's office to retrieve it. Director, don't rush. Just as she dashed into the office to grab the clipboard, Lu Yasi suddenly heard Zhang Ziyan's seductive voice again. Thinking Lu Yasi had already left, the director and Zhang Ziyan had only been waiting outside a short while before returning. They ended up blocking Lu Yasi inside the office. Seeing the door open again and the two entangled figures walk in, Lu Yasi was nearly terrified out of her wits. Click! As soon as the tangled pair entered, they locked the door behind them. Lu Yasi, hiding quickly at the back of the office, could only retreat further. Swish! Alarmed, Lu Yasi saw the two walking directly toward the desk. Frightened, she backed away and hid behind the bookshelf in the back corner of the office. She looked around, trying to find a possible escape, but unexpectedly, when she turned her head, she met a pair of eyes behind the bookshelf, staring right at her. Swish! Before she could even react in shock, the wooden panel of the bookshelf suddenly flipped, and a large hand reached out and covered her mouth. Don't speak! Don't let them find us! Covering her mouth with one hand and pulling her into the hidden chamber by flipping the secret shelf panel, Zhang Li whispered urgently into her ear. He hadn't expected this scene at all. He never thought Lu Yasi would return to the office, hide in the corner, and lock eyes with him by accident. Helpless, to keep things secret, Zhang Li had no choice but to pull her in too. Damn! Just as he sensed Lu Yasi's tense body soften slightly, Zhang Li realized that the two entangled figures were approaching the bookshelf. Don't talk, let's go. Seeing the director's hand already on the hidden switch of the bookshelf, it was obvious. He and Zhang Ziyan were planning to enter the pink secret room for action. Zhang Li didn't hesitate, grabbing Lu Yasi and heading deeper into the secret room. Seeing the room behind the shelf, the pink bed, the toys on the table, Lu Yasi gasped softly in shock. She didn't expect such a room behind the director's office. The contents of the room were shocking. Even more importantly, she didn't know who Zhang Li was or why he was hiding in the secret room. Who was this man? Why was he here? Bang! Half a minute later, Zhang Li and Lu Yasi were hiding deeper inside, in the shadows near the stairs to the lower level. While the director and the 26-year-old deputy head nurse Zhang Ziyan, both undressed, began their battle. Don't talk. To stop Lu Yasi from crying out or running away, Zhang Li had to hug her from behind with one arm around her waist and cover her mouth with the other. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, silently standing in the shadows. Not far away, two bodies twisted and writhed. Zhang Li was breathing heavily, while Lu Yasi was trembling all over with tension. Just a few meters away was a live demonstration. In his nose was the faint scent of Lu Yasi's body. His own body was pressed tightly against her back, and that touch, those curves, made Zhang Li swallow involuntarily. Swish! Hearing the gulping sound in her ear, and feeling the heat behind her, Lu Yasi, also experiencing such a situation for the first time, broke out in sweat and dared not move. A few minutes later, Lu Yasi couldn't help but let out another quiet gasp. If Zhang Li hadn't still been covering her mouth, her voice might have alerted the people in front. She saw. After a short while of rolling together, the two separated and began picking toys off the nearby table. What made Dr. Lu gasp was seeing a billiard ball the size of a fist. Squelch! Before Lu Yasi could even blink, the ball in the director's hand was. Before Zhang Li or Lu Yasi could react, Miss Shan let out a scream. With a loud pop, the place where the billiard ball was inserted burst open. Hemorrhage! They had gone too far. It had gone wrong. What the fuck? The sudden bleeding shocked not only Lu Yasi, but also the director himself. Then, in a frantic panic, the medically trained director quickly dressed, wrapped up Zhang Ziyan, and rushed her to the emergency room. As the director bolted out, Lu Yasi, crying out, broke free from Zhang Li's embrace and also ran from the room. Who is he? Such dark skin. She turned back once in the dim light, gave Zhang Li a look, then ran out of the office without turning back. The scene just now had shocked her, even though she was a doctor and had seen bloody sights. This moment was off the charts. Swish! Rushing into the bathroom, Lu Yasi clumsily tried to clean herself up. She thought she was drenched in sweat, but on closer inspection, it wasn't just sweat. Principal. Breathing heavily to calm his anger, Zhang Li silently put his phone into his pocket. He didn't know how things would develop afterward with the principal and the bleeding nurse, but he had filmed their behavior in the secret room on his phone. Swish! Putting away his phone, Zhang Li quickly turned and went down to the lower level of the secret room. Entering the secret room, Zhang Li did not expect to find a thick stack of documents in the corner of the empty shelves. Reading through the documents briefly, he discovered that these were records of Renai Hospital's insurance fraud and unauthorized health insurance charges. Snap, snap, snap. Quickly taking photos of the documents, Zhang Li realized the video just recorded was evidence of the principal's violations. And the documents in his hand were evidence of violations by the entire hospital and even the Renai group. Relevant regulatory authorities take insurance fraud and exploiting people's health insurance very seriously and severely punish such behavior. Whoosh! A few minutes later, having organized everything, Zhang Li returned along the same route to the 11th floor warehouse. Phew! Letting out a long breath, Zhang Li picked up his suitcase and returned to his father's hospital room. No one knew that in the past hour, Zhang Li had not only bought a 100,000 yuan scratch-off at the lottery shop outside the hospital entrance, but that the principal had bought that ticket from him for 2 million yuan. At the same time, he had obtained evidence capable of bringing down the corrupt principal. Where's Han Chang? Back in his father's ward, Zhang Li didn't see Li Hanxiang. He went out. He left just minutes after you went out. Zhang's mother replied, puzzled. Okay then. I've already paid the 50,000 yuan treatment fee. When I was paying just now, the nurse said there's also a private room. Get one for my dad, it'll be more convenient. Seeing his father still asleep, Zhang Li said to his mother, don't spend money recklessly. This disease can't be cured, Zhang's mother said sadly, glancing at her husband. If not for their son's desperate insistence, she and her husband wouldn't have continued treatment. After all, this is cancer. What's the point of prolonging life for how long? It's just money wasted. It can be cured. The doctor said last time that if you spend money, this disease can be cured, but the cost is huge. Before Zhang Li could respond, the elderly woman in the next bed, who had been caring for a patient, spoke. Young man, you already have money to move your dad into a VIP private room. Why don't you ask the doctor how much it costs to cure this disease? The 4 patients in the same ward all had brain cancer, so the caregiver knew more. Okay, I'll go ask. Nodding at the caregiver, Zhang Li grabbed the backpack holding 300,000 yuan in cash that he had separated earlier in the bathroom, and headed again toward the payment desk. With the treasure hunting system, no matter how much money his father's illness needed, he would arrange it. Room 57, bed 4. I want to transfer into the VIP private suite. Back at the payment desk, Zhang Li slammed his backpack full of cash onto the counter. Glancing at the bundle of red cash, the cashier, Yu Lily, swallowed hard. She remembered Zhang Li, she remembered how he'd used both cash and card before. She had never expected that the man she labeled poor, who increased her workload, could produce so much cash. Dear VIP suite client, you first need to go to the doctor's office to get a new admission form, then come back to make payment. Private hospitals use special language with VIP clients. Recovering her composure after shock, Yu Lily respectfully replied to Zhang Li. Your family's attending doctor is Dr. Lu Yasi. She is in doctor's office 19. Her expression changed, and Yu Lily quickly confirmed Lu Yasi's information for Zhang Li. I still like the way you were rebellious before. Zhang Li nodded slightly, grabbed his backpack, and went to find Lu Yasi again. He didn't know if Lu Yasi had seen his face clearly just now, but regardless, he knew that Lu Yasi would not expose him, because earlier, they had both done something wrong together. If the matter were exposed, neither would come out a winner. Also, strictly speaking, he had saved Lu Yasi once already. Dr. Lu, hello, I'm a family member of room 57, bed 4. I want to transfer my father into a VIP private suite. At the doctor's office again, Zhang Li found Lu Yasi sitting behind the desk, full of worry. Oh, yes. Looking up at Zhang Li's smiling face, Lu Yasi let out a sudden exclamation. When the other doctors in the office looked over, she hurriedly composed herself and resumed typing at the computer. She recognized me. Seeing Lu Yasi's panicked eyes, Zhang Li understood that she recognized him. However, he remained calm. Who is he? Is he not a thief? Or someone who bribed the principal? How could he be my patient's family member? What's going on? Seeing Zhang Li smiling at her, Lu Yasi's heart raced with panic. She already knew that. Just minutes ago, several head doctors from the emergency department were urgently called away to perform a special operation. She guessed that it was to remove the billiard ball still inside Zhang Xian's body. She knew all the details of the incident clearly. Lu Yasi had not expected that the man who covered her mouth in the secret room would now appear before her, and that he would be a member of her patient's family. This left Lu Yasi excited, shocked, and afraid. How many days do you plan to stay in the VIP suite? The VIP suite's base accommodation fee is 2,000 yuan per day. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yasi tried to keep her voice from trembling. Dr. Lu, I heard that my father's disease may be completely curable, but I heard that the specific cost is high? Without answering right away, Zhang Li asked the question the caregiver had mentioned earlier. Yes. Still distracted, Lu Yasi saw Zhang Li's intense gaze and answered flustered. This brain cancer already has targeted drugs in the USA, but they are not yet approved here. One course costs $1 million. I saw in the literature that 3 to 5 courses can eradicate it on average. Lu Yasi answered hastily. Okay, I want to give my father this targeted drug. How long would my father need to stay in the hospital for 5 courses? Open a room for the duration of 5 courses. Hearing his father could be cured, Zhang Li's eyes brightened. According to Lu Yasi, his father's treatment cost would be around 3 to 5 million US dollars. If it were before, he certainly couldn't afford treatment. But now, he had confidence. In just 3 days scanning, the treasure hunting system had generated him over $1 million in assets. He could absolutely afford his father's treatment. Good. I'll go check on the patient again. In shock, Lu Yasi issued the new hospital admission form for Zhang Li and led him toward the ward. Whoosh! Watching Zhang Li and Lu Yasi leave, the once quiet doctor's office erupted. The other doctors had overheard Zhang Li and Lu Yasi's conversation. In a private hospital, many doctors' income is based on the number of orders they place. Especially for accommodation fees unrelated to medicine, the commission is even higher. Department colleagues Zhu Xiona and Mang Wanning had heard every word of the conversation. They exchanged surprised looks. Especially Zhu Xiona. She had thought Zhang Li and his father were absolute paupers. There was nothing to squeeze out of him, so she had assigned Zhang Li to the nurse she'd thought had competition, Lu Yasi. Lu Yasi not only had solid knowledge and superb skills. More importantly, she was very beautiful. Zhu Xiona had deliberately prevented Lu Yasi from getting premium patients, so that Lu Yasi could not complete her performance assessment and be unable to be confirmed. But she never expected. Zhang Li was not the poor man she thought. This dark-skinned man not only directly transferred to a VIP suite, but also talked with Lu Yasi about a $1 million targeted cancer drug treatment plan. This shocked Zhu Xiona and Mang Wanning. Millions in commission from the new drug aside, using new methods and techniques to treat disease, could greatly enhance a doctor's academic and innovation credentials. If Zhang Li really pays and Lu Yasi treats, the boosting to her academic standing would be huge. Doctors care deeply about their academic status. Faced with Zhang Li's sudden shift, Zhu Xiona suddenly felt extraordinary frustration. This patient was supposed to be hers. The millions worth of treatment rights and academic prestige were supposed to be hers. He's so rich. I wonder if he's married. On the other side, Dr. Meng Wanning muttered to herself. Over an hour ago, she had wondered to Zhu Xiona why Zhang Li was assigned to Lu Yasi. At this moment, having experienced Zhang Li's confident wealthy attitude, single as she was, she wondered if he was single. Her appearance, although no match for Lu Yasi's, was still among the best at Renai Eye Hospital. Dr. Lu, hello, in the general ward area. After Zhang Li introduced Lu Yasi to his mother, she quickly greeted her. You're too kind. I'll be responsible for the patient from now on, don't worry. Lu Yasi gave a slight smile to Zhang's mother and comforted her. After checking Mr. Zhang's condition and confirming everything was normal, Lu Yasi and Zhang Li stood together at the hallway entrance. Mr. Zhang, if you choose to use imported targeted medicine, you'll need to pay a 7 million renminbi deposit in advance. After that, the hospital will start arranging the drug import. If all goes well, the first treatment cycle could start in a bit over a month. Although inside, she was still shocked by Zhang Li's identity and wealth. Lu Yasi quickly returned to a professional state when talking about her work. When should the deposit be paid? Zhang Li asked calmly. He was looking forward to the possibility of curing his father's brain cancer. Within 2 weeks, it's not that urgent. I still need to file a report with the hospital and the group. Lu Yasi continued explaining the treatment plan. She pretended not to know Zhang Li and acted like it was their first interaction. Okay, thank you Dr. Lu, sorry to trouble you. Zhang Li expressed his thanks. Hey! Before Lu Yasi could respond, Zhang Li suddenly saw Li Hanxiang, holding a stack of documents, appear from the hallway corner. Hello doctor, I'm also a family member. Seeing Lu Yasi in front of Zhang Li, Li Hanxiang quickly nodded. Yes, that's the situation. You go get prepared, I have to write the report now. Seeing the street-smart looking Li Hanxiang, Lu Yasi quickly ended the conversation. Who exactly is he? A few minutes later, back in the office. Ignoring Mang Wanning's hesitant expression, Lu Yasi frowned. Today's events had shaken her deeply, especially when she and Zhang Li were pressed against each other. That intense feeling was too overwhelming for a woman who'd never even been in love. Moreover, right before their eyes, they'd witnessed a battle and a hemorrhage. Lu Yasi had never experienced such a shocking scene. Besides thinking about Zhang Li, she also wondered, if Zhang Li hadn't pulled her deeper into the secret room, what would have happened if the director and Zhang Zian had found her? Here, I got it tested for you. After Lu Yasi left, Li Hanxiang handed the report to Zhang Li. He had just gone for a DNA test. Yesterday, when the 3 children were taken away by their grandmother, Li Hanxiang actually saw them. He collected their hair, thinking to help his buddy get some evidence of infidelity for a potential divorce. He didn't tell Zhang Li because he was hoping, what if one of them was actually Zhang Li's biological child? That would solve everything. That's also why, after Zhang Li left earlier, Hanxiang quietly went off on his own. Unfortunately, the final test result offered no surprises. But they did get another piece of evidence of Zhang Shufang's cheating. Forget it, I don't want to see it. Zhang Li waved his hand and didn't take the report. Not biological? Then not. It didn't matter. He could have his own kids. He wasn't worried. The recent physical closeness with Lu Yasi had awakened something inside him. After finishing his father's cancer treatment, he'd start dealing with his own affairs. He had money, but no wife or kids. His body was still in great shape. He'd be a hot commodity. At this moment, what he needed most was money. Everything else could wait. You go back first. Help me turn this into cash. Before Han Xiang could speak again, Zhang Li handed over the 10 gold bars he got from the director. Han Xiang, he weighed them in his hand and peeked inside the bag, speechless. Yesterday's Bitcoin hadn't even been sold yet. He never imagined that Zhang Li would come back with 10 gold bars. It was mind-blowing. Gold chains, scratch cards, USD, Bitcoin, gold bars. Zhang Li kept pulling out treasure. And evenly Han Xiang began to wonder if his buddy had gotten some kind of system, like a god-level rich man system just handing him loot? Otherwise, all this treasure popping up one after another was way too suspicious. You head back, I've still got things to ask the doctor. Seeing Li Han Xiang stunned, Zhang Li patted his shoulder to reassure him. Han Xiang was his best brother. They'd risked their lives together. This little stuff wouldn't hurt their bond. Of course, Zhang Li also understood that once he found more and more rare treasures, giving everything to Han Xiang wouldn't be feasible. Mainly, he couldn't let Han Xiang take on too much risk. It was fine for now, but later, he'd have to be more cautious. Whoosh! An hour later, when his father woke up and he told him he'd be working at the Chang'an project and living there long term, Zhang Li and his mother moved his father into the VIP room. Compared to the regular 4-person mixed ward, the clean VIP suite with its own little sitting room was a huge step up. The new environment not only prevented unnecessary disturbance. More importantly, it was better for recovery. Also, his mother now had a place to sleep instead of leaning over the hospital bed. As for the new ward, aside from Zhang's mother muttering about how much money this was wasting, both Zhang Li and his father felt very comfortable. Mom, I'm heading out. I'll come visit again tomorrow. Once everything was settled, Zhang Li said goodbye to his mother. So, if I want to detect more money, the best method is to look for money from corrupt officials like the director? It's not only a lot of money, but also risk-free once taken. Pulling his suitcase as he left the hospital, Zhang Li thought over the best strategy to get the most out of his treasure hunting system. This one trip to the hospital not only earned him over 2 million, but also gave him a new direction for treasure hunting. Who says the stolen money hidden by corrupt officials isn't treasure? But I don't know where corrupt officials hide their loot. And the system's detections seem random so far. No clear pattern. His idea was solid, but the challenge was, he didn't know where to scan. Treasure hunting map system, there must be more features and use cases for me to discover. Walking out the hospital gates, Zhang Li muttered again. His treasure hunting system needed further research. Paris ambience restaurant, bathroom, Xinlang from Class 8 Grade 1's winter homework? With nearly 2 million in cash in his suitcase, Zhang Li couldn't take public transport or a taxi. As he passed by a French-themed restaurant near the hospital, he recalled that besides the director's stash, another detected treasure was from this place. Thinking it over, Zhang Li turned and entered the Paris restaurant. Even though the treasure system said the item in the winter homework was just a bottle cap from a yogurt drink, Zhang Li wanted to collect all the data he could. Treasure was treasure. A few minutes later, pretending to borrow the restroom, Zhang Li walked out with 3 first-grade winter homework books. Not a single word written. Kid, you're something else. Should I give this homework to the school's gatekeeper? Opening the workbook, Zhang Li saw the school name and address. Smiling, he considered whether to return the homework to Qinlang. Hello, sir. Interested in buying a house? An hour later, Zhang Li, with a suitcase and a winter workbook under his arm, walked into a sales office. He decided to spend the rest of his nearly 2 million cash to buy a home. Based on the past few days of data, he felt he would be receiving more and more treasures in the future. These treasures weren't meant to be seen by others. He needed his own place. What if next time he detected more gold bars or even antiques? Storing everything at Li Hanxian's place wasn't appropriate. Also, the physical volume of all this cash was too large to drag to Hanxiang's house. The gold was manageable. But the cash, there was no way to explain it. And storing it would involve taxes and other risks. Spending it immediately was the best option. Yes. I want something fully furnished and ready to move in. Around 100 square meters. Zhang Li nodded at the sales agent. Great. Right this way, sir. With the property market down lately, a buyer like Zhang Li was a rare catch, and the sales agent was thrilled. Sir, the first phase of our community has already been handed over. Currently for sale are the second and third phases. In front of the sales office model display, the female sales agent held a laser pointer as she introduced the real estate project. Our community has supporting facilities like a kindergarten, hospital, park, and public school. Her mouth never stopped as she kept talking. Both of these buildings have units around 100 square meters. Remembering Zhang Li's requirements, the saleswoman finally stopped the laser pointer on 2 buildings. Although Zhang Li had dark skin, the experienced saleswoman sensed a hint of construction site vibe from him. But, as a salesperson, she didn't care about a buyer's temperament. As long as they were ready to buy, Zhang Li, with clear goals and specific requests, was exactly the type of customer likely to purchase. So she gave it her all. Are these move-in ready? Looking at the 2 buildings being introduced, and after asking about the average price of 17,000 yuan per square meter, Zhang Li asked slowly, yes. All ready to move in, fully furnished. Excited by Zhang Li's interest, the saleswoman became even more eager. The more questions like that, the more likely he would buy. All right, I'll take this one, Building 28, Unit 2802. Before the saleswoman could react, Zhang Li nodded and picked a unit. Ha! She was momentarily stunned. Okay. Right this way, sir. 1 second later, seeing Zhang Li nod again, the saleswoman quickly guided him to the signing area. Such a straightforward buyer. She'd never seen one. Didn't even look at the model unit. Just bought? What kind of rich guy is this? Amid envious looks from colleagues, the saleswoman rushed forward with Zhang Li. Cash? A few minutes later, after copying Zhang Li's ID and other documents, the saleswoman was dumbfounded again as he zipped open his suitcase. Inside the suitcase, neatly stacked bundles of red banknotes. The sheer visual impact made the saleswoman swallow hard. Full payment, no loan needed. Urged by Zhang Li, the shocked saleswoman quickly came to her senses, and together with finance staff, counted out 1.7 million yuan in cash from the suitcase. Sir, I'll take you over. The deed will be ready in at most a month. Before that, this purchase contract holds full legal weight. Holding a stack of documents, the saleswoman led Zhang Li to inspect the apartment. Good. With 1.7 million yuan gone, Zhang Li's suitcase was now empty. He pulled the much lighter suitcase, holding the new keys, and quickly entered Building 35, Unit 1, 28th floor. Click. Guided by the saleswoman, Zhang Li opened the door and began inspecting the apartment. As a real estate industry expert, he expertly knocked and tested areas of the apartment. Very quickly, he identified various hidden or substandard issues. Then, the saleswoman behind him was even more stunned. Earlier, seeing Zhang Li with a suitcase of cash, she guessed maybe he was a coal boss or something. But now, watching him easily spot flaws and deliver pinpoint assessments, the saleswoman felt he might be even more professional than their chief inspector. All right, your apartment has many defects, but I won't have you fix them, I'll do it myself. However, you must include 3 years of free property management. Zhang Li didn't ask the real estate company to fix the problems he identified. Too much hassle, too time-consuming, he'd fix them when he had time. But he used that as leverage to get 3 years of free property service. Still dazed by Zhang Li's professional talk, the saleswoman responded blankly. Go apply for it. If you don't give me 3 years of service, I can bring up more issues. Like floor leveling, insulation thickness, national cement standards. Knowing she had no authority, Zhang Li said no more. He told the saleswoman to pass his message to her higher-ups. Okay. Goodbye, Mr. Zhang. Having been thoroughly schooled by Zhang Li's knowledge, the saleswoman left the apartment in a daze. Usually, she lectured the clients. This time, she got the lecture. Damn. A minute later, just after seeing the saleswoman off at the elevator, Zhang Li was about to return to his new apartment to handle other things. But the moment he entered the hallway, he froze. Building 35, Unit 1 had a layout of 2 elevators for 4 units, 4 households per floor. He had bought one of the 2 smaller middle units. On each end were units 01 and 04, larger 143 SQM units. Zhang Li didn't expect to turn into the hallway and see Unit 01's door open. A graceful, curvy woman was standing in the doorway, looking at him in surprise. And he was staring right back, stunned. Quan Pei-jun, a married woman Zhang Li had met twice, added on WeChat, and who claimed to be a jewelry designer. Just moments ago, hearing someone next door, Quan Pei-jun opened her door to meet the new neighbor. But she never expected to see Zhang Li. She now knew that Zhang Li was not a property worker from her old community. Today, She had just come to clean her new place and unexpectedly ran into Zhongli. Seeing her, Zhongli was speechless. Totally unexpected. What a coincidence. Well, as a property worker, isn't it normal for me to buy a place in another neighborhood? He hadn't expected that the apartment he bought to hide stuff would end up next to Quan Peijuan's. Zhongli was speechless. You're not a property worker. I called to check with the office. Who are you? My brother is in security. Confess now or I'll have him investigate you. Realizing Zhongli was still lying, Quan Peijun shouted out loud, "Crap!" Zhongli, hearing that, instantly panicked. He'd visited her home twice. He hadn't expected his identity to be exposed already. He didn't know Quan Peijuan's brother was in security. If they really investigated, posing as property staff to enter her home without permission, he could be detained. Wait, hold on, let me explain. Seeing Quan Peijuan's guarded expression, the helpless Zhongli had no choice but to come clean. He hadn't planned to deal with this now, but given the circumstances, he had no choice but to be honest. My name is Zhongli. Your husband is Qian Liming, right? My ex-wife is Zhang Shufeng. I found a wallet at home. That's how I got your address and went over to investigate. Talking non-stop, Zhongli told her everything, and to make her believe him, he even took out the USB drive with videos of Qian Liming's hookups, plugged it into her computer, and showed her the evidence. Half an hour later, Zhongli and Quan Peijun fast-forwarded through the hidden videos on her computer. The explicit scenes made both of them swallow hard. Zhongli was burning inside. Turning his head, he saw the same look of arousal in Quan Peijuan's misty eyes. Brother Zhang, you want revenge, don't you? Seeing the fire in his eyes, Quan Peijuan's face turned red. Her delicate hand lifted and touched Zhongli between the legs. Quan Peijun had sensed it, that her husband Qian Liming was fooling around outside. She had even once heard him call out Zhang Shufeng in his sleep. However, whenever she confronted him, Qian Liming always dodged with lies and swore all sorts of things to cover it up. He was so slippery that she never caught any concrete evidence. But now, she had seen the video with her own eyes. She even met one of the people in the video, Zhang Shufeng's ex-husband. Quan Peijuan's suppressed anger erupted all at once. The videos they were watching had timestamps. Comparing those with the times Qian Liming had told her he was on business trips, at dinners, or out on official work, Quan Peijun now knew he had been lying. He wasn't out for work. He was doing that. Even more, based on what Zhongli told her, she started to wonder whether Qian Liming and Zhang Shufeng had 3 children together. It's important to note, Qian Liming, in some sense, was a live-in son-in-law. His municipal construction business had only succeeded because of Quan Peijuan's father, who worked in a regulatory department in the construction industry. And when Qian ran into trouble in business, it was her elder brother, working in local security, who stepped in to help. This man had risen thanks to her family, yet dared to do something like this. Now, with solid evidence, Quan Peijun made up her mind to divorce him right after watching the first video. At this moment, to balance the fury in her heart, before divorcing him, she wanted to give Qian Liming a big fat green hat. I, Quan Peijun, am not unwanted. I've just been a loyal wife. You haven't touched me in 2 or 3 years, there are plenty who will. Her emotions were boiling from the video, heart racing, feeling like it might leap out of her mouth. Quan Peijun raised her hand. Last night, she had dreamed of him. Under the light bulb, she saw Zhongli's 6-pack abs in that dream. Now, those abs had reappeared along with the proof. Fueled by undeniable evidence and the video stimulation, Quan Peijun completely let go. Brother Zhang, we're both good people. Good people shouldn't be bullied. Zhongli heard her breathy, heated words. And Zhongli, still worked up from earlier at the hospital with Lu Yasi, plus half a year of abstinence due to business trips. Under the pressure of the video stimulation and Quan Peijuan's advance, he couldn't hold back. Yesterday, when she bent over to change the light bulb, that image flashed in his mind again. Everything fell into place naturally. Whoosh! Quan Peijun sat on the computer desk, arms wrapped around Zhongli's neck. The battle began on the desk and ended before the floor-to-ceiling window. Brother Yang, let's go wash up, Quan Peijun said softly. Yeah. Zhongli, with his strong body, lifted her up easily. After 2 rounds, he had to lie down and rest for quite a while to regain his strength. Even walking to the bathroom, his waist and back still ached. On the other hand, while Zhongli felt drained, Quan Peijun looked radiant, her skin glowing with red marks. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. 5 minutes later, Kwon Pei-jun's phone suddenly rang. Pick it up. Kwon looked back at Zhongli, and he gave a low grunt in response. Why'd you take so long to answer? Where are you? It was Chen Liming's voice on the other end. Where are you? When are you coming back? Holding her chin with her left hand, Kwon Pei-jun tried to steady her breath. I'll be back the day after tomorrow, still on a business trip. Big brother just called me. I told him I'm out of town, ask him what it was about later. Chen Liming's voice was full of impatience. Ah. Covering her mouth quickly, Kwon Pei-jun answered, okay. What are you doing? The strange noise made Chen suspicious. Running, Kwon replied quickly. There's no good materials lately, no inspiration for jewelry design. I'm bored, so I went running alone. Alright, got it. Afraid Zhang Li might do something unpredictable. Kwon added another excuse and then hung up. And then, Brother Zhang, why did you buy a new house? An hour later, on the sofa, a sweat imprint of a human figure remained. Kwon Pei-jun shifted her position and asked Zhang Li. Their encounter had all happened due to Zhang Li buying this place. Mei Chem bought it to store things. Zhang Li replied lazily, completely relaxed now. Ring ring. Just as the satisfied Kwon was about to ask more, her phone rang again. Big brother? Got it. I'll come find you now. After the call, Kwon regretfully told Zhang Li she had to go out. Okay, let's stay in touch on WeChat. If you need any more pipe repairs, just call me anytime. Zhang Li echoed a playful phrase from earlier. And the beautiful married woman Kwon Pei-jun wasn't even shy. She gave Zhang Li a deep kiss. Phew. 3 minutes later, back in his own apartment next door, Zhang Li exhaled deeply as he started planning what to buy for his new place. After a satisfying release, it was time to think. Although the apartment was fully furnished, he still needed to buy appliances and such. Ring ring ring. Just then, Zhang Li got a call too. The Bitcoin and gold have been sold. I converted everything into 1 million yuan and transferred it to your card. The call was from Li Hanxiang. With his broad connections, he had already turned the Bitcoin and gold bars Zhang Li gave him into cash. And he even rounded it up to a full million. Great, thanks. Zhang Li didn't say much, just acknowledged and hung up. Whoa, what the hell? Right after the call, before doing anything else, Zhang Li suddenly shouted out in shock. Ding! Detected someone who truly likes the host. This person can be developed into a treasure hunting agent. Treasure hunting agents may include, but are not limited to, family, friends, brothers, partners, etc. Treasure hunting agent can provide an additional daily treasure scan based on their range of movement. Note, items detected by the agent can only be used by the agent. Otherwise, the system will self-destruct. Treasure hunting agent, Kwon Pei-jun. Intimacy level, 20. Bonus treasure scan attempts, 1. Under Zhang Li's stunned gaze, his system opened automatically, lines of text quickly scrolling across the screen. Treasure hunting agent? Zhang Li already knew his treasure hunting system had many features he still needed to explore. He had felt that the daily 3 treasure scans were too few. He never expected. In the blink of an eye, he'd discover a way to increase the number of scans. Intimacy level? The higher the intimacy, the more bonus treasure scans? Staring at the words on the system panel, Zhang Li widened his eyes in surprise. He knew perfectly well what he had just done with Kwon Pei-jun. He never thought that such an act would activate a new function and increase the number of treasure hunts. So, I need to keep getting closer with Kwon Pei-jun? As long as intimacy increases, I get more scans? Thinking of Kwon Pei-jun's smooth and full skin, Zhang Li grinned. This new feature of the system had changed the direction of his efforts entirely. Those who genuinely like me can be activated as treasure hunting agents? If relatives, brothers, or friends truly care about me, they can also become agents? Then why haven't my parents become agents? Looking further into the panel text, Zhang Li confirmed there were conditions to activate a treasure hunting agent. Otherwise, his genuinely caring parents would have already qualified. Even his close brother Li Hanxiang could have qualified. Does it relate to gender and appearance? Zhang Li couldn't help but speculate. Kwon Pei-jun's appearance and figure were among the top of the people he'd met. So far, only Lu Yasi, whom he encountered at the hospital, might surpass Kwon Pei-jun. So aside from increasing intimacy with Kwon Pei-jun, I can unlock new treasure hunting agents? Zhang Li continued to analyze the system's logic. Judging by Kwon Pei-jun's looks and body, he estimated her score to be above 90. In real life, women with a 90+ rating were rare. Perhaps only 1 in 5 or 6 campus beauties would reach that level. Even many so-called online goddesses or influencers might only rate around 70 or 80. Some famous actresses, even they might not reach a 90. Among the women I've met, aside from Kwon Pei-jun, only Lu Yasi is definitely over 90. There's also that doctor from her office, Meng Wanning, she might score above 92, depending on her body. These thoughts raced through Zhang Li's mind. Originally, as someone with a treasure hunting system, his focus was solely on finding treasures. But with the sudden activation of the treasure hunting agent feature, he had to shift part of his attention elsewhere. Sharpening the axe won't delay the job, it was simple. More treasure scans meant more treasure faster. He used to complain about the low number of daily scans. But now, after just one passionate session with Kwon Pei-jun, he had a new way to increase them. Totally unexpected. If I had 3 or even 5 treasure hunting agents, would more system features unlock? Based on the feature description, Zhang Li formed a new hypothesis. However, he'd need to test more to find out. After all, that kind of intimate interaction was very personal and not exactly easy to come by. The secret medicine under Danfeng Gate, I need to get it. That medicine boosts kidney strength and improves skin tone. Thinking about the intimate activity, Zhang Li recalled a previously detected secret medicine located under the walls of Daming Palace. To handle more treasure hunting agents, he needed iron kidneys and a steel waist. Just now, after 3 rounds with Kwon Pei-jun, he had to rest. If he added more agents in the future, his body would need to keep up. Conveniently, that secret medicine could strengthen his constitution. Also, though his body was fine, his tan skin looked dark and rough, not appealing. Everyone likes good looks. He needed to whiten his skin. And the secret medicine under the palace wall had both kidney strengthening and skin beautifying effects. Phew, taking a deep breath, Zhang Li calmed himself. Originally, his next goal was to make money and handle his father's multi-million yuan medical bills. Now, this newly activated system feature gave him a whole new life mission. Swish! Just minutes into his thoughts, Zhang Li saw his system panel automatically open again. Lines of text streamed out. Ding! New treasure hunting agent feature detected and activated. First scan auto test initializing. Ding! Today's treasure hunting agent scan completed. Your agent Kwon Pei-jun passed by Fumantang Auction House today. Minimap scan detected. Hall 57 in Fumantang Jade Auction, an uncut jade boulder with rough exterior and fine interior, from the Myanmar Mosisha mine. Contains 2 kilograms of full green high ice jadeite. Note, treasures detected by agents are for their exclusive use only. The newly activated feature performed its first scan automatically. Zhang Li saw that the treasure info this time was based on Kwon Pei-jun's location. As a jewelry designer, she had just passed by a certain auction house today, and the system detected a treasure at her location. Full green high ice jadeite. Before, Zhang Li wouldn't dare touch such a luxury item, but having watched some treasure hunting streams before, he knew about jadeite stories. He remembered that full green high ice jadeite is priced by the gram. Swish! After waiting a while with no more system messages, Zhang Li opened his computer to search for jadeite prices. Unfortunately, most online results were just ads, no reliable sources. Frustrated, he turned to searching info on Fumantang Auction House. He thought about calling Li Hanxiang to ask about it, but to his surprise, Hanxiang didn't pick up. Instead, he sent a WeChat reply, busy, dealing with ex-wife stuff. Zhang Li, knowing Hanxiang had 3 ex-wives, didn't want to disturb him further. Are you there? Half an hour later, still unable to find the info he needed online, Zhang Li messaged Kwon Pei-jun. Since she had passed Fumantang, she might know the place. Also, the system clearly stated that treasures found by treasure hunting agents were only usable by that agent. So for this new branch of the system to work, he needed Kwon Pei-jun's cooperation. The very first agent scanned treasure. He had to get it. Do you have any new discoveries? 2 hours later, after Zhang Li had electrified Kwon Pei-jun's body again, he tried to ask if Kwon Pei-jun, who had become a treasure hunting agent, had also activated any panels. New discoveries? Brother Zhang, you're so powerful. Completely smitten, Kwon Pei-jun replied weakly. After you've made me like this, can we still go to that Fumantang auction? Kwon Pei-jun, now a treasure hunting agent, had not activated any new panel. All the system panel information remained visible only on Zhang Li's device. Ding! Treasure hunting agent Kwon Pei-jun, intimacy +1. Seeing the intimacy level increase by 1 point because of his actions, Zhang Li nodded, then placed his hand on a patch of pale white snow. A few hours earlier, after enacting their arrangement, Kwon Pei-jun returned next door to Zhang Li's room. Then, with kindling and flame, the two had another passionate encounter. What pleased Zhang Li most was that after exerting himself, Kwon Pei-jun's intimacy level indeed rose. His method of increasing intimacy was absolutely correct. During their recent encounter, Zhang Li asked Kwon Pei-jun about the Fumantang auction house. He learned that it was the mainland branch of a major Hong Kong auction house. Every 3 months, they held a private, high-end, invitation-only auction in various major cities. Kwon Pei-jun, as a jewelry designer, and the daughter of a minor official in Chang'an City, had been invited yesterday to preview the auction items. Tonight just happened to be the official Fumantang auction. Zhang Li expressed a desire to attend, and Kwon Pei-jun was more than willing. Already enthralled by Zhang Li's abs and strength, she felt she couldn't stay away. Anyway, she had decided to divorce Qian Liming. With the video evidence, she was unbeatable from the start. Leading Zhang Li to the auction was no problem. Coincidentally, her brother had called earlier about the Fumantang auction. He said a wealthy mother in Chang'an City had a birthday coming up soon. Many local wealthy people wanted to buy something novel at auction for her. Kwon Pei-jun's father at the construction bureau could not attend to avoid conflict of interest, and they had originally planned to send Qian Liming, her husband. But since he was on a business trip, they entrusted the matter to her own brother, who works in public security. But her brother was busy chasing a bad man selling flour and had no time. Earlier, he had called Kwon Pei-jun about it. Kwon Pei-jun was going anyway, and Zhang Li asking to accompany her was perfectly fine. Slap. Seeing Kwon Pei-jun's languid expression, Zhang Li raised his palm and gave her a sharp slap. Ah! A red mark appeared as Kwon Pei-jun instinctively arched her back. Zhang Li's spank had a strange, thrilling effect. She liked being spanked. Alright, get up. His slap snapped Kwon Pei-jun back to attention. Zhang Li didn't want them to arrive late at the auction. Help me get dressed. Recovering some strength, Kwon Pei-jun became seductive. Sister Zhu. I made it. That little rich second-generation guy suddenly invited me, said he wants to take me to a small auction. So high-end. In the neurology office at Rinxin Hospital, Meng Wanning suddenly leaned toward Zhu Xiuna. Beautiful and smart since childhood, Meng Wanning dreamed of marrying into wealth. She had the looks and the means. That's why Meng Wanning paid close attention to every patient and family's financial situation in the department. To marry rich, she was very meticulous. She held the WeChat contact info of many rich second-generation heirs. But she had not hurried herself forward. She still had her first time to maintain. There were too many pretenders. She knew well that she must confirm who was truly wealthy and who was a poser before committing. Otherwise, she would give herself away for nothing. Just a moment ago, one of her wealthy second-gen pools invited her to a small auction. Hearing the auction's background and invitees from the rich heir, Meng Wanning excitedly leaned over to Zhu Xiuna. Go! Seeing Meng Wanning's look, Zhu Xiuna waved her hand and approved her leave. If not knowing Meng Wanning's goals and ambition, or that she looked almost as good as Zhang Ziyan, Zhu Xiuna wouldn't give her such favorable treatment. But knowing this girl had clear aims and wouldn't affect the department, she was happy to support her. Of course, Meng Wanning was good at speaking, not like the cold and socially distant Lu Yasi, who kept to herself. Dr. Lu watched the patients wanting treats. Seeing Lu Yasi lost in thought nearby, Zhu Xiuna assigned her to cover. Thanks, Yasi. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Meng Wanning, hurriedly taking off her coat to change for her date, kissed Lu Yasi lightly and dashed out of the office. Swish! Lu Yasi, lost in thought, wiped her face and stared at the departing Meng Wanning for a long time. Actually, she wanted to be like Meng Wanning, adept socially. Too bad, she didn't know how. Night. The busiest business district in Chang'an City. A renowned 5-star hotel had tight security inside and out. Zhang Li, casually wearing a hoodie and carrying a backpack, smiled as he stepped into the elevator. Ahead of him was Kwon Pei-jun, completely bundled in a down coat. Beside them, a security guard checked their invitation. One invitation could admit 2 people, and Kwon Pei-jun's invitation included Zhang Li, no problem. Ding! Soon, the elevator reached the 48th floor, the top level. The guard, indicating they had arrived, stepped back into the elevator to await more guests. Zhang Li's dark skin and casual clothes didn't bother the guard. This was a private, authentic auction. Not some celebrity-filled charity event meant for show. Formal attire wasn't mandatory. Exiting the elevator, Zhang Li saw an immense hall before him. The entire floor, several thousand square meters, had been opened up, golden and splendid, full of pearls and jade beauty. Various items displayed luxuriously, some on fine pedestals, others enclosed like museum artifacts in glass cylinders. Zhongli saw. In the very center stood a small auction stage. Around it were all types of items waiting for auction: jewelry, bracelets, cultural relics, calligraphy, porcelain, etc., and many raw jade stones. By each item stood female servers dressed in qipao. At this moment, a sparse number of guests were checking out the items. I'm an independent jewelry designer. I mainly want to buy some jade stones to create custom designs. Seeing Zhang Li glance around, Quan Peijun pulled him toward the area with more jade items. Great! As Zhang Li walked, he stared at the lot numbers one by one. He noticed that, unlike other areas with finished products, in the jade stones section, not only were there already cut stones where you could fully see inside, but there were also half-cut ones, and completely untouched jadeite boulders still covered in natural skin. This is the gamble stone method from Kaiyun, Yunnan. It's just for fun. These uncut boulders have already been filtered before being brought here. You won't get anything good from them. I mainly buy the cut stones. Seeing Zhang Li's attention fixed on the uncut jadeite, Quan Peijun quietly explained. Because of online short video hype, everyone knew about gambling on jadeite. To increase interest and popularity, auction houses added raw jadeite lots a few years ago. But as someone in the business, Quan Peijun knew it was just for show. Most uncut stones are just for participants to have fun. They've already been resold by professionals several times before. There's no way you'll find one that suddenly cracks open with a treasure like in novels or videos. In recent years, most jade boulders auctioned here have lost money when cut. Only a rare few turn a profit. It's basically entertainment. Can I buy this uncut boulder directly? Understanding Quan Peijun's meaning, Zhang Li remained calm. He trusted his treasure hunting system. At this moment, he had already located the lot number 57 in the system's description. It was a face basin-sized, extremely ugly oval raw jadeite. However, this huge ugly stone wasn't on a table, but in its own glass case. Zhang Li also saw the starting price under the stone, 100,000 yuan. Believing his system's detection, Zhang Li wanted to see if he could buy the raw jadeite before it went on auction. It depends. If it's on a table, you can buy it in advance at a buy it now price, about double the starting price. But raw stones in glass cases can't be bought in advance, they must go through the auction round. Quan Peijun whispered, "What's the background of this stone?" Zhang Li frowned and asked a staff member standing by the lot case. "Sir, this stone was part of our first auction in Chang'an. It's been there for 10 years. It's a historical stone for our auction house, so it has its own case and comes with a high price." Hearing Zhang Li's question, the staff answered pleasantly. Because uncut stones are just for fun, they're usually inexpensive, most under 10,000 yuan, some reaching 30,000 to 40,000 yuan at highest. But lot 57, placed in a glass case, large in size with a starting price of 100,000, had a story behind it. Great! With firm resolve, Zhang Li narrowed his eyes and nodded. The story doesn't matter, what matters is there's something inside. Swish! Seeing that the target couldn't be bought early, Zhang Li moved his gaze with Quan Peijun to other jade items. What kind of green is that? Imperial green? Seeing Quan Peijun inspect a cut, bright green, walnut-sized jadeite, Zhang Li asked curiously. He had spent the afternoon searching online for jadeite info, but seeing it in person and under lighting, the color difference was huge. Hearing Zhang Li's question, both Quan and a female staff nearby laughed. That's called parrot green. It's several grades below imperial green. Imperial green jadeite won't show up in this area. Not knowing Zhang Li's finances, Quan explained with a smile. Hearing that, Zhang Li looked at the tag showing 50,000 yuan and asked, "How much for high ice emerald green jadeite?" Before Quan could answer, the nearby staff woman said with a smile, "Sir, emerald green is the same grade as imperial green, top level of green jadeite. For high ice, prices range from 3,000 yuan to tens of thousands per gram." The staff, seeing from Zhang Li's question that he knew nothing about jade, and observing his appearance and Quan Peijun with him, still couldn't guess their relationship. Great! Hearing the price, Zhang Li again nodded subtly. According to his system, the 2 kilograms of emerald green high ice jadeite in lot 57, at minimum 3,000 yuan per gram, is worth 6 million yuan. If the quality is higher, it could reach tens of millions. I can buy the stone, but it has to be a gift to Quan Peijun. Spending tens of millions as a gift is quite rich. But I have no choice. System rules say treasures found by an agent can only go to that agent, but I should gain some intimacy points from it. More importantly, I can verify the system's new function. Knowing the target's location and value, Zhongli followed Quan Peijun while thinking of his plan. Obviously, this raw stone, known only to him, had to be bought with his own money. He couldn't expect Quan Peijun to pay. I still have 180,000 yuan in cash. That should be enough. Shaking his shoulder and feeling his bag, Zhongli whispered to himself. Of the 2.18 million yuan in the hospital director's secret room, 300,000 went to his father's VIP room fee, 1.7 million to buy the apartment. The remaining 180,000 was now in his bag. Of course, aside from this cash, his bank account held another 1 million yuan from Li Hanxiang. I'll gift you a stone? While walking around the jadeite area, Zhongli suddenly said to Quan Peijun, "Okay." Not understanding at first, Quan replied without turning around. She thought he would give her some small jade worth 10,000 yuan. Which one? Seeing Zhongli had more to say, Quan asked. Secret. Zhongli smiled slightly. He knew tonight was important. He had to set things up in advance. Because jadeite auctions are for fun, the auction catalog explains that if you win a raw stone, it must be cut on site for everyone's entertainment, and there may even be live gambling on the stone after cutting. The Lot 57 stone, possibly worth tens of millions, would definitely be cut tonight. Since he could only gift it to Quan Peijun, he laid his plans in advance. Good. Hearing Zhang Li's secret, Quan tucked a tissue from his pocket in a seductive gesture. The path into a woman's heart is one, and Zhang Li had already entered Quan's path more than once. As time passed, the auction hall became more filled. But the self-proclaimed elite here weren't chatting messily, it was an orderly bustle. What surprised Zhang Li was, as he passed a glass case, he unexpectedly saw someone he knew. Meng Wanning, the neurology doctor from Renai Eye Hospital, colleague of Lu Yasi, the other possible 90-plus rated woman Zhang Li knew besides Quan Peijun. She had taken off her baggy coat and was wearing a proper evening dress, with light makeup, stunning under the auction hall lights. Zhang Li saw Meng Wanning at the same moment she saw him. In this glamorous venue, to suddenly see someone familiar. Even Meng Wanning didn't expect it. She looked at Zhang Li's casual hoodie and backpack, like a tourist, and didn't know how to react. When she first met Zhang Li, because of his dark skin and his father's migrant worker identity, she assumed he was a poor laborer. After all, dragons give birth to dragons, mice to mice. Sometimes even a dragon's son can be a mouse, let alone the son of a mouse. Her first impression of Zhang Li was poverty, but on their second meeting, her impression changed. Zhang Li had immediately upgraded his father's room to VIP and paid 300,000 yuan in one go. More importantly, he arranged a targeted cancer treatment costing tens of millions. Paying that much, not just anyone can do it. Even many billionaires couldn't easily bring out 20 or 30 million in cash. Because of Zhang Li's confidence and generosity, Meng Wanning had already started to pay attention to him. She never expected to run into him tonight, while attending a high-end event with a rich second-generation heir. But now, Zhang Li's outfit was still so casual. She wasn't sure if he was disguised, or if he was such a big shot that he didn't need to dress up for a high-end event. Ah, Mr. Zhang. What a coincidence. Her mind racing, Meng Wanning quickly composed herself and smiled at Zhang Li. Regardless, she needed to keep an eye on a possible wealthy man. If he really was rich, making a good impression was absolutely necessary. Hello, Dr. Meng. Zhang Li smiled and nodded. Wanning, who is he? At that moment, a young man in a suit with gelled hair approached, standing by Meng Wanning. Zhou Lifei had long had his eye on Meng Wanning, but she was too slippery, he couldn't catch her. This time, luckily he got an invitation he normally couldn't get, and he invited Meng Wanning along right away. Tonight, he planned to spend hundreds of thousands to show off his wealth and gift everything to Meng Wanning, hoping to win her over in one go. In this high-end event full of money and status, he thought his chance was high. Zhou didn't want any complications. He never expected Meng Wanning to run into someone she knew here, so he hurried over to check. Friend. Patient. Two different voices sounded. Meng Wanning answered friend. Zhang Li answered patient. They weren't close, but the different responses made the situation feel odd. Hello, Zhou Lifei, Deputy Director of State-Owned Enterprise. Zhou Lifei frowned slightly, extended his hand. Zhang Li, unemployed bum. Zhang Li casually shook his hand with Zhou Lifei. The system's treasure hunting agent function required him to pay attention to beautiful women like Meng Wanning. At this moment, Meng Wanning had removed her loose white coat, and her elegant evening dress highlighted her perfect curves. Zhang Li realized her overall score must be over 90. She was a valid candidate as a treasure hunting agent. He could not afford not to know her. Pleasure to meet you. Seeing Zhang Li's dark skin, Zhou Lifei offered a forced smile, shook hands, and turned to Meng Wanning. Wanning, it's almost 11 o'clock, the auction is starting. Shall we go? Okay. She nodded at Zhang Li and turned. Tonight she was with Zhou Lifei, so for the sake of politeness, she followed him. Is her figure better than mine? As soon as Meng Wanning left, Quan Peijun rushed over to Zhang Li's ear, breathing heavily and asking, "The auction has started." Rubbing his ears and glancing at Quan, Zhang Li pointed at the central stage. The auction began at 2300 hours, a time chosen by the organizers. Because it was a night session, many participants came with romantic partners. 2300 hours was perfect. On the circular stage in the center, stood a woman in a floral qipao, her long black hair tied casually behind. She looked professional and commanding. Friends, the auction now begins. The main items will be auctioned by me here. For the secondary lots, scan the app to bid directly. Under the lights, the auctioneer's voice was quick and clear. The main lots were those inside glass cases, not available for early purchase. The secondary lots were the tabletop items, which could be bought up front. Good. A diamond-inlaid emerald necklace. Starting bid 200,000. Soon. The auctioneer's voice echoed through the hall. The rhythm was now set by him. 210,000. 250,000. 260,000, 270,000. Because most people had reviewed the catalog before, and many had prepared, bids flew fast. At such a fast-paced scene, Zhang Li, a first-timer, felt his blood boil. Nearby, Meng Wanning also felt her heart racing with each bid. The atmosphere really affects one's mood. Good. Lot 121, lady, 480,000. Any higher? 480,000. One time. 480,000 too. Boom. At the auctioneer's countdown, the gavel fell sharply. Congratulations to Lady 121 for winning the diamond-inlaid emerald necklace. Please proceed to the private room for payment. After congratulating, the auctioneer quickly moved to the next item. One by one, gold or gemstone pieces were sold quickly. The cheapest ones went for just over 10,000. The highest-priced item so far had reached 590,000. Quan Peijun, focused on raw jade, didn't bid. She only placed a few small bids on cut jade pieces she liked via the app. Target-oriented Zhang Li also didn't bid. He was saving for the raw jade stone he wanted, knowing it would be cut live at the auction. No need to distract with anything else. Show off. Meanwhile, watching Zhang Li not bid, Zhou Lifei whisper scornfully called him a poser. Then, he generously spent 18,000 yuan to buy a small Qing dynasty porcelain plate. For you, as an oil dish. After winning, Zhou Lifei smiled and offered the plate to Meng Wanning. Thanks. Meng Wanning accepted it softly. She was also observing quietly, trying to assess Zhang Li's wealth. She was curious since he hadn't bid. Good. Now we enter the entertainment round. We will begin auctioning off uncut raw jade stones. After the stones are auctioned, they will be cut live. Before cutting, you can place bonus bets via the app. Of course, bets are small, max 1,000 yuan. Over an hour later, Zhang Li stirred with excitement. The stones he wanted were up next. Sigh, sigh, sigh. One rough jade stone after another, worth thousands to tens of thousands, was auctioned off and quickly opened on the spot. What the crowd of gamblers loved most was the live jade cutting. Unfortunately, to everyone's disappointment, every stone that was cut ended up being a loss. Not a single rough stone increased in value. This rough jade auction really was just for fun. Zhang Li noticed that the price of each rough stone was only about 10% higher than the starting bid. Nobody was stupid. Those who bid were either looking for good luck or trying to make their companions of the opposite sex laugh. No one competed. At worst, they'd just take one stone. Alright, next is rough stone number 57. This one is an old friend of ours. Very quickly, Zhang Li finally saw his target. As the auctioneer spoke, many in the crowd laughed. Zhang Li clenched the paddle in his hand a little tighter. Each invitation came with a bidding paddle. Ms. Chen, this stone has been here for 10 years, right? No one's bought it, yet it's still up for auction? Before number 57 stone even went up, someone jokingly shouted from below. This one's a senior employee, it's been here longer than I'd been at the company. It's always been priced like this. We have to keep auctioning it. The auctioneer rarely responded to customers, but this time she did. Very quickly. Her expression sharpened as she started the auction. Rough stone number 57, height 40 centimeters, width 32 centimeters, thickness 24 centimeters, weight 63 jin, about 31.5 kilograms, starting bid 100,000 yuan. The auctioneer's clear voice rang out. Shush. As her voice fell, the room went quiet. Here, bidding on rough stones was just for fun. Spending a few thousand or 10,000 was acceptable. But spending 100,000 yuan on a rough stone unlikely to yield any jade? No one was that foolish. This stone had been sitting here for years. If it had jade, someone would have taken it long ago. No way it would sit for 10 years. Alright, looks like this item will go unsold again. Seeing the situation, the auctioneer smiled, unsurprised. This scene was exactly what everyone expected. Selling this stone would be the real surprise. Just as she was about to announce that stone number 57 was unsold, the auctioneer suddenly froze. She saw someone raise a paddle. 100,000. Seeing Zhang Li raise the paddle and call the price, the auctioneer was stunned. But, as a professional, she quickly regained her composure. Alright, number 57 rough stone, bid of 100,000 from bidder number 91. The auctioneer's voice was excited. Selling this old, stinky stone was a huge success for her. Shush. With Zhang Li's move, Quan Peijun, beside him, immediately whitened her eyes and looked over. She had told Zhang Li about number 57, it was just a gimmick. This guy, what's he doing? Wasting money? Buying this for what? For you. How about it? Seeing Quan Peijun's surprised look, Zhang Li whispered to her ear. No need, you're just throwing money away. She hadn't expected the gift Zhang Li mentioned earlier to be this. She was touched but also helpless. If you're giving a gift, give something decent. I'm not some fresh graduate, you're giving me a 100,000 yuan blind box that's basically worthless. Is that necessary? Shush. As Quan Peijun was shocked, many others also turned to look. No one had expected that someone would actually buy that stone. If you want to gamble on jade, go to Yunnan or Myanmar. Spending this much in Chang'an to gamble on jade? You must be crazy. Even though everyone here was wealthy, no one would waste 100,000 for nothing. Rich people are even more careful with spending. In the crowd, seeing Zhang Li's move, Meng Wanning let out a soft gasp. Earlier, she had observed Zhang Li closely, noticing he wasn't interested in any item, and guessed he was just tagging along. She didn't expect that. In a blink, Zhang Li would spend 100,000 on a stone no one had faith in. Seeing Zhang Li and Quan Peijun whispering closely, she even guessed Zhang Li bought the stone to make a beauty smile. Damn! Beside her, Zhou Leifei, who had just spent 18,000 trying to impress Meng Wanning, was stunned when he saw her attention shift to Zhang Li's 100,000. He had planned to spend over 100,000 tonight to win her over, and now he was speechless. 110,000. Seeing Zhang Li's move grab everyone's attention, including Meng Wanning's, Zhou Leifei raised his hand and shouted. He planned to buy a stone too. If he was going to spend over 100,000 anyway, then he might as well spend it flashily. That would make a bigger impression. Meng Wanning's attention had to stay on him. Shush. As expected. With Zhou Leifei's shout, everyone looked at him. Now there were two suckers? This was getting interesting. Everyone was ready to watch the drama. For you. Seeing the attention, Zhou Leifei gave Meng Wanning a proud smile. He wanted to use money to break through her defenses. Come into my arms, darling. Your rich bro has plenty of cash. Bidder number 213 bids 110,000. 110,000. Take home a rough stone with 10 years of history and sentimental value. The auctioneer didn't expect someone to actually raise the bid. Her voice picked up with excitement. 120,000. Zhang Li hadn't expected someone to join in. He looked at Zhou Leifei with surprise and continued bidding. I shouldn't have chatted with Meng Wanning. Seeing Zhou Leifei's behavior, Zhang Li instantly realized his mistake. Still, he wasn't giving up on the stone. 130,000. Zhou Leifei shouted again. 140,000. Zhang Li calmly followed. Stop it. Don't bid anymore. After Zhang Li quickly raised twice, Quan Peijun grabbed his hand and shook it. 150,000. Seeing her move, Zhou Leifei eyed Zhang Li warily and shouted again. 150,000 was his limit. He had only brought less than 200,000 tonight. He had a bit more in savings, but going beyond that was over budget. 160,000. Zhang Li continued. A jade worth tens of millions, this was nothing yet. Watching Zhang Li's actions, the crowd was thrilled. They loved watching someone splurge like this. Damn, is someone setting me up? Seeing the clearly hyped up atmosphere, first-timer Zhou Leifei got suspicious. Reaching his budget woke him up. He turned, looked at the stunned Meng Wanning, and suddenly shouted, "Wait! I demand proof of funds. This guy looks like a laborer, I want him to show he has the money." Zhou Leifei shouted loudly. Whoosh! Though rude, his request was reasonable. Others eager for drama nodded approvingly. After all, if the auction was just for show, and he couldn't pay, and the stone wasn't cut, it would ruin the fun. "Sorry, sir, by rules, we must verify if requested." Soon, at the auctioneer's signal, several female staff came to Zhang Li. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhang Li opened his backpack and took out stacks of cash. Ha! Zhang Li's cash stunned everyone, not just because someone brought cash to an auction, but in this day and age, hardly anyone uses cash anymore. What's with a whole backpack of it? Cash isn't allowed? Seeing the stunned staff, Zhang Li shrugged. Yes, of course it is. Sir, your funds are sufficient. After counting Zhang Li's 180,000 yuan, staff confirmed all was fine. 190,000. Showing off with cash, did you find that money? Before the auctioneer could speak again, Zhou Leifei shouted another bid. He saw Zhang Li only had 180,000 in cash. His 190,000 bid was over budget, but it cornered Zhang Li. Overspending a little was worth it. Tonight, he had to win in front of Meng Wanning. 200,000. However, to Zhou Leifei's shock, Zhang Li immediately shouted 200,000. Who said I only had cash? I've got a card too. As Zhou Leifei stood stunned, Zhang Li waved his bank card. Bidder number 91 offers 200,000. 200,000. Any higher bids? After easily verifying the bank card, the auctioneer stood at the podium, bent slightly, and looked around, hoping to encourage more bids. A stone that had gone unsold for 10 years was now selling for twice the starting price. Her commission would be very high. Excited, the auctioneer looked around and intentionally gestured toward Zhou Leifei's position. Unfortunately, the moment Zhang Li took out his bank card, Zhou Leifei backed off. Seeing Zhang Li's cash earlier, he thought Zhang Li would only use cash to bid. At this moment, realizing the truth, and having exceeded his budget, Zhou Leifei stopped bidding immediately. He shrank back and quietly told Meng Wanning they'd bid on something else instead. No need to be the sucker. 200,000, first call. 200,000, second call. The auctioneer deliberately delayed, hoping someone else would step in, but after scanning around a few more times, she realized no one else would bid. She knew this was the limit. Hurry up. Start cutting. I bet 1,000 it would be a loss. Even if the odds are just 0.01, $10 is still money. Seeing the auctioneer delay hammering the sale, some spectators quietly urged her on. Alright, 200,000 T. Bang! Just as the auctioneer was about to call third and close the sale, the quiet auction hall doors were suddenly slammed open. Everyone turned their heads in surprise and saw a buzzcut, chubby, middle-aged man who looked around 50 or 60 walk in with a group of people. Whoa, old President Su? What's he doing here? A big shot like him coming to this place? Seeing the man enter in a hurry, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Soon, many recognized the newcomer as one of the top 3 richest people in China. Old President Su. He had entered the photovoltaic industry 10 years ago, following national development policies, and now his fortune was in the tens of billions. Although this auction was supposedly high-end, it only dealt with items worth around 1 million yuan. Real tycoons didn't attend. Now, seeing old President Su in person stunned everyone. 266,666. Old President Su entered. Someone quickly reported to him, then immediately raised a paddle. He was bidding on rough stone number 57? That sudden bid of over 260,000 shocked everyone, including Zhang Li. What the hell? As everyone turned to look at him after the new bid, Zhang Li was stunned too. He didn't expect such a heavyweight to step in suddenly. This was weird. Where did he come from? What does he want? Zhang Li already knew who old President Su was, but he couldn't figure out why this man was suddenly trying to grab the stone from him. Could it be that old President Su also had a treasure hunting system? That he knew there was something inside the stone? Looking up, he glanced at Quan Peijun next to him, and thinking about how this stone was worth at least 10 million, Zhang Li closed his eyes and raised his hand again. 300,000. Whoa! Zhang Li's words sent a wave of shock through the room. If it weren't for the auction rules banning photos, someone would have already started filming short videos with titles like, "Reckless Youth Dares to Challenge Chang'an's Richest Man. What are you doing?" With everyone stunned, even Kwon Pei-jun was startled. This was just for fun. Was it necessary to compete with a giant like old President Sue? Could you even beat him? Zhang Li's move also surprised the man bidding on behalf of old President Sue. Someone was challenging him? Face to face? Was this young man for real? What the hell? This guy must be crazy. He's not here to buy anything, he's here to burn money. Seeing Zhang Li's behavior, Zhou Lifei, who had backed down earlier, came back to life. He excitedly whispered bad things about Zhang Li to Meng Wanning. It wasn't that he didn't have the money. He had just seen through this guy's insanity. Competing with old President Sue? You've got to be nuts. 666,666 yuan. A few seconds of silence later. Under everyone's stunned gaze, old President Sue waved his hand, and his representative bid again. My old friend's mother is having a big birthday. I just flew back from overseas and didn't have time to prepare a gift. I heard there was an auction here, so I came by. I heard this stone has been around for 10 years, same age as my company. It's quite meaningful. This stone has a story, so I want to buy it and give it to my elder. After the new bid, old President Sue stood up and calmly explained. Such a big shot giving an explanation was generous face-saving for everyone. 1 million. Unfortunately, to everyone's shock, Zhang Li raised his paddle again. Just as old President Sue finished speaking, he even raised the price to 10 times the starting bid. Swish, swish, swish. With Zhang Li's new bid, everyone's jaws dropped, even old President Sue. This young man? What's going on? Has a problem with me? Dares to compete? Is he crazy or some hidden rich heir? Never heard of him before, and he doesn't look like any of the old money kids I know. Forget it. I don't want it anymore. I'll look for something else. 3 seconds later, old President Sue suddenly laughed. He waved his hand and withdrew from the bidding. He realized that Zhang Li was trying to buy the stone to give to him, as a way to curry favor. This young man's flattery was understandable, but his method was full of flaws. For old President Sue, this kind of favor wasn't worth accepting. Announce it. Having decided not to accept any gift from Zhang Li, old President Sue turned to instruct the auctioneer. Alright. Lot number 57, final price, 1 million. 1 million, first call. 1 million, second call. 1 million, third call. Bang! Sold. Under the powerful aura of old President Sue, the auctioneer quickly finalized the sale. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, Zhang Li completed the card payment. It's done. After swiping his card, Zhang Li let out a long breath. Spending 1 million, he succeeded. He successfully misled old President Sue. The stone was finally his. Earlier, seeing a billionaire like old President Sue make a move, he knew there was no way he could win this treasure with normal means. In terms of wealth, no one could match old President Sue. But inside this stone was jade worth at least 6 million, possibly 50 or 60 million, or even over 100 million. He couldn't give it up. More importantly, this was the first treasure detected by his new treasure seeker system feature. He had to get it to test certain system rules. With all these reasons, Zhang Li couldn't abandon the bid. Desperate, he started with a direct bid of 1 million, giving an unstoppable impression that led old President Sue to believe Zhang Li was trying to curry favor. He had it all planned. If he succeeded, all was well. If he failed, then it was fate. He only had 1 million total anyway. He would have done his best. Luckily, his plan worked. Jumping from 666k to 1 million sealed the deal. Idiot, trying to suck up to old President Sue? Haven't you read his biography? Elsewhere, Zhou Lifei and many others quickly guessed Zhang Li's intention, but they all knew Zhang Li would never succeed. Old President Sue hated flattery the most. Just as everyone waited to see Zhang Li bring the stone to old President Sue and get rejected, they were stunned again. They saw Zhang Li instead sent the stone straight to the cutting area. He was going to cut it? What was going on? Wasn't it for old President Sue? Even the security that old President Sue had arranged to block Zhang Li was confused. No matter what comes out, it's yours. I think this stone is fated for you. My sixth sense is always accurate. After sending the stone for cutting, Zhang Li whispered again to Kwon Pei-jun. His warm words snapped the dazed Kwon Pei-jun back to reality. To give her a gift, he had spent 1 million to buy a useless stone? And for that, He even went against old President Su? Kwon Pei-jun originally thought Zhang Li was joking, but after everything that happened, she realized Zhang Li was serious. He really meant to give her a gift, with a fixed goal from the very start. For that, he didn't even care about offending old President Su. With a blank face, Kwon Pei-jun felt both shocked and delighted inside. Shocked that Zhang Li had such strong financial power and stood by his words. Delighted that someone actually spent $1 million to give her a gift, and in this kind of setting. What the hell? The stone wasn't for old President Su but was sent straight to the cutting area. Zhou Lifei exploded. He realized he might have offended the wrong person. He might have kicked an iron plate. Someone who didn't even show respect to old President Su and casually threw out $1 million. This was a real big shot. Totally out of his league compared to Zhou Lifei's pretentious act. Turning around, Zhou Lifei saw Meng Wanning's pupils were wide open too. Wanning, who is this guy? He remembered Meng Wanning knew Zhang Li and wanted to get some inside info. I don't know. It was her first time seeing someone casually throw out $1 million, and Meng Wanning was dazed too, and didn't dare reveal anything about Zhang Li. With old President Su's comparison, Meng Wanning was absolutely sure Zhang Li was the real rich guy she'd ever met. She never even dreamed of someone like old President Su before. She didn't expect Zhang Li to be even more impressive. A few seconds later, the sound of the oil saw cutting the stone snapped Meng Wanning out of her daze. Whoosh! Everyone else woke up suddenly too. They all wanted to see what was inside this stone that had disrespected old President Su. If the stone had treasure inside, then Zhang Li offending old President Su would make sense. He knew in advance there was something inside. If there was nothing, then it would really be a slap in old President Su's face. That would be epic. Let's go. Don't wait. Kwon Pei-jun beside Zhang Li also reacted. If there was nothing in the stone, Zhang Li would have seriously offended old President Su. Although such a big shot might not remember Zhang Li, his subordinates would act on their own. As a jewelry designer, Kwon Pei-jun obviously knew there was nothing in the stone. She wanted to take Zhang Li and leave immediately. She even thought about asking her dad to help smooth things over. Although her father wasn't on old President Su's level, the two were fellow townsmen from Chang'an and did know each other. Wait till it's cut. What if there is? It's your stone. Zhang Li pulled Kwon Pei-jun back confidently and smiled gently. If old President Su was offended, so be it. Anyway, he didn't work in the photovoltaic industry. All his money came from treasure hunting. At worst, he'd just leave Chang'an and go somewhere else. Besides, it was just buying a stone. How is that offending anyone? Everyone bids with their money. If you don't follow up, what does that have to do with me? Whoosh! After pulling Kwon Pei-jun back, everyone's attention turned to the oil saw. With such a big stone, the first cut had to go through the middle. Soon, as the saw started cutting, someone shone a light on the halved stone. No jade. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the stonecutter checked the lighting very carefully and looked several times before shouting loudly, "Trash! What the hell? Garbage! Damn it! Got excited for nothing. Pants already off, and now they hear there's nothing inside." Some were already cursing. Wait, cut a few more times. Before the crowd could react, Zhang Li suddenly spoke. Such a big stone, each half still weighed 20 to 30 jin, so Zhang Li's request to cut again was reasonable. Helplessly, the stonecutter continued. And Zhang Li's certainty once again drew everyone's attention. Damn, there really is jade. Full green. A few minutes later, as the saw opened up again, before the light was even turned on, the stonecutter cursed out loud. His experience told him there was something. Whoosh! 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 With the stonecutter's exclamation, everyone stretched their necks like startled geese and stared together. Emerald green. No cracks. High ice jade. At least 2 jin. This stone's outer skin was too thick, at least 3 centimeters. It's a rare type of jadeite. Under everyone's gaze, the stonecutter quickly washed the jade piece, then held up a chunk the size of a bowl and loudly announced the details. Whoosh! A beam of light hit the jade in the stonecutter's hand. Instantly, brilliant green light filled the entire hall. Boom! The room exploded. No one expected that a stone, neglected for 10 years and ignored by all, would actually produce jade. And not just any jade, but full green, high ice jade, weighing several jin. More importantly, the process of cutting the stone was too thrilling. From Zhou Lifei's bidding, to the appearance of old President Su, to Zhang Li blatantly disrespecting old President Su, every part of it was incredibly exciting. Seeing all this with their own eyes, everyone stared dumbfounded at Zhang Li. Was it just luck? Or did he know there was treasure in the stone? If it was luck, could they get a little of it too? If he knew ahead of time, Then what was the method to get rich? In the jade-glowing hall, the scene fell silent. No one spoke. Interesting. A few seconds later, old President Su smiled. He thought Zhongli dared to outbid him to curry favor by gifting the stone. That's why he stopped bidding. But he didn't expect Zhongli to have the stone cut open. And there really was treasure inside. As a big shot, even though he wasn't a jade expert, he could still recognize that the fist-sized jade was worth at least 20 to 30 million. Wanna sell? Having seen the jade cut out with his own eyes, old President Su was interested. This piece of jade had a story. A great gift for his old friend's mother. More importantly, seeing that piece of green jade, old President Su felt like his luck was turning again. The stone had gone unnoticed for 10 years. And right after he walked away, it was opened. That 10-year period even matched the age of his company. It was a great omen, a sign of good fortune. For someone like old President Su, who valued feng shui, this was too precious. Old President Su asked Zhongli if he was willing to sell. Whoosh! As he spoke, everyone looked at Zhongli. Why are you looking at me? Didn't I say it's yours? You decide if you want to sell it. Seeing Quan Peijun nervously grab his hand under everyone's gaze, Zhongli smiled at her. According to the system rules, the treasure found by treasure seeker. He wasn't allowed to claim it himself, it belonged to the treasure seeker. Ah! Hearing Zhang Li's words, Quan Peijun let out a sharp cry, her whole body going soft. As a jewelry designer, she could tell at a glance that the jade cutout was worth at least 20 million. Zhang Li gave her the jade as a gift. Of course she was happy. But at this moment, a 1 million yuan stone had turned into 20 million, and she felt she could no longer accept this gift. She never expected that, in front of so many people, Zhongli would once again say clearly that the jade was for her, that the ownership still belonged to her. Want to sell it? Dizzy and flustered, Quan Peijun looked at old President Su, then at Zhongli, having no idea what to do. You decide. Zhongli still smiled. The treasure detected by treasure seeker was even more valuable than the one he found personally, so he was quite happy inside. Sell. A few seconds later, seeing that Zhongli had no intention of deciding, and that everyone, including old President Su, was watching her, although Quan Peijun wanted to use such high-grade jade to design jewelry. After thinking about it, she still chose to sell. Zhongli could afford to offend old President Su, but she couldn't. Besides, this was a chance to get to know old President Su and maybe help ease things between him and Zhongli. Good. Young man, very bold, this is my business card. Quan Peijun nodded in agreement and immediately handled the transfer with old President Su's assistant. Old President Su walked up with a smile, took the card from his assistant, and handed it to Zhongli. Hello, President Su. Being greeted personally by such a big shot, Zhongli politely accepted the card with both hands. Young man, did you know in advance that there was something inside? After shaking hands, old President Su couldn't help but ask. As a business tycoon, he had met all sorts of strange characters, including so-called Qigong masters. But what happened just now was something he'd never seen before? No, I'm in the exploration business. I've always had a strong natural sensing ability for certain things, maybe I was born with it. Hearing the question, Zhongli replied slowly. In the future, as his affairs grew bigger, more people would become curious. So now was the time to plant the seed. He had worked in exploration for over 10 years, and saying he developed a sense for it made enough sense to be convincing. Feng Shui masters do exist. Eye-opening. Seeing his secretary nod from afar to signal the transaction was complete, old President Su patted Zhongli on the shoulder and took his leave. This time, he had an unexpected gain and was very satisfied. He really liked this piece of jade. It was a good day to come. Whoosh. As old President Su left with the jade stone, the entire hall froze. Everyone's gaze lingered subtly on Zhongli. Alright, friends. We'll now continue the auction. Finally, the auctioneer reacted first, calling for the auction to resume. Tonight's events were full of ups and downs, absolutely thrilling. She understood. This night would quickly become the talk of the town over tea. But as the host, she still had to keep working. Whoosh. With the auctioneer's voice, everyone gradually withdrew their attention. The auction continued. Unfortunately, because of the big jade find, the rest of the auction lacked any energy, everyone's focus was already gone. Boss. I'm Little Zhou. Just now, I was being immature, please don't take it personally. Miss Meng and I are just regular friends. It's my first time at an auction like this. I don't know much, please forgive me if I offended you. Zhongli was still waiting for Quan Peijun, who had gone to handle the jade handover. He didn't expect Zhou Lifei to come over bowing and scraping. Just now, after seeing Zhang Li casually gift jade worth tens of millions to the woman beside him. Zhou Lifei realized, with his family's total assets barely a few million, he couldn't compare with Zhang Li at all. When he noticed that Meng Wanning was now looking at Zhang Li with a bright, glowing gaze, he immediately changed tactics. If you can't beat them, join them. Young Master Zhou knew when to bend or stretch. It's fine, we're all friends. Glancing at Meng Wanning beside Zhou Lifei, Zhang Li nodded calmly. This treasure seeker candidate with a score over 90. He couldn't give up on her. He currently knew very few people with a score above 90. He had to cherish every potential candidate. Boss, can I add your WeChat? My family works in river management. I'm in charge of river repair at a state-owned enterprise. Seeing that Zhang Li wasn't annoyed, Zhou Lifei pulled out his phone. Sure. While at it, Zhang Li also added Meng Wanning on WeChat. Boss, how are you so sure about that stone? Is there some method? Seeing Zhang Li kindly add him on WeChat, Zhou Lifei asked again. He mainly wanted to get closer to Zhang Li. He'd never met a real big shot like this before, or if he had, they wouldn't have talked to him. Boss, no offense meant. Just want to broaden my horizons. If it's a trade secret, please forget I asked. Zhou Lifei was extremely respectful. No trade secrets, just intuition, and practice makes perfect. Zhang Li repeated the same excuse. Broaden your horizons, sure, but it doesn't always work. Thinking back on how shocking his actions had been tonight, even though he'd already explained to old President Su, the others didn't know the truth. Using Zhou Lifei's question, Zhang Li decided to further shape their impression. Otherwise, if he became too much of a legend, it would be hard to keep a low profile. That's awesome. Originally just asking, Zhou Lifei hadn't expected Zhang Li to agree to show off his skills again. He exclaimed in delight. Beside him, Meng Wanning's pupils widened as well. Whoosh! Opening the system panel visible only to himself, Zhang Li saw. A new day's detection attempts had refreshed again. The auction had started at 11 p.m. Now, it was past midnight, and he could scan again. Detection was random anyway, there was no such thing as wasting it. Using Zhou Lifei's question as cover to lower his own mystique was very necessary. He had to cool down the buzz. Now, if he could use the treasure hunting system to find another rough stone on site, he could buy another 10 or 20 stones along with this jade piece. That would help reduce the hype. Detect. Under the excited gaze of Zhou Lifei and Meng Wanning, Zhang Li quietly used another detection attempt. Ding. Scanning, please wait. Ding. Scan complete. Today's detection results. While passing Zhanghai Platinum Palace Villa area today, the mini-map detected 10 meters underground beneath Villa 18, there is 120 kilograms of Han Dynasty hoof-shaped gold, one set of jade burial suit, and 800 scrolls of Qin bamboo slips. While passing the entrance of Yafu Hotel today, the mini-map detected a lost diamond necklace 5 meters into the left side landscaping. While passing the west entrance of Jiafang Road today, the mini-map detected 200 meters eastward, 5 meters underground, there is a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase. What the hell? Looking at the 3 new treasure hunt results, Zhang Li muttered. Nothing. No rough stones detected again. Only the second result was relevant to the current location, the Yafu Hotel, but it had nothing to do with jade. You guys wait a sec. With no results from his 3 treasure hunt attempts, Zhang Li could only use Quan Peijuan's treasure seeker attempt. She hadn't returned yet. So after asking Meng Wanning and Zhou Lifei to wait, he went straight toward the private room to find her. Ding! 20 million yuan has been deposited into your account ending in 9321. Your new balance is 20,013,000 yuan. Just as he reached the private room door, Zhang Li's phone suddenly buzzed. Looking down at the message, he froze on the spot. What the hell? I can exploit a bug? The money came back to me? Seeing 20 million suddenly deposited into his bank account, Zhang Li's eyes lit up after a brief moment of daze. Originally, according to the system rules, the treasures detected by treasure seeker Quan Peijun could only be used by Quan Peijun. Therefore, the top-grade jade just now had been entirely handled by Quan Peijun. He didn't expect that after the jade was sold, he could actually receive the money. Quickly summoning the system panel, and seeing that the 20 million deposit had no effect on the system interface, Zhang Li understood. He had just discovered a system loophole. Treasure detected by a treasure seeker cannot be used by him, but if it is sold, the money gained can be freely used. He understood that this 20 million was transferred to him by Quan Peijun. Earlier, when he used his bank card to bid, Quan Peijun had taken the card to help him operate it. That top-grade jade had been sold by Quan Peijun, and in the end, the money came back entirely into Zhang Li's account. Creak. After figuring out the source of the 20 million, Zhang Li pushed open the private room door where the transaction had taken place. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw that the 5 to 6 square meter room had only one person, Quan Peijun. At that moment, Quan Peijun's eyes were bright, and she was sitting on a chair, having just put down her phone after a transaction. Whoosh! As soon as she saw Zhang Li come in, Quan Peijun rushed at him like a gust of warm wind. Zhang Li said he would give her a gift. She had thought it would be something worth 10,000 yuan, but it turned out to be a stone with a starting bid of 100,000. Then, the stone went from 200,000 to 300,000, all the way to 1 million through bidding. And in the end, 1 million wasn't even the final value. With the cutting of the stone, the gift Zhang Li gave her became a piece of top-grade jade worth 20 million. More importantly, with the appearance of the jade under everyone's gaze, Zhang Li insisted that the jade belonged to her. Just now, after dazedly completing the transaction with old President Su's female secretary, and seeing 20 million deposited into her account, Quan Peijun was completely stunned. Although her family was relatively well off, they were only moderately rich. Seeing 20 million all at once was a first for her. However, after thinking it over for a while, she ultimately chose to transfer the 20 million to Zhang Li. She felt it was Zhang Li's. She had her own sense of dignity. Take me. Feeling herself already wet from excitement, Quan Peijun kissed Zhang Li passionately as he walked in. What the hell? He didn't expect that as soon as he entered, he'd be caught in a fragrant embrace. And then, he felt a hand reaching for his hidden dragon. He was stunned. Ding! Treasure Seeker Quan Peijun, Intimacy +1. Treasure Seeker Quan Peijun, Intimacy +1. Treasure Seeker Quan Peijun, Intimacy +1. But, as he looked at the system panel flooding with messages, though he had already been exhausted 6 times this afternoon and felt sore all over, Zhang Li had no choice but to cooperate. Inside the room, Quan Peijun was wild. Outside, the auction was still ongoing and very noisy. In this kind of scene, Zhang Li couldn't help but grab Quan Peijun's hair. Ding! Treasure Seeker scan complete for today. Your Treasure Seeker Quan Peijun passed through Fumantang Auction Hall today. The minimap detected in Fumantang Jade Auction Hall, rough stone number 1321 contains 1 gene, 0.5 kilograms, of parrot green jade. Well lubricated, Quan Peijun was on autopilot. Zhang Li used her available scan for the day. As he wished, he found another jade containing rough stone. Looking at the serial number, it wasn't a main item, but a side item on display. A 1 gene piece of parrot green jade was worth about 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. Ah! Brother Zhang, you're so strong. A few minutes later, in that special environment, Zhang Li stepped on the gas and emptied the fuel tank. Quan Peijun leaned her head back screaming, her curves fully exposed. What the hell? I need the secret medicine. I've got to find that rhino tiger antler pill soon or I'll be drained dry. Being helped with his clothes by the teary-eyed Quan Peijun, Zhang Li lazily leaned back in his chair. Opening the system panel, he saw Quan Peijun's intimacy had risen to 33 points. Zhang Li knew he had to get the secret medicine. Otherwise, with this rate of intimacy gain, his body would break down eventually. Go by stones number 1310 to 1330. I feel something new is in there. My sixth sense is reacting again. Looking at Quan Peijun, Zhang Li didn't want to move anymore. He waved his hand and asked her to go by the new stones. He was really exhausted. He'd already been drained several times that afternoon. This time, it happened again. He was completely worn out. Okay. Glowing with vitality, Quan Peijun was totally obedient to Zhang Li now. Her watery eyes glanced flirtatiously at Zhang Li. After adjusting her clothes, she composed herself and walked out slowly. 20 million, that's already more than enough for most of Dad's treatment. But that newly detected 120 kilograms of hoof-shaped gold, I can't let that go either. Alone in the room, while resting, Zhang Li pondered. Thanks to the sudden 20 million from the jade, his dad's targeted cancer medication could now be paid for 4 full treatment cycles. However, the new treasure data from earlier showed one more thing he must claim: a property, Villa 18 in Zhonghai Platinum Palace. Under that villa, there was 120 kilograms of gold. And it was Han Dynasty hoof-shaped gold. Even calculated by just the raw gold price, 120 kilograms would be worth around 50 million. Not to mention the historical and collectible value of ancient Han gold. Zhang Li knew Zhonghai Platinum Palace very well. That was where he had bought a new house earlier that day. In fact, it was right next to Quan Peijun's house. The complex was huge, divided into 3 sections. Phase 1 and 2 were residential towers, and Phase 3 was the villa zone. Each section was separated by a main road and was independent. Earlier in the day, Zhangli had only bought a 100 square meter unit in Phase 2. He hadn't paid attention to Phase 3, the villa area. But now, knowing there was treasure there, he had to get that villa. Even though the system said the gold was buried 10 meters deep, claiming the location first was absolutely the right move. Bang! 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 Just as Zhang Li was reviewing the treasure data and trying to organize the system rules, the private room door was knocked. "Come in," he called lightly, thinking it was Quan Pei-jun. He didn't expect it was the elegant female auctioneer from earlier. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm Chen Xinling. The main items have been auctioned off. Guests are starting to leave, and the rest are trading side items. I saw your lady friend is still purchasing side items." The female auctioneer entered with a smile and introduced herself. "Mr. Zhang, this is our auction house's VIP membership card." Smelling the strange scent in the room left by Zhang Li and Quan Pei-jun, Chen Xinling remained unfazed and took out a card. "With this card, you can attend any auction held by our company at any time, including the Hong Kong headquarters. Additionally, this VIP card is linked with our group partners, including Yaofu Hotel. All accommodations are 50% off." Walking briskly over to Zhang Li, Chen Xinling placed the black card in front of him. Tonight, Zhang Li's 1 million yuan bid not only earned her a commission of over 100,000 yuan, more importantly, that thrilling top-grade jade worth 20 million skyrocketed the fame of their auction house. Chen Xinling believed that as this story spread, tonight's event would shock the entire auction circle, and as the auctioneer who hosted the event, her reputation would receive a significant boost. For high-level auctioneers like her, besides basic professional skills, popularity is also crucial. The top-grade jade revealed by Zhang Li also made a name for Chen Xinling. This woman from Hong Kong, who had traveled across China, looked at Zhang Li with curiosity. With her experience, no matter how she looked at him, Zhang Li, with his tan skin, didn't seem like a rich man. But she also knew well an old Chinese saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover." She was now filled with curiosity about Zhang Li. "Thank you." Still recovering his strength, Zhang Li remained indifferent when he noticed Chen Xinling sniffing the air and simply expressed thanks. This Chen Xinling was elegant and attractive, but not stunningly beautiful, and currently not a candidate for his treasure seeker. "Mr. Zhang, please take a rest. A suite downstairs has already been prepared for you. Just show this card." Seeing Zhang Li's tired expression, Chen Xinling, being tactful, took her leave. "See you." Zhang Li waved goodbye. "Wow! Hooray! Another win." A few minutes later, Zhang Li suddenly heard excited cheers from the auction hall outside, and the loudest voice clearly belonged to Zhou Lifei, who had bowed down to him earlier. Ding! Treasure seeker Quan Pei-jun, intimacy +1. With the cheer, Zhang Li was surprised to see a new notification on his system panel. He understood. One of the stones that Quan Pei-jun had bought on his instruction had turned out to be a winner. Chen Xinling is quite useful. The auction house will be an important sales channel for me going forward. Smiling slightly, Zhang Li picked up the VIP card and put it in his pocket. Under the card, he also saw a business card with Chen Xinling's phone number. In the future, he would surely cooperate frequently with the auction house. This VIP card was important. Ding! 20,000 yuan has been deposited into your account ending in 9321. Current balance, 20,093,000 yuan. Just after putting away the business card, Zhang Li saw his account receive another 80,000 yuan. This was the prize money he had won earlier when he bet 1,000 yuan in the mini-program during the cutting of stone number 57. Although the auction house didn't encourage gambling and capped bets at 1,000 yuan, no one else had bet on stone number 57 cutting up successfully. Zhang Li alone took on everyone else's bet. Therefore, he collected the entire prize pool. Another gain, plus 80,000 yuan. Creak. A few minutes later, the private room door was pushed open again, and Zhang Li saw Quan Pei-jun enter excitedly holding a stone. "Brother Zhang, you're amazing." Another one hit. "Of the 20 stones you told me to buy just now, another one turned out to be a winner." Quan Pei-jun was as excited as a child. "Good, it's yours." This second stone was also detected by the treasure seeker system. The stone could only be given to Quan Pei-jun. Okay. This time, Quan Pei-jun didn't refuse. Just earlier, Zhang Li had gifted her a stone worth 20 million. Compared to that, this 400,000 to 500,000 yuan gem didn't feel like a burden at all. Coincidentally, She was about to design a set of parrot green jade jewelry. And this newly acquired rough stone was perfect. She wanted to design the jewelry, or her uniform, and show it to Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang, are we staying here tonight, or going back to the neighborhood? Putting away the stone, Quan Peijun suddenly asked sweetly. No, I'm going somewhere else. Seeing the lustful look in her eyes, Zhongli quickly waved her off. This woman was at the age of peak desire and had just found satisfaction. But he couldn't take it anymore. There are only overworked bulls, no ruined fields. He had to take care of himself to activate more treasure seekers. Then let me drive you? Quan Peijun licked her lips and asked again. No need. I'll go by myself. You call that giving me a ride? You clearly want to pounce on me in the car. You even want to know where else I live. Zhanli, planning to head to Li Hanxiang's place, didn't want Quan Peijun to drive him. She had impure motives. Alright. Feeling hot and still emotionally stirred, Quan Peijun pouted. Text me if anything. Zhanli gave her a hug and quickly left via another hotel elevator. At this moment, as the main auction concluded, guests were gradually leaving. Some went home, while others checked into rooms downstairs. Wanting, should I call you a car? In the hotel lobby, even though he had booked a room. Due to Zhang Li's appearance, Zhou Lifei had decided not to pursue Meng Wanning anymore. Zhang Li dared to challenge even old President Su. He didn't want to mess with someone like that. He even deleted Meng Wanning from WeChat right in front of her. No need, I'll get one myself. Meng Wanning shook her head, lost in thought. Tonight's events had greatly shaken her. The people she'd met before had at most 10 to 20 million in assets. But tonight, Zhang Li casually gave away something worth 20 million, challenged old President Su's authority. She had witnessed a different kind of wealthy person. It was a big shock. And just now, Quan Peijun had cut another piece of jade worth tens of thousands, saying Zhang Li picked it for her. Exiting the hotel, Meng Wanning, deep in thought, hailed a ride on Didi. Just as she was about to get in the car, she saw Zhang Li coming around from the hotel's back entrance. Going together? Having just circled to the front of the hotel to retrieve a diamond necklace worth 200 to 300k per the second treasure hunt result, Zhang Li didn't expect to see Meng Wanning about to get in a car. He was also planning to call a ride. And seeing Meng Wanning, a treasure seeker candidate, he called out instinctively. Sure. Meng Wanning answered as if possessed. Did they plan this ahead through WeChat? Watching the rideshare car speed away, Zhou Lifei in the hotel lobby felt relieved. Good thing. He had the sense not to drive Meng Wanning himself. Otherwise, he would have ended up intruding on a big shot. What's this? What is this? Is this real? Back at her rented apartment, Wang Dandan, Meng Wanning's roommate who also worked at Rinxin Hospital, screamed out. She knew Meng Wanning was attending a high-end event tonight, but she didn't expect Meng Wanning to come back with an exceptionally dazzling diamond necklace. Wang Dandan was extremely excited about it. 29,000. This is the same model from Lao Fengshan, worth 290,000 yuan. After quickly doing an image search on Baidu and finding the exact necklace, Wang Dandan began jumping around. And upon hearing the necklace was worth 290,000, Meng Wanning's heart skipped a beat too. However, after seeing that 20 million yuan top-grade jade earlier, she now realized a necklace worth over 200,000 didn't shock her as much as it used to. Have you settled on someone? Was that Zhou Lifei tonight really a rich guy? You accepted his necklace? Knowing quite a bit about Meng Wanning's situation, Wang Dandan asked excitedly. No, it's not like that. Seeing her roommate's reaction, Meng Wanning felt a little burdened. Just now, when getting out of the car, she had jokingly asked Zhang Li if the necklace was a gift for her. Unexpectedly, Zhang Li nodded and said yes. Then, still in a daze, she stood holding the necklace while Zhang Li directed the ride-hailing car to drive off. Not like that, my foot. I may not afford diamonds, but I know how to identify them. Shining a flashlight at the necklace, Wang Dandan didn't believe Meng Wanning's words. Fine, don't say it, but let me tell you a huge secret. You know Zhang Zian from the nursing department? The one who transferred from your neurology department. I heard she ended up in the emergency room and didn't make it back, apparently due to massive bleeding from down there. Seeing Meng Wanning preoccupied, Wang Dandan suddenly lowered her voice and began gossiping about a shocking story she heard earlier at the hospital. Old Su, where's the thing? In a hidden villa in Chang'an City, old President Su suddenly received a phone call. What thing? His old friend's mother's birthday banquet was the next morning. He didn't expect the friend to call this late, and old Su was confused. The jade. The 20 million yuan jade. Weren't you giving it to my mother for her birthday? I want to take a look in advance. His old friend spoke matter-of-factly. He had already heard the legendary story of the jade, though some parts might be exaggerated, and he didn't care much about the lucky young man involved. He did hear that old Sue participated in that small auction, and he had said that the item was a birthday gift for his friend's mother. Now he was quite curious about what that jade looked like. Hearing his friend's words, old Sue was speechless. He didn't want to give the jade anymore. Not that he cared about the 20 million, but he had been part of the entire strange event involving that stone, and he felt the stone was fated to be his. It was linked to his luck. He never expected his friend would also be drawn in by the story and call late at night. You old fool, don't tell me you want to keep the stone for yourself? Getting no reply, his friend, about the same age, joked and scolded. Get lost, I haven't even given it to you yet. What's the rush? Go to bed, we'll talk tomorrow. Old Sue cursed and immediately hung up. Then his eyes rested again on the brilliantly glowing jade before him. Director Kwon, your son-in-law is impressive. Last time you humbly said your son-in-law wasn't much, but now I hear he's very capable and spends big. Even old Sue was reportedly amazed. At a dinner party, the second round was underway. Someone at the table suddenly spoke to Kwon Pei-jun's father. At the auction, someone had quietly recognized Kwon Pei-jun, and remembering she was married, they assumed Zhang Li was her husband. What's going on? Kwon's father had no idea what had happened. He had just arranged for the son-in-law to buy a gift at an auction for an elder's birthday. Now, hearing the enthusiastic guests, he was totally confused. Brother Zhang, I'm home. I'm in the room right next to yours. The room feels a bit hot for some reason, and the water pipes seem to have issues. Inside a rideshare car, after dropping off Meng Wanning and continuing toward Li Hanxiang's place, Zhang Li received a message from Kwon Pei-jun. Seeing a photo she sent, wearing a purple silk camisole nightgown, Zhang Li clenched his teeth and exited WeChat immediately. No more tonight. No more messing around. These sexy pics, he couldn't look again. Men must learn restraint. Today was day 1 of self-control. Meng Wanning seems interesting. Looks like the top-grade jade made a deep impression. Good start. Closing his phone, Zhang Li, still unaware that Meng Wanning was actually targeting rich men, thought about their recent conversation. They just chatted a bit in the car. He hadn't expected that as she got out, she jokingly asked if the diamond necklace was for her. Wanting to strengthen their relationship, Zhang Li, who had just made physical progress with her, immediately gave her the necklace. He had earned over 20 million tonight, so giving away a necklace worth a few $100,000 to leave an impression, he felt it was worth it. Sir, we've arrived. While Zhang Li was deep in thought, the rideshare car entered Xingfu Jiayuan village and stopped outside Li Hanxiang's building. All right. Zhang Li nodded, got out, and opened the door using the password lock. His fingerprint was already registered. What kind of guy is this? Dates a beauty, gives away a diamond necklace, yet lives in a village? After Zhang Li got out, the rideshare driver looked puzzled. Forget it. I don't get it. A few seconds later, still confused, the driver stepped on the gas and left. Back already? On the 5th floor. Half asleep Li Hanxiang heard the door and saw it was Zhang Li, muttered, and went back to sleep. All right. Zhang Li had wanted to ask more about the ex-wife Li Hanxiang mentioned earlier that afternoon, but seeing him like this, Zhang Li simply washed up a bit and went to bed. So comfy. What a tiring day. Lying in bed in his pajamas, Zhang Li ignored another seductive photo from Kwon Pei-jun and stared at the ceiling, letting out a deep breath. The good news. He had activated the treasure seeker system today, and he started off with a 20 million yuan income. Also, he discovered his system had a loophole he could exploit. The bad news. There was none. Since the system was activated, Zhang Li had received good news every single day. Who would have thought? Just a few days ago, he was a man out of work, divorced, childless, broke. And now, his bank card had over 20 million quietly sitting there. He also had a house and a top-tier all-in-woman, Kwon Pei-jun, with a score over 90. It all felt like a dream. Dad's medical expenses won't be due for another 10+ days. Tomorrow morning, buy villa number 18. Secure the location first, don't want any complications if someone else buys it. Checking his phone, Zhang Li saw the villa was still unsold. But it was already too late, sales office was closed. Buying the villa would have to wait until morning. The currently known, unclaimed treasures are 1. A vitality-boosting secret medicine under the Tang Palace wall ruins in Daming Palace. 2. Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase, 5 meters underground at Jiefang Road West entrance. 3. 120 plus kg of hoof-shaped gold under Villa 18 in Zhonghai Platinum Palace. 4. A gold ring hidden on the ceiling light in the northwest room of Han Xiang's third-floor apartment. Before sleeping, Zhang reviewed the treasures he detected but hadn't yet retrieved. The gold ring, only worth a few thousand to tens of thousands, could wait. But the vitality medicine, the yuan vase, and the hoof-shaped gold, he really wanted those. However, they were buried deep underground, hard to get. Should I start my own exploration company? If I invite old Wang and his crew to work for me, they'd probably love it, right? Zhang Li thought of old Wang, the contractor who had helped him before and whom he treated to a 3,000 yuan meal. In the future, he'd be detecting more and more underground treasures. The best solution was to set up a professional exploration company. Use exploration as a cover for certain actions. He had the ability and technical know-how to build such a company. Also, it would ease his mother's worries having an official job title. Ring ring ring. Is this Mr. Zhang Li? I'm from the HR department of Fiki Construction Company. Are you available today? We'd like to invite you for an interview. I know you're 35. Being 35 is no problem, it's still the age to strive. Isn't it said that anyone under 65 is still considered young? The next day, after finally getting a rare chance to sleep in due to yesterday's exhaustion, Zhang Li was awakened by a phone call. He didn't expect the call to be an interview invitation. Thank you, but I've already found a job. With a polite smile, Zhang Li responded courteously. If he had received this call a few days ago, he would have been overjoyed. But now, with his system in place and a clear goal, Zhang Li declined the interview. No one wants to work for others. Before, he had no choice but to work. Now, he had no intention of doing that anymore. What's wrong? Why do you look so down? Waking up from the call, Zhang Li saw Li Hanxiang looking listless. He sensed something was bothering his buddy. Nothing, let me sleep a bit more. Li Hanxiang mumbled weakly. Alright, I'll head out for a bit. I'll bring back breakfast for you. It was clear Li Hanxiang had something on his mind, but since he didn't say, Zhang Li didn't push him. This morning, he had a clear mission by the villa. After patting Li Hanxiang on the back, Zhang Li took a cab directly to the sales office. Very soon, with a clear goal, Zhang Li arrived once again at the Zhonghai Platinum Palace sales office. Hi, I'm looking for Han Huiqin. Inside the sales office, Zhang Li noticed he wasn't greeted by the young woman who had helped him buy the apartment yesterday. He preferred working with her. They had cooperated well yesterday. And after the purchase, the sales rep named Han Huiqin had messaged him on WeChat, saying she had successfully applied for 3 years of free property management. He thought she was reliable. Now that he was buying a villa, he wanted to let her earn the commission again. Are you looking for someone or here to buy a property? The female sales rep who received Zhang Li asked curiously. Looking for someone. Zhang Li didn't want to explain much. Oh, please wait a moment. Upon hearing he wasn't buying a house, her enthusiasm dropped immediately. Hello sir, Han Huiqin is helping out in another department for the next 3 days. Are you a friend of hers? If so, please contact her on WeChat after she gets off work. A few minutes later, a man in a suit came up to Zhang Li. I'm buying a house. Seeing the man's hesitation, and not wanting to waste time, Zhang Li snapped. Ha? You're buying? What kind are you looking for? I can assist you. The moment he heard Zhang Li was spending money, the man, clearly a manager, immediately changed his tone. I only want to buy from Han Huiqin. Make it quick. Zhang Li replied impatiently. Sir, Han Huiqin. The man tried to explain, but when he saw Zhang Li's eyes narrowing, he shut his mouth. Quickly, the man pulled out his phone and called Han Huiqin. Hurry over. A client specifically requested your service. Before hanging up, he quickly sent a WeChat message. You know what to say and what not to say, right? Han Huiqin had been reassigned to another department as a form of punishment by him. Why? Because yesterday, she had stood on the side of the customer and seriously pointed out multiple issues with the units being sold. She even helped the client apply for 3 years of free property management. And, without company approval, she shared part of her own commission to cover those fees. Such a bad example had to be punished. Otherwise, how could management maintain authority? The sales manager had already decided to punish her. But he hadn't expected Zhang Li to show up early in the morning and ask for her by name. Moreover, Someone had already recognized Zhang Li and quietly reported that he was the customer whom Han Huiqin had helped and compensated personally yesterday. Worried that she might say something inappropriate, he sent her a threatening message on WeChat. "Ah, Mr. Zhang, what brings you here?" A few minutes later, Han Huiqin rushed over dressed in a cleaning staff uniform. Seeing it was Zhang Li, she was overjoyed. "Mr. Zhang, is there something wrong with the apartment from yesterday that I can help you with?" Yesterday, she had sold a unit in less than 10 minutes and earned a commission. Feeling the commission came too easily, she had gone all out to help Zhang Li apply for the 3-year free property management. To do this, she quoted a lot of professional terms Zhang Li had mentioned during the purchase. Even when the company didn't fully approve, she covered part of the cost from her own pocket. She hadn't expected to meet Zhang Li again today after being sidelined by the manager. Buying a house. From Phase 3. Nodding to the running Han Huiqin, Zhang Li stated his need directly. "Ah, Phase 3? Hearing that, Han Huiqin gasped. "Phase 3? That's the villa section. Each villa costs at least 10 million. Even the minimum commission is 100,000. Zhang Li's sudden request left Han Huiqin stunned. "Sir, Han Huiqin is assigned to residential sales. She's not authorized to handle villas. I'll assist you." On the side, the manager, worried she might say something, immediately stepped in. "Get lost. Only her. You eavesdropping on me?" Seeing Han Huiqin in a janitor's uniform, Zhang Li replied bluntly. Sir?" The manager's face turned awkward, but he held back his anger. "Transfer her then. She didn't have villa access earlier, but wasn't she already reassigned? I want Villa 18 in Phase 3. Full payment. Verify my funds now." But the salesperson must be Han Huiqin. After snapping at the manager, Zhang Li walked over to the payment window and inserted his bank card. Then, under the shocked gaze of the finance staff, everyone saw his account had tens of millions. "All right. As you wish, sir." After verifying the funds and confirming Zhang Li wanted Villa 18, and with him being the only customer in the showroom that morning, all eyes were on him. The manager's face turned into a rainbow of colors. "Let's go." While the verification was happening, someone friendly with Han Huiqin had already informed Zhang Li of the situation. He gave the manager a fierce glare, then pulled the dazed Han Huiqin to the signing area. Zhang Li was already familiar with the process from yesterday. He didn't even need Han Huiqin to guide him, it was she who was dragged along this time. "All done. Wanna come check out my new villa?" A few minutes later, after spending 18 million, finishing all procedures, and receiving the contract and keys, Zhang Li smiled at Han Huiqin after seeing 180,000 transferred into her account. No need." Still in a daze, Han Huiqin quickly shook her head. "Mr. Zhang, this commission is too much, let me refund some to you." Recently graduated, Han Huiqin felt the commission was too hot to handle. "Keep it. But help me with something. The apartment I bought yesterday, I want you to post it online for rent. The tenant must be clean. Buying a property earns commission anyway, it's just a matter of who gets it." Zhang Li didn't want a refund. Instead, he gave her another task. Although Han Huiqin wasn't a rental agent, Zhang Li trusted she could handle it. Soon after, Zhang Li left alone. As Zhang Li coolly walked away, various gasps echoed through the sales hall. Zhang Li's lightning-fast villa purchase was something no one had ever seen. Everyone began gossiping. "Xiao Han, just a reminder, don't take it personally. Go change out of that uniform." The awkward-faced manager, after Zhang Li spent 18 million, knew he couldn't mistreat Han Huiqin anymore. With all the other sales reps watching, he forced a smile and reinstated her to her original role. Xingfu Jiayuan Urban Village. Half an hour later, Zhang Li took a DD ride again, going from the villa area to the urban village. Just now, after getting his villa and seeing it empty, no furniture, no appliances, he understood that renovating it would cost a lot. However, after inspecting the villa with a yard, 3 stories, about 500 square meters per floor, he was very sure the spot hiding the 120 kilograms hoof-shaped gold was directly 10 plus meters beneath his villa. No one could now take that spot. The 120 kilograms hoof gold would be his, and he could work on it slowly. He locked the villa and took a taxi to Li Hanxian's place. "If I can't find treasure in the next 10 days, I can use the villa as collateral for a loan to cover my father's hospital bills." On the way, Zhang Li silently thought. Spending so much on the villa didn't actually affect his father's treatment. A fully paid villa can be mortgaged. With the loan providing breathing room, he'd have enough time to dig up more treasures. Of course, Whether to take the loan would depend on the next exploration results. Swoosh! Half an hour later, the ride stopped. Zhang Li picked up steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk, then entered the public housing block. He was going to deliver breakfast on the 5th floor to Li Hanxiang. But Zhang Li didn't expect the scene. It was beyond his expectations. Inside the block, not only was Li Hanxiang already awake, but all the other residents were awake too. The entire building was noisy. Everyone was chattering. There was even a woman crying. I said I'd pay out of my own pocket. Is that not allowed? I've never had a theft here before. Zhang Li quietly moved forward and saw Li Hanxiang shouting beside the light well. Not far from him were the couple Chen Xingyang and Li Huanhuan, whom Zhang Li had met before when they handed out candy. Now, Chen Xingyang was passionately explaining something to Li Huanhuan. Li Huanhuan was crying with her head bowed. Yes, I've rented here 5 years, and I've never lost anything. There are anti-theft bars and hallway cameras here. There couldn't be a thief unless it was someone inside. On the 2nd floor near the light well, a woman with colorful perm clips holding a kitten muttered, "Check the surveillance! Check the surveillance! Stop bullshitting!" Seeing the chaos, Li Hanxiang shouted, leading Chen and Li to the surveillance room. Some idle tenants happily followed to watch the drama. Something was stolen? The couple's wedding rings? Greeting Li Hanxiang with a nod, Zhang Li quickly learned from others what had happened. It turned out, today was Chen Xingyang and Li Huanhuan's wedding day. But as they packed things to take home, they found their previously purchased gold wedding rings were missing. This made the bride cry out in panic. As a result, with the crying, the entire building woke up. Already grumpy, Li Hanxiang grew even more furious upon hearing of the theft and roared. His roar made the chaos even louder. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As Zhang Li learned the details, Li Hanxiang projected the surveillance onto a large TV screen and played it in front of everyone. He wouldn't allow a thief in his building. That would insult his tenants and his property. Turning his head, Zhang Li saw that, as the footage played, none of the onlookers showed unusual expressions. They all stared out of curiosity. This suggested the rings weren't taken by anyone in the building. He. Seconds later, someone in the crowd laughed. In the footage, you could see a person patting a woman's butt at night. But they were a legal married couple. People only giggled and didn't say more. Half an hour later, the sped-up footage finished, and Zhang Li saw himself walking home at 2 or 3 a.m. last night. See, nothing suspicious. Maybe you lost them outside. No one's been to your room in the last 3 days. After the footage, some tenants turned to look at Chen and Li again. No, it's not that. I haven't taken the ring out since I bought it the day before yesterday. Li Huanhuan quickly replied. I didn't take it either. Seeing his wife talk, Chen Xingyang shook his head too. But the window facing outside has anti-theft bars, so nobody could have climbed in. People started wondering if the couple was lying. Let's go check your room. Li Hanxiang, already upset by this matter, led everyone to the couple's room. Zhang Li followed and smiled. He saw that with Li Hanxiang guiding, the group went straight to the 3rd floor northwest corner apartment shown in the footage. Above the door was a permanently open ventilation shaft. Inside their room, Li Hanxiang went to the anti-theft window. He looked all around, but found no loosened bars or entries. Checked the whole room? With no issue at the window or door, Li Hanxiang was unsure where the ring had gone. Checked everything. It's been searched inside and out. Chen Xingyang answered anxiously. Then damn it. Li Hanxiang had no idea. How could the ring disappear? Ahem. At this moment, Zhang Li cleared his throat and said, Did you check the ceiling light? He pointed upwards. Earlier, while watching surveillance, he had recognized the room, the northwest corner of the 3rd floor. Now inside, he saw a ceiling light above. Zhang Li instantly realized. The missing gold ring was hidden in that light. He also noticed the ventilation above the iron door and the tenant holding a kitten. Everything fit. Hearing Zhang Li, everyone froze. There's no way someone could lose anything into the ceiling light. If it's in the ceiling light, it means it was hidden there, not lost. Creak. Amid the crowd's confusion, Li Hanxiang moved a chair and touched the ceiling light. Whoosh. Sure enough, he pulled out a shiny red box. I didn't. When opened, inside was a golden ring. All eyes turned to her, and Li Huanhuan, crying, shook her head frantically. Now that the ring was found high up, people immediately suspected the couple of hiding it and falsely accusing others. Maybe it was the kitten. Earlier footage showed the kitten coming in from the vent. Also, look, the box has cat hair. Now that the ring was found, Chen Xingyang and Li Huanhuan instantly became the target of blame. Zhang didn't hesitate and quickly helped them explain. Russell. With Zhang Li's clarification, people looked down and indeed saw cat hair on the box. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Inside the rented room, although Li Hanxian looked very curious, he quickly shooed the other curious tenants away. The nervous young couple, after having their innocence restored by Zhang Li, repeatedly thanked him. No problem. Congratulations to you both, this is my red envelope. Zhang Li waved his hand casually. Last time, after the mini-map detected this treasure spot, he found it inconvenient to retrieve, so he didn't rush. And he wouldn't take ill-gotten gains. Later, because of the 2 million from the hospital, the top-grade jade, the Villa Hofgold, etc., he had no time to think about this small thing. He didn't expect, after the twists and turns, the treasure detection info about the gold ring would still come in handy. Not only did he help Li Hanxian maintain a no-theft tenant record, but he also helped the couple find their wedding ring and restore their reputation. Thank you, thank you. Looking at the 200 yuan red envelope Zhang Li handed over, the couple kept thanking him. They realized Zhang Li was a good person. Brother Zhang, let me tell you something in private. Landlord Li's ex-wife was asking about you yesterday. She even asked me about you. She seems to know you, and she said that no one wants you. After the thanks, seeing no one else was around, Li Huanhuan quickly whispered a secret she had heard to Zhang Li. Originally, when renting, they kept their mouths shut. They believed in better not making trouble. But now, they told the news to Zhang Li, who had helped them. Okay, thanks. Hearing the message, Zhang Li nodded ambiguously. All right, the ring is found. Go get married. I'll transfer the red envelope to you via WeChat. A few minutes later, Li Hanxian returned. He glanced at Zhang Li in surprise, then waved the couple to go on with their day. Fuck! What's going on? How did you know? Back in the 5th floor room with Zhang Li, Li Hanxian grabbed Zhang Li's thigh without caring about breakfast. He was shocked by Zhang Li's USD, gold, Bitcoin, and everything else. Now, he witnessed how Zhang Li discovered the ring behind the ceiling light. Li Hanxian's curiosity was piqued again. He remembered the gold necklace Zhang Li found at the bathhouse last time. I awakened golden eyes. I can see through things. When his brother inquired, Zhang Li said it directly. They once read the novel Golden Eye and discussed the plot. Holy shit. Li Hanxian, unsure, instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest when Zhang Li glared aggressively. See through? Could you see through my clothes and skin? See my unicorn? Alright, what's wrong? You seem off. Seeing Li Hanxian's exaggerated posture, Zhang Li got to the point. The golden eye is just an excuse. The main reason is he noticed Li Hanxian was off. And, based on what Li Huanhuan said, he had a hunch about the reason. It's nothing. I'm fine. Li Hanxian waved his hand, not wanting to trouble his brother. He felt his brother already had enough: quit job, divorce, no kids, no money. Although with gold and Bitcoin sales yesterday he got 1 million, he knew his brother's father still had many medical bills. With age, everyone has their troubles. He didn't want his own issues to burden his brother. Is it your ex-wife? Which one? Seeing Li Hanxian didn't answer, Zhang Li pressed further. Fuck. Why are you so smart? Hearing Zhang Li's words, Li Hanxian rolled his eyes. My third one. She's targeting my property. You've been staying here lately. She thinks I'll pass it to you and is anxious. She thinks you're my godson. She's always watching me, waiting to inherit. Under Zhang Li's gaze, Li Hanxian grinned as he explained. Bullshit, tell the truth. Zhang Li rolled his eyes. Li Hanxian still didn't tell the whole truth. Or rather, he didn't tell the complete truth. Really, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Zhang Li reassured him. In troubled times you see true hearts. Li Hanxian was his only brother. If a brother is unhappy, he'd help. All right. Yesterday I helped you sell 1 million in gold and Bitcoin, right? After Dong Qin heard, she started targeting me. She thinks I still have hidden assets, not split during the divorce. Li Hanxian finally told the full reason with an eye roll. Dong Qin was the name of Li Hanxian's third ex-wife, Zhang Li. He hadn't expected his own actions would cause trouble for his brother. Did you give our assets to Dong Qian's distant cousin? Zhang Li asked curiously. He remembered Dong Qian's cousin ran a pawn shop. Yes. Among people I know, he's the only one in that business. Li Hanxian nodded slowly. Have you considered opening your own pawn shop? Thinking for a while, Zhang Li suddenly asked. Though auctioneer Chen Xinling's firm was one sales channel, his brother Li Hanxian was another. Since selling to a pawn shop caused trouble with his ex-wife, he might as well help his brother open one. Is that necessary? You still have gold and Bitcoin? Seeing Zhang Li's determination, Li Hanxian's eyes widened. Yes. First investigate the situation and mobilize your old contacts. Find out how much it takes to start one. I told you, I awaken golden eyes. Zhang Li said half joking, half seriously. Really? Li Hanxian thought Zhang Li was joking. He didn't expect his brother to confidently claim golden eyes, so he leaned in to look into Zhang Li's eyes. Shut up. My intuition as an explorer, I've been exploring for over 10 years and suddenly developed a sixth sense. Maybe it's because of the divorce, resignation, not having my child stimulating me. Shoving away Li Hanxian's hot breath, Zhang Li repeated his previous excuse. All right. Stop worrying. If Dongqian gives you trouble, say the items are mine. No problem, I can handle it. Knowing Li Hanxian would cover for him, Zhang Li continued to comfort his brother. I'm heading to the hospital. And remember to ask about the pawn shop. Before Li Hanxian could react, Zhang Li pushed the door and went out to the hospital. The villa was bought. He'd claimed the spot under which 200 plus gene of hoof gold lay. He'd used today's treasure detecting chances. Next, first stop, the hospital. To check how Lu Yasi's report looked, he had to prepay father's treatment based on the hospital's process. Soon, after bidding farewell to Li Hanxian, Zhang Li took a taxi to Rinxin Hospital. On the way, he messaged old Wang, the labor foreman, asking if he wanted to come to Chang'an to help with the work. Currently, the secret medicine, the Yuan dynasty vase, the hoof gold all needed excavation. He couldn't manage alone. Old Wang was the best candidate. Of course, he wouldn't let old Wang's crew dig up the treasure, but at least they could help us cover or extract partially. Ding ding ding. Just as he reached the hospital entrance, Zhang Li's phone suddenly rang again. Hello? Xiao Han? The call was from the real estate agent, Xiao Han. Brother Zhang, about your house, I found a tenant. Want to hear the info? Out of gratitude to Zhang Li. After parting with Zhang Li, Han Huiqin quickly contacted her real estate agent friend to gather information. At this moment, she had already found a tenant for the 100 SQM apartment Zhang Li bought earlier. So fast? Zhang Li was very surprised, not expecting the house to be rented out right after he left. Yep. The tenants are a pair of twins. They say they came back from Korea, plan to do live streams, won't cook themselves, but will hire cleaning staff for hygiene. They should fit your requirements for a clean tenant. Han Huiqin answered quickly. All right, you bring them to see the house first. I'll come by this afternoon or tomorrow to sign the contract. With a nod, Zhang Li hung up. This girl Han Huiqin was reliable in handling things. After the call, Zhang Li quickly got off the ride hail and headed toward Rinxin Hospital. Maybe I should buy a car? He thought, having spent a lot of time taking a ride hail early this morning, maybe he should get a car. He still had over 2 million in his account. And his newly bought villa also has a garage. Yasi, should I have this patient Zhang Jianguo transferred to me? Look, you already have so many patients. I'll help you share? I'll give you mine, the one from northern Shaanxi, whose family owns a small coal mine. How about that? So your performance indicators will be easier to meet. In the Department of Neurology office at Rinxin Hospital, seeing Lu Yasi enter and quickly change into her white coat, Meng Wanning, who had come early, immediately leaned over next to her. She hadn't slept a wink last night. Her goal was to marry into wealth, even if that meant being a mistress or the other woman. After 2 years of searching, she finally set her target, Zhang Li. She saw Zhang Li's wealth. She saw how he confronted old director Su. She even saw him easily gift her a nearly 300,000 yuan diamond. A wealthy man who gives money so readily was just what she wanted. To get closer to Zhang Li, Meng Wanning worked all night on her first step, becoming Zhang Li's father's attending doctor. Coincidentally, Zhang Li's father had just been transferred under Lu Yasi yesterday. There was still time to transfer again. Meng Wanning had only joined half a year before, but she had skilled in social finesse, was far more cunning than Lu Yasi. Lu Yasi, just entering, didn't expect the outwardly smooth Meng Wanning to approach her. And moreover, to do it over this matter. Faced with Meng Wanning's suggestion, Lu Yasi was confused. She glanced at Meng Wanning, then looked toward Deputy Director Zhu Xuna's seat. The director doesn't know yet. I wanted to discuss it with you first. Seeing Lu Yasi's gaze, Meng Wanning immediately understood. Is it because Zhang Jianguo's family wants targeted drug treatment? Sitting down slowly, Lu Yasi asked curiously. Zhang Jianguo was a poor patient, usually everyone avoided taking him on. But now, Meng Wanning was eager to take this patient. There was only one reason. It was the targeted drug treatment Zhang Li mentioned yesterday. No. Hearing Lu Yaxi's words, Meng Wanning firmly denied it. She mainly cared about the person. Well, maybe a little. But seeing Lu Yaxi's puzzled look, Meng Wanning, unable to state her true goal, added a hedge. Yaxi, you know. This American targeted drug has to go through all kinds of approvals to enter Daxia. The targeted drug you mentioned yesterday may not be approved, and approval from the hospital and the group may not go smoothly. Seeing that Lu Yaxi still didn't agree to swap patients, Meng Wanning continued. She pointed out the treatment challenges. No way. Even if there's a slim chance, I still want to apply for the targeted drug. Hearing Meng Wanning, knowing what she said was true. But Lu Yaxi couldn't give up, because the treatment was for not only Zhang Li's father, but also her own father. Lu Yaxi's father also had brain cancer. His diagnosis was about a year later than Zhang's father's. Because her own father had the same disease, she joined this top neurology department at Rinxin Hospital to gain experience in this area. Because of her father's illness, she kept up with related medical news and knew that there were American targeted drugs. But those drugs were too expensive, and she didn't have money to treat her father. However, if Zhang Li pays and she is the attending doctor, then after gaining experience, even if she can't afford treatment for her own father, she will know how to use that drug effectively. She can use that experience to ease her father's suffering. Also because of this, when Zhang Li said he wanted targeted drug treatment yesterday, Lu Yaxi didn't sleep all night. This was her best opportunity recently to save her father. Even to treat him, she instinctively avoided thinking about Zhang Li's actions and behavior yesterday, pretending not to know him. Dr. Lu, you still have 2 weeks until regularization. If you don't get regularized, you can't be the attending doctor. Unexpectedly, the almost done deal was rejected. Meng Wanning was surprised. I'll definitely become regular. My medical skills are fine. What Meng Wanning said was true, but Lu Yaxi's gaze was firm. Yesterday she had thoughts of quitting, but because Zhang Li proposed targeted drug treatment, those thoughts were gone completely. Not only would she not quit, but she would get regular and seek to become the attending doctor for the targeted drug treatment. Yesterday, though she hugged Zhang Li and watched the bloodshed, and tossed and turned all night in discomfort, strictly speaking, she still held a card on the hospital director. If absolutely necessary, she felt it necessary to use that matter to pressure the director for her regular position, though she had never done this before, and just thinking about it made her nervous. But if in the end she couldn't be regular, she would use that matter to force her regular status. Alright, on the other side, socially skilled and smooth Meng Wanning, seeing Lu Yaxi's expression, could only pout and return to her seat. She understood Lu Yaxi's personality. This kind of person looks easygoing, but once determined, it's hard to change. Wanning, what are you doing? This patient's family really are migrant workers. Open your eyes wide. Although he paid 300,000 yuan VIP fees yesterday and said he'd use tens of millions for targeted drug treatment, but no money has been seen yet. On the other side, Deputy Director Zhu Xiona saw through Meng Wanning's meaning, curious how Meng Wanning suddenly became so determined. This didn't fit her usual style. Director Zhu, I've decided. It's him. Having witnessed last night's auction prices, Meng Wanning nodded, giving Zhu Xiona no more explanation. At her desk, she quickly took out her phone. Dandan, Dr. Lu didn't swap patients with me. Taking out her phone, Meng Wanning quietly sent a WeChat message to her best friend Dandan, who also worked at Rinxin Hospital but had been assigned to the pharmacy. Last night, she had already told her friend Wang Dandan about everything. Today's plan was made by the two of them together, and Wang Dandan's request was, if you get rich, don't forget me. Wang Dandan, who was 160 centimeters tall and weighed 160 jin, would not become Meng Wanning's competitor. She was giving Meng Wanning suggestions. No matter if you swap or not, you have to go on with it. Push through no matter what. If it doesn't work, you can tell Dr. Lu that you can be an assistant to learn about the related treatment. Since she's alone and lacking strength, with you, your application form will have better chance to pass. Sitting in the pharmacy, Wang Dandan was giving advice to her friend. Okay. Quickly, on the other side, Meng Wanning, awakened by the advice, went to see Lu Yaxi again. And when Lu Yaxi heard that Meng Wanning would be an assistant and could join the consultation, she firmly nodded and agreed. Although Zhang Li said the treatment would be self-paid, with Meng Wanning added, it was indeed more persuasive. Done. I became the treatment assistant. Soon after, Meng Wanning sent another message to her friend. Warning. That Zhang Jiangwo's son Zhangli just checked the files, he's married. After finishing the WeChat message with Wang Dandan, Zhu Xiona suddenly quietly sat down beside her. As someone in the same department, with very high emotional intelligence and also unusually pretty, and who wouldn't form a threat to her, Zhu Xiona, of course, hoped this woman would marry well, so she might be taken care of later. Just after reminding Meng Wanning, she checked Zhang Li's family information and actually found the name of Zhang Li's wife. That's fine. Hearing Zhu Xiona's words, Meng Wanning slowly shook her head. Last night, she had figured out that Zhang Li and Quan Peijun were no longer husband and wife. They didn't look like a married couple, only like lovers. Zhang Li, for a lover, instantly spent 20 million yuan. Meng Wanning, who wanted a wealthy life, had already decided last night, even if it meant being a lover, she was willing. She was confident she was younger and prettier than Quan Peijun. Also, she was still a virgin. This man, who could confront old director Su head-on, she would never encounter again. She had made up her mind. She was already 27, any further delay would reduce her value. Anyway, who said a mistress couldn't become official? It depends on the skills. Alright, then you go for it. Seeing that Meng Wanning nodded firmly after her reminder. Knowing that young people have many ideas, Zhu Xiona no longer persuaded her. Times have changed, people no longer shame sex workers. Okay, that works. When she heard that Meng Wanning would serve as Dr. Lu's assistant for treating Zhang's father, Zhu Xiona also immediately agreed. Originally, she was guarding against an outstanding female doctor like Lu Yasi, fearful she might become the director's plaything and overshadow her. But now, she already knew the director's scandal had broken out. Although, the director and the group were working hard to cover up yesterday's incidents, the matter was still known by many people at gossip speed. With the director's backyard burning down, and possibly about to be removed, Zhu Xiona no longer had time to target Lu Yasi. Wanning. Big news. Zhang Ziyan's mother came. She brought along relatives and hung banners. Security took her to Deputy Director Qin's office. I heard the director took leave today. After chatting with Zhu Xiona, Meng Wanning saw another gossip message from her friend Wang Dandan on her phone. Of course, Meng Wanning knew about the news that Zhang Ziyan died in the ER yesterday. Earlier, she also was targeted by the old pervert director. But, with her emotional intelligence, high tactics, and clear goals, Meng Wanning didn't like that old man director. Even as a mistress, she only wanted a man under 50. And she had already seen that the director didn't dare to spend money. That guy's money came from shady sources. He didn't dare spend it himself, let alone on lovers. So, after teaching the director a lesson, Meng Wanning made sure he didn't dare approach her again. Now, seeing Wang Dandan's message, Meng Wanning narrowed her eyes for a moment, then quickly closed WeChat. This matter? She didn't care. What she cared about was how to interact with Zhang Li, how to get closer, how to make Zhang Li interested in her, how to let Zhang Li initiate contact. High-handed Meng Wanning of course knew. Even if she wanted to give herself away, she needed skill, methods. Cannot give for free. Free giving not only has no value. More importantly, giving freely might sometimes backfire and scare the man away. Men are all cheap things. Deputy Director Qin, I'm tutoring your son's winter holiday homework. He says he lost it, did you know? On the 10th floor of Rinxin Hospital. In the Deputy Director's office. Glancing at the information from his son's homeroom teacher, Deputy Director Qin had no time to pay attention. He quickly put on a white coat and rushed downstairs. Someone in the hospital was hanging banners and making a scene, and he had to deal with it immediately. Ziyan's mother. Don't cry, we completely understand your feelings. Soon, Deputy Director Qin brought Zhang Ziyan's mother, who had come to make a scene after her daughter's death, into the office, serving tea and comforting her. You old thing caused this mess, and expect me to clean it up. And you even sneaked in a billiard table. Such a pretty rack, and you used it to kill her. While comforting Zhang Ziyan's mother, whose beauty remained even with tears, Deputy Director Qin was cursing in his heart. As Deputy Director, of course he knew all the details of yesterday's incident. And today the director didn't come, and this mess was handed to him that made him furious. Of course, he was even angrier that the director had used Zhang Ziyan until death. Damn it! Zhang Ziyan was openly the director's, but privately she was also his, Deputy Director Qin's, relaxed toy. Dead, what a pity. I only have this one daughter. My daughter died mysteriously in your hospital. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll kill myself at your hospital gate. As Deputy Director Qin comforted, Zhang Ziyan's mother was already hysterical. Please calm down, Seeing her anger and craziness, and hearing she said her husband was dead and this was her only daughter, and now her daughter was dead without explanation and she would die with the hospital. Deputy Director Chin's brows furrowed tightly. If the director is removed. A sudden thought popped into Deputy Director Chin's mind. The situation and attitude of Zhang Xian's mother gave him a new idea. Mrs. Zhang, please don't rush. I heard that yesterday Xian was brought to the ER by the director, but the director didn't come today. The director's office is on the 12th floor. Deputy Director Chin, smiling, began to operate. 12th floor? I've heard of the 12th floor. My daughter once accidentally said that there's a secret room on the 12th floor. He didn't expect that before he guided her. Mrs. Zhang had already blurted out what he wanted to say. He certainly knew about the situation behind the director's office. He even knew that beneath the secret room behind the director's office was a small vault. Of course, he had one too. And what he wanted to do was drive out the tiger and swallow the wolf, letting Mrs. Zhang rush into that vault and expose the director. Combined with Zhang Xian's scandal, he wanted to use this wave to overthrow the director and take his position. What Deputy Director Chin didn't expect was, once he mentioned it, Mrs. Zhang herself vomited out a lot of content. That made it easier. Please don't rush, please go back first. We will give you a satisfactory answer about Xian. Planned Deputy Director Chin spoke leisurely. As he expected. With his words, Mrs. Zhang instantly exploded. Don't try to push me away. I'll stay here eating and sleeping from now on. No one can do anything. If anyone dares to move me, I'll kill myself right here. Mrs. Zhang stood firm, determined to seek justice for her daughter. Director, she won't leave. You might need to come in person. I've at least steadied her. Rumors are spreading in the hospital. Mrs. Zhang seems to know something, pretending to comfort Zhang Xian's mother, but secretly adding fuel to the fire. Deputy Director Chin also quietly sent a WeChat message to the director. Disturbance? Return justice for my Zhang Xian? At the hospital entrance. As he quickly walked toward the neurology doctor's office, Zhang Li didn't expect that as soon as he turned his head, he saw people holding banners causing a disturbance. And the words on the banner let him know that these were the family members of Zhang Xian who yesterday, in front of him and photographed by him, had bled severely, now protesting. All right, director, I will give you a surprise. Seeing security personnel and someone who looked like hospital leadership quickly bring the protesters away, Zhang Li thought to himself, and continued toward the neurology office. Brother Zhang, just stepping into the neurology doctor's office. Before Zhang Li could speak, a pleasant voice sounded immediately. Meng Wanning, her eyes fixed on the office door waiting straight for Zhang Li, stood up joyfully. Ah, Dr. Meng. Seeing Meng Wanning in a white coat, tall, with her fair calves exposed, Zhang Li smiled slightly and nodded. Dr. Liu, hello. I'm here to ask about my father's follow-up treatment plan, and also see the approval progress for the treatment application you mentioned. At this moment, aside from Meng Wanning, only Liu Yasi and Zhu Xiona remained in the office. After greeting Meng Wanning, Zhang Li sat down beside Liu Yasi. Zhang Li, who smelled a faint delicate fragrance, quickly explained his purpose. Oh, I happened to carpool on Didi last night and met Dr. Meng unexpectedly. Didn't know Dr. Meng was so polite. Seeing Liu Yasi puzzled, looking between him and Meng Wanning who had arrived, Zhang Li spoke again to explain. Yes, so coincidental last night. Clever Meng Wanning nodded directly, confirming Zhang Li's words. Brother Zhang, Dr. Liu and I discussed this. I will join as assistant in the brain cancer targeted drug treatment project. Zhu Jia has already agreed. Before Liu Yasi could reply, Meng Wanning spoke up and said why she stood there. So from now on you can ask me about your father's condition and progress. Meng Wanning, aiming to get close to Zhang Li, spoke quickly. Ah, good, good. Hearing Meng Wanning, Zhang Li glanced at the calm Liu Yasi, nodded slightly, and nodded repeatedly himself. The more people on his father's brain cancer treatment team, of course the better. Also, having more contact with Meng Wanning, who scores over 90, was something he was very happy to see. In his heart, he very much wanted to build a relationship with Meng Wanning, and ideally have some close contact, reactivating the treasure hunter attendant effect. But, not knowing Meng Wanning's personality, he didn't dare act rashly. Their relationship was heating up. He didn't want to act impulsively and risk cooling it down. Besides, these two doctors in front of him were his father's attending physicians. He must be careful. I submitted the application yesterday, but the director is on leave today, so approval stopped at the director's level. When the director returns, I will go push it. After Zhang Li and Meng Wanning finished talking, Lu Yasi told Zhang Li about the project approval progress. To get that special targeted drug, they must go through Run AI Group and Ren AI Hospital. Zhang Li was worried about project progress, but actually, Lu Yasi, whose father also has brain cancer, was more anxious than him. However, seeing Zhang Li's hand tapping on the table after hearing her answer, remembering how that hand had firmly covered her mouth yesterday, Lu Yasi's face involuntarily blushed. Luckily, she was wearing a mask, so the other two didn't see it. Brother Zhang, I'll send you the approval progress on WeChat. I'll send it to you every day. Seeing Lu Yasi open the approval progress on her computer, Meng Wanning suddenly spoke up. Let's add WeChat. I'll send you some precautions and preparation items before using the targeted drug. As soon as Meng Wanning spoke, Lu Yasi almost at the same time took out her phone to add Zhang Li on WeChat. Alright. Seeing Lu Yasi's pale fingers, Zhang Li, already warmed up by Quan Pei Jun yesterday, couldn't help but recall how it felt hugging Lu Yasi yesterday, caught again by that same faint fragrance. He thought about the softness under Lu Yasi's white coat. He turned his head and glanced at Meng Wanning next to him. He couldn't help but think of how Meng Wanning wore an evening dress last night, her figure revealed, and they sat together in the right hailback. Blaming Quan Pei Jun, Zhang Li murmured in complaint. Lost in random thoughts, he added Lu Yasi on WeChat, and with Meng Wanning chattering nearby, she quickly added them into a small group. Group name, Smash the Disease and Restore Health. Doctors Meng and Lu look very cheerful today. Suddenly at that moment, a male doctor who had just finished rounds, holding medical charts under his arm, entered the neurology office with a smile. Dr. Wei. Turning his head, Meng Wanning rolled her eyes in disbelief at Dr. Wei, a male doctor from another department who had interest in both her and Lu Yasi. As a beauty with over 90 score, Meng Wanning naturally had many pursuers among colleagues. But Meng Wanning was clear on her target. She had no interest in male doctors at the hospital. And because Lu Yasi had her father's illness, she was not thinking about romance either. So, although throughout the neurology office, single male doctors daily made overtures, the two were indifferent. But Dr. Wei was an exception. He was weird. Even if others liked one of them, they pursued just one. But him, he chased both. He showed attentions together, licked both together, thinking he could hook whichever one. But he couldn't show affection to one in front of the other. He was a real weirdo. In Meng Wanning's mind, Dr. Wei was a big show-off idiot. Sir, you've hit the jackpot. These two neurology flowers are here serving you. Why not hurry and thank the two doctors? Thick-skinned Wei Dashuan, seeing Meng Wanning giving him attitude and Lu Yasi ignoring him, fixed his gaze on Zhang Li. At this moment, because they had just added each other on WeChat, Zhang Li was seated closely between Meng Wanning and Lu Yasi. He also noticed Zhang Li's father's case on Lu Yasi's computer screen. Wei Dashuan quickly pulled out his phone, checked Zhang Li Sr.'s case, and began directing his remarks at Zhang Li. Seeing the brain cancer case of Zhang Li's father, and seeing the internal note that he was a migrant worker family, Wei Dashuan, ignored by Meng and Lu, tried to gain presence from Zhang Li. You're Zhang Li, right? Please stand up. Don't stay so close to the doctors. Doctors Lu and Meng are both very clean. I tell you, your father's brain cancer is not easy to treat. The current treatment plan is hormone maintenance to slow spread. I have a friend at a pharmaceutical factory, he's vice president there. They produce a drug at low price, and it's covered by insurance. I have connections. Wei Dashuan modulated his tone. He spoke while watching Zhang Li, hoping Zhang Li would excitedly beg him after hearing the drug. In this way, not only would he show off in front of the two women, also, he would feel satisfied, gaining presence. He knew about Zhang Li's father's illness, and he knew this illness costs a lot. Also, seeing Zhang Li's dark expression, he was certain Zhang Li had no money, so he would pounce when hearing about low-cost drugs. Dr. Lu, I saw your precautions. They say it's best to find a professional caregiver to train the patient for treatment status? Ignoring the babbling Wei Dashuan next to him, Zhang Li opened the PDF sent by Lu Yasi and saw the listed precautions. Yes, it's best to have one. Lu Yasi nodded. This professional caregiver costs 30,000 yuan per month. Beside, Wei Dashuan, expecting Zhang Li to be shocked by the price, hurriedly chimed in and pointed out the caregiver cost. After illness and hospitalization, most people rely on family care, because professional caregivers are too expensive. Wei Dashuan, expecting a shocked reaction, was surprised. Zhang Li didn't shout in shock. Instead, Meng Wanning next to him suddenly spoke, and what she said directly left him stunned with his mouth agape. Brother Zhang, you still need to hire a caregiver. A caregiver can help uncle's body recover more professionally to the best treatment condition. I'll book one for you directly, I know a very professional Antly. Hearing Zhang Li ask about a caregiver, Meng Wanning immediately spoke up. And, right in front of everyone, opened her phone and directly spent her own 150,000 yuan to book a 5-month professional caregiver for Zhang Li's father. The diamond necklace Zhang Li gave yesterday was worth nearly 300,000 yuan. Meng Wanning, who wanted to get close to Zhang Li, without any hesitation, paid 150,000 yuan of caregiver fees for him. Oh my! Beside her, Wei Dashuan, who had never seen Meng Wanning act like this, stared in shock, mouth agape. A doctor paying up front for a patient? And it's more than 100,000? And she's one of the hospital's top, much pursued beautiful female doctors? Is this for real? Something's off. And Lu Yasi saw Meng Wanning's action and couldn't help frowning slightly. Brother Zhang gave me a gift yesterday, so I want to help him too. Seeing Wei Dashuan and Lu Yasi shocked, Meng Wanning glanced at Zhang Li and said cheerfully as if nothing had happened. Then, before Wei Dashuan could react, Zhang Li's next words again stunned Wei Dashuan, making his hands tremble. Thank you, Dr. Meng. I see that these precautions include a lot of things. Could you handle them all for me too? I'll transfer you 1 million yuan. Meng Wanning's sudden action, plus her earlier kindness, made Zhang Li, who already had interest in this over 9-0 scored woman, think a lot. He was slow to react, inexperienced at courting women. But that didn't mean he was dumb. Combining what happened with Meng Wanning yesterday, he suddenly felt he knew how to treat this potential treasure messenger close to him. This person might be easy to get along with. Holy shit! It was the first time Wei Dashuan had seen a doctor paying out of pocket for a patient, and that alone was shocking enough. But what he hadn't expected was, before his shock ended, he saw Zhang Li, who seemed to be from a migrant worker family, obviously had no money, easily take out 1 million yuan. And, without fear of being tricked, not through the hospital's finance system, but via direct WeChat transfer to the doctor. After collecting himself from his exclamation, Wei Dashuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose to find a recovery line. I bought a house at Zhonghai Bagong, and now it's ready for move-in. I wonder if you two have time to help me warm the house. I'd invite all our colleagues nearby. Not wanting Meng and Lu to think he lost face because of money, Wei Dashuan revealed that although he had bought the house, he hadn't moved in yet. He wanted to tell them he had money too. Zhonghai Bagong? You bought a villa? Hearing Wei Dashuan, Meng Wanning frowned in curiosity. Of course she knew Zhonghai Bagong villas, since she aimed to grab a rich man's thigh. She knew the cheapest house there started at 10 million yuan. No, Zhonghai Bagong is phase 3, I'm phase 2. Seeing Meng Wanning see through it, Wei Dashuan shook his head. But my house is near the phase 3 villa area. Through the glass, I can see the villas. It's 143 square meters. Wei Dashuan added. He bought phase 2 residential, but insisted on writing the reputation of phase 3 villas. Alright, brother Zhang, you don't need to worry. I'll handle the rest. Ignoring the babbling Wei Dashuan, Meng Wanning happily responded while accepting Zhang Li's 1 million yuan transfer. It was no big deal that brother Zhang transferred 1 million to her, but him asking her to handle things and getting closer, that was a huge step. What treatment? Pre-op preparation costs 1 million? And you need a specialized caregiver? Seeing nobody responded to him, Wei Dashuan continued from Meng Wanning's words, asking again. Then, when he looked closely at the corner of Lu Yasi's computer screen and saw the treatment budget line, $5 million for the targeted drug, he was completely stunned. 5 million? In USD? What kind of family can take that out? Such treatment costs he had only seen in academic materials. Even with his identity, even in a top-tier hospital, he'd never seen a case like this. Ladies, goodbye, call me anytime. After finishing business, Zhang Li directly said goodbye. He had more things to do. Okay, brother Zhang, goodbye. Meng Wanning openly expressed her goodwill. Goodbye, Director Zhu. Beside her, Wei Dashuan, whose mood was already collapsing after Zhang Li left, could only greet Zhu Xiona and hurriedly flee. Dr. Meng? Brother Zhang? After Zhang Li left, Meng Wanning returned to her seat. Thinking of the previous scene, Lu Yasi couldn't help licking her reddened lips. She saw it. Zhang Li had some trust in Meng Wanning. She also saw Meng Wanning's proactive enthusiasm toward Zhang Li. Earlier she even vaguely heard what Meng Wanning's goal was. I can't manage others, I'll just follow this project well, treat my patient, gain experience, so I can reduce suffering for my father too. Silently muttering, Lu Yasi didn't think further. However, while quickly searching more literature to prepare treatment, her mind still involuntarily surfaced the image of Zhang Li's big warm hand around her waist yesterday. Back then she felt something between her butt. As a doctor, Lu Yasi, of course, was very familiar with physiology and anatomy, so she knew what it was. Thinking about it, Lu Yasi couldn't help blushing. So rich? But his image is so different from being wealthy. And before, it wasn't like this. Could he really take out money for this targeted drug treatment? At the innermost part of the neurology office, after nodding to the departing Wei Dashuan, Shu Xiona, who had observed everything the whole time, was incredibly stunned in her heart. As the deputy director responsible for patient arrangements and coordination, she had very complete information on every patient. She remembered well. When Zhang Li's father was previously hospitalized, he acted frugal and thrifty, nothing like a wealthy person. But yesterday and just now, Zhang Li's actions were completely like someone with loads of money. That scene, for Zhu Xiona, with decades of experience, was completely jarring. Too mismatched. And security guards on duty? Leaving the neurologist office, Zhang Li wanted to go to the director's office to check on the situation. Not to mention what he saw, heard, photographed, and took yesterday. His father was being treated at this hospital. He felt it was still necessary to get to know the director. But now, he found in front of the director's office, they had posted dedicated security guards. This forced his plan to fall through. I'll come back in a couple days. Seeing the hospital leadership area looking outwardly relaxed but inwardly tense, Zhang Li finally took the elevator to the VIP ward area. Compared to the noisy regular ward area, the VIP ward area was clearly more peaceful, with better environment. Dad, how are you? Entering the ward, seeing his father was awake and in good condition, Zhang Li directly sat at the bedside. Son, this VIP ward service is really good. It's really worth the money. Just now the doctor said we also have a professional caregiver included. And the doctors changed from 1 to 2. After chatting with his father for a few sentences, Zhang Li heard his mother's surprised voice. That Dr. Meng is so enthusiastic. She came 2 or 3 times early this morning. Just now she and Dr. Lu came again and even discussed the professional caregiver. Son, with the professional caregiver, I plan to go back home this afternoon. The village chickens haven't been fed for a long time and I'm worried Zhang Puro can't manage them. Yesterday she was still complaining the VIP ward was too expensive. Now, after one night of staying and enjoying the service, and hearing about the professional caregiver, Zhang's mother immediately changed her mind. Furthermore, after hearing what the professional caregiver could do, she even wanted to take time to go back to her hometown. Zhang Li's hometown was a village south of Chang'an City, at the foot of the Qinling Mountains, about 30 to 50 kilometers from the hospital. And Zhang Puru, Zhang Li's younger sister, who was now on winter break, was staying at their hometown alone. She was studying archaeology for her master's at a 211 university in Chang'an City. Was it Dr. Meng who told you about the caregiver included? Zhang Li asked with a smile. Yes, doctors wouldn't lie. And I just met the caregiver, they're outside preparing things now, Zhang's mother asserted firmly. Good. Meng Wanning's answer was complete. Zhang Li didn't expose her. It was best if the caregiver was a gift, it saved money and his mother wouldn't nag again. Zhang Li immediately messaged Meng Wanning, telling her to align stories with the caregiver, don't let anything slip. By the way, I'm going home, ask Xu Fang to bring the kids back too. I want to see my granddaughter. Just a few days ago she said she wanted me to wrap dumplings with Lin Lin. A smile floated at the corner of his mouth, but his mother's next words made Zhang Li's smile freeze instantly. She went back to her hometown. She took the kids to my father-in-law and mother-in-law's place. After his expression froze for a moment, Zhang Li quickly reacted and replied to his mother. He had divorced Zhang Shufang. He couldn't hide this from his family for long, of course. But for now, he didn't plan to tell them. At least, he would wait until after his father's recovery to say anything. Over 10 years ago, shortly after graduating, Zhang Li's salary was only just over 2,000 a month. At that time, after blind dating and marrying Zhang Shufang, his parents dug up 180,000 they had saved over many years as a bride price. Mother kept repeating, once you're married, our task is done. Who set that task? She didn't know. After marriage, Mother noticed her daughter-in-law didn't like her, and to keep family peace, she deliberately kept her distance. Only when she couldn't stand it, would she ask Zhang Li to pass a message saying she wanted to see her granddaughter. Now, 10 plus years later, there are 3 kids. Suddenly telling his parents about the divorce, Zhongli feared they couldn't handle it, especially when the 3 little grandchildren they loved for years weren't biological. That would break the elders. He wanted to delay the reveal. Of course, with his activated treasure hunt system, he wasn't worried about family knowing he was divorced. If before, he was an unemployed, no savings, childless divorced man, his parents would be extremely sad knowing that. But now, he isn't that man anymore. He's a diamond bachelor with property and funds. Actually, these days, Zhongli had been thinking about how to reassure his parents and eventually tell them. His conclusion: show the money. If they see, he has a villa, a fancy car, large savings, even his own company, and many beauties chasing him, then even if he's divorced, they just urge him to remarry and have children, not worry other things. But he planned to wait until after his father's treatment to do that. She went to her maternal grandmother's? Hearing his words, his mother asked regretfully. She didn't feel anything unusual, this happened often, so she wasn't surprised. Yes. The kids are on winter break. Zhongli nodded repeatedly. It'll be weekend soon. If I can't, I'll visit home then? Seeing his mother about to speak more, Zhongli changed the topic. He couldn't talk about the grandchildren anymore. Fine. Seeing her son's demeanor, although deeply missing her granddaughters, Zhongli's mother no longer forced it. All right. Mom, coordinate with the caregiver. I heard in a few days there's a new drug possibility. Zhongli dropped a hint about the follow-up targeted drug treatment. Half an hour later, after greeting 50-plus-year-old Amli, the caregiver, Zhongli said goodbye to his mother. He had to keep going, gathering funds for his father's treatment. Brother Zhang. Half a day later, Zhongli returned to the Zhonghai Bagong Phase 2 community. Han Huiqin had been waiting early for him. This morning, she had already arranged tenants for Zhongli. All right, thank you so much, Xiaohan. Seeing the anxious Han Huiqin, Zhongli nodded and thanked her. No trouble, I do this work, after all. She'd earned over 100,000 yuan in commission in his hands. And because of Zhongli, her boss no longer dared bully her, so Han Huiqin was very grateful. Brother Zhang, the tenants have nowhere else to go. They've already moved into the room, just waiting for you to sign the contract. While guiding Zhongli, Han Huiqin reported as they walked. Brother Zhang, your place is finely decorated but has no basic appliances, so the agreed rent is 2,500 yuan per month. But I suggest you install appliances. Actually only aircon, TV, and fridge. But with appliances, rent can be negotiated to about 3,000. As a professional agent, Han Huiqin continued giving suggestions. All right, buy them. Likewise in real estate, Zhongli nodded in agreement. Everything happened so fast. His new place had been lived in once within 3 days, then he had to hurry and buy a villa. Moreover, as soon as he bought the villa, Han Huiqin found suitable tenants for him. He had no time to decorate the place. Now since it's to be rented, he might as well buy all the appliances. He would need them anyway. Seeing Zhongli heed her suggestion, Han Huiqin happily nodded. Soon, the two reached the door of Zhongli's newly bought apartment. Not sure if they're in. As Han Huiqin knocked, Zhongli's gaze drifted to the next door. The adjacent apartment belonged to Quan Peijun. He wasn't familiar with his new place. But the neighboring Quan Peijun's place, he had unlocked many little maps, very familiar. Last night, Quan Peijun sent him many explicit WeChat messages. But for health reasons, he didn't reply. Now, while waiting for the tenants to open the door, he feared Quan Peijun might suddenly peek out from behind the door. Hello? Miss Yen, this is the landlord. While Zhongli was lost in thought, the door opened from inside. Han Huiqin greeted them and led Zhongli in. Whoa! Seeing inside the room, Zhongli froze at the sight of two identical young women. It stunned him. They were extremely beautiful. Both tall and leggy, perfectly proportioned heads to bodies, wearing casual home clothes and no makeup but radiating innate beauty. Most strikingly, they were identical. A pair of such beauties would stun anyone. Seeing the twin sisters, Zhongli knew their ratings had to be over 90. Appa. Unexpectedly, just as Zhongli curiously looked at the twin sisters, they lowered their heads in greeting. And it was a Korean-style greeting. Koreans? Seeing their manner, Zhongli asked. No, we're Hanzhong, southern Shaanxi, near Sichuan. We were trainees in Korea for 2.5 years, that's how we learned the greeting. Han Huiqin explained. Miss Yen, this is the landlord, please add WeChat. According to agency rules, both of you should pay me 1 month's rent as commission, but since Brother Zhang is in, I can waive it. But about your rent and deposit payment method, You need to discuss with Brother Zhang, the landlord. After introducing them, Han Huiqin informed the twins. Hello, landlord brother. I'm Yen Yunting, this is my sister Yen Yuting. We tried debuting as trainees but failed, so we returned to our hometown and plan to be streamers. We haven't saved much, so we told Sister Han earlier we want monthly rent prepaid. One twin began speaking, her voice crisp, carrying the tone of a Korean girl group. Something like this goes. You can doubt anyone's taste, but you must trust Yeshu, Coal Bosses, and Peninsula Consortium. Looking at the two twins, Zhongli, in his heart, confirmed a saying he'd seen online. Okay, and I can also provide you with the basic appliances. Hearing twin sister Yen Yunting speak, Zhongli, who had been thinking to himself, slowly nodded in agreement. His goal this time was to rent out the apartment. Seeing two gorgeous girl group twins was completely unexpected. He agreed to rent with deposit upfront. As a real estate professional, he knew a rented house must have tenants, otherwise in half a year it'd go unused. Thank you, landlord. Hearing Zhongli agree, Yen Yunting happily thanked him. This apartment was just bought by Brother Zhang. He hasn't even moved in himself, but is already letting you live in it. Seeing both parties talk terms and at each other on WeChat, Han Huiqin interjected suddenly from the side. And if appliances are purchased, the rent price will definitely go up. That's how the whole market is. Quickly, Han Huiqin told Zhongli many more things. In the end, with thanks from the two twins, the 100 SQM apartment was rented by Zhongli to them at a price of 2,900 yuan per month. And twin sister Yen Yunting, in front of Han Huiqin, transferred 5,800 yuan for first month and deposit via WeChat to Zhongli. Brother Zhang, such beautiful twins, suddenly returning to Chang'an City to rent and start live streaming, there must be a story behind it. Half an hour later, after leaving the community, Han Huiqin suddenly said to Zhongli, with the twins' attractiveness and girl group aura, doing live streaming obviously signaled something. I know. Zhongli nodded in response. Two such beautiful twins, yet they were thrifty paying rent. And they wanted to live stream, but didn't go to prosperous cities like Songhai or Hangzhou, instead returned to their home province capital Chang'an City. Obviously there's a story. But, that's their story, not his concern. Then, Brother Zhang, should I help you buy the appliances? Reaching the exit of Phase 2 community, at parting, Han Huiqin asked again. Earlier, Zhongli transferred her 50,000 yuan to help purchase appliances for the twins' rental. Brother Zhang, this money might not even be used up. Seeing Zhongli nod, Han Huiqin revealed the main purpose. If it's not used up, help me buy a mattress too, to put in my newly bought villa. Thinking of other matters, Zhongli waved his hand to give an answer to Han Huiqin. His new residence was already rented out to the twins. At Li Hanxian's place, his third wife had come to cause trouble again. Zhongli thought, if necessary, he might go back to live in the villa. Since the villa is empty, might as well buy a mattress for now. All right. Han Huiqin nodded, took the villa keys, and departed quickly. And she also told Zhongli that in 2 hours, the appliances and mattress would all be in place. Buy a car. Must guard against mother suddenly finding out about my divorce. Before mother knows, I must have a car. After bidding farewell to Han Huiqin, Zhongli made a new decision. Earlier at the hospital, he had smoothly deflected his mother. But who knows if his mother or sister would call Zhang Shufang. He couldn't control what Zhang Shufang would say. To avoid making his mother worry, he had to buy a car as soon as possible. Having a car, a house, and savings so if the divorce is exposed, he could show enough competence and reduce his mother's worry. To use assets to tell his parents that even divorced, he could live well. Wow. Glancing at the location of his apartment, Zhongli turned toward the 4S dealership. Fortunately for him, all along, Quan Peijun had not peeked out from the next door apartment. Sis, we only have 8,000 yuan left. In Zhonghai Bagong Phase 2, Building 35, Room 2802. Seeing the landlord and agent already gone, a sultry voice suddenly sounded inside the room. One of the twins, younger sister Yen Yunting, spoke up. She looked identical to her sister, but her voice was more husky, more seductive. That's why, when outsiders were present earlier, she didn't speak, her sister handled it the whole time. This time we must succeed. Grow strong again, recreate our glory. Hearing her sister speak, Yen Yunting bit her silver teeth tightly and nodded firmly. 3 years ago, still in high school, they were selected by a Peninsula girl group to be trainees. But they didn't expect, after training for 2.5 years, instead of debuting, they became forbidden toys of the Peninsula Consortium. This made the hopeful sisters refuse instantly. Their groupmates many had yielded, but as the only two Daxia people in the group, they refused to comply. Finally, with the power of the strong Daxia nation, the peninsula people dared not act rashly, and they returned to Daxia unharmed. Of course, to return safely, they repaid all the money they'd earned as trainees. Originally, the sisters thought that even if the girl group didn't happen, with their looks and trainee skills, they could make it in the domestic entertainment industry. But they didn't expect. The rule-breaking backstage was even worse in domestic entertainment than in the peninsula. They truly were lambs entering a tiger's den, nearly consumed entirely. Fortunately, because of the Peninsula Consortium's matter, they stayed alert and escaped the domestic entertainment trap. Originally, the sister thought maybe they should return home and work in factories. But the younger sister wanted to try live streaming again online. After all, the two had both looks and talent. Eventually, the older sister agreed to the younger sister's suggestion. But, worrying about further danger, the two didn't go to live streaming hubs Shanghai or Hangzhou. They chose to return to their home province capital Chang'an City, and rented a relatively safe, somewhat expensive community. Sis, what kind of live stream should we do? I don't want to be just a beauty streamer. Bringing up their remaining savings, younger sister Yan Yuding tapped her head thinking. With their looks, being beauty streamers was the first choice, but, having already seen many backstage rules in entertainment, they knew beauty streaming also had big hidden rules, and they didn't want to go that route. If they accepted it, they would have been in the peninsula or domestic entertainment already. They also knew, looks must be combined with wisdom, wealth, background, etc., to truly excel. They only had looks. If they didn't develop another angle, the result wouldn't be good. Why don't we do outdoor content? Chang'an City has such long history, abundant food, and famous attractions. We could do outdoor food exploration, culture and travel, and attraction introductions? Looking over the notes from past days, older sister Yen Yunting suggested. We can only make while watching. Younger sister Yen Yuding nodded slightly. The first video is very important. If the first video can go viral, then we'll stand firm. Opening the Douyin registered account, Yen Yunting continued. How about we wear girl group outfits and dance in front of some villa? Looking through the window, seeing the villa area next door, Yen Yuding thought of an idea. We'll highlight wealth and looks? Yen Yunting understood her sister's meaning. They could dance fine. The first video must be dance. But the background of the dance was key. Dancing in front of Shanghai Bagong villas would tag them with wealth. Dancing on a university campus would tag them with intelligence. Of course, there could be many tags, but wealth and beauty, those are most eye-catching. Hello, sir. All the procedures are completed. Including insurance, you just need to pay 990,000. You can use a temporary license plate for now. We'll help you order the official plate, and it should be mailed to you within 2 weeks. Chang'an City, Xuanqing 4S dealership. Zhang, sitting in the signing area, saw the female sales associate bring over the documents and car key. At this moment, he still had about 1.13 million in cash on him. He directly spent 990,000 to buy a BMW X7 that was available in stock. The reason he bought a BMW was not because he liked the brand, but because he wanted to show it to his mother, so that after knowing about his divorce, his mother would see the luxury car and villa and stop worrying. Zhang Li's mother only knew one luxury car brand, BMW. His third uncle's son once bought a BMW 3 Series and showed it off to the relatives. Because of that, Zhang's mother became aware of the luxury brand, BMW. Even though she didn't like foreign brands, because of his goal in buying the car, Zhang Li still chose BMW. Alright. Picking up the car key, and after quickly swiping the payment, Zhang Li drove his new car out of the forest dealership. He had already gotten his driver's license back in college. When he worked at a construction site, he also practiced driving a cargo van around the site yard. So, faced with the better handling of the BMW X7, he handled it like a seasoned driver and quickly got familiar with it. Perfect driving. Got a car, got a villa. But I'm out of money. Driving the BMW X7 along the second ring road, cruising and braking in the new car, Zhang Li thought about his current situation. The system had been activated. And besides the things he couldn't take yet, he had already collected all the treasures he could. Next, his daily routine would be to continue treasure hunting based on the daily system information. At the same time, he also had to find ways to get more treasure hunting attempts. Today at the hospital, Meng Wanning's enthusiasm and attitude, and last night at the auction, his efforts to build rapport with Kwon Pei-jun, gave him new thoughts about Meng Wanning. But all of this required money. And after just buying the car, his bank account now had only just over 100,000 left. So, whether it's getting closer to Meng Wanning, or helping dad pay for medicine, or doing anything else in the future, the most important thing right now is still to make money. Keep making money. Driving the BMW X7, Zhangli noticed that fewer cars were cutting him off now, and his gaze grew sharper. He had gained a lot of things, but in the end, he realized he still had to make money. Keep making money. Make big money. Screech. Half an hour later, Zhangli exited the second ring road and drove into an urban village. He needed to eat. And in recent days, he had formed the habit of eating in this village, so he naturally parked next to his usual noodle shop. Boss, 1 bowl of dry mixed noodles, everything included. Familiar with the place, Zhangli sat down and ordered his regular dish. Ah, sorry. While waiting for the noodles, Zhangli didn't expect that an older lady behind him, who had stood up to get soup, spilled it on him when she returned. Splash! Zhangli, who hadn't changed clothes in several days, was doused with hot soup and shivered instinctively. It's fine. Turning around and seeing the elderly woman apologizing while wiping him with a handkerchief, Zhangli waved it off, saying it was okay. Why don't you come to my home? I'll help you wash it. Seeing the soup stain getting worse as she wiped, the old lady suggested with guilt. No need, please sit, it's all right. Seeing his noodles had arrived, Zhangli raised his hand and gently pressed the old lady back into her seat. Slurp. Looking at the steaming noodles, Zhangli picked up his chopsticks, mixed the noodles, and took a big bite. While chewing, he tossed a pre-peeled garlic clove into his mouth. Satisfied. Clang. Suddenly, a man in a suit, with a gold watch and slick hair, sat down across from Zhangli. It was mealtime, and someone came to share a table with Zhangli. Cough. The suited man sat down and saw Zhangli's dark skin and dirty clothes, but didn't switch tables. He suddenly coughed loudly a few times. Based on past experience, when he sat next to migrant workers or street cleaners, they would all move away instinctively. Even if he came later, even if they were halfway through their meal, they would always move. That's why, after seeing Zhangli's appearance in the empty spot, he walked straight over. He thought that once he sat, Zhangli would definitely leave. But this time, things didn't go as expected. Thinking Zhangli hadn't noticed him, the man coughed loudly. He also leaned forward, sniffing hard. He wanted to show Zhangli that he smelled bad and should move away. Young man, come sit over here. There's a spot here. Zhangli didn't respond, but the old lady behind him got the hint. She moved aside, pulled out a stool from under the table, and motioned for Zhangli to join her. Unfortunately, Zhangli only glanced up at the man in the suit in confusion, then continued eating. Hey! That one glance made the suited man visibly uncomfortable. My friend is coming, you move to the back. We're 2 people. Seeing Zhangli not move, the man directly told him to go. Boss, find us a seat. We're 2. Still no reaction from Zhangli. The man called out to the owner. Wow, honey, there's a BMW X7 outside, it's so pretty. I took lots of photos. Help me pick the best one. At that moment, a flashily dressed woman walked in. See, we're 2 people. Seeing his girlfriend arrive, the man repeated to the boss. Alright, I'm done eating. Before the owner could respond, Zhangli picked up the remaining noodles, slurped them in one go, and stood up. No self-awareness at all. Babe, sit down. That BMW is whatever, it can't compare to my friend's Audi A4. Giving Zhangli a disdainful look, the man quickly pulled his girlfriend to sit. Suddenly, he froze. Staring in shock, he saw the dirty, soaking Zhangli walk over and open the door to the BMW X7 his girlfriend had just taken pictures of. His girlfriend, still watching the BMW out of the corner of her eye, jumped up as soon as she saw Zhangli do that. What's going on with you? It's so late and you're still not back? At night, past 10 o'clock, after eating noodles and drying his wet clothes with hot air in the car, Zhangli thought for a moment, then drove back to his villa. Han Huichin had already bought a mattress for him in the villa. She sent him a WeChat message, telling him where the key was hidden in the grass. Zhangli decided to stay in the villa tonight, even though there was only a mattress. But he didn't expect that Li Hanxian would actually call him. Don't avoid coming back to stay just because of my ex-wife. You really don't have to worry. We're brothers. What's mine is yours. If you want, I can even transfer one of the rooms to you another day. Did that idiot Dong Qian call you? Just ignore her. Seeing the call connected but Zhangli not speaking, the impatiently Hanxiang shouted loudly. He thought Zhangli didn't want to live with him because he had found out about his ex-wife causing trouble again recently. He assumed Zhangli wanted to avoid being affected, so he chose not to come. But in Li Hanxiang's mind, that wasn't acceptable. Li Hanxiang, who had helped Zhangli with his divorce, knew very well that his brother was now homeless. He couldn't let his brother have nowhere to go. Say something. Are you staying at a hotel? Why waste money like that? Save it for my godfather's treatment. Still no reply from Zhangli, and Li Hanxiang kept yelling. Thinking about how to tell his brother that he not only had a place to stay, but it was a big villa. Zhangli didn't expect that as he was thinking, Li Hanxiang had already imagined a bunch of things on his own. Of course, from Li Hanxiang's words, he also realized that the trouble from the ex-wife was much more serious than what Li Hanxiang had told him. Well, I bought a villa. Just bought it yesterday. After some thought, Zhangli decided to just come clean. Li Hanxiang would find out eventually, so better to tell him early. What? Zhangli's words left Li Hanxiang momentarily speechless. Really? Afraid that Li Hanxiang wouldn't believe him, Zhangli hung up the phone and immediately started a video call. Look, Villa. Shanghai Platinum Palace, Villa number 18. Looking at the screen and seeing the stunned face of Li Hanxiang, Zhangli turned the phone to show him the scenery around the villa. There's no appliances or furniture yet, but I was so excited I couldn't sleep, so I bought a mattress to try it out. Turning the phone, Zhangli explained. He didn't want to cause trouble for his brother, so he stayed in the villa. But he could only say it was because of his excitement. What's going on? Seeing Zhangli opening the villa door and filming the grass and road outside, Li Hanxiang was completely stunned. How did he suddenly get a villa? Well, this neighborhood was developed by Hengtai. And I used to work for Hengtai. Also, recently I've been kind of hypersensitive due to stress. Facing Li Hanxiang's questions, Zhangli started making up stuff, half true, half false. He couldn't hide the villa from his brother, but he definitely couldn't talk about the system. Is that true? Faced with Zhangli's explanation, Li Hanxiang couldn't tell what was real. If it was fake, Zhangli did have the gold necklace, gold bars, and bitcoins before. The Sixth Sense claim had some basis. Also, the well-known Shanghai Platinum Palace in Chang'an City was indeed developed by Hengtai. But if it was true, then why did it feel so unbelievable? Is the property deed in your name? Li Hanxiang asked blankly. Yes, but the deed hasn't been processed yet. I only have the purchase contract. Zhangli showed him the purchase contract. Wait. Seeing the purchase contract, Li Hanxiang suddenly became anxious. What's wrong? Zhangli asked curiously. You bought this villa too early. You're still in the divorce cooling-off period. This counts as a purchase during marriage and might be divided with Zhang Shufang. Li Hanxiang was worried his brother's assets would be split. The sudden villa purchase shocked him, but after the shock, he started worrying about his brother. It's fine, don't worry about this. I've got it under control. Zhangli smiled and reassured his brother. What's the point of stopping just because of some sheep droppings? The cooling-off period lasts a month. Is he supposed to do nothing for a whole month? Of course not. He wouldn't pause his treasure hunting system just because of Zhang Shufang. Besides, he already had the secretly filmed video of Qian Liming and the paternity test Li Hanxiang had helped arrange earlier. He wasn't afraid of Zhang Shufang causing trouble. For the child's sake, if Zhang Shufang behaved, that would be fine. But if she dared cause trouble, he'd make her understand why flowers are so red. He'd show her what it meant to leave with nothing, what social death meant, what being hated by everyone meant, what public outrage was. Alright then, they had the video call, saw the contract, talked about marital property issues. And once he was sure his brother was fine, Li Hanxiang finally hung up the phone. Hello? Just after hanging up, Li Hanxiang didn't expect his phone to ring again. Hey, old classmate, how are you? It wasn't Zhangli calling back, but the class monitor from college, who was friends with both of them. Shooting short videos? And I have to be on camera? The theme, 10 years after graduation, how are my classmates doing? I'm a representative case, with ups and downs, so I'm the first episode? Hearing the class monitor's explanation over the phone, Li Hanxiang was stunned. The monitor had also quit his job, and after not finding a new one, he planned to become a social media influencer on Doushou by filming videos. His idea was to show how classmates had changed after 10 years. And for the first episode, his go-to example was Li Hanxiang. Back in senior year, Li Hanxiang had been very flashy and popular. At that time, both his parents were alive, and the family had just gone through their first demolition compensation. So, At many of the graduation dinners in senior year, it was Lee Hanxiang who generously paid the bill. The monitor had also heard. From senior year onward, Lee Hanxiang's family went through 4 demolitions in a row. He quickly entered the rich class. But then, he heard that Lee Hanxiang went through 3 divorces in a row, and almost all of his near-billion wealth was split up. He felt Lee Hanxiang's story had great entertainment value. It would definitely go viral. He wanted to film it. No, I'm totally unprepared. Also, I'm not good on camera. When I was young and reckless, that was back then. A hero doesn't brag about past glories. Hearing the class monitor praising him on the phone, Lee Hanxiang kept shaking his head. This video would just turn his gossip into other people's entertainment. If things were going well, it could be a good story. But now, on a downward path, better not to film. I, Lee Hanxiang, still have some pride. What? You're already in Chang'an City? And you're downstairs at my place? You bastard. After hearing that, the monitor was already downstairs calling him. Lee Hanxiang was speechless. As mentioned earlier, Lee Hanxiang used to act very grand in front of his classmates. And because of the demolition windfall, he had the vibe of a local boss. Now that the monitor was downstairs, he had no choice but to go down and receive him. As the saying goes, since you're already here, Hanxiang, you have a whole building collecting rent. You do nothing and still earn over 10,000 a month. That's better than most classmates. Shooting the video is totally fine. Welcomed into the home by Lee Hanxiang, and hearing him explain the situation, the college monitor Jiang Yuliang kept praising him. Sleep first, sleep first. Still not agreeing to the filming, Lee Hanxiang first arranged for Jiang Yuliang to rest. Brother Zhang, I already found a lawyer today. I've already drafted the divorce agreement with the lawyer. The lawyer told me that since I have evidence of Qian Liming's cheating, he will definitely leave with nothing. Villa number 18. After finishing his call with Lee Hanxiang, Zhang Li received a WeChat message from Quan Peijun. Looking at Quan Peijun's message, he finally understood what she had been doing today. Brother Zhang, thank you for the video. Otherwise I would have had to split my assets with Qian Liming. Brother Zhang, at yesterday's auction, someone actually mistook you for my husband. He. Today, someone who only heard part of the story came to ask me about buying jade. Someone even asked me if I knew President Su. And my dad even asked me about last night. Zhang Li had just replied that he understood. When Quan Peijun sent a string of messages again. Seeing her messages, Zhang Li didn't expect that. Even Quan Peijun's father knew about it. He had slept with a married woman, and now her father came asking? That was a bit dangerous. Quan's father asking about last night made Zhang Li a little nervous. Brother Zhang, what are you doing? I think the pipes in my new house might have a problem. How come water's dripping out while I'm chatting? Blush.jpg. Just after discussing serious matters, Quan Peijun suddenly sent Zhang Li a flirtatious message. Along with the message, she also sent a picture of herself, half lying on the sofa, wearing a white lace top and black stockings. Phew. Looking at Quan Peijun's messages and picture, Zhang Li knew she wanted it again. However, after going at it 6 or 7 times yesterday, he felt he needed a break tonight. Health comes first. There's always tomorrow. Not convenient. With a client, Zhang Li casually made up a reason to brush her off, and was about to turn off his phone to rest for a while. He didn't expect. Meng Wanning also sent a message. Brother Zhang, are you asleep? Meng Wanning's WeChat was very polite. Zhang Li was just thinking whether or how to reply when she immediately followed up with a second message. Brother Zhang, I want to report about the hospital. Today the application for that targeted drug still wasn't approved. I found out the hospital director didn't come to the hospital today. Tomorrow is the weekend, and he probably won't come either. So the earliest the drug application can be approved is next Monday. The messages from Meng Wanning to Zhang Li were all serious matters. She knew how to build rapport. In this regard, Meng Wanning was very experienced. Thank you, Dr. Meng. Seeing the detailed message, Zhang Li nodded and thanked her. You're welcome, Brother Zhang. You can just call me Wanning. And thank you for the necklace you gave me yesterday. I've never received such an expensive gift. Following his message, Meng Wanning continued to build the relationship. Okay, thank you, Wanning. Zhang Li followed her lead. By the way, Brother Zhang, the 1 million yuan you gave me this morning after I bought new rehab equipment for Uncle and ordered special medication, there's still over 800,000 yuan left. Should I transfer it back to you? After strengthening the relationship, Meng Wanning brought up another matter. It's okay, keep it for now. When my dad recovers, we'll settle everything then. We'll square up. Shaking his head, Zhongli didn't take the money back from Meng Wanning. Letting her hold the extra 800,000 was also a way to strengthen the bond between them. Alright, then rest early, brother Zhang. Good night. Meng Wanning smoothly pulled back at the right moment. She didn't keep chatting so hard. On the other side, seeing Meng Wanning take the initiative, and her perfect sense of timing, Zhang Li couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, from her initiating the conversation, his guesses about her intentions were confirmed. He knew Meng Wanning was trying to get closer to him on purpose, and he also wanted to get closer to her. This could be called a mutual pursuit. However, if he were to invite her to the villa now, it would definitely scare the scheming Meng Wanning away. That would be stupid. Clearly both of them were interested, but to avoid scaring her off, he had to act like he was slowly getting close too. So annoying. Keep making money. Keep treasure hunting. In his 30s, Zhongli knew very well that rushing things never works. With Meng Wanning, he couldn't be too hasty. Looking at the floor beneath him, he really wanted to dig up the horsehoof-shaped gold 10 meters below. But he knew he couldn't. First, he couldn't dig 10 meters alone. And second, he had nowhere to put the construction debris and soil. Also, he might need to ask a lawyer to avoid legal risks. Everything had to wait for the right time. Whoosh! Withdrawing his gaze, Zhongli rested his head on his hands and quietly waited for time to pass. Soon, time past midnight, a new day arrived. Opening the panel, he saw that the system's treasure hunting attempts had indeed refreshed. Zhongli thought for a moment, and chose to use today's attempt of treasure hunting assistant, Quan Peijun. The treasure she found, he couldn't use. So like opening a mystery box, he decided to use this attempt first. Ding! Today's treasure hunting assistant search complete. Your treasure hunting assistant Quan Peijun passed by Yongxing Park today. The mini-map shows, next to scenic seat number 193 by the Long Lake in Yongxing Park, 1 meter to the left, 0.1 meters underground, there is a purple jade, high ice grade eggplant purple bracelet. Whoosh! With Zhang Li's treasure scan, based on Quan Peijun's daily movement, a treasure location was discovered. All of Quan Peijun's treasure finds are jade? Or is it just coincidence? Seeing that the third time Quan Peijun found a gem again, a thought popped into Zhang Li's mind. However, it was just a guess for now. More data was needed to be sure. Yongxing Park? Isn't that right next to the community? Seeing the content of the treasure info, Zhang Li muttered to himself. Next to the Zhonghai Platinum Palace neighborhood, there was a large urban park. The lake in the park connected to the largest river in Chang'an, and many nearby residents visited daily. Alright, gotta go. Looking at Quan Peijun's treasure info, to prevent others from taking it, Zhang Li knew he had to find Quan Peijun right away. Just earlier he said he wouldn't go. Now, he had to. The item found by treasure hunting assistant, he couldn't retrieve himself. He could only call Quan Peijun. Hello brother Zhang. Zhang Li, speechless, called Quan Peijun via WeChat voice, and she picked up instantly, sounding very flirtatious. Are you home? Zhang Li asked directly. Yes, yes. Quan Peijun's voice was soft and excited, and Zhang Li even heard her panting. Wait there, I'm coming to you. Zhang Li was in phase 3 of the villa complex, while Quan Peijun was in phase 2, separated from him by just one road. There was no way Zhang Li would ignore a high ice grade eggplant purple bracelet, so he went straight to find Quan Peijun. Knocking on the door, even though Zhang Li was fully alert, the lightly dressed Quan Peijun, after opening the door, didn't care about Zhang Li's soup-stained dirty clothes and immediately blocked him with a passionate kiss. Stop! Put your clothes on! Zhang Li forcefully opened his eyes, swallowed hard, and quickly told Quan Peijun to get dressed. Ha! Her desire had already been ignited 10 minutes ago when Zhang Li said he was coming over. Quan Peijun didn't expect that Zhang Li would tell her to get properly dressed. During the day, she had already drafted the divorce agreement and was just waiting to notify Chen Liming. Quan Peijun felt the chains on her had all been broken. At this moment, she was even more open than yesterday. Originally, her being with Zhang Li was to get back at Chen Liming, to balance the anger in her heart. But after experiencing Zhang Li's prowess, and receiving over 20 million yuan worth of jade gifts from him, she had become deeply infatuated with Zhang Li. Moreover, based on some posts she read in a private forum during the day, her identity was something men would really like. Brother Zhang? Do you want me to call Chen Liming? Seeing Zhang Li step back, and recalling the forum post, Quan Peijun thought Zhang Li wanted to play something more exciting. What nonsense! Hurry up and get dressed, come with me to the park next door. Wanting to retrieve the item immediately, Zhongli quickly stated his destination. Ha? The park? Oh, okay. After a moment of surprise, Quan Peiyuan's eyes suddenly lit up and she quickly dashed into the bedroom. The park? Was this the outdoor scenario mentioned in the forum post? Without understanding, Quan Peiyun began to imagine things and quickly got moving. What are you doing? Seeing that after changing clothes, Quan Peiyun even packed a backpack and put a moisture-proof mat inside, Zhongli was confused. Just in case. Ignoring Zhongli's curiosity, Quan Peiyun kept packing. Let's go. A few seconds later, glancing oddly at her backpack, Zhongli grabbed her and headed out. Wait, just as he opened the door, Quan Peiyun suddenly stopped. Before Zhangli could react and ask what now, Quan Peiyun pointed at the neighboring unit. Brother Zhang, is there a thief in that house? She heard a woman's voice coming from the neighbor's unit. I rented it out, Zhangli quickly explained, pulling Quan Peiyun away. He had also heard the twin sisters, who had rented the unit, discussing something inside. But whatever they were talking about had nothing to do with him. Oh. Surprised that Zhangli's newly bought house was already rented out, Quan Peiyun was briefly stunned. Being pulled along by Zhongli, she quickly closed the door and followed him. Soon, the two of them, wearing masks, entered the huge Yongxing Park next to the complex, covering more than 2,000 mu. At night, the park was empty. Only a few security post lights were on, but no one was visible. Yongxing Park, as the city's oxygen bar, had no fence, so it was easy to enter. Zhongli, with a clear goal, led Quan Peiyun to avoid cameras and ran towards scenic seat number 193 where the treasure information had directed. Very soon, they arrived by the small lake. The lakeside was desolate. Aside from the cold water, it was full of withered grass. Here, arriving beside a long bench facing the lake, Zhongli checked the number on the side of the iron bench and confirmed it was the right spot. Looking around quickly, and seeing no one nearby, Zhongli stepped onto a pile of dead grass according to the mini-map's instruction. Ha! What are you doing? Just as Zhongli was about to call her over after confirming the location, he suddenly saw Quan Peiyun opening her backpack and spreading the moisture-proof mat on the bench by the lake. Brother Zhang, it might get a bit cold later. Hearing Zhangli's question, Quan Peiyun, after laying down the mat, took out several small square packets from her backpack. She had bought them specially during the day. What nonsense! Hurry up and come here. The items in her hand made Zhongli speechless. Ha! Hearing Zhangli's frustrated shout, Quan Peiyun, who had already turned on a flashlight and picked up a stick to dig the ground, quickly came over. Damn! Quickly using the stick to dig through the soil. Soon, at a depth of 10 centimeters, Zhongli saw a small box under the dirt. Pick it up. Immediately confirming that the bracelet detected by the system was in that wooden box, Zhongli pulled the amazed Quan Peiyun over to retrieve it. The treasure detected by the treasure hunting assistant couldn't be taken by him. Oh. Excited at first and thinking she was going to play outdoors with Zhongli, Quan Peiyun didn't expect him to suddenly dig up a small wooden box in the grass. Seeing the soil already cleared by Zhongli, Quan Peiyun dumbfoundedly bent down and picked up the box. Once she had it, Zhongli quickly backfilled the soil and restored the dead grass that had been moved. Let's go, back. Without waiting a second, he immediately pulled Quan Peiyun to leave, not letting her put the box down. He also had to repack the mat she had spread earlier. Brother Zhang? Very soon, the two returned to Quan Peiyun's place. Earlier, Zhongli had made her walk only in dark spots, and after placing down the small wooden box at home, Quan Peiyun's face was full of curiosity, wanting to know what was going on. Open it. There's a purple bracelet inside. It's yours. It's my gift to you. Without much explanation, Zhongli directly told her to open the box. While she carried the box back, Zhongli had already suspected that there might be more than just a bracelet inside. Very quickly, under Zhangli's gaze, Quan Peiyun found pliers and a screwdriver and slowly pried the box open. Then, after seeing what was inside, Zhangli's pupils dilated, and Quan Peiyun let out a sharp scream, scaring even the twin sisters next door who were discussing a shooting plan. Damn! Accompanied by Quan Peiyun's scream in the middle of the night, Zhongli was also startled. However, since he had expected it, he quickly reacted and reached out to cover Quan Peiyun's mouth. Brother Zhang! After more than 10 seconds, when he saw Quan Peiyun finally come back to her senses and slowly nod at him, Zhongli, under her soft whisper, slowly took his hand away. Brother Zhang, did you hide this? You hid this money from your ex-wife? finally able to speak. Kwon Pei-jun tightly grabbed Zhang Li's hand and asked excitedly. She thought the box was hidden by Zhang Li. First, take the high ice eggplant purple bracelet. Without directly answering, Zhang Li, by default, accepted her assumption. He pointed to the small wooden box, where a brilliant purple bracelet was partly wrapped in red cloth. Oh, she had already seen 20 million worth of jade yesterday. Now, under Zhang Li's direction, Kwon Pei-jun finally snapped out of it and immediately took out the purple bracelet from the box. As a jewelry designer, she instantly judged that this purple bracelet was worth at least 500,000. And inside the wooden box, she saw even more things. Alright, this bracelet is for you. Help me take out the rest and lay them out neatly so I can have a look. To prevent another eggplant purple bracelet from being hidden under other things, Zhang Li had Kwon Pei-jun help him sort everything out. Okay. Nervously, Kwon Pei-jun placed the bracelet to the side, then knelt on the floor, lifted her round bottom, and began sorting through the contents of the box. Half an hour later, the previously full box was emptied by Kwon Pei-jun. On the floor beside her, with her heart racing and eyes wet from excitement, was a neatly arranged pile of items. Among them were 4 1-kilogram gold bars, 3 half-gene gold necklaces, 3 top-grade jade pigeon eggs, 1 16 centimeters diameter large black pearl, 2 vivid green jade bracelets, a small bag with approximately 2-carat diamonds. Impressive. As each item was laid out, Kwon Pei-jun's big watery eyes stared at Zhang Li, and Zhang Li looked at her too. Kwon Pei-jun was shocked, wondering who exactly this brother Zhang she had just met was. How could he have gifted 20 million in jade, and now had a whole box of gemstones? As a jewelry designer, Kwon Pei-jun had already estimated that the total value of everything on the floor, even if not 20 million, was still several million. With such wealth from Zhang Li, she couldn't help but question how her ex-husband Shan Liming had managed to steal the wife of such a wealthy man. He didn't match in looks or wealth. How did he pull that off? Alright, this purple jade bracelet is for you. Take it inside. After sorting through the box and confirming there were no more eggplant purple bracelets, Zhang Li packed the rest while asking Kwon Pei-jun to take the bracelet. Seeing Zhang Li's movements, Kwon Pei-jun immediately picked up the bracelet and went into the bedroom. Brother Zhang, can you also give me those 3 green jade pigeon eggs? I want to design a set of green jade jewelry. After placing the bracelet in the bedroom and seeing Zhang Li packing the rest of the items, Kwon Pei-jun suddenly asked, "What are you designing?" Zhang Li looked up curiously. "Secret for now." Facing his question, Kwon Pei-jun shyly lowered her head. During the day, after browsing that forum post, she had already decided what to design. It was an intimate green jade set, including round beads, a cone plug, and a chain strap structure. She not only wanted to wear it for brother Zhang to see, she wanted him to use it on her. Previously, her raw material was the parrot green jade Zhang Li gave her last night. Now, with these 3 jade pigeon eggs, she had enough materials. The green pigeon egg was just the right size for an important part. Alright, seeing that gifting the purple bracelet earlier had raised Kwon Pei-jun's intimacy level by 5, Zhang Li thought for a second and handed her the 3 green pigeon eggs. Ding! Intimacy with treasure hunting assistant Kwon Pei-jun +1. Intimacy +1. Intimacy +1. After giving the pigeon eggs, Zhang Li's system panel indeed displayed 3 new messages. Now Kwon Pei-jun's intimacy level had reached 46 points. Once it reached 50, it would trigger a new threshold, possibly increasing detection attempts or unlocking new features. Kwon Pei-jun's finds are better than mine. As she happily took the pigeon eggs and returned to the bedroom, Zhang Li packed the rest of the items and thought to himself, just now, he thought the treasure this time was only a purple bracelet. He hadn't expected that the bracelet was only one of the items. The treasure stash contained a whole batch. This treasure hunt, he hadn't expected much, thinking everything would go to Kwon Pei-jun. But he ended up with the biggest gain. This made Zhang Li think that Kwon Pei-jun's finds were better than his. Not because they were more valuable, but because they were easier to retrieve. But who hid this whole box of stuff? Why do these gold necklaces look familiar? Have I seen them at a gold shop before? Thinking about all the items just now, Zhang Li pondered. This big stash had been hidden in a park? That was clearly suspicious. Who would hide such valuable stuff in a park filled with people? And so shallow too, just a little digging and it came out? Whoosh! After a few seconds of fruitless thinking, Zhang Li exhaled deeply. Detect! A while later, Seeing that Kwon Pei-jun still hadn't come out and he couldn't excuse himself, Zhang Li opened the panel and chose to use his 3 remaining treasure detections for the day. Kwon Pei-jun's find today had been a big surprise. He felt his luck was good, so he decided to open the rest now. Whoosh! Under Zhang Li's gaze, as he spoke, lines of text appeared. Ding! Scanning, please wait. Ding! Scan complete. Today's detection results. Today, while passing through Ganjiapu Urban Village, Minimap detected Ganjiapu Urban Village, Household 153, 3rd floor room, in Old Magazine Harvest, hidden inside pages, 1 Qing Dynasty red flower stamp. Today, while passing Xingfu Homeland Urban Village, Minimap detected Xingfu Homeland Urban Village, Household 318, 3 meters underground at the front gate, a clay jar containing 173 silver coins. Today, while passing Paris Style Street, Minimap detected 2nd floor of Paris Flirt Restaurant, inside the owner's office ceiling, 13 envelopes containing 130,000 in cash. Brother Zhang. Just as Zhang Li finished reading the day's treasure info and was about to plan where to search, a soft, charming voice came from in front of him. Looking up, intending to say goodbye to Kwon Pei-jun, Zhang Li didn't expect to see her already dressed in sheer clothing, instantly pouncing into his arms. Rie up! Zhang Li's belt was undone, and a hand grabbed his. The secret medicine inside the Daming Palace walls, I really need to get it. At 5 a.m., Zhang Li, carrying a bag full of gold, silver, and jewelry, rubbed his waist as he returned to his villa from Kwon Pei-jun's place. Seeing him off, was a flushed-faced Kwon Pei-jun with sparkling, satisfied eyes. He had once again thrown himself into the trap. Day 1 of abstinence failed. After returning home, Zhang Li rubbed his waist in regret. His body was actually quite strong. Years of working out meant his stamina wasn't worse than a young man's. But the problem was the other party was too wild. For several days in a row, no matter how strong his stamina was, he was close to being worn out. At this moment, he once again thought about the secret medicine from the Qing dynasty that he knew existed but couldn't get yet. By comparing it with the treasures he had already obtained, he was certain that the secret medicine detected by the system was definitely something amazing. Once again drained by Kwon Pei-jun, Zhang Li's anticipation for the medicine grew even stronger. Click. While thinking about the secret medicine, Zhang Li put the retrieved items into the hidden compartment under the villa's bay window. After that, he stretched out and lay down comfortably. Phew! Unable to fall asleep immediately, Zhang Li lay there waiting for drowsiness to come, while thinking about the 3 treasure clues he found earlier. Ganjiapu Urban Village, that's where I ate noodles this afternoon. Zhang Li first recalled the location described in the first treasure clue. Ganjiapu. That was where he went this afternoon for noodles and encountered that show-off guy in a suit. Opening his phone and checking the location, household 153, mentioned in the clue, Zhang Li also realized that this household was quite close to the noodle shop, only about a dozen meters in a straight line. He must have picked up this clue while eating noodles earlier. I'll go check it out after I wake up. If it was detected, it means the stamp's owner doesn't know its value. Checking online, he saw that the Qing Dynasty red flower stamp once sold for 2.42 million yuan at auction in 2006. Zhang Li made a plan in his mind. He planned to disguise himself as a second-hand book and newspaper collector tomorrow and go inspect the place. Of course, the exact approach would depend on more data. The second one, Xingfu Homeland Urban Village, that's the village where Han Xian lives. Household 318, sounds familiar too. A few seconds later, Zhang Li looked at the second treasure clue he found. After checking Xingfu Homeland on the penguin map, he quickly realized that household 318 was right next to Li Hanxian's building. According to the clue, underground 3 meters in front of that house's entrance were over 100 silver coins. Wait a second, that's Han Xian's ex-wife's house? Originally 318 was Han Xian's, but it was taken by his third wife in the divorce? A few seconds later, staring at the map, Zhang Li suddenly understood that this second treasure clue, technically speaking, belonged to his brother Li Hanxiang. Li Hanxiang now lived at 317, and 318 was also his until his third divorce, when it was given to Dong Qian. Well then, I'll mention it to him tomorrow. Treasure under his own brother's house. And just 3 meters deep, easy to dig. Zhang Li decided to let him know the next day. But this third one, now this is interesting. Very soon, Zhang Li turned to the third clue. The Paris Flirt restaurant mentioned in the third clue, he had been there before. And he had even found a first-grade student's winter homework in the toilet tank. He never expected that today, the system would again detect something at this restaurant. This place is suspicious. How come it's been detected twice? Looking at the contents of the clue, Zhangli felt there was something wrong with this restaurant. It was located right next to Renshin Hospital. Tomorrow's the weekend. Renshin Hospital will be closed. Thinking of the WeChat message Mang Wanning sent earlier, and looking at this third treasure clue, Zhangli frowned slightly. But soon, he closed the panel again. Sleep first. I'm exhausted. From tomorrow on, I'll go back to abstinence. As sleepiness gradually set in, the tired Zhangli finally closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. Shoot. Shoot it. I agree, okay? The next morning, in Qingfu Homeland Urban Village, Li Hanxiang, who had just had breakfast, looked helplessly at his college class president Zhang Yuliang, who was following behind. Last night, Zhang Yuliang said he wanted to shoot a short video titled 10 Years After Graduation. How are my classmates doing? At first, he didn't want to agree. But after letting Zhang Yuliang into his home and hearing his story, he eventually agreed. Zhang Yuliang, as the class president, had once covered for both him and Zhang Li when they skipped class to play Dota, helping hide many absences. Also, Zhang Yuliang told him last night that he too had divorced. His daughter went with her mother, and the small restaurant he ran had shut down due to increasingly strict mask regulations. Now in his 30s, only experienced in running a restaurant, short videos were Zhang Yuliang's last resort. He had already started making short videos when he had the restaurant, so besides cooking, it was all he knew. In the end, after being pestered all night by Zhang Yuliang, Li Hanxiang gave in. He decided to go for it. Of course, the main reason he agreed was because Zhang Yuliang had also divorced. He felt like Zhang Yuliang, Zhang Li, and himself could form a divorce alliance. All right. Hearing Hanxiang's reply, Zhang Yuliang immediately pulled out his equipment and got started. He had long written out the filming plan. After explaining the details to Hanxiang, the two quickly began filming with the apartment building in the background. Am I really this miserable? 2 hours later, watching the first edited draft of the video, Li Hanxiang frowned. In the video, it first talked about the glory of once holding assets worth nearly 100 million. It also showed photos of his confident self during senior year in college. But as the video progressed, it showed that 10 years later, all he had left was a rundown apartment building bringing in 10,000 a month in rent. His mental state had deteriorated due to failed marriages and the death of both parents. His body had gotten fat, his skin saggy. Watching the second half of the video, Li Hanxiang suddenly wanted to back out. No matter what, he had once been someone admired. If this video really went viral, and friends and classmates saw his fallen state, then as someone who once had pride, Li Hanxiang felt he couldn't accept it. Especially, since there was one classmate he still missed but had no way to contact. Come on. Your situation reflects most of our classmates. You're already better off than a lot of people. Look at me, I don't even have a place to live. At least you still have a rental property. Seeing Hanxiang reaching out as if to grab the finished video, Zhang Yuliang quickly pulled out the USB drive. Let's just not do it. I feel so down in that video. I'm embarrassed. Li Hanxiang felt he looked too pathetic in the video. Come on, you promised me. If it goes viral, I'll split the earnings with you 50-50. But Zhang Yuliang was determined to keep going. This kind of before and after contrast, with a 10-year time span, was just what the audience liked. How about this? I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay it all out. Seeing Zhang Yuliang's reaction, Hanxiang lowered his head and stayed silent for a moment, then suddenly changed his tone. As someone who once had pride, he didn't want people to see his fall. But he had already promised Zhang Yuliang to film it. So now, the only solution was to show off his wealth again. And it just so happened. He remembered Zhang Li had shown him a villa last night. What? Seeing Li Hanxiang suddenly change his attitude and immediately drag him out the door, Zhang Yuliang was stunned. Hey, Hanxiang. Inside Villa 18, Zhang Li, who had been drained last night, was still asleep. Woken up by a phone call, he squinted and saw the caller ID was Li Hanxiang. Half asleep, he answered the call. Brotherly, how's the villa? Our college class monitor, Zhang Yuliang, came to see me. I'm bringing him to check out my villa. Calling Zhang Li, Li Hanxiang spoke while facing Zhang Yuliang. He had agreed to Zhang Yuliang's video shoot, but didn't want to lose face. Right now, his only way to save face was to use the villa Zhang Li showed him in a video yesterday. The villa belonged to his brother Zhang Li. He saw the purchase contract last night. So, letting himself use it to show off now was no problem at all. Ha! Half asleep, Zhongli didn't understand what Li Hanxiang meant. I said, I'm taking our college class monitor, Zhang Yuliang, to recognize the villa entrance. The Zhanghai Platinum Palace, Villa 18. Unable to go into detail with the class monitor there, and hearing Zhang Li still groggy, Li Hanxiang emphasized again. Then, afraid of saying too much, he quickly hung up and took Zhang Yuliang in a taxi to the villa. What does that mean? On the other side, still not fully awake, Zhang Li hadn't figured it out when the call was cut. Poof, he had only gone to bed at 4 or 5 in the morning. His body completely drained. Zhang Li, seeing the call ended, collapsed back onto the mattress and went to sleep again. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Half an hour later, Zhang Li, still asleep, was suddenly woken by the doorbell. Then, with messy hair, still drowsy, he made his way to the villa's entrance. Hanxiang? Class monitor? Rubbing the gunk from the corners of his eyes and seeing the two men before him, Zhang Li finally recalled that Li Hanxiang had mentioned Zhang Yulian on the phone earlier. Go freshen up. Pull yourself together. Seeing Zhang Li opening the door while speaking groggily, Li Hanxiang turned to the already filming Zhang Yuliang and said with a fake flourish, Come in. Check out my new villa. Just bought it. Giving a bewildered Zhang Li a wink, Li Hanxiang extended his hand, inviting Zhang Yuliang inside. Brotherly. Long time no see. Greeting the clearly still not fully awake Zhang Li, Zhang Yuliang quickly followed Li Hanxiang and continued filming. Soon, following Hanxiang, he saw the massive, 3-story, luxuriously furnished villa. At the same time, he also noticed the villa was clearly newly bought, not a single appliance inside. The only bed was a mattress tossed in the corner of the living room. Next to the mattress, there were dirty clothes, still damp with water stains. As Li Hanxiang led him through the villa, Zhang Li sat on the mattress, putting on the dirty clothes. And seeing Zhang Li, seeing the single mattress, watching him put on those grimy clothes, seeing his disheveled appearance like a vagrant, Zhang Yuliang, while filming, suddenly understood why Hanxiang didn't mention this villa earlier in the video shoot. It was only after Zhang took the video's USB drive that Li Hanxiang was forced to reveal the villa. Clearly, he was trying to protect Zhang Li's dignity. Seeing Zhang Li in such a down-and-out state, Zhang Yuliang guessed that Zhang Li had probably come to Hanxiang for help. After all, they had been inseparable back in college. To protect Zhang Li's pride and prevent his rough state from being exposed in the video, Li Hanxiang hadn't brought up the villa earlier. Now, after filming the villa with Hanxiang, Zhang Yuliang was sure Hanxiang wasn't in bad shape at all. He must have matured and become low-profile. This 3-story villa, each floor 3 to 400 square meters, was easily worth tens of millions, Zhang Yuliang could tell. Brotherly, don't worry, I'll blur your face during editing. Don't refuse so quickly, being on camera makes it more relatable and adds to Hanxiang's good guy image. Seeing Zhang Li fully dressed, Zhang Yuliang continued filming the villa details while calling out to Zhang Li. Hanxiang didn't want Zhang Li's messy look to be public, so of course he would cooperate. Blurring was fine, but having him in the video helped, it could increase views. Alright then. Still wearing the clothes stained with soup by the old lady yesterday, now fully awake, Zhang Li smiled and nodded. By observing the filming process between the two, he finally understood why Hanxiang brought Zhang Yuliang. His bro wanted to show off, and Zhang Li was happy to play along. Hey, Hanxiang, I might need to stay in the house for a few more days. Seeing Hanxiang walking toward him after the villa tour, Zhang Li suddenly spoke up. No problem, stay as long as you want. Meeting Zhang Li's eyes and realizing his bro understood his intentions, Hanxiang's eyes lit up and he quietly gave a thumbs up. Oh yeah, Hanxiang. About that BMW X7 of yours, I'd like to drive it a few more days too. Just as Hanxiang thought filming was wrapping up and Zhang Yuliang was about to shoot exterior shots, Zhang Li spoke again. Ha, there's also a BMW X7? Li Hanxiang was still processing when Zhang Yuliang shouted in surprise. Not only was there a hidden luxury villa, but also a luxury car worth over $1 million? Just now, the two of them had clearly arrived by taxi. So, Hanxiang lent the luxury car to his bro? Sure thing. Got gas in it? Seeing Zhang Li blink meaningfully, Hanxiang immediately understood and nodded. Luxury car? No problem. No matter how it came, let's keep up the show. Soon, the three of them stood in the villa's garage. Inside was a shiny black BMW X7. Glancing at the recording camera behind them, Li Hanxiang opened the door and sat inside. Zhang Yuliang followed quickly with the camera. Damn, if only I'd gotten closer to Hanxiang back then. So jealous. After filming the luxurious car interior, Zhang Yuliang couldn't help but feel envy. This Han Xiang was so loyal to his bro, letting a grimy brother stay in a brand new villa, and also giving him a luxury car to drive? The car was clearly new, still without plates, he could tell. This was just too enviable. He deeply regretted not being closer to Li Hanxiang. Alright, let's go back and edit the video. A few minutes later, feeling everything was done, Hanxiang called for Zhang Yuliang to leave. Before coming, he thought the villa was the only thing he had to show off. He didn't expect an extra surprise, a luxury car to add to his clout. Everything was perfect. His brother really had his back. How about editing in the villa? You can sit on the floor and put the laptop on the bay window. Upon hearing Li Hanxiang's words, Zhang suddenly spoke up. At this moment, he already knew about Zhang Yuliang's situation. He also understood why Li Hanxiang was pretending. Earlier, Zhang Li had seen people talking about Li Hanxiang in a classmate group that Li had already left. They gossiped that brother Li Hanxiang had been divorced 3 times, had angered his parents to death, and squandered the family fortune. Because of this, once he confirmed that Li Hanxiang needed to show off, he was happy to cooperate. However, he also wanted to see the edited video himself before allowing Zhang Yuliang to upload it to Douyin. On one hand, he needed to confirm that his face was indeed blurred. On the other hand, he wanted to help Li Hanxiang keep things in check, so it wouldn't go overboard and cause unnecessary trouble. Alright, sure. Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, both Li Hanxiang and Zhang Yuliang nodded. Especially Zhang Yuliang. Having never stayed in a villa, he was quite excited to work there. Even though the villa had no furniture at the moment, he was still willing. Whoosh! 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 Soon, Zhang Yuliang was editing the video alone on the bay window, while Zhang Li went into the bathroom to wash up a bit. Li Hanxiang leaned on the bathroom door, winking at Zhang Li. Really golden eyes? Seeing Zhang Li finish washing up, Li Hanxiang stepped forward and whispered next to his ear. Not really. But there is some fortune. Zhang Li pushed Li Hanxiang's head away and answered softly. The villa matter had already been brushed over last night. As for the BMW X7 just now, he could only keep brushing it over. Alright then. Zhang Li's answer stopped Li Hanxiang from asking further. After all, the two were close brothers. If the brother was doing well, he himself would be happy, that was natural. No need to care where it came from. If the brother wanted to tell, he would. Make it into 2 videos? Post them separately? Over an hour later, Zhang Yuliang had quickly edited a video demo. Though there were still some details to polish, the main structure and flow were already done. Yes. Split into 2 parts, it'll be more impactful. Our first video's tagline is, 10 years after graduation, how is everyone doing? Hanxiang, your rise and fall story is enough to support the first video. Definitely worth watching. While explaining to Li Hanxiang and Zhang Li, Zhang Yuliang also opened the almost finished video. And the end of the first video will show your downfall. That will surely leave the audience with regret and emotional resonance. If the first video goes viral, we'll post the second for a big twist. That'll definitely add fuel to the fire. Zhang Yuliang spoke quickly, visibly excited. Originally, he thought Li Hanxiang's story alone was explosive enough. The sudden appearance of the villa and luxury car was a total pleasant surprise to him. Moreover, that surprise was the highlight of the video. People love to see the fall of the rich, but even more, they love comeback stories of fallen kings. Zhang Yuliang felt he was going to go viral. Or rather, Li Hanxiang was. By the way, I handwrote a contract just now, let's sign it. Even close brothers should settle accounts clearly. While Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang were watching the video, Zhang Yuliang brought over a handwritten agreement. If the video went viral, he was willing to share the profits. After all, the story and appearance were all about Li Hanxiang. No problem from me. What about you, brother Li? Glancing at the 50-50 profit-sharing agreement, Li Hanxiang asked. Oh, yes, of course. Even though brother Li's face was blurred, he still appeared in the video. How about we split it 4.5:4.5:1? Zhang Yuliang hadn't included Zhang Li, but under Li Hanxiang's hint, he changed his statement. 3:3:4. Actually, the villa and car belonged to Zhang Li, so Li Hanxiang felt he should take the bigger share. Alright, let's go with what the class monitor says. Worried that Li Hanxiang might say too much, Zhang Li quickly stopped him. The more low-key he stayed, the better. Okay. Since Zhang Li had spoken, Li Hanxiang didn't insist. Soon, their attention was all on the edited video. they saw. The first scene of the first video was Lee Han-cheon's old apartment building. As the footage progressed, Jang Yulian narrated, describing the building size, its tenants, and monthly rent. The second scene was Jang Yulian greeting Lee Han-cheon. At the same time, he introduced the theme of long-lost classmates reuniting after 10 years. The next scenes were conversations at Lee Han-cheon's home. Through the dialogue, they showed Han-cheon's past glory, including his confident college photos from more than a decade ago. Then, through further dialogue, the story of Lee Han-cheon's parents' death, 3 divorces, and once owning hundreds of millions in assets, all came out. At the end of the video, they used a dull-tone angle to show Han-cheon's wrinkled face and chubbier body. The closing shot of the video left people with a sense of life's unpredictability and helpless sorrow. Damn! Amazing, Class Monitor. If I didn't know there was a second video, I wouldn't even dare to let you upload this first one. It's too depressing. As the video ended, Zhang Li nodded, and Lee Han-cheon also praised it. Next one. After the first, the second video started playing seamlessly. Whoosh! Unlike the documentary style of the first, the second started with Han-cheon standing in the sunlight, raising his hand to show the villa to Jang Yuliang. His voiceover said, "This villa is newly bought, not yet furnished, so I didn't plan to show it to you." Along with his voice, the camera moved from the front gate into the villa. After entering, the villa's interior was quickly shown, and a mattress in the corner of the living room came into frame. And then, the messy, dirty-looking Zhang Li appeared sitting on the mattress getting dressed. Even though his face was blurred, from the rest of the image, it was clear he was down on his luck. Meanwhile, Jang Yulian's voiceover also sounded, saying this was Han-cheon's brother, and Han-cheon let him temporarily stay in the villa. After the villa tour, Han-cheon's story wasn't over. The camera shifted, and his luxury car appeared. After showcasing the BMW X7's interior, Jang Yulian narrated a bit more before the video slowly ended. Nice, not bad, good. After watching both videos, Lee Han-cheon gave a thumbs up, and Zhang Li nodded in agreement. He was happy to see Han-cheon show off a little after all these years of frustration. Letting the downcast Han-cheon find a little pride through these videos wasn't a bad thing. After all, having goals and feeling cool gives life energy. With the ongoing treasure hunting system, the future was going to be even better. Coincidentally, today's treasure hint mentioned hundreds of silver coins beneath the neighboring house. They'd be digging soon, and it would definitely involve Lee Han-cheon. The good days were just beginning. Han-cheon, I remember you still have a good citizen certificate? Want to add it at the end of the second video? But whether you can use it, you'd better ask the local police station uncle first. Seeing that Han-cheon was still eager, Zhang Li added another suggestion. At the moment, there were nearly 10 million worth of various jewels hidden in a secret compartment under the computer. However, that clearly belonged to someone else, and he couldn't take them out just to help Han-cheon show off. But the Good Citizen Award was an official good guy badge. In a way, more useful than a villa or luxury car. It could really enhance the show-off vibe. Oh yeah, I still have that Good Citizen Award. Upon Zhang Li's reminder, Han-cheon's eyes lit up. Alright, you guys go shoot first. I've got something to do, I'll find you this afternoon. After suggesting it, Zhang Li told them to go back first. Even though he didn't sleep well last night, now that he was up, he couldn't go back to sleep. He had to go collect something. His first target, the red flower stamp from the old Qing post office in Ganja Fort. Okay, we'll go back and work on it. If needed, we'll include the Good Citizen Award. If not, we'll just post the first video on Douyin. Lee Han-cheon replied, and left quickly with Zhang Yuliang. Screech. In Ganja Fort, the sound of the luxury car braking hard echoed. Zhang Li opened the car door and stepped out. At this moment, even though he was in a luxury car, his clothes were still dirty. He simply hadn't had time to change or buy new clothes. However, he planned to disguise himself as a scrap collector collecting old books. The clothes he was wearing right now just happened to help him investigate the situation at house number 153. Beep. He deliberately parked the car at the village entrance. After locking it, Zhang Li walked toward the target house while also checking where the recycling station in this urban village was located. Soon, he arrived at the small restaurant where he ate noodles yesterday. Since it wasn't lunchtime yet, the small restaurant hadn't opened. Zhang Li stood at the entrance, looking at a building not far away. The houses in the urban village of Ganja Fort were laid out like 3-story row villas, arranged in neat rows, with a 10-meter wide concrete path in between. The first floors were all kinds of shops. The second and third floors were partly occupied by landlords, but mostly rented out. At this moment, the small restaurant where Zhang Li stood was 3 houses away from the target location in the treasure hunting info. Today you passed by the urban village of Ganja Fort. The mini-map detected, House 153, 3rd floor, among the old magazine pages of Harvest, a red flower stamp from the Great Qing Postal Service is hidden. Thinking again about the treasure hunting info, Zhang Li quickly strode toward the ground floor of the target house. Hello, I'd like to ask, are there still rooms for rent upstairs? Does the landlord live on the 2nd floor? Zhang Li entered the small store on the ground floor of House 153 and directly started chatting with the shopkeeper. No, all rented out. And our landlord doesn't live here either. The 2nd floor is also rented out. The shopkeeper's reply left Zhang Li with no follow-up questions. Originally, if there were still rooms for rent upstairs, he could have asked a few more questions under the pretense of looking for a rental. He could have even called the landlord and asked to see the room, giving him a reason to check the target place. But now, that wasn't going to work. Then maybe I should try collecting scrap? I still have to investigate deeper. Even if the stamp is hard to get, I've got to try. Having failed the first step, Zhang Li quickly left the store. He planned to go to the recycling station, rent, or even buy a tricycle, and shout around to collect old books and magazines to see what he could find. Swish! Zhang Li started scanning the village with his eyes. Because it was Saturday, even though it was almost 11 a.m., there weren't many people on the streets. He quickly scanned through one alley. When he turned into another alley to keep looking for the recycling station, Zhang Li's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw, at a corner ahead, someone carrying a large stack of used cardboard boxes came into view. Clearly, this person collected cardboard boxes to sell. This person would definitely know where the recycling station was. Hello? Zhang Li quickly stepped over to the side of the cardboard stack. As he greeted the person, he looked at who it was. Then, he was stunned. He actually knew this person. Oh, young man, are you asking me to wash your clothes? While Zhang Li was stunned, the old lady also recognized him. It was the same old lady who spilled noodle soup on Zhang Li's clothes yesterday. She tried to wipe his clothes, and when it didn't clean up properly, she offered to take them home to wash, but Zhang Li politely refused. Now, Zhang Li hadn't expected to run into the old lady again. No need to wash them. I just want to ask you something. Still surprised by the coincidence, Zhang Li waved his hand repeatedly and quickly asked, "Are you a local in this village? Are you familiar with it?" "I sure am. I've been living here for 10 years, I know it like the back of my hand," the old lady said while putting down the stack of at least 40 pounds of used cardboard boxes on her back, which Zhang Li had been watching. Other people either found her dirty or too old and didn't like talking to her, so, having someone willing to talk to her, the old lady was happy to chat. "Well, do you know the family at house 153, that one over there?" Upon hearing she'd lived in the village for 10 years and seeing her put down her load, Zhang Li thought for a moment, then directly pointed at the target house. The old lady definitely knew where the recycling station was. But first, ask about other info. House 153? Seeing where Zhang Li was pointing, the old lady asked again. "Yes, that's the one." Zhang Li kept pointing. "I'm renting from that family. I live on the 3rd floor. Who are you looking for?" "What a coincidence." The old lady smiled. She didn't expect to have a connection with Zhang Li like this. "What?" Zhang Li was stunned again. "What a coincidence. This is so coincidental it's beyond coincidence. This was like searching for him 1,000 times, and he's right there under the dim light." "Granny, what's your surname?" Taking a deep breath, Zhang Li turned and looked at the old lady. "What fancy surname? My last name's Cui. You can just call me Granny Cui." Having someone ask her name respectfully made her face, full of wrinkles, light up with a big smile. As an old, frail, garbage-collecting woman, nobody usually talked to her. "Well, can I visit your home?" Zhang Li asked directly. He wanted to cut to the chase and solve this quickly. "Sure. Come, have some water. But don't mind if my place is messy." Hearing Zhang Li's request, Granny Cui invited him warmly. "This young man. I already invited him home yesterday to help wash his clothes. But he didn't come. Now he's the one asking to visit. How interesting. Let me carry that for you." Granny Cui led the way, and Zhang Li picked up the thick pile of cardboard beside her and carried it on his back. "You're strong, young man. Most young people can't carry that." Seeing him lift the cardboard in one go, Granny Cui smiled again. Not bad, not bad." Zhang Li smiled and quickly followed. A few minutes later, he followed Granny Chui through a back door into house 153 and up to the third floor. Whoa! Upon reaching the third floor, Zhang Li originally expected a front door. But what surprised him was, as soon as he got up there, both sides of the stairs were lined with neatly stacked old magazines and books, from floor to ceiling. You live here alone? Following Granny Chui along a narrow path and finally reaching a door, Zhang Li curiously asked. He saw, besides the orderly stacks of old magazines and books, there were also various sorted items commonly found in recycling stations. Yeah, pretty much by myself. The landlord felt sorry for me and doesn't even charge rent. Granny Chui nodded. Have a seat. I'll get you some water. Or, if you take off your clothes, I'll wash them. The sun is strong today, I'll just wash the dirty parts and they'll dry quickly. While getting water for Zhang Li, Granny Chui asked again. Looking around, Zhang Li saw that even though there was a lot of junk, it was all neatly organized. He opened his system panel. Using the red dot on the treasure hunting minimap, Zhang Li already knew that the stamp from the info was right here in Granny Chui's home. Moreover, it was among the stacks of magazines in the hallway. Granny Chui, can I take a look through those magazines? While she was in the kitchen pouring water, Zhang Li suddenly called out. Sure. Look all you want. Those magazines and books, I picked them from the trash and couldn't bear to sell them. I've been saving them for over 10 years. Granny Chui's voice came from the kitchen. Found it. Harvest Magazine, July 1957 inaugural issue. With Granny Chui's permission, Zhang Li used the minimap location and quickly found a magazine in the pile of books. Glancing at the magazine cover, Zhang Li returned to the sofa, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the magazine. Then, after flipping just 4 pages, his breath suddenly stopped. The stamp appeared. The Great Qing Postal Red Flower Stamp, face value 2 Fen. Issued in 1897. Looking at the red pattern stamp carefully wrapped and tucked into the magazine, Zhang Li hadn't expected the treasured collection this time to go so smoothly. Originally, he thought the magazine might be in a family's bookshelf. He never imagined it would be in the pile of discarded books that Granny Chui didn't want. Moreover, the magazine's owner, Granny Chui, he had just met yesterday. And clearly, Granny Chui didn't know about this stamp. You like reading, huh? Reading is good. The magazine, Granny's giving it to you. Granny Chui, holding an enamel cup, placed it in front of Zhang Li and smiled as she looked at the magazine in his hands. I looked around the house, there's no tea, just have some water. Putting the enamel cup in front of Zhang Li, Granny Chui looked a little embarrassed. Granny Chui, how is Grandpa Chui doing? Closing the magazine and seeing the photo under the enamel cup, Zhang Li couldn't help but ask. Granny Chui's coffee table was the old type with a thick glass top. Under the glass was a family portrait. In the center of the photo was Granny Chui and an old man. Behind them stood several men and women. He's gone. When she heard Zhang Li ask, Granny Chui casually waved her hand. I'm sorry. Zhang Li hadn't expected Grandpa Chui to have passed and apologized. It's okay, it's all in the past. Granny Chui smiled generously. Then those men and women, are they your sons and daughters? Seeing that Granny Chui wasn't particularly upset, Zhang Li pointed to the others in the photo and asked. At this point, he already had the red flower stamp in hand and could have left immediately. But that wasn't his style. If it was unowned, he could have just taken it. But Granny Chui had kindly brought him home, and even kindly gave him the magazine. He felt it wouldn't be right to just take it and go. No, only one is my daughter, the other 2 are daughters-in-law. The 3 men are all my sons. Granny Chui continued answering Zhang Li's questions. Do they all live nearby? Zhang Li asked again. Even if he planned to leave the stamp with the old lady, he was still concerned that unfilial children might cause trouble or even harm her. He had to ask clearly and handle it right. Since the old lady was collecting garbage, it was likely her children weren't filial. They're all gone, Granny Chui replied calmly. Ha! Hearing her words, Zhang Li's mouth suddenly dropped open. All dead, completely gone. Seeing Zhang Li's stunned face, Granny Chui explained again. The eldest was hit by a car. The second died in a mountain fire. The third died of brain cancer. The wives of the first and second sons were crushed by a building. Seeing Zhang Li's dazed expression, Granny Chui continued without hesitation. You? After she finished, Zhang Li opened his mouth, unsure whether to raise or lower his arms. Look ahead. It's okay, look ahead. Sensing Zhang Li's sadness, Granny Chui comforted him instead. Who? Zhang Li still wanted to ask about her children's situation, but he never imagined Granny Chui didn't have a single family member left. Looking at her snow-white hair and deeply wrinkled face, he took a deep breath. So you're living alone now? After a moment of silence, Zhangli asked again. As for the stamp, he absolutely couldn't take it anymore. There's still a granddaughter and a cat. Granny Chui nodded. Your granddaughter's on winter break? Doing homework? When Granny Chui responded and pointed to another room, Zhangli quickly followed up. A granddaughter is great. That way, the old lady isn't all alone. She doesn't go to school, she's 13, brain disease, paralyzed. Just as Zhang Li's mood had slightly improved, he heard Granny Chui's calm voice. Then, as Zhang Li stood up in shock, Granny Chui led him into a small room with a curtain. Whoosh! As soon as he entered, Zhang Li's scalp tingled. And he smelled a strong herbal medicine scent. He saw a skinny little girl, weakly lying on a small bed in the corner. Beside her was a gray cat with white whiskers. Granny Chui said her granddaughter was 13, but Zhang Li thought, judging by her frail body, she wasn't even as big as 8-year-old Lin Lin. It's okay, everything is past. Look ahead, there's social support. The government reimburses part of the chronic illness. My body's still okay, I can still work. Also, the landlord is understanding, we don't have to pay rent. Seeing Zhang Li frozen in place, Granny Chui patted him on the back and kept praising him as a good kid. Her body was stooped, but her spirit was stronger than mountains. This illness, can it be cured? Silently returning to the patched-up sofa, Zhang Li slowly sat down. The Great Qing Red Flower Stamp, sold for over 2 million yuan at auction in 2006. Now, as 2021 Lunar New Year approached, he felt it was definitely worth tens of millions. The girl's illness was likely a hereditary brain disease, and Zhang Li had just gone through his own father's brain cancer. What they thought was incurable turned out to be treatable with targeted drugs. Don't know. Asked a lot of doctors, they all said no hope. Now, besides the meds from the clinic, it's just herbal medicine to maintain. Granny Chui explained calmly to Zhang Li. Her tears had already dried up long ago when her sons, daughters, sons-in-law, and daughters-in-law died. Back then, people in her hometown said she had a cursed fate, a husband killer, child killer, destroyer of everything. So she brought her granddaughter and moved into this urban village in the provincial capital. Now, her only goal was to let her granddaughter live as long as possible and see more of the world while she was still alive. As for what happens after she dies, it was rare for someone like Zhang Li to visit, and she really wanted to talk to someone. Even if it was her sad story, the old lady was willing to share. Yesterday was Granny Chui's once-a-month restaurant day. For her, going to a noodle shop and eating a 10 yuan bowl of noodles was a rare treat. Because of that, after finishing, she poured a few more bowls of soup to drink. She never expected to spill the soup on Zhang Li's clothes. Today, they met again, and Granny Chui believed it was fate. Whoosh! Hearing Granny Chui's calm voice, Zhang Li didn't know why, but his eyes turned red. Click! Rubbing his eyes, he suddenly opened his phone and took a picture of the red flower stamp on the sofa. Then, he immediately called Chen Xinling, the auctioneer he met a few days ago. Hello, Miss Chen, this is Zhang Li. I just sent you a multimedia message. Can you check how much the red flower stamp is worth? The sooner the better. Thank you very much. Zhang Li, eyes red, suddenly wanted to sell the stamp he had just obtained. No problem at all. Chen Xinling fully cooperated. Zhang Li wasn't just her VIP client, he was also her benefactor. Pop. After hanging up with Chen Xinling, Zhang Li quickly opened his phone again, found Meng Wanning on WeChat, and made a voice call. Can you come to House 153, Ganja Fort Urban Village, right away? There's a patient who needs you to take a look. This is very important to me. I owe you a personal favor. As soon as the voice call connected, before Meng Wanning could speak, Zhang Li blurted out everything he wanted to say. No matter what the granddaughter's illness was, he had to try to cure it. Okay, Brother Zhang, I'll be there right away, I'm at the hospital now. Hearing Zhang Li's serious tone, Meng Wanning didn't ask anything and directly agreed. Ding! Mr. Zhang, we've contacted a buyer. If the item is authentic, they're willing to pay 15 million Hong Kong dollars directly. If we go to auction, the earliest would be within a month, and I think the price could go even higher. A few minutes later, Zhang Li received a call from Chen Xinling. It was rare for someone like Zhang Li, a wealthy man who had greatly helped her, to call. And now, he had brought a rare Great Qing postal red flower stamp. Chen Xinling confirmed the situation for Zhang Li immediately. Okay, I'll get back to you later. Hearing Chen Xinling's reply, Zhang Li let out a soft breath. Mr. Zhang, please wait. There's one more thing. As Zhang Li sounded ready to hang up, Chen Xiling quickly called out. Zhang Li, In the photo you just sent, besides the stamp, our appraiser also recognized the magazine beneath it. It seems to be the inaugural issue of Harvest magazine. Coincidentally, Shanghai is hosting a literary festival soon. The July 1957 inaugural issue of Harvest, founded in Shanghai by Master Ba, is a rare exhibition item. From past experience, such inaugural issues, if sold to the right buyer, can go for several 100,000 yuan. Chen Xiling quickly reported another matter to Zhang Li. Alright, we'll talk later. Lowering his head to glance at the magazine holding the stamp, Zhang Li's eyes showed a flicker of thought, but he didn't agree to anything immediately. Granny Cui. Closing the phone, Zhang Li looked at Granny Cui. She had seen everything, him taking photos and making calls. But the elderly woman who had been through so much, still remained calm at this moment. The old woman had experienced too many ups and downs. No matter how good something seemed, she knew things could always turn around. This stamp is very valuable. Even if Nan's illness can't be cured, it's enough for the best checkups. Zhang Li explained to Granny Cui. The stamp belonged to her. Even though he had detected it, he wouldn't take it. That was his principle. He had never planned to just take it. And now, knowing her story, and knowing about the sick little girl, he even more so wouldn't take it. He understood what the old lady meant earlier. If she passed away, to avoid her granddaughter's suffering, she might. He would not let that happen. Xiao Zhang, you're in the antique business? Granny Cui nodded and asked curiously. Earlier, Zhang Li had actively asked about house 153, then quickly discovered the stamp and made many calls after entering. Granny Cui was curious about who Zhang Li was. Kind of. I study antiques. I really enjoy researching old magazines. I heard there were a lot of old magazines around here, so I came on the weekend to check. Didn't expect it to be your home. The stamp in the magazine was a total surprise. Zhang Li gave the old lady a brief explanation. Ring 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 ring. After chatting more about the girl's treatment, he even told her about his father's brain cancer, thought incurable, but it turned out there was a targeted drug in America. Suddenly, Zhang Li's phone rang. Brother Zhang, I'm here. Meng Wanning had arrived. Among the neurologists Zhang Li knew were Lu Yasi, Zhu Xiona, and Meng Wanning. And he felt, the one who could best cooperate with him was Meng Wanning. So, he had called her earlier. He understood Meng Wanning's intentions. He had originally planned to toy around with her a bit, but the sudden matter of the little girl made him call her immediately. And sure enough, Meng Wanning showed up as soon as he called, making it from Renqin Hospital in such a short time. Great! Come in quickly. Zhang Li nodded to Granny Cui, then hurried downstairs to bring Meng Wanning up, because she came in a rush. Meng Wanning was still in her white coat. Granny Cui, this is Dr. Meng, from Renqin Hospital, a top-tier hospital. She specializes in treating brain diseases. Quickly back on the third floor, Zhang Li introduced the curious Meng Wanning to Granny Cui, and with her nod, he immediately led Meng Wanning into the granddaughter's room. Her nickname is Nan. Please check based on your experience. After a brief intro, Zhang Li asked Meng Wanning to take over. On the other side, hearing who Meng Wanning was and seeing the white coat, Granny Cui couldn't help but feel nervous. Zhang Li stepped out of the room. More than 10 minutes later, with Granny Cui's help, they gently set the granddaughter up for a basic exam, and then Meng Wanning walked out with a serious expression. Just tell the truth. Seeing her hesitant, Zhang Li spoke directly. Granny Cui's strong spirit could handle any news. The preliminary exam results aren't ideal. It would be best to bring her to the hospital for a more detailed checkup using equipment. Only then can I give a full diagnosis. Upon hearing Zhang Li's request, Meng Wanning didn't hold back anymore. Though she had her personal hopes, her professionalism was solid. After all, she had a PhD in medicine. Okay. Zhang Li nodded. Granny Cui, can you go to Renqin Hospital? Don't worry about the cost. This stamp is worth tens of millions. Even if selling it isn't enough to cover treatment, I'll pay the rest. Turning around, Zhang Li directly told Granny Cui his plan. I'll follow your lead. Turning her head, Granny Cui looked into Zhang Li's eyes and agreed. Having lived over 80 years and seen all kinds of people, she could tell Zhang Li was genuine. Also, that stamp among the magazines, she would never have known it was a treasure if not for Zhang Li. Now, with the hope of curing her granddaughter and giving her a normal life, she was naturally happy. Okay, please wait a moment. I'll go get the car. Time waits for no one. Zhang Li quickly nodded and decided to drive his BMW X7 over to help transport them to Renqin Hospital. Brother Zhang? A minute later, as Zhang Li came out with Meng Wanning, she finally had time to ask what was going on. Zhang Li had just suddenly asked her to examine a patient, then talked about a stamp worth tens of millions, and offered to cover any treatment costs himself. It left Meng Wanning confused. Let's get her to the hospital first. Do your best, I want to save her. Not wanting to bring up Granny Chui's story, Zhang Li shared his goal. Soon, he brought Meng Wanning to the entrance of the urban village, where the BMW X7 was parked. What Zhang Li didn't expect was, next to his car, stood a woman. A woman he found somewhat familiar. What are you doing? Zhang Li saw the woman circling around the car, clearly waiting for him. This woman was clearly the one who took a photo of his car when he was eating noodles yesterday. He still remembered. The woman's boyfriend in a full suit. Zhang Zixuan, all dressed up, saw the same BMW X7 from yesterday parked not far from her house when she woke up in the morning. This made Zhang Zixuan suddenly have new ideas. Thinking about Zhang Li's appearance yesterday, she guessed he might be someone whose house was recently demolished, looking shabby, but rich enough to drive a BMW X7. Having just one boyfriend support her wasn't enough. She wanted to keep fishing. Especially these kinds of wealthy demolition-turned-rich guys, they're the easiest to hook. After seeing the car parked at the village entrance, Zhang Zixuan quickly dressed up and got ready to wait for Zhang Li, planning for a coincidental meeting. But what she didn't expect was that Zhang Li did come. But right next to Zhang Li, there was an incredibly beautiful woman with a fair face and elegant demeanor, so stunning that even in a white coat, her beauty couldn't be hidden. Compared to her in the white coat, Zhang Zixuan looked like a plain hen next to a white swan. That left Zhang Zixuan frozen in place. Move, please. Thanks. In a hurry to get Xiao Nannan to the hospital, Zhang Li didn't pay any attention to Zhang Zixuan, who stood there shocked and speechless. And under the impact of Meng Wanning's beauty, Zhang Zixuan stepped back timidly and didn't dare to speak. Screech. A few seconds later, Zhang Li started the car, with Meng Wanning in the front passenger seat, and the BMW X7 sped off. Baby, what's wrong? At that moment, the suited man who had been sleeping in late came downstairs and asked curiously after seeing Zhang Zixuan's expression. Nothing, let's go eat. Zhang Zixuan casually waved her hand. Brother Zhang. Isn't this kind of thing supposed to happen outside bars? How is it happening in broad daylight? Are you used to it already? Inside the BMW X7, Meng Wanning, who had seen everything, suddenly smiled and asked after the car started. She was shocked inside. Zhang Li had said over the phone there was a patient who needed a checkup. But she never expected that along with the patient, there was also a stamp worth tens of millions. And she still didn't know the full story of the stamp. She suddenly followed Zhang Li and saw his luxury car worth over $1 million. Seeing this car again confirmed for Meng Wanning that Zhang Li was a rich man. Although surprised on the inside, she kept the conversation light and joked about the woman who had circled the car. No, that was the first time. Zhang Li answered, then quickly parked the car below building 153. By the time Granny Chui and Meng Wanning had helped carry Xiao Nannan down from the third floor, he had already folded down the back seats and cleared enough space. Granny Chui. Nannan, don't worry. You've got me. With Granny Chui and Meng Wanning sitting on either side in the back, Zhang Li stepped on the gas and headed toward Rinxin Hospital. No need, I have money. Of the 1 million you sent me last time, I still have over 800,000. An hour later, at Rinxin Hospital, after helping Nannan quickly get admitted, arranging a private room, and sending her into a testing room for a detailed checkup, Zhang Li offered to transfer money to Meng Wanning, who was waiting outside. She immediately waved her hand and refused. Helping Brother Zhang today, Meng Wanning thought, was a very good thing. It brought her even closer to Brother Zhang. She was quite happy. Besides, after seeing his stamp worth tens of millions and his luxury car worth over $1 million, her goal became even more firm. All right. Hearing Meng Wanning's reply, Zhang Li didn't insist. Okay. Then take good care of her. If anything comes up, just tell me. If the money runs out, tell me immediately too. After waiting more than 10 minutes, hearing from Meng Wanning that there were still many tests to do, Zhang Li decided not to wait any longer. It was Saturday today. Many doctors at Rinxin Hospital weren't working, including Lu Yasi, and after looking in on his father, who was being cared for by nurses, Zhang Li didn't stay in the ward either. At the moment, besides raising tens of millions for his father's treatment, he also needed to cover Xiao Nannan's medical expenses. Just in time, he had 2 more treasure locations to collect from yesterday's intel, so he had to leave the hospital quickly and retrieve them. Not staying for lunch? It's already past 1. Meng Wanning wanted to take Zhangli to the hospital cafeteria to eat. No need, you and Granny Chui eat. Zhangli waved his hand and was about to leave. Wait, Xiao Zhang. I trust you. You're a good kid. Just as he was about to leave, Zhangli didn't expect Granny Chui to catch up to him and hand him the inaugural issue of Harvest magazine, wrapped in cloth and hidden in her clothing while carrying Nan Nan earlier. Looking into her eyes, then at the magazine in her hands, Zhangli gritted his teeth and finally took it. Indeed, even if she knew the stamp was valuable, Granny Chui had no way to sell it. And something like this could even bring danger to her and her granddaughter. Having him handle it was the best way. Granny Chui, don't worry, everything is for Nan Nan's treatment. If the stamp is sold, all the money will go toward curing Nan Nan. Zhangli made a solemn promise and put the item away. Alright, Granny Chui trusted Zhangli. Rumble. A few minutes later, Zhangli returned to his villa. He placed the stamp together with the pile of jewelry he had previously collected. Quan Peijun is hard to avoid. This guy, if the treasure hunting items can be collected right away, I must rely on her. After leaving his villa, passing by the second phase entrance, he glanced at the house where Quan Peijun lived, and his old back ached again. He wanted to take a break and recover a bit, but he had no choice. If Quan Peijun's daily treasure hunting info included items that had to be picked up immediately, he had to see her every day. Room. He quickly looked away, stepped on the gas, and headed toward Xingfu Garden urban village where Li Hanxiang was, where the second treasure he found last night was waiting. That wasn't Qian Liming, that was a friend of mine. Inside Quan Peijun's room, she was on the phone. On the other end was her older brother. Her brother was asking who had gone with her to the jade auction a few days ago. He remembered it wasn't her husband, but someone else he had asked her to take. But later, he heard something didn't sound right. He was trying to confirm with her. Mind your own business. Just a good friend of mine. Don't mention Qian Liming to me. He cheated, I have proof. I've already written the divorce agreement, the lawyer will send it to him soon. Hearing her brother's questions, Quan Peijun, thinking about Zhang Li's strong waist, impatiently replied. Do you know what you're saying? Her brother shouted over the phone. I have proof, and lots of it. Want me to send it to you? Quan Peijun raised her voice even more. She was definitely getting a divorce. Unless Brother Zhang liked her wild side and didn't want her to, then she wouldn't. Alright, let's calm down for now. Her brother quickly softened his tone after hearing her. Since childhood, he had always given in to his sister. Be careful these days, we're hunting a criminal who deals flour. We tracked him to Yangqing Park. You said you bought property nearby, right? Don't go wandering. Already stressed from work, her brother didn't want to argue. After warning her to stay safe, he refocused on tracking the criminal. His sister was almost 30. There were some things he couldn't say too much about anymore. Okay. Hearing her brother soften, Quan Peijun didn't argue anymore either. Swipe. After hanging up, waiting for her divorce, Quan Peijun opened Douyin to relax with some short videos. Then, she saw a video that had just gone viral on Douyin. The location of the post was actually Chang'an City. Ding, ding, ding. As Zhangli was driving, he suddenly heard a string of WeChat notification sounds from his phone. Just now. After putting away the stamp that Granny Chui gave him, he had already sent a message to Chen Xinling, asking her to arrange the sale of the stamp. Before it got dark, he wanted to dig out the clay jar under Li Hanxiang's room. There were still many things he needed money for, so the sooner he got it out, the better. Also, he could use the opportunity to let his brother Li Hanxiang experience treasure hunting and boost his spirits. This thing's damn expensive. Turning his head, he looked at the handheld metal detector he just bought from the second-hand market, which looked like an old weed trimmer, and muttered. In a bit, when digging the ground in front of Li Hanxiang's house, he definitely couldn't tell him that the item was found with his golden eyes. This time, he planned to use the metal detector to pretend he found the treasure. Whether it worked or not, whether it could hold up under scrutiny, he still needed an excuse. Ding, ding, ding. Zhangli, still driving, didn't expect his phone to keep ringing non-stop. Ever since he left his job, his WeChat rarely made a sound anymore. The video blew up? It went viral in just half a day. While waiting at a red light, Zhangli opened WeChat. He didn't expect that. All the pings were coming from his old university class group chat that had been silent for years. At this moment, that dormant group chat was suddenly filled with message after message. It was even more active than the NSFW meme groups he was in. Quickly scrolling up through the messages, Zhongli saw that it all started with the video Li Hanxiang and Zhang Yuliang had filmed that morning. One classmate had seen the video on Douyin, then shared it in the group. Soon, more classmates saw the video, and it rapidly climbed the Douyin trending and hot search lists. The topic 10 years after graduation, how are our classmates doing, quickly spread across major online platforms. Zhang Yuliang's idea had indeed gone viral. Of course, the video's popularity wasn't just due to nostalgia or missing old classmates in youthful days. Another big reason was that the main character, Li Hanxiang's, story was full of ups and downs and extremely captivating. An ordinary person who became a billionaire due to demolition compensation. Then, after several divorces, gradually became a bloated, disheartened middle-aged man. This made many people sigh. Life is full of changes. A story about someone getting rich by luck and then falling again everyone loves to watch. And the protagonist was even willing to appear on camera. So much to see. Hanxiang, you got this. Go Hanxiang. I like a belly, being chubby is no problem. Hanxiang, I'll come visit you in Chang'an City someday. Envious you don't have to work and can live off rent. Hanxiang, you're famous now, autograph please. Boss Hanxiang, take me with you. I want to go viral too. The red light quickly turned green, and unable to read many messages, Zhongli just saw a few positive comments. Of course, he also noticed some pretentious classmates, seeing how the once glorious Li Hanxiang had become like this, pretended to comfort him, but were actually trying to show off themselves. This went viral too. This Douyin algorithm is impossible to guess. Didn't they say only leggy dancing girls go viral quickly? Putting his phone down, Zhongli focused on driving and muttered in his heart. The video going viral had little to do with him. It just proved that Zhang Yuliang's idea had foresight. As for himself, he wasn't planning to live off short videos. At least not now. His goal was to keep searching and digging. V-Room. After muting the group chat, Zhongli focused on driving. Li Hanxiang? Fallen to this level? Birds of a feather. You're useless, your friends are too. Trash. Li Hanxiang's video had been seen by countless people. Among them was Zhang Shufang, who had already signed the divorce agreement with Zhang Li and was just waiting for the cooling off period to end. But, through the video, seeing how down and out Li Hanxiang looked, Zhang Shufang felt even more pleased with her decision. She should pursue her own happiness. She wasn't wrong. Ding dong. Just after watching Hanxiang's video, someone knocked on Zhang Shufang's door. Excuse me, is this Mr. Qian Liming's residence? There's a registered mail for him, the delivery address was changed once. Zhang Shufang opened the door and saw the courier. Coming. From another room, Qian Liming rushed out. Divorce agreement? After the courier left, seeing the contents of the package, Qian Liming was stunned. These past few days, his affair with Zhang Shufang had been exposed. Even Zhang Li had seen him. So, they had been hiding in a rented apartment. But Qian Liming never expected. What awaited him was a divorce agreement from Quan Peijun. Ah, great. Divorce. We can finally be together. On the other side, Zhang Shufang was thrilled when she saw the document in Qian Liming's hands. Finally, they were both divorced and could be together openly. Wait. Stunned by Zhang Shufang's reaction, Qian Liming came back to his senses. Divorce? He never planned on divorcing. He only saw Zhang Shufang as a fling with a married vibe. Who the hell wants to marry you? More importantly, if he divorced Quan Peijun, then he'd lose the connections and backing he relied on for his municipal repair company. Divorce? My ass. Even if there was no love, he didn't want to split from Quan Peijun. Wait, let me figure out what's going on. No rush, okay. Taking a deep breath and calming Zhang Shufang, Qian Liming quickly got dressed and headed out with the agreement. Peijun, I just received a divorce agreement, what's going on? I just got back to Chang'an this morning, and suddenly the courier calls me. After leaving, Qian Liming immediately opened WeChat and typed out a long message. Then, he saw a red exclamation mark next to it. Shit. Realizing he'd been blocked, he tried calling, but the number was blocked too. Qian Liming cursed out loud. Then, he rushed toward the house in the Green City community. He thought he'd hidden his affair with Zhang Shufang well. There was no way Quan Peijun could have found out. If she really did, the most likely source was the USB drive hidden under the balcony at the Green City house. Peijun doesn't understand renovation stuff, can't even screw in a bolt. No way she found the USB. Back at the Green City house, Qian Liming was full of doubt. Damn. When he pulled out his key to open the door, he found his key wouldn't go in. The lock had been changed. Bang. Eager to check the USB, Chen Liming didn't hesitate, he raised his foot and kicked open the door. Then, he was dumbfounded. Except for the big furniture, everything else in the room was gone. Whoosh! Not stopping to think when it all happened, Chen Liming rushed to the balcony. He opened the wooden floor where the USB was hidden and froze. Gone! The stuff was gone. Had Kwon Pei-jun seen the video? Run? Realizing the video was gone, Chen Liming's scalp tingled. If Kwon Pei-jun saw the video, the worst would be divorce. But if her older brother saw it, as a well-known 91 site hunter, he'd be finished. Might even get locked up. No way. Pei-jun couldn't have lifted the tiles. He ripped open all the floorboards on the balcony in a frenzy. Still no USB. Chen Liming shouted angrily. He dared hide the stuff at home. Because he believed Pei-jun knew nothing about maintenance and couldn't possibly find it. He couldn't understand how it was gone. He'd hidden it there for 3 years without issue. When did Pei-jun find out? Quick! That's him. Breaking into a private home. The loud noise from him kicking the door woke me up. I saw everything through the peephole. Just as Chen Liming was panicking, a group of security guards with iron forks rushed in. Click! Before Chen Liming could say anything, he was already pinned to the ground like a wild boar, unable to move. I'm the owner. I'm the owner. Pinned to the ground, face red, Chen Liming struggled like a dead fish. He's ended up like this? How could he still be filming short videos like this? Sigh, what a pity. He used to be so spirited back then. As Lee Hanxian's video hit the trending list, more and more people who knew him watched the video and expressed their surprise. Some felt pity, some felt fortunate, and some even felt sympathy. Meanwhile, in Xingfu Garden Urban Village, room 318, someone had come there specifically. His ex-wife, Dong Qian, was investigating whether Lee Hanxian had hidden any assets during their divorce. Originally, she had no reason to live in this urban village after getting over 10 million in assets. However, after hearing from a distant cousin that Lee Hanxian had exchanged nearly $1 million in cash using gold bars, she moved in overnight. The 10 million yuan she got during the divorce 3 years ago had already been squandered. Recently in need of money. Once she heard that Lee Hanxian had money again, she rushed over immediately. She even started thinking if Lee Hanxian died, since he had no parents, no children, no siblings or cousins, his assets could end up with her. After blowing through money lavishly, Dong Qian could no longer tolerate a poor life. For money, she would stop at nothing. She had set her sights on Lee Hanxian. She was even planning how to dig his grave. But she didn't expect him to suddenly appear in a short video. And that video went viral. Ugly people caused the most trouble. Seeing the video blow up so fast, Dong Qian was almost hysterical. If Lee Hanxian became a public figure, then she couldn't quietly kill him and get away with it. In this chaotic urban village, people died mysteriously every month. Plus, she knew Lee Hanxian used to be unruly and had many bad habits. She'd already thought of a few methods. But if he became a major influencer, even if she managed to kill him, public attention would make it impossible to grab his assets, and she could end up in trouble too. Damn it! Annoyed, she closed Douyin and leaned on the balcony, looking toward Lee Hanxian's home next door. Just a gang of lowlifes. Dong Qian peeked out and saw Zhang Li carrying a big backpack, walking into Lee Hanxian's house. Of course she knew Zhang Li. She had even thought about using him as a scapegoat. What should I do? Not noticing anything else unusual, the frustrated Dong Qian reopened Lee Hanxian's video. What? Seriously? Inside Lee Hanxian's house. Seeing Zhang Li take something out of his bag that looked like a mop and hearing what he said, Lee Hanxian was stunned. It's real, look, it's a metal detector. It can detect silver, gold, anything metal. Holding a handled metal detector, Zhang Li demonstrated in front of Lee Hanxian. When he placed the detector's round disc over a water bucket in the hallway, it started beeping. My sixth sense tells me, there's treasure near your house. So I brought this thing to do a little scan. We have to believe in science. Still caught up in the buzz of the viral video, Lee Hanxian heard Zhang Li's explanation. Science? Thinking about Zhang Li's mysterious sixth sense, Lee Hanxian found the whole thing nonsense. It was clearly unscientific. Around his house, except for the main cement road between the houses, which was never dug up, all other places had deep foundations dug when the buildings were built. Zhang Li said there was treasure underground nearby? Clearly suspicious. We'll find out if we dig. Before Lee Hanxian could argue, Zhang Li had already started scanning around like it was serious. Where's Zhang Yuliang? While wandering around the first floor, Zhang Li asked. He was invited by Douyin's Chang'an City rep. Since the video went viral, he's the happiest of us all. Following behind Zhongli, Li Hanxiang explained. Originally, he filmed the video just to do Zhang Yuliang a favor. Shooting the second luxury villa video at Zhongli's place was just a backup plan. Li Hanxiang never expected that the video they shot in the morning would blow up so quickly. Douyin's speed of spreading content really was amazing. No wonder the Americans want to steal it. Also, seeing Zhang Li's phone showing a flood of classmate group messages, Li Hanxiang hadn't expected he'd feel so thrilled. Seeing his classmates pitying, mocking, or sighing about him, he was suddenly really looking forward to what the reaction would be once the second video was uploaded. In fact, he and Zhang Yuliang agreed. Wait a few days for the first video to gain more traction, then release the second one. Alright. With Zhang Yuliang gone and the other tenants out as well, Zhongli decided it was time to get to work. Do you have a shovel? While pretending to scan, Zhongli asked. Yes. Is it complete? Yes. Do you have a tent? Yes. Do you have a cart? Yes. Zhongli kept asking, and Li Hanxiang kept nodding. What are you trying to do? You trying to tear down my house? I still need to collect rent from it. The more questions Zhongli asked, the more shocked Li Hanxiang became. Then, he saw Zhongli walk straight out the door without looking back. He scanned the road outside his house, then scanned the road in front of room 318 next door. Beep, beep. After secretly dropping a screw on the ground in front of room 318, and hearing the beeping, Zhongli turned around and walked back into Li Hanxiang's house. Found it. Walking in, Zhongli grabbed Li Hanxiang's shoulder and said excitedly, Really? Li Hanxiang still looked doubtful. Did you forget my sixth sense? Gold necklace, gold bars, gold rings. Even though his actions were a bit over the top, Zhongli had a cover story. He shouted to remind Li Hanxiang. Where? Thinking about Zhang Li's past miracles, Li Hanxiang couldn't help but ask. Right outside room 318. About 2 to 3 meters deep. Just pry open the cement floor and we'll get it fast. Zhongli pulled Li Hanxiang to the door and pointed out the target location. He remembered. The second clue from last night was, you passed Xingfu Garden Urban Village today. Minimap detection shows room 318 at the front door, 3 meters underground, a clay jar with 173 silver dollars. Really? Li Hanxiang still hesitated. Of course. Zhongli nodded firmly. Dig? Dig. Really dig? Definitely dig. With Zhang Li's repeated assurance, Li Hanxiang agreed to cooperate. He had witnessed his brother's miracles before. He wanted to experience one again. That spot under the cement was already opened once. Room 318 was given to Dongqian, and we modified the water pipes there. Originally it was a series connection. After giving it to her, I changed the water pipes to parallel. As Zhang Li confirmed the dig, Li Hanxiang immediately provided some useful info. That's even better then. Learning that the hardest part, the cement, had already been dug once made Zhang Li even more excited. Good news. How deep are the pipes? Zhang Li asked. It's the village's water line, we dug and buried it ourselves. Very shallow, at most 1 meter deep. Li Hanxiang replied quickly. Great. Let's do it. Things were turning out even better than expected. Zhang Li was ready to start. Alright. Very soon. Li Hanxiang found a square tent, about 2.5 meters on each side, with Tsingtao beer printed on it. They placed the tent over the target spot, wrapped the sides with striped fabric, and got to work. Village chief. I want to modify the water line again, just splitting off another pipe to separate water bills. It'll be quick, 2 hours max. Right in front of my house, the spot we dug before. After setting up all the tools, Li Hanxiang even called the village chief to report. Alright. Let's do it. No one's going to bother us now. After setting up their tools with Zhang Li, Li Hanxiang made a quick call to the village chief to report in, then turned back to Zhang Li and said they could begin. For small village projects like this, most of them don't need formal approval, just informing the village chief is enough. Yep. With a well-sealed tent and striped tarp, they had enclosed a workspace. According to the small map on the panel, Zhang Li, who was very sure of the treasure's location, knew exactly what to do next. Dig. Go. With gloves on, the two brothers each took a corner and quickly broke apart the cement covering the ground. Then, a 1 square meter cement slab was slowly pried up by the two of them. Digging on a cement road in an urban village is hardest when cutting through the concrete, but that most difficult part was easily resolved because Li Hanxiang had previously had to separate water lines due to his divorce. Aya, Auntie Wang. Just as they lifted the cement slab and were about to dig into the soil beneath, Li Hanxiang didn't expect an old lady's head to suddenly poke under the striped tarp to look inside. A bored auntie from the urban village, curious after seeing Li Hanxiang's tent, walked right up to check it out. Seeing the curious auntie's face, Zhongli was speechless. Lifting the cement slab was easy, but the gazes of the curious aunties in the village were another problem. These gossip-loving aunties have no concept of personal space or privacy. If they're curious about something, they'll immediately go investigate. Auntie Wang, I'm just splitting the water lines, planning to separate the utility bills for the tenants. Li Hanxiang forced a smile and explained to the old lady poking her head in. Zhongli silently stopped what he was doing. They couldn't let anyone know they were digging for treasure. If there really was treasure, even one more witness meant one more risk. Continue. Once Auntie Wang looked around at the two men in the tent and the open cement slab, satisfied her curiosity, and pulled her head back out. They picked up their shovels again and resumed digging. Hey, Auntie Li. But they didn't expect. 3 minutes later, another old lady's head popped in. A speechless Li Hanxiang had to explain again. Maybe you should stand outside and block them? When a third auntie poked her head in a few minutes later, Zhongli was completely fed up. They were digging for treasure. No auntie could be allowed to see. Once one did, it would all go wrong. One curious old lady after another, they couldn't dig at all. No way. The more you try to stop them, the more curious they get. This time, Li Hanxiang ignored Zhongli. He knew these village aunties too well. The less you let them see, the more they want to. And with these people, you can't be forceful. Then let's wear gas masks. Just say there's toxic gas, radiation, or something. Hearing this, Zhongli suggested again. If they couldn't physically stop the aunties, they had to bluff. In these aunties' minds, even formaldehyde has radiation, saying the dug-up soil is radioactive makes perfect sense. That could work. Li Hanxiang considered Zhongli's idea and thought it might just be a solution. Wearing gas masks to scare people off. At least it gave them an excuse. Li Hanxiang. Just as the brothers were planning their next move, a loud shout rang out from nearby. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the shout, everyone on the street turned to look. And a few aunties who had moved their stools to sit nearby and watch Li Hanxiang dig out of boredom were instantly drawn to the commotion. Dong Qian. Turning around, Zhongli recognized the furious woman rushing out the door. Li Hanxiang's third ex-wife, Dong Qian. At the moment, they were digging right in front of Dong Qian's house. Li Hanxiang, what are you doing? What are you doing in front of my house? Dong Qian stormed down, pointing right at Li Hanxiang's nose and shouting. Acting like a shrew, completely ignoring the people watching nearby. Earlier, seeing Li Hanxiang's viral video made Dong Qian furious. Then, she saw him digging outside her house through the window. After thinking about it for a bit, she stormed out the door. In her hand was a phone with the camera already rolling, filming. Although Unit 318 used to belong to Li Hanxiang, it now legally belonged to Dong Qian. Even though urban village houses can't be sold, as the legal owner, she could still collect around 10,000 yuan a month in rent. But that income wasn't enough to cover Dong Qian's extravagant spending. Now that Li Hanxiang had gone viral online, she figured she'd film some dirt on him. This is my house. Don't dig around randomly. We're divorced. Stop bothering me. Don't think that digging around my place means I want to get back with you. Pointing her phone's camera secretly at Li Hanxiang, Dong Qian began shouting. I'm fixing the water pipes. Turning back and glancing at his frowning brother, Li Hanxiang's voice dropped in the face of Dong Qian's aggressive tone. The day before yesterday, Dong Qian had already threatened him, asking about the gold bars and Bitcoin. Li Hanxiang hadn't told Zhang Li about this. He didn't want Dong Qian bringing it up now. So what if you're fixing pipes? This is my land. Without my permission, how dare you dig my road? If you dig up the road, how am I supposed to walk? Still filming secretly, Dong Qian continued justifying herself. She was trying to capture the most incriminating evidence for herself and record Li Hanxiang being the unreasonable one. Whoosh! 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 With Dong Qian shouting, all the aunties sitting nearby turned to look, eyes wide. They loved this kind of drama, a good fight, juicy gossip. You're filming. Nearby. Seeing his brother's face darken and all the aunties looking over, even shop owners on the ground floor poked their heads out to watch. Standing behind Li Hanxiang, Zhang Li quietly reminded him. Dong Qian's filming behavior was clearly a problem. Get lost. This is our village. I already informed the village chief. I can repair things however I want. Prompted by Zhang Li's reminder, Li Hanxiang immediately stepped back and unclenched his fist. This woman made him angrier the more he looked at her. But with her filming, he couldn't act impulsively. So what if it's your village? This house is mine. My friends, I'm not backing down. Seeing Li Hanxiang step back, Dong Qian pressed in even more aggressively. Whoosh! On the other side, hearing Dong Qian shouting, Zhang Li realized she might be live streaming or video chatting in a group. He looked around at the situation and remembered their true goal. Zhang Li frowned, thought for a few seconds, then quietly moved toward the 4 aunties nearby who were watching. Aunties, 500 yuan each. Help me get rid of that woman. You all know about Hanxiang's situation. I'm his close friend, that woman is too much. Zhang Li discreetly pulled out 2,000 yuan in cash. Whoosh! 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 The aunties' eyes lit up at the sight of the red cash. With speed and stealth Zhang Li couldn't even follow, they pocketed the money. Smart young man, leave it to our sister squad. The paid village aunties gave Zhang Li a nod, then immediately surrounded Dong Qian. They knew all about Li Hanxiang and Dong Qian's messy divorce. Of course they loved watching the drama, but now that they were paid, they were fully committed. With nothing else to do all day, they loved getting paid to act. Almost instantly, the aunties had Dong Qian surrounded. What are you doing? Hanxiang is a good young man from our village. I watched him grow up. I'm his aunt, his mom's best friend. As they got closer, one grabbed her arm, another her hand, and a flurry of chatter and spit bombarded Dong Qian's face. You guys? Surrounded by villagers and faced with the obviously confrontational Dong Qian, Li Hanxiang really didn't know what to do. Seeing several aunties suddenly rush over to defend him, Li Hanxiang was clearly stunned. He looked back and saw his buddy Zhang Li wink at him and rub his thumb and index finger together. Only then did he realize this was Zhang Li's doing. Even though they were from the same village, the village had gone through several demolitions. And with many outsiders moving in and various things happening, the local aunties wouldn't normally help him like this. Seeing Zhang Li's gesture, he understood they had been paid. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ah, let go. I've called the police. Dong Qian, who had started live streaming to her fairy girls group, didn't expect to be attacked by the aunties right away. Some aunties grabbed her hands, others twisted her arms, some pinched her legs. One auntie surnamed Rong, seeing Dong Qian struggling fiercely, even secretly took out an embroidery needle and stabbed her hard in the butt. In that moment, Dong Qian felt like a scholar facing soldiers, completely helpless. Earlier, when Dong Qian was causing trouble, Li Hanxiang had felt helpless. Now, being surrounded by 4 aunties, Dong Qian could barely even stand up straight. Call the police? Why call the police? You're bullying my nephew Hanxiang and that's not okay. Exactly. In our village, how can you bully one of our own? Right. My nephew Hanxiang is all alone now. Can't even split a water line? You're going too far. Hearing Dong Qian mention calling the police made the aunties move faster and talk even louder. Who said they took money? They weren't doing this for money. They were standing up for their fellow villager, the orphaned young man Li Hanxiang. They were his aunties. Ah. Half a minute later, Dong Qian, hair messy and screaming, finally broke through the aunties' blockade and ran off without looking back. Hanxiang, don't be afraid. Your aunties will stand up for you. After Dong Qian fled, and seeing all the eyes around them watching, the aunties walked over theatrically and patted Li Hanxiang's shoulder. Aunties, you're awesome. I'll add 200 more for your trouble. Please keep watch out here and don't let anyone bother us while we fix the pipes. We'll be quick. Seeing the aunties pat Hanxiang's shoulder and then glance at him, Zhang Li gave them a thumbs up and handed each of them an extra 200 yuan. The aunties proved their value through action. Since the goal was to avoid more interruptions, especially from peeking aunties, they hired aunties to guard. Use aunties to guard against other aunties. Smart young man. You're Hanxiang's buddy, right? You go ahead, we aunties will watch for you. With us here, not even a fly will get in. With another sleight of hand, Zhang Li still couldn't see how the money disappeared. But, after hearing their promise, he knew there wouldn't be any more interruptions. The digging site was in front of 318, and the house's owner Dong Qian had already been driven off by the aunties. Anyone else would be stopped by them too. Thanks, aunties. Thanks, aunties. Zhang Li nodded at the 4 iron aunties, and they confidently carried stools to sit around the tent, guarding it from 10 meters away. Awesome. Once the aunties left, Li Hanxiang lowered the tent flap again, added a wooden board behind it, and gave Zhang Li a thumbs up. Dig. Zhang Li nodded and stomped the shovel into the ground. From the earlier exchange with Dong Qian, Zhang Li realized Li Hanxiang was still hiding something from him. But, if his buddy wasn't going to say it, he wouldn't ask. 99% of life's problems can be solved with money. Once they dig up the silver coins, the 173 coins mentioned in the message would be worth at least several 100,000 yuan. Money can solve things, just like how he dealt with the antis earlier. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, with the sound of shoveling, the hole inside the tent grew larger and deeper. Using the treasure map's red dot locator, Zhang dug downward with clear direction. Meanwhile, Li Hanxiang, dripping with sweat, helped pile the dug-up dirt to the side. Unlike the strong and experienced Zhang Li from years of working on construction sites, Li Hanxiang was soon exhausted and panting heavily. Can you even keep up? You really need to get in shape. Now 2 meters deep and having carefully avoided water pipes, Zhang Li stretched and teased Li Hanxiang. Where is it? It's already over 2 meters. Gasping for breath, Li Hanxiang had no energy left for jokes with Zhang Li. Utterly exhausted, he just wanted to know if the treasure was really there. If not, he wanted nothing more than to drop everything and go home to sleep. He hadn't been this tired in over a decade. Almost there. With a slight smile, Zhang Li bent down and kept digging. 10 minutes later, his shovel suddenly hit something. They found it. Don't talk. Don't shout. Don't get excited. Stay calm. There are still people outside. Feeling the resistance from the shovel, Zhang Li exhaled deeply, then gave Li Hanxiang a serious reminder. Found it. Hearing Zhang Li's words, Li Hanxiang's eyes lit up and all his fatigue instantly vanished. With the treasure found, his adrenaline surged. The joy of finding treasure for free made him ecstatic. Almost. Don't get too excited. Nodding, Zhang Li took out a small trowel and carefully cleared the remaining dirt. Soon, a gray earthen jar about the size of a watermelon with a lid appeared before them. Whoa! Is it gold or silver in here? Struggling to stay calm, Li Hanxiang carefully took the jar Zhang Li handed him. Don't rush. Put it in the cart first. Seeing the treasure he'd detected was finally in hand, Zhang Li reminded him. The closer you get, the more careful you must be. Got it. Following Zhang Li's advice, Li Hanxiang gently placed the earthen jar into the cart basket. Then, once Zhang Li stood nearby, they exchanged a glance and lifted the jar's lid together. Whoosh! The jar opened, but no dazzling light burst forth. Inside, it was coated in a thick layer of dust. However, in the dust, small silver discs stacked together could be seen. Yuan Shirkai silver coins. Using a plastic bag as a glove, Li Hanxiang excitedly picked up one silver coin. Staring at it, he whispered the coin's name, thrilled. Alright, stop staring, take it home first. I'll start filling the hole back in. With the treasure in hand, Zhang Li knew there were 173 silver coins inside the jar. He didn't rush to inspect them further and told Li Hanxiang to bring them home. Even with a tent hiding them and aunties on watch, they were still outdoors. Okay. Nodding, Li Hanxiang wrapped the jar in tarp, then pretended to be done working and wheeled the cart home. Meanwhile, Zhang Li jumped back into the hole to fill it in. Just as he shoveled in some dirt to fill the empty space where the jar had been, Zhang Li was surprised when his shovel hit something hard again with a clang. What the hell? Looking down and brushing away the dirt where his shovel hit, Zhang Li's pupils instantly widened. What's going on? Half a minute later, after Li Hanxiang brought the jar back to his house and re-entered the tent, he saw Zhang Li looking a bit stunned and couldn't help but ask curiously. After the exhausting work, they really dug up silver coins. Li Hanxiang was thrilled. What excited him even more was that his buddy really seemed to have activated a sixth sense and could find things. This made Li Hanxiang, who had just moved the jar, suddenly full of hope for the future. Filled with excitement, he returned to the tent, ready for the two of them to bury the pit together. But he didn't expect Zhang Li to still be standing inside the pit, completely motionless. There's more. A few seconds later, after signaling Li Hanxiang to keep the tent flap covered with a wooden board, Zhang Li looked at him and spoke word by word. More. Hearing this, Li Hanxiang's eyes widened. Zhang Li's serious expression made Li Hanxiang instinctively cover his own mouth, afraid he might scream. Yes, a chest. A big chest. As Li Hanxiang waited anxiously, Zhang Li slowly gave his answer. He was just as shocked as Hanxiang. Last night, when they went to retrieve the jewelry detected by Quan Peijun, treasure hunting attendant, they found more small boxes of items. He didn't expect that today, while retrieving the second treasure detected by the system, there would be another unexpected surprise. And this surprise seemed even bigger than expected. The little jar just now was only the size of a watermelon. But now, What he had uncovered beneath the jar, more precisely, the box the jar had been placed on, was 1 meter long and 60 centimeters wide. This sight left Zhongli stunned. Holy sh/*t. Peeking in, Li Hanxiang also saw the large wooden chest beneath Zhongli's feet, its top already cleared of soil. Come on, pull it up. As Li Hanxiang approached, Zhongli, knowing this needed to be done quickly, didn't wait. He looped a rope through the iron rings around the chest, trying to pull it up. Damn, no good. A minute later, even using all their strength, the two still couldn't pull the chest out. Open it and carry the contents separately? Looking at the unmoving chest, Li Hanxiang suggested. Alright. Zhongli nodded and stood back on the chest. Wait, watch out for poison darts. Just as Zhongli was about to open it, Li Hanxiang suddenly warned. Screw you. Been reading too many martial arts novels? Zhongli couldn't help but laugh at his words. Still, under Hanxiang's insistence, he laid a thick tarp over the chest. Then, standing back, he used the wooden handle of a shovel to slowly pry open the latched but unlocked chest. Click! With a crisp sound, the gray-black chest under the soil opened. And then, to Hanxiang's great relief, no poison darts appeared. They slowly peeled back the inner layers of cloth. The brothers' movements froze in an instant. Gulp! Frozen in place, one of them swallowed hard. Silver ingots. Larger than fists, neatly arranged silver ingots packed tightly on the left side of the chest. And on the right side of the chest were 6 large upright silver gourds. Between the silver gourds were small silver beans filling the gaps. The sight of a full chest of neatly arranged silver stunned both of them. Maybe this chest wasn't worth 20 million. But the visual impact of a chest full of silver was even more powerful than 20 million. 20 million is just a number. But a chest full of real silver is physical proof. They'd only seen such silver in TV dramas before. Now, seeing it right in front of them, they could hardly breathe. Even though Zhongli knew about the treasure info ahead of time, this unexpected massive chest of silver still left him speechless. What is this? Although it was his first time seeing real silver ingots, Li Hanxiang recognized them at once. But the silver gourds were totally new to him. Silver gourds. Zhongli's eyes were locked on an object wrapped in grease on the chest lid. Hearing Hanxiang's nervous whisper, he slowly responded. Move it. Take it back piece by piece, get it home first. Safety first. A few seconds later, Zhongli snapped out of it and jumped onto the silver, ready to move. The chest was too heavy for them to lift together. But the silver ingots could be carried one by one. Alright, very soon. After handing 2 silver gourds to Li Hanxiang to push back home in the cart, Zhongli stayed behind, covering the tent flap with wood and guarding the entrance to keep others out. At the same time, he slowly unwrapped the item covered in oil paper that he had taken earlier. Republic era? Landlord Dong Chitai? Hidden stash of 10,000 taels of silver? Inside the oil paper was a thin silver plate with engraved text. Reading it, Zhongli realized this stash had belonged to a landlord from the Republic of China. Keep going. 2 minutes later, a red-faced, excited Li Hanxiang slapped the flap again. Zhongli let him in, and they continued moving the treasure. As time passed, half an hour later, they managed to move all the silver to Hanxiang's house storeroom without any trouble. Huff, huff. With the job done, the 2 brothers stood in the tent, panting heavily, looking at each other. Their eyes shone with excitement. 10,000 taels of silver. And it was Qing Dynasty silver. Plus, there were massive silver gourds. Did you fill the hole? Panting, Li Hanxiang wanted to clean up quickly and go home to admire the silver. Wait, bring up the chest too. Seeing Hanxiang excitedly grab a shovel to fill the hole, Zhongli suddenly stopped him. Earlier, the magazine containing Qing Dynasty red flower print stamps turned out to be the first issue of Harvest magazine. Collectors would pay a fortune for that. So Zhongli wouldn't leave behind the chest that held the silver. Soon, with Zhongli's reminder, they pulled up the now empty silver chest too. Could there be more? With the chest lifted and looking at the soil beneath it, Li Hanxiang suddenly grabbed the shovel to dig again. What if there was more hidden below? Nope. Come up now. From the engraved silver plate, Zhongli already knew there were no more chests here. After Hanxiang randomly dug a bit, he quickly pulled him up. Then, the two quickly began refilling the pit. Though they were both nearly collapsing from exhaustion, they excitedly and swiftly refilled the hole. Finally, half an hour later, the hole was filled, and the cement slab was pressed back into place. Aunties, thank you so much. After packing up the tent and taking everything home, Li Hanxiang walked up to the 4 aunties who had guarded the site earlier. Although they had taken money, they had done their job well. In this busy urban village, not a single person disturbed them while they dug up treasure. It's nothing. You've worked hard, Han Xiang. Unaware that 10,000 taels of silver had just been moved, the auntie smiled and waved. Just a few words, and they earned some cash sitting around. The aunties were happy. Some even felt the few hundred yuan felt a bit too generous. In their hearts, they'd already decided if Dong Qian caused trouble again, they'd help Li Hanxiang one more time. Let's go! After sending the aunties off, the brothers looked at each other again. Let's go! Dong Qitai. This guy even has a Baidu encyclopedia entry. He was a big landlord in Chang'an during the Republic era. And he was Manchu, descended from a Manchu general who guarded Chang'an in the late Qing dynasty. On the 5th floor, after locking the doors and windows, Li Hanxiang was excitedly wiping down each silver ingot and silver gourd with a towel. Meanwhile, Zhang Li was studying the text engraved on the silver plate to trace the origin of the 10,000 taels of hoarded silver. Unlike the scattered silver commonly used among the people, these silver ingots and silver gourds clearly came from official reserves. Based on the engraving on the silver plate, he concluded that the stash they just unearthed had likely been embezzled by a Manchu general guarding Chang'an in the late Qing, and then secretly buried by the Dong family during the chaos of the warlord era. The Dong family was wiped out by General Feng of the Republic? After searching some more online, Zhang Li discovered that it seemed like the Dong family was extinct. At least, there were no public records of any descendants. A Manchu general? Big landlord? I remember Dong Qian bragged once that her ancestors were Manchu generals. But her ID says she's Han, not Manchu, so I didn't take it seriously. Next to him, having finished cleaning all the silver ingots, a thrilled Li Hanxiang paced back and forth excitedly and saw the notes Zhang Li had written in his notebook. Pointing at the words late Chang Manchu general in the notebook, he suddenly said, "Ha!" Li Hanxiang's words caught Zhang Li off guard. Could Dong Qitai, the big landlord, be related to Li Hanxiang's ex-wife Dong Qian? Don't overthink it. The stuff's mine, buried under my house. My mom told me it was buried by my ancestors. Seeing Zhang Li still trying to analyze the origin of the treasure, Li Hanxiang shouted loudly. As someone who used to be wealthy, he knew exactly what to say in situations like this. It's mine. My great-grandfather buried it. Otherwise, why was it in front of my house? You say the house came from demolition? My family didn't used to live here? So what? I picked this place during demolition on purpose. We chose the house because there was a chest buried. That's why we made dumplings, because we had vinegar. Is that a problem? Now that the treasure was in hand, there was no way Li Hanxiang would give it up. He had heard countless stories about people in Chang'an quietly keeping treasures they found. What? Others can take it? But I can't? Am I some saint? If I don't take it, should I just lose it? Besides, even if I donated it, who knows if it would even show up on public records? Whoosh! Seeing Zhang Li still writing and drawing in his notebook, Li Hanxiang grabbed it from him. No more calculations. The stuff belongs to us brothers. Earlier, Li Hanxiang was so exhausted from digging he felt like dying. Now, he didn't feel tired at all. 10,000 taels of silver had energized him. More effective than a little blue pill. Check again. Is there more nearby? Seeing Zhang Li looking over, Li Hanxiang asked excitedly. This whole stash had been discovered thanks to Zhang Li's detection. At this point, Li Hanxiang completely believed in his brother's ability. No matter the method, no matter the reason, as long as it could find treasure, it was good. Doesn't matter if it's a black cat or white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Li Hanxiang hoped Zhang Li would open his third eye again and find another spot. He wasn't tired. Not even a bit. He could still dig. Dig a lot. Nope. Stop dreaming. Seeing Hanxiang's hopeful look, Zhang Li smiled and snatched his notebook back. These silver ingots are 50 tael pieces, current market value is about 150,000 yuan each. 100 ingots, that's around 15 million. As for the 6 silver gourds, no idea on the value. Retrieving his notebook, Zhang Li reported the numbers. He understood what Li Hanxiang meant. And of course, he wouldn't say he didn't want the treasure. He just wanted to keep it a bit safer. Those earlier items were kind of in a gray area, but this huge stash of silver ingots that couldn't be explained away. Better to be cautious. The good news was that landlord Dong Qitai and his entire family were already gone since the Republic era. Also, no one else had seen them take the treasure. Let's split it 50-50. Looking up and seeing Li Hanxiang's excited eyes, Zhang Li said what Hanxiang had been hoping to hear. Yes, Zhang Li's words made Li Hanxiang jump up immediately. He had been afraid Zhang Li would want to donate everything. No! 90 out of 10. You get 90, I get 10. If it weren't for you, that treasure could have stayed buried for another 100 years, I'd never have seen it. After the excitement, Li Hanxiang quickly shook his head. They couldn't split it evenly. He believed Zhang Li deserved the lion's share. After a bit of arguing, Li Hanxiang finally gave in, and they agreed on an 80-20th split. Li Hanxiang got 20, Zhang Li got 80. But we can't sell this stuff right now, right? And I'm not taking it to Dong Qian's distant cousin's pawn shop again. After the split, Li Hanxiang suddenly brought up another concern. In the end, they'd have to turn the treasure into usable cash. Silver can't exactly be traded easily these days. What about that pawn shop you were looking into? Hearing this, Zhang Li asked. These items could be kept by Hanxiang as signature pieces for the pawn shop. I looked into it. Opening a shop is easy, but I don't know antiques. Besides modern stuff like cars, real estate, watches, and jewelry, people also bring antiques. I don't know antiques at all. Having already researched the idea after Zhang Li's previous suggestion, Li Hanxiang quickly replied. Then learn. Short videos make it easy. And you can always bring an ingot to an expert and ask them for tips. Hearing this, Zhang Li immediately gave advice. If you don't know, then just learn. There would definitely be more treasures like this in the future. Having a trusted person with a legit channel mattered to Zhang Li. Li Hanxiang nodded, no objections. The old saying goes, a man over 30 shouldn't learn a trade. But that's just an old saying. Nowadays, you learn all your life. To ensure his buddy had a secure way to move these treasures, he'd study antiques even if it killed him. Let's move the stuff to your villa. This place, Jiang Yulian will be back to stay tonight. Also, this urban village is a bit chaotic, and there are still other tenants downstairs. After staring at the silver ingots some more, eyes gleaming, Li Hanxiang suggested. The stuff was amazing, so amazing he wanted to just lie down on it and sleep. But, for safety, it had to go to Zhang Li's villa. Alright. Just as the sky's getting dark, Zhang Li had no objection to Hanxiang's suggestion. His place was definitely safer. They looked outside at the fading light, and the two of them began moving the treasure, load by load, into Zhang Li's BMW X7 like ants. By the time they had sweat pouring down and everything packed into the car, it was completely dark. Room. Zhang Li stepped on the gas and drove off toward the villa. And Li Hanxiang, dripping with sweat, watched the BMW drive away before heading back home. He was ready to sleep like the dead. After all the excitement, exhaustion hit hard. Digging and carrying had nearly wiped him out. Die, you damn bastard. Just as he reached his building, Li Hanxiang was surprised to see Dong Qian had also come back. Seeing how tired he looked, and noticing that the tent blocking the road was now gone, Dong Qian cursed him loudly. Hey, was your ancestor a Manchu general? Seeing her, Li Hanxiang suddenly shouted. Scram! Your family tomb must have exploded to land a woman like me. I was a princess in the old days. You dog slave. Not knowing why he asked, Dong Qian cursed and stormed inside. This villa, people are offering over 100 million for it and still can't buy it. On the other side, after parking the car in the garage and moving all the silver from the car into the basement, Zhang Li finally collapsed, exhausted, onto the mattress in the villa. He had originally bought this villa because of the 100+ kilograms of horseshoe gold buried beneath it. But he didn't expect that. Before he even found the horseshoe gold, the items now placed inside this villa had already surpassed its value. Earlier, the large bag of jewelry found with Quan Pei Jun was worth 8 to 9 million. Inside the villa, there was also the Qing Dynasty red flower print postal stamp worth over 10 million, and the silver they had just moved in was worth about 30 to 40 million. Altogether, these items were worth at least over 50 million, plus the horseshoe gold still buried underground. At this point, the value of Villa 18 in Zhonghai Platinum Palace had already surpassed 100 million. And 100 million was just a base estimate. The real value could be even higher. I need to quickly convert this stuff into cash to treat Dad and little Nan Nan. Then, after Dad recovers, I'll plan the next step. Next step, at the very least, set up a prospecting company. Lying in bed, regaining strength, Zhang Li was plotting his next moves in his mind. Just a few days ago, he was still worrying about how to come up with the money for his dad's treatment. He even considered mortgaging this newly bought villa. He never expected that one day of treasure hunting would earn him tens of millions. Although part of the silver belonged to Li Hanxiang, The remaining assets were enough to cover his father's medical expenses. Grandma Chui's stamps, along with the Harvest magazine, were picked up from scrap. Thinking about the items he had, Zhang Li realized Grandma Chui's stamps were the easiest to sell. However, he had already decided. The money from the stamps would all go toward little Nan's treatment. He wouldn't take a single cent. On Monday, I'll go to the hospital and sort everything out. Lu Yasi, Meng Wanning. On Monday, most hospital staff would be back. Zhang Li planned to handle his dad's treatment that day. Tomorrow was Sunday. Still one more day to treasure hunt. Oh right. There's also the Paris romantic restaurant. Thinking of the hospital, Zhang Li remembered the third item from today's treasure hunting system. The third clue was about 130,000 yuan in cash hidden in the ceiling of the owner's office in the Paris romantic restaurant next to Rinchin Hospital. According to the location, he couldn't retrieve the item directly. However, this was the second time this restaurant had shown up in a treasure clue. He felt a strange connection to it. Wanning, do you know the Paris romantic restaurant next to your hospital? After thinking it over, Zhang Li sent Meng Wanning a message on WeChat. Hi brother Zhang. Meng Wanning's messages were always polite. Of course I know that place. The restaurant is run by the wife of our hospital's vice president Qin. We often have gatherings there. Sometimes, we even see Dean Qin's chubby little son there. He's super cute. Still busy at the hospital helping with Zhang Li's dad and little Nan. Meng Wanning immediately poured out everything she knew. Oh, hearing this restaurant was owned by the wife of another hospital VP, Zhang Li frowned. That chubby little son of Vice Dean Qin, is his name Qin Lang? Zhang Li suddenly asked, as if something clicked. Yes. You even know his name, brother Zhang? Meng Wanning was surprised. Zhang Li knew the chubby boy's name too. MHM. That's all for now. Thanks, Wanning. Nodding, Zhang Li ended the chat. Vice Dean Qin, Paris romantic restaurant, Qin Lang, 130,000 yuan hidden by the restaurant owner. Very interesting. Ring ring. Ring ring. Ring ring. Just as Zhang Li closed WeChat and was thinking about his next steps, his phone rang. Someone was calling. Old One? Seeing the caller ID, Zhang Li picked up out of curiosity. Previously, he had messaged Old Wang about coming to Chang'an to work with him. Brotherly, I'm here. I brought 2 people. We took the high-speed train. We're at the North High-Speed Rail Station. Old Wang, from Zhangluo City, had a loud, booming voice. Zhang Li not only gave them ideas but also supported them financially. After receiving Zhang Li's invitation, Old Wang, who hadn't been paid this year and had returned to Zhangluo with his workers, immediately gathered 2 free workers and paid out of pocket to rush over. After over 10 years of knowing Zhang Li, he knew he was a good man. When he heard Zhang Li talking about forming a prospecting company, Old Wang got excited. They were tired of being laborers with no contracts. If they could join Zhang Li's prospecting company, with contracts and insurance, Old Wang would be all in. Originally, he said they'd arrive in 3 days. But eager Old Wang made it in just 2. Already arrived? That fast? Zhang Li had just been thinking about forming a company. He didn't expect Old Wang to show up so soon. Then take the subway. Line 2, then transfer to Line 6. Get off at Xingfu Jiayuan Station. I'll wait for you at Exit A. Since Old Wang and his men were already here, Zhang Li, though tired, got up to greet them. He completely trusted Old Wang, not just because of their decade-long friendship, but he even once sent Old Wang 3,000 yuan just to buy dinner, which showed his trust. All right, brotherly, we're on our way. Old Wang's voice was full of energy. Having work to do made them the happiest. Hanxiang, can you spare 3 beds in your house? I've got 3 friends needing a place for a night or 2. After talking with Old Wang, Zhang Li called Li Hanxiang. He arranged for them to meet in the urban village of Xingfu Jiayuan, so the 3 men could stay at Hanxiang's place tonight. Not because he couldn't afford hotel rooms, but because knowing Old Wang, he would never agree to stay in one. Too much of a waste. Sure, it's almost New Year anyway, someone just moved out. Let them come. Give them my number. Excited, lounging on the sofa and resting while thinking about the silver ingots, watching his own viral Douyin videos, and scrolling through people marveling at his tragic state, Li Hanxiang immediately answered. No need. I'm coming over now, let's grab a meal together. Letting Hanxiang know, Zhang Li quickly got dressed, started up the BMW X7, and headed to his house. 1 hour later, in the Xingfu Jiayuan urban village, at a barbecue stall, 5 men were sitting together, eating meat and drinking heavily. You guys drink, I'm driving, so I won't be drinking tonight. Seeing Old Wang and the others offer him a toast, Zhangli waved his hand and declined. Just over 10 minutes ago, after meeting up with Li Hanxiang, they went together to the subway station to pick up old Wang and the two others, and brought them to the barbecue place. Brotherly, just say the word, whatever you need from us. We'll do it without question, absolutely follow your lead. Everyone had just gone home for the new year and didn't want to go out again. But after the new year, even if you need 100 people, I'll bring them for you. Old Wang, drinking and easing the fatigue from travel, asked Zhangli about his plans. The real estate industry was sluggish, and many construction sites weren't even operating, and even those that were, only had a few workers pretending to be busy. Old Wang, who'd worked in the industry for decades, could sense that things might not improve next year either. Zhangli had a potential opportunity, and Old Wang wanted to seize it. Eat first, eat first. Not rushing to answer, Zhangli handed skewers of meat to the three, urging them to eat. Of course, the reason he called them over was for digging. During the day, he and Li Hanxiang dug just a 3-meter pit and were exhausted. If it had been 5 meters, 10 meters, or even 20 meters, they wouldn't have managed. Also, to make their digging look legitimate, he needed to form a prospecting company. Old Wang and his crew were the manpower he needed. Drink, drink. Beside him, now aware of Old Wang's identity, Li Hanxiang helped entertain the guests. Oh come on, Brother Chang, you're too polite. Old Wang and his crew, who now knew they'd be staying at Li Hanxiang's place tonight, responded warmly to the toast. Soon, another hour passed. Brother Fei, just tell us what we're doing. Even if it's after New Year, let us know ahead. We'll feel more secure that way. Finally full and content, Old Wang asked again. They had come all this way for work. Zhangli had treated them to dinner, covered lodging, and reimbursed travel. If they didn't do something, they wouldn't feel at ease. Alright then, let me show you first. Zhangli, familiar with Old Wang's eager personality, knew they wouldn't sleep if he didn't explain. Seeing that it was already after 9 p.m., Zhangli sighed and waved his hand, leading them toward his BMW X7. Last time, he had seen the same scratch-off treasure messages pop up 2 days in a row. This made him suspect that if a treasure was detected but not collected, passing by that location might refresh the same clue the next day, using up one treasure hunting slot. Because of this, he had deliberately avoided unreachable locations. But now, he decided to test it directly. And more importantly, he already had enough money for the medical treatments. Even if he lost one treasure hunt attempt, it was worth it to confirm this rule. Whoa, BMW X7, a million-yuan luxury car. When they reached the car parked at the village entrance, a young guy next to Old Wang suddenly cried out. Old Wang didn't know BMW models, but his younger worker did. A million? Hearing the exclamation, Old Wang and the other man shouted too. Keep it low-key, low-key. Seeing how their eyes lit up knowing the car's value, Zhangli shrugged helplessly. He wasn't trying to show off. V-room. All 5 fit perfectly in the car. Zhangli, who hadn't drunk, stepped on the gas and drove off. Soon, while Old Wang's crew curiously examined the car's interior, the BMW sped through the night. Zhangli's target was the hidden Qing dynasty medicine under the Tang Palace wall in Daming Palace. Whether or not he retrieved it was one thing, but he wanted Old Wang to see the site and start thinking about how to extract it. Screech. Half an hour later, Zhangli parked the car and led them to the target spot. This is a famous scenic site. It's quiet at night, but really busy during the day. That Danfeng Gate was rebuilt in recent years, but the 3-meter-high palace wall ruins nearby are original. Leading them to the place marked on his map, Zhangli began explaining. When I was a kid, I used to play here with village friends. Right at the joint between those 2 sections of wall, I hid a small box of marbles I used to play with. In the open-air scenic area under the night sky, few people were around. Using nearby construction lights, Zhangli slowly explained. The box of secret medicine was described as a childhood marble stash. In the future, when I build a prospecting company, aside from geological surveys before construction planning, another focus will be helping people find lost items. Pointing at the target, Zhangli shared his goal. Brotherly, you mean, if we dig a little there, we'll find the small box you hid as a kid? You want to retrieve it? After listening, Old Wang asked, pointing to the spot. Right. Not deep, less than a meter. It's small, just between the 2 walls. Zhangli nodded. 10 minutes later, he took everyone back to the car and drove them to a junction on Jiefang Road. Another plan of mine is to take on some municipal road repair work, fixing roads. Pointing at the area where Tsinghua porcelain was buried 5 meters underground, Zhangli outlined another future strategy. Busy intersections like this one could only be excavated during roadwork? Okay. That's about it. Old Wang, when you go home for New Year, draft a plan. We won't need many at first, maybe 10 or so. Don't worry about tools, I'll try to buy a local municipal company over the holiday. After visiting the Jiefang road site and explaining a few more things, Zhongli planned to take them back. It was past midnight, and Old Wang's group needed rest. Brotherly, you and Brother Chang go ahead. We want to walk around, first time visiting Chang'an. We'll head back on our own later. We remember the address 317, Xingfu Jiayuan Urban Village. Surprisingly, Old Wang's group didn't want to return yet. Alright then, Chang'an was a tourist city. 3 grown men wanting to explore at night. Zhongli couldn't argue. Helplessly, he left them behind. Then he drove Li Hanxiang home. You sensed something again? After a silent drive, Hanxiang suddenly asked as the two sat in the car alone. Pretty much. I get that feeling a lot. I think building a prospecting company is the way to go. Zhongli nodded without hesitation. Good. Having seen enough, Li Hanxiang didn't ask further. Soon, after dropping him off, Zhongli drove to his villa. But, after parking and noticing it was past 1 a.m., he decided to use the new day's treasure hunting attempt in the garage. Earlier, he had visited Daming Palace and Jiefang Road. Would uncollected treasures from those locations still occupy clue slots? He wanted to test it now. Whoosh! As Zhongli activated the system, lines of text quickly appeared on his panel. Xiao Zhao, hurry. Half an hour at most and we're done. At Daming Palace, near Danfeng Gate, under the night sky beside the palace wall, 3 figures moved quickly in the shadow of trees. They were Old Wang and his 2 men. The same ones who had earlier told Zhongli and Li Hanxiang to go ahead. Knowing how hard work would be to find next year, Old Wang's group really wanted to show their value to Zhongli. After hearing that Zhongli had hidden a small box under the palace wall when he was a kid, the 3 looked at each other silently and made a decision. Earlier, even before Zhongli finished talking, they had noticed a nearby construction site, and having often sought work at such sites, Old Wang and his men knew construction zones like the back of their hands. In fact, they understood construction sites even better than Zhongli, who was a tech professional. Zhongli could easily enter residential areas and gather information. Old Wang and crew could easily enter any construction site and gather tools. So, after parting with Zhongli, the 3 quickly returned to the Daming Palace scenic area, and easily found small barricades and digging tools from the nearby construction site. Then, under the cover of night, they set up the barricades, faked a repair site, and began digging at the exact spot Zhongli had pointed out. What are you doing? Just a few minutes into digging, a security guard arrived. Hello, we're here for maintenance. The boss told us to do it at night so it doesn't bother tourists. Won't take long, just half an hour. Seeing the guard approaching, Old Wang stepped out from behind the barricade and lit a cigarette in his mouth, speaking in his Zhenluo dialect and handing one to the guard. He was too experienced in handling situations like this. Zhenluo native? The guard, hearing his accent, paused and took the cigarette. That's right. Just trying to earn a living in Chang'an. Old Wang continued casually. They looked exactly like construction workers. Their outfits, their gear indistinguishable from the workers who had previously done maintenance there. With the cigarette, the accent, and the hometown talk, the guard was nearly convinced. Do you have any papers? I wasn't told anyone would be here tonight for work. After smoking a whole cigarette and chatting about Zhenluo with Old Wang, the guard asked again. Here, another smoke, just one more. Instead of answering, Old Wang handed over another cigarette, even stuffing a whole pack into the guard's pocket. He was no stranger to archaeological zones. He knew many such repairs were supposedly assigned to professional companies. But those companies were often just shells the workers hired off the street. Old Wang himself had been hired that way before. He had experience. And more importantly, Zhongli said the box was buried in the crack of the wall, not actually damaging anything, just clearing out loose dirt. That's why. Old Wang was confident in showing off. Boss. Got it. After the guard had smoked 3 cigarettes and chatted more about hometowns, suddenly one of the others shouted from behind the barricade. Ah, all done, repairs finished. There was a termite hole, we found it. Just as Old Wang was going to stall longer, he jumped at the shout and slung an arm around the guard. At the same time, the barricade opened up. One of Old Wang's crew had a bulging shirt. The other was quickly filling in dirt. Done. Thanks, old pal, see you around. Told you we'd be quick. Even Old Wang hadn't expected to find it so fast. With the confused guard watching, he waved and had the team restore the scene. Soon, the three carried their tools and slipped right into the neighboring construction site. Well, okay. Seeing nothing suspicious, having pocketed a pack of cigarettes, and not wanting trouble, the guard said nothing more. What are you doing? Later, after putting the tools back at the construction site, Old Wang and his crew sat in a taxi holding the small wooden box, roughly the size of a fist. When one of them tried to open it, Old Wang slapped him on the head. This was their offering to Brother Lee. It couldn't be opened recklessly. Ha ha! After the smack, the guy grinned and stopped. Soon, the taxi pulled up at Xingfu Jiayuan. Meanwhile, after bringing them home, Li Hanxiang was stunned by the dirt-covered box they suddenly handed him. So badass? Impressive. After hearing their explanation, Li Hanxiang couldn't help giving a thumbs up. Let professionals handle professional tasks. Old Wang and crew were 10 times faster and better than he and Zhang Li were during the day. Glancing at the box, he didn't open it either. Thinking for a moment, he hailed a cab planning to deliver it to Zhang Li right away. Villa 18. After dropping off Li Hanxiang, seeing that a new treasure hunt slot had refreshed, Zhang Li immediately activated it. Ding. Scanning in progress, please wait. Ding. Scan complete. Today's treasure results. 1. You passed Yongxing Park today. Mini-map detected, Yongxing Park, west bank of Jingxin Lake, half a meter underwater, 1 pair of gold earrings. 2. You passed Ganja Fort Recycling Station. Mini-map detected, 2 Scarlatti top-grade speakers at the scrap station, 5 pounds of silver core, gold-plated audio stabilizing components in the discarded speaker horns. 3. You passed Xingfu Jiayuan Urban Village. Mini-map detected, inside room 318, 3rd floor nightstand bottom drawer, 1 gold-plated opium pipe. Under Zhang Li's focused gaze, the new day's 3 treasure locations appeared one by one. Yes, it was just a coincidence last time. Seeing that the new info didn't include Daming Palace's secret medicine or the blue-on-white porcelain at Jiefang Road, Zhang Li jumped up in excitement. Though today's 3 items seemed less valuable compared to earlier finds, confirming the system's rule was still worth it. Now that he knew treasure clues don't repeat or block new ones, he no longer needed to avoid certain places. He could move freely. Yongxing Park? After calming down, Zhang Li looked at Clue 1. He had visited Yongxing Park last night. After getting a bag of jewelry, Quan Peijun had drained him dry. He didn't expect today's treasure would again be in that park, though it was just a pair of earrings. Since it was close by, Zhang Li decided to check it out. No rush on Quan Peijun's scan today. My personal treasure scan interval is every 30 hours, let's see if treasure attendant has a similar rule. On the way to the park, Zhang Li thought about Peijun's scan time. He didn't rush to activate it yet. Clue 2. Danjia Fort, that's Grandma Chui's urban village. It's not far from Zhonghai Platinum Palace. Didn't expect, I searched the recycling station yesterday and today's treasure is right there. On the way, Zhang Li also reviewed Clue 2. At most, the value was a few tens of thousands. The parts were gold-plated, not solid gold. But the interesting location made Zhang Li smile. Scrap stations are treasure spots. Seeing that, he squinted and got a new idea. No rush. Still, he wasn't in a hurry. Then, he turned to Clue 3. Gold-plated opium pipe? In Dong Qian's apartment? If the system detected it, it must be well hidden. But why hide an opium pipe in your own home? Clue 3. Left Zhang Li puzzled. But seeing that he was nearing Yongxing Park, he stopped thinking and closed the panel. He focused his eyes on the lake ahead. His target was on the west bank of the lake inside the park. The item was underwater, but very close to shore, within arm's reach. Holy sh*t. A few minutes later, under the early morning darkness, Zhang Li held a long dead tree branch and used his phone flashlight to fish for the item at the target spot. But what he saw in the lake made him cry out, fall backward onto the ground, and scramble away. His phone and branch both fell into the water. Every hair on his body stood on end, his SAN value dropped to 0. Hair. Trying to fish out earrings, he had unexpectedly pulled up a massive amount of black hair, and at the base of the hair was clearly a head, submerged in the water. Fuck. A body. The earrings are on the body? Zhang Li's hair stood on end. He looked around and saw he was still in the park, with no supernatural events. He slowly regained his composure. Swallowing his saliva, he stood up alertly and turned his gaze to the lake ahead. At this moment, his phone had fallen into the water. In the phone flashlight's reflection, he clearly saw the pale face of a woman under the lake, black hair, lifeless complexion. Fuck! He held his breath and peered carefully. Suddenly, Zhongli saw the woman's eyelid twitch under the water. Holy shit, she's alive? Originally, he just wanted to find a gold earring. He never expected he'd encounter a body. Naturally, he wanted to run away. But what shocked Zhongli even more was that the person moved an eyelid. He was so frightened he nearly peed himself. Seeing the eyelid move, his first thought was to call the police. But immediately he realized he couldn't call the police. At night, what excuse does he have for being here? What if the security guard investigates and finds out he was here late at night yesterday and took a bunch of jewelry? That would be a disaster. Save her. After 2 seconds of processing, despite not understanding how someone in cold water could still blink, Zhongli prioritized saving the person. He couldn't stand by and watch someone die. If she were dead, he'd leave to avoid trouble. But she was alive, showing signs of life. If he didn't try to save her, he'd be haunted by guilt and nightmares. This is insane. He plunged his hand into the water with a splash ice cold, causing him to curse. With effort, he pulled the woman ashore and clearly saw it was a woman. And her beauty was stunning, despite the pallor from water. Her perfect, cold beauty amazed him. Murder? As he dragged her ashore, Zhongli was shocked again. He saw the woman tied tightly under her thick clothes, hands, feet, torso all bound. Though the ropes were messy and partly undone, under those ropes were several heavy stones. He could only pull her out, the stones were still underwater and too heavy to lift. Holy fuck, this is trouble. He had assumed the woman fell in or tried to kill herself. He never expected this was murder. A normal modern guy like him, when would he encounter such a thing? Fuck this shit. He grumbled in panic, cut the remaining ropes and threw them into the water. Seeing her face deathly pale, he felt caught between guilt and fear. Who would expect it to be murder? Someone's coming. Then he heard a security guard's voice in the distance. Fuck. The guard appeared, even more confused by the scene. He couldn't ignore an injured person. But maybe she only had one breath left? Time was critical. Zhongli gritted his teeth, lifted her over his shoulder, and ran home. His home was right next door, a quick emergency solution. Fuck. Walking at night too much in the dark leads to ghosts. He avoided all cameras and sprinted into Villa 18. He had handled all the treasure smoothly before. But he never expected a gold earring would lead to this. This could kill someone. Who dumps bodies in water? Inside, he rushed to remove her soaked clothes. He filled the bathtub, placed the pale woman head above water, and immersed her body. First to thaw her out. No, first to warm her up and prevent hypothermia. What to do? What to do? Watching her naked and gradually warming, Zhongli didn't relax. He couldn't ignore her. But this was a huge mess. Why doesn't she wake up? Half an hour later. Her forehead was sweating from the hot water, but no sign of consciousness. Zhongli, frowning, removed his jacket. Splash. She stirred, and Zhongli, anxious, yanked her out of the tub and put her on her back, starting CPR. He didn't know how long she was submerged. With his basic knowledge, he believed 5 minutes underwater meant death, but she could still blink, so he had to act fast. Shit. Minutes passed, and CPR and mouth-to-mouth had no effect. In a panic, Zhongli called Manhwa. In this scenario, he had to find a doctor. The only doctor he knew was Manhwa. Okay, brother Zhang, I'm on my way. On the other end, Manhwa was shocked. Why was he calling so late from a famous villa area, asking her to bring rescue equipment? But thinking of the person's life, she rushed over. Fuck. Zhongli had tried multiple times, hot water, CPR, but she still wouldn't wake. He cursed again. Tonight was a disaster. The treasure hunt system wasn't all good. No one expected an earring could tie to this someone murdered, but still alive. He didn't know what this meant, and it drove him nuts. Li Ge. It's me, Li Hanxiang. Zhongli's call to pour hot water into the tub paused. He heard someone knocking. Li Hanxiang was calling. Why are you here? He'd placed the phone from the lake on a dry towel, no time to check. On hearing Li Hanxiang, he avoided suspicion and came out in shorts and bare-chested. Splash. Seconds after he opened the door, the woman in the tub slowly opened her eyes. Startled and wary, she sat up, looked around, and immediately put on his dry clothes. Then, unsteadily, she climbed out the bathroom window, crossed the villa fence and walked out of the community. Her stunning beauty and staggering gait made the villa security think she was just a call girl or someone drunk, no reason to stop her. She walked out and hailed a taxi. Here, old Wang dug out the box for you. Old Wang's incredible. Meanwhile, Li Hanxiang arrived with the wooden box. Zhongli hadn't replied to his messages or calls. Hanxiang brought it overnight to him. Ah, Dumbfounded, Zhongli took the wooden box from Li Hanxiang. Hearing its origin, he was puzzled. He never expected. Old Wang secretly retrieved the secret medicine box. And it was immediately delivered into his hands. Right now, his mind was still filled with thoughts of the woman who fell into the water. He never imagined that Li Hanxiang and Old Wang would surprise him in the same way. Whoa! Where did she go? Thinking for a moment, Zhongli planned to tell Li Hanxiang about the drowning woman so the street-smart Li Hanxiang could give some advice. He never expected that upon entering the bathroom and bringing Li Hanxiang in, he saw the bathtub empty and the bathroom window wide open. And the clothes he had just taken off were gone. He was instantly without any clothes. Holy fuck, what are you doing? Following Zhongli into the bathroom, Li Hanxiang was about to ask what was in the small box. Unexpectedly, Zhongli suddenly turned around and grabbed Li Hanxiang's jacket. Find the guard, get a security uniform and wear it back. I've got stuff to handle. Go quickly. Putting on Li Hanxiang's jacket, finally not naked, Zhongli directed him to leave. The drowning woman had suddenly disappeared, frightening Zhongli greatly. Fearing trouble, he sent Li Hanxiang off first. That way, if anything happened to him, Li Hanxiang could still help him. After pushing the stunned Li Hanxiang away, he immediately called property management to ask about the surveillance near his house. Ring ring. Brother Zhang, I'm here. Under 3 minutes after Li Hanxiang left, Zhongli's phone rang. It was Meng Wanning. Shit. Seeing the finely dressed Meng Wanning escorted to the villa gate, and noticing the guard staring strangely at him, Zhongli was baffled again. Earlier, he had rushed to call property, and they told him that the call girl had left by herself. After thinking for a while, he realized what the property meant. But learning the drowning woman left on her own, not rescued, slightly relieved him. Once he knew she wasn't traceable, he immediately turned his attention to the wooden box delivered by Li Hanxiang. He only realized after picking up the phone to call property that Li Hanxiang had sent many messages. He then understood that Old Wang's crew didn't open the box, nor did Li Hanxiang. They delivered it immediately. Stunned, Zhongli, now wearing Li Hanxiang's jacket, happily opened the wooden box, examining the letter wrapped in oiled paper inside. He had completely forgotten about arranging Meng Wanning's visit. At this moment, he had just read the letter, and Meng Wanning had arrived. The doctor had come, but the patient was gone. How does this work? Unable to tell Meng Wanning the patient left on her own, Zhongli could only awkwardly invite the surprised woman into the villa. Holy crap, this guy's incredible. Just now he sent off one call girl who staggered out, unwell, and now he's seeing another? That guy's stamina is insane. Looking at Zhongli's bare legs and just a jacket over his torso, the guard who brought in Meng Wanning was stunned. In this upscale villa, nighttime visitors are individually escorted by guards. He assumed Zhongli was hosting another visitor. Amazing, not only rich, but full of stamina. The two women, one staggering earlier, and now Meng Wanning, both looked incredibly refined. The guard was full of envy. Brother Zhang. Meanwhile, Meng Wanning followed Zhongli into the empty villa. The guard's escort had already informed her that this was Zhongli's villa. She never expected he actually owned a multi-10 million yuan villa in Zhonghai Platinum Palace. A few days ago, Dr. Wei still boasted about his apartment being near a villa district. Meng Wanning never expected Zhongli would actually have a villa worth tens of millions. Looking around the empty rooms, she was speechless. Just bought it recently, not renovated yet. Would you like to sit? Seeing her hesitation, Zhongli zipped up the jacket. Now, he was wearing only one jacket, Li Hanxiang's, over his underwear. Brother Zhang, where's the patient? Looking at the empty rooms and uncertain where to sit, Meng Wanning was puzzled. Earlier, Zhongli had called and asked her to come quickly to treat a patient, and to bring checking tools. But she's arrived, and there's no patient. Is the patient Zhongli? Wants her to check his health? Seeing him half naked, she panicked. There is a patient. Just that she left. Zhongli didn't know how to explain this. Nobody would believe. Wanting, please sit. Sit. On the mattress. Inviting the doctor while the patient was gone, Zhongli awkwardly gestured toward the only mattress. Already flustered, Meng Wanning, upon hearing his instruction, gasped quietly. This? Is he confessing? Wants to go up to the mattress? I'm not ready for this. On the way here, she thought maybe after treating the patient late, she'd stay the night at his place. But she didn't expect his house had only a mattress. A huge villa, but one tatama-like mattress seemed informal. Sit. However, with no patient and the doctor wasted her trip, Zhongli continued waving his hand. The room only had that mattress. Meanwhile, his mind was in chaos. The drowning woman who left unexpectedly. Li Hanxian's delivered secret medicine box. He was overwhelmed. Oh. Glancing at anxious Zhongli and his bare thigh, the perceptive Meng Wanning sensed he was tense. She quickly assessed her decision in Zhongli's wealth. Finally, she bit her lip and stopped hesitating. She feared more hesitation would create distance between them. Men in a rush can do anything. Rustle. She set her bag with medical tools aside, took off her shoes, and sat on the mattress. Phew. After prompting Meng Wanning, Zhongli leaned against the wall and took out the letter from the secret medicine box. Finally, the secret medicine was in his hands. He wanted to see if it was effective. On the 15th of the 8th month, Gangxi year, Empress Dowager Cixi toured west with the emperor, bringing glory to Chang'an. Our medical community gathered many Chang'an physicians to collect millennial-old medical material essences, specially made rhino horn, deer antler, tiger bone, ginseng pill, presented to the emperor to strengthen the dragon's body. 20 pills were made, 10 given to the empress and emperor. 10 pills remained in Chang'an. The letter text was in 3 parts. Reading the first part, Zhongli looked up in amazement. The content described an event from 1900, Cixi escaping the capital with Emperor Guangxu to Chang'an. After Cixi's arrival, the Chang'an medical world refined this pill in his hands. In Dingzhou year, the abdication edict was issued and a provisional president was inaugurated. 3 secret medicine pills were presented. The second part was clearly dated later than the first. From the text, Zhongli realized only 20 pills were made, 10 given to Guangxu and Cixi, and 3 were added to the yuan silver stash. Year of Jiachou, 1 pill gifted to General Feng. Year of Wuji, chairman's wedding, 1 pill presented. Year of Bingzi, Japanese invaders trampled our mountains and rivers. To prevent the secret medicine from being leaked, 5 remaining pills were specially hidden in the cracks of the Tang palace walls, hoping the ancestors of the prosperous Tang dynasty would bless our China. Taking a deep breath, Zhongli finally finished reading the 3rd paragraph of the letter. After reading the letter, Zhongli was completely stunned. He hadn't expected it at all. The secret medicine he had long dreamed of, the one that old Wang had easily dug up with others, actually had this kind of origin. This thing. It was made by gathering rare medicinal ingredients from Chang'an over 1,000 years, refined for Emperor Guangxu and Empress Dowager Cixi. Moreover, Yuan Shikai, General Feng, and Mr. Peanut, Chiang Kai-shek, all took it too. What the hell? This thing has such a grand origin? Originally, it was just because Quan Peijun had asked for it, and because the treasure-seeking attendant function required it, that he wanted to strengthen his body a little. Zhongli never expected that once it was actually in his hands, this thing's origin would be like this. This 1 pill is worth 100 million. People would be fighting to get it. The origin of the secret medicine was clear and well documented. Looking at the secret medicine sealed in wax pellets the size of walnuts, Zhongli couldn't help but sigh. This thing. It was more valuable than most of the treasures he had dug up before. Mainly, in the hands of someone who truly needed it, this was simply priceless. So, it was hidden by the holder when the Japanese invaded. Then, the holder died during the war. So the item remained stored until now. Maybe it was hidden very well, but because of the age, the palace wall collapsed, and now the item was just 1 meter from the outside. That's why old Wang and the others could easily retrieve it. Thinking about the extensive explanation Li Hanxian gave him on WeChat just now, Zhongli couldn't help but imagine the story behind the secret medicine. Awesome! This treasure hunting system is truly invincible. Opening the box, reaching in and taking out a wax-sealed white pill, Zhongli looked at it under the light in surprise. Just half an hour ago, he had been complaining about the treasure hunting system because of the drowned woman, thinking it was like a dumb AI that caused him trouble. But now, after learning the origin and story of the secret medicine, he once again sighed. His treasure hunting system was truly invincible. It was awesome. This secret medicine was incredible. What is Brother Zhang doing? Why hasn't he come over yet? On the other side, Meng Wanning, already mentally prepared, sat on the mattress hugging her knees. She was waiting for Brother Zhang to make the first move. She was already prepared to offer herself. But after waiting nervously for a while, she saw that Brother Zhang was sitting in the corner, holding a box with a surprised expression. This left Meng Wanning feeling caught in an awkward position. Is that a pill in Brother Zhang's hand? Watching Zhongli holding up the pill and examining it under the light, Meng Wanning couldn't help but feel puzzled. A pill? For what? Is Brother Zhang not okay? Does he need to take medicine? The nervous Meng Wanning began imagining all sorts of things. She never could have guessed that Zhang Li invited her tonight to actually treat a patient. The truth was, there was no patient. Zhang Li was bare-legged, and it was already late at night. And he asked her to lie on the mattress right after she entered. Under such circumstances, it was hard not to misunderstand. Splash! Seeing that, after observing the secret medicine for a while, Brother Zhang actually got up and went to the bathroom with the pill. Meng Wanning was shocked again. Is it happening? What to do? She'd heard it hurts, but also that it feels good? Why hasn't he come? Is he waiting for me to be the one to make a move? She had heard that many rich men liked women to take initiative. Is Brother Zhang like that too? Splash splash. Splash splash. As Meng Wanning nervously overthought everything, Zhang Li entered the bathroom and filled a large basin of hot water at the sink. In the letter just now, besides describing the origin of the secret medicine, there was also an instruction manual, shelf life, and other information. He learned that this specially wax-sealed secret medicine could be preserved for hundreds of years, and only about 100 years had passed, so it was still usable. According to the letter, to allow for centuries of preservation, the pill was sealed using a special wax method. To open the seal, it needed to be soaked in hot water for half an hour. This pill can only be taken once in a lifetime? The effect lasts a week. After taking it, the body's physical condition will greatly improve, especially the kidneys. While soaking the secret medicine, Zhang Li muttered the usage instructions from the letter. Splash splash. Splash splash. Half an hour later, as the hot water swirled, the wax around the pill slowly melted. And Zhang Li saw the pill wrapped in special oil paper as the wax coating dissolved. Splash. As the wax melted, Zhang Li quickly retrieved the pill. Then, he placed it on the sink and gently removed the second outer wrapping. When he finished opening the second oil paper layer, Zhang Li quickly unwrapped the final inner layer, a thin sheet of white wax paper. Whoosh! With the final layer removed, a dark brown pill about the size of a marble, roughly 1 centimeter in diameter, appeared before Zhang Li. Leaning in to take a light sniff, Zhang Li immediately smelled a strong aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. To eat or not? Looking at the now unwrapped secret medicine, Zhang Li took a deep breath, wondering if he should eat it. In his heart, he believed in Chinese medicine and the wisdom of the ancestors. After learning about the secret medicine a few days ago, he had done some online research. He discovered that many rare traditional Chinese herbal pills from the 1940s, 1960s could still sell for hundreds of thousands in the early 21st century. Many people had strong interest in acquiring traditional Chinese pills made from precious herbs. He believed the pill in front of him was most likely safe, but eating something over 100 years old still made him feel a little uneasy. What if it was poisonous? Eat. There's a doctor next door. If anything happens, just go to the hospital and get your stomach pumped. 2 minutes later, Zhang Li directly picked up the pill and swallowed it in one go. According to the letter, the pill must be consumed within 1 hour of unsealing. He couldn't let it go to waste. Swallowing the pill, Zhang Li stood quietly in front of the mirror, waiting to see if anything unusual happened. Unfortunately, the mild and balanced old formula mainly nourished the body slowly, not like Western blue pills that stimulate hormones instantly. Ha! Just as Zhang Li was about to continue observing, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Damn! Seeing Meng Wanning walk in wearing only her underwear, with her white arms and thighs exposed, Zhang Li was completely stunned. Brother Zhang, shall we wash together? After building up her courage for a long time, Meng Wanning finally took the initiative. As Zhang Li stood there dumbfounded, having taken the first step and unable to retreat, Meng Wanning suddenly pulled off Zhang Li's coat. Splash, splash. Inside Villa number 18. Late at night, when everything was quiet, there was no sound at all. Only the sound of running water from the shower in the washroom. Brother Zhang, it's my first time, holding the shower head and helping the two of them wash clean. With a blushing face, Meng Wanning softly whispered in Zhang Li's ear. Brother Zhang. A few minutes later, Meng Wanning lay on the mattress now marked with red stains and had fainted. It's already taking effect. Very strong. Lowering his head, seeing that his body showed no signs of relaxing, Zhang Li silently said in his heart. This time, he really did call Meng Wanning over just to save someone. He didn't know how she ended up thinking that way and even took the initiative to cooperate. Faced with this situation, having just taken the secret medicine, and just wanting to activate a new treasure-seeking attendant, Zhang Li had no reason to refuse. Everything just happened naturally. What surprised Zhang Li the most was that this Meng Wanning turned out to be a first-timer. Besides the surprise, of course, there was also a bit of regret. The regret was, he didn't quite enjoy it to the fullest. Although first-time Meng Wanning did her best to cooperate with him, because of lack of experience and stamina, she still gave up early on. Feeling the warmth in his lower abdomen, Zhongli knew that the medicine was still taking effect. After covering the sweaty and fragrant Meng Wanning with a piece of clothing, Zhongli let out a long breath and quietly leaned against the wall, waiting for something. Detected someone who truly cares for the host. A new treasure-seeking attendant can be designated. Treasure-seeking attendants include but are not limited to host's family, brothers, friends, etc. As Zhang Li silently waited. A few minutes later, his system panel automatically opened, and lines of text scrolled out. Yes. Even though physically he hadn't fully enjoyed it, seeing the text scrolling across the panel, Zhang Li's eyes lit up instantly. It's here. His number of treasure-seeking chances just increased by 1. The next day, as the sky began to brighten, Zhang Li, sensing the light, slowly opened his eyes. Pushing aside the big white leg draped across his waist, feeling the heat in his lower abdomen still lingering, and realizing that the soreness in his waist and knees from a few days ago with Quan Pei Jun had completely disappeared. Zhang Li's eyes immediately lit up. Recovered. Rest well. Take the day off today. After lying still for another half an hour, Zhang Li finally got up to wash up. Today, he had important things to do. Just over a weekend. The value of the treasures in his hands had directly exceeded tens of millions. It was Monday. He should go to the hospital today and finalize his father's treatment plan and start it. Last night, Meng Wanning came over. Due to various events, he hadn't had the chance to ask about little Nan Nan's condition. Today, he also needed to handle Nan Nan's treatment as well. Additionally, the female doctor Bond activated yesterday gave him new expectations for meeting Liu Yasi. Among the treasures detected early this morning, one was the drowned woman who had already vanished. Another one was at the recycling station in the Ganja Fort urban village. The last one was inside the house of Li Hanxian's ex-wife, Dong Qian. Judging by the description of these items, none seemed particularly valuable. He wasn't in a rush to retrieve them. Today, first, the hospital. Xiao Han, buy me a set of men's clothes and a set of women's clothes. Outerwear and underwear, all included. For the woman, by size D. Okay, as fast as possible. Any brand is fine, just hurry, the faster the better. Not paying attention to the once again sleeping Meng Wanning, Zhang Li, having made up his mind, immediately called Han Huiqin. Han Huiqin had previously bought a mattress for his villa and knew where he lived. Today, when Meng Wanning passed by Rinxin Hospital, the minimap detected in the third-floor storage room of the Paris Mood restaurant next to Rinxin Hospital, under the mattress, there are 77 property certificates and 548 birth certificates. While waiting for Han Huiqin, Zhang Li opened his panel again. Yesterday, he had been silenced by Meng Wanning's mouth and hadn't had the chance to examine the treasure information from her first activation. Now awake and checking the treasure data again, he had yet another important reason to go to Rinxin Hospital. This deputy director Qin knows even more than the actual director. Reading the information detected by Meng Wanning, it was again related to the repeatedly mentioned Paris Mood restaurant. At the same time, after learning that this restaurant was run by the wife of the hospital's deputy director Qin, Zhang Li suddenly became very interested in this deputy director. 77 hidden property certificates, and also birth certificates together. This deputy director Qin seemed to have more tricks than his boss. After reading Meng Wanning's information and deciding to take time to revisit Paris Mood restaurant today, Zhang Li closed the panel. Then, he opened his phone and saw a new message alert from his university classmates group chat, over 999 plus messages. Damn, 13,875 messages? Trying to click into the group chat, Zhang Li didn't expect there would be over 10,000 unread messages. So many messages, of course he didn't want to read them all. He skimmed a few lines briefly. He confirmed it was still because of the viral short video of Li Hanxiang that had triggered this chat frenzy. However, knowing that Li Hanxiang had a second video coming that would cause an even bigger splash, he didn't bother arguing with the sarcastic people in the group. Once that second video dropped, if those people could keep their cool, it'd be a miracle. Brother Zhang, I bought them. A little while later, the lightning-fast Han Huiqin, carrying a large bag of clothes, was delivered to Zhang Li's villa gate by a security guard. Thanks. Since he had other things to do, Zhang Li didn't chat much with Han Huiqin. Very soon, she got into the patrol car and quickly left. Damn, so jealous of this big shot lifestyle. Two top-tier beauties last night. And early in the morning, a pretty secretary delivering clothes. The security guard driving the patrol car who had just dropped off Han Huichin felt jealous again after seeing the bare-legged Zhang take the clothes. Boom! 10 minutes later. After changing into the clothes bought by Han Huichin, Zhang drove his BMW straight out. He had no idea where Han Huichin got these clothes. But today, Zhang was dressed in full sportswear. Brand? Balino. Soy milk. Fried dough sticks. Tofu pudding. Steamed buns. I'll take them all. After driving through a few intersections, he bought breakfast at a small breakfast shop. He ate half himself and placed the other half beside the still exhausted Mang Wanning before driving off again. Although Mang Wanning had a personality that liked rich men, she was still a first-timer. And thanks to her first time, Zhang Li had activated many new system functions. Therefore, he did take the time to care for this girl who loved money a bit. After all, he still needed to increase their intimacy level. Also, after taking the secret medicine, his body had grown stronger, and he needed Mang Wanning to relieve the pressure. Whoosh! After hiding the remaining 4 secret pills along with jewels and silver in a hidden basement, seeing that Mang Wanning was still asleep, Zhang Li directly set off. What the hell? But, just as the car left the villa and passed the gate of Phase 2, Zhang Li suddenly froze. Quan Peijun. He actually saw Quan Peijun, dressed in a coat and wearing a mask, coming out from the gate of Phase 2. Ah! Brother Zhang. Quan Peijun, who was up early walking out to buy breakfast, also didn't expect to bump into Zhang Li. Yesterday, the property management at the Green City complex suddenly called her, saying her ex-husband had rammed the door and was causing trouble all over the neighborhood. That forced Quan Peijun to bring a lawyer and severely teach Chan Liming a lesson, and made him sign the papers under the threat of exposing video recordings. Feeling quite exhausted, she had only sent Zhang Li a goodnight message last night and didn't disturb him further. She didn't expect that early this morning, she'd bump into him again just like that. Brother Zhang, I'm divorced. Come on, look at my divorce agreement. Once the 1-month cooling-off period is over, I'll officially get the divorce certificate. As Zhang Li stood there dumbfounded, Quan Peijun enthusiastically grabbed him and pulled him toward her room. Then, once inside, for some reason, her clothes were suddenly gone. Last night, he had been holding back with Mang Wanning. Ding! Detected that the treasure-seeking attendant has become more favorable toward the host. Treasure-seeking count storage feature unlocked. Treasure-seeking count storage can store the treasure-seeking chances of attendants and use them later in one batch. Current max storage, 5. Zhang Li didn't expect that the panel would open automatically, and yet another new feature was activated. Previously, Zhang Li had already raised Quan Peijun's intimacy level to 46. At this moment, it finally increased to 50 points. And with Quan Peijun reaching 50 intimacy points, it wasn't just an extra treasure-seeking attempt. Instead, a new feature was added, the ability to store treasure-seeking attempts. That is to say, for the next 5 days, this treasure-seeking attendant Quan Peijun's treasure-seeking attempts didn't need to be used immediately. They could be fully accumulated. And after 5 days, he could detect 5 treasures all at once. Not bad. The treasures detected by a treasure-seeking attendant can only be retrieved by that person. Saving them up is perfect for handling them all together. Also, if one day I'm not with the attendant, I can save the day's attempt instead of wasting it, while being gently served and dressed by Quan Peijun. Zhang Li sighed. This newly activated feature was extremely useful. Good stuff. Raising a treasure-seeking attendant's intimacy really does bring benefits. Double the happiness. Brother Zhang. I got a call from my brother yesterday. He said don't hang around Chongqing Park lately, especially at night. My brother said a terrible criminal selling flour is being hunted down. There's word this bad guy appeared in Yongqing Park. Feeling greatly satisfied, Quan Peijun spoke breathily to Zhang Li. The night before last, she had gone to Yongqing Park with Zhang Li. Now, she was reminding Zhang Li not to go there recently. Even if he needed to go outdoors, he shouldn't go to Yongqing Park. What was said casually had a different effect on the listener. When Zhang Li heard this, his brows instantly furrowed. A major criminal in Yongqing Park? That's getting a bit wild. Quan Peijun thought the jewels they took 2 nights ago were placed by Zhang Li, but Zhang Li knew someone else had put them there. Moreover, just last night, he had seen the drowned woman in Yongqing Park, floating in the water, and he had saved her. Now, after hearing Quan Peijun's words, Zhang Li immediately became alert. 2 things overlapping. He didn't think it was coincidence. The criminal mentioned by Quan Peijun's brother, Zhang Li suspected it was the same person he had been thinking about. In Dacia, the country ranked #1 in global safety, the chance of such a criminal appearing was extremely low. With several incidents happening together, it was highly likely it was all the work of one person. Can you ask for more detailed information for me? I need it. After a moment of silent thought, Zhang Li suddenly asked. Although he had received a Good Citizen award, having gone through many things, he no longer wanted to act like a righteous hero. He just didn't want to get himself dragged into this. Okay. I'll ask, but no guarantees. My brother's department has strict confidentiality rules. Quan Peijun nodded repeatedly. Very soon, after seeing Zhang Li off, she rested a bit longer. This time, his destination was clear, the hospital. No one could stop him now. Brother, I want to ask you something. After Zhang Li drove off, Quan Peijun rested for a while before standing up with the help of the wall and called her brother. She was listening to Zhang Li's request. She wanted to help gather more information for him. What is it? Annoyed by the flower dealer they'd been chasing, Quan's brother curiously answered the call. It's about that flower seller you mentioned. You told me not to go to Yangqing Park, Quan Peijun asked without hiding anything. That's classified. How could I tell you? Just know to stay away from Yangqing Park these days, that's enough. Her brother absolutely wouldn't reveal this kind of confidential info, that would be a violation of regulations. It's just a friend who wanted to know. Now that she'd broken with Qian Liming, Quan Peijun no longer hid things from Zhang Li. Mainly, at that jade auction the other day, too many people had seen Zhang Li, it wasn't possible to keep hiding it. What friend? Hearing his sister's words, her brother's brows furrowed immediately. Is it that guy? I haven't even asked you about the auction yet. You caused me a huge mess, you know that? Hearing his sister openly, and even sweetly, talk about another man, her brother instantly got mad. He had been too busy chasing down the flower seller to deal with his sister's affairs. But that didn't mean he didn't care about her. On the contrary, he had already thoroughly investigated Zhang Li's background and appearance. He even found out Zhang Li had helped the security team arrest someone related to the flower case at a bathhouse earlier. And Zhang Li's Good Citizen Award had also been issued by their own department. Do you know what kind of person that Zhang Li is? He likes men. This is recorded in our department. Even though he has a Good Citizen Award, his orientation is problematic. Even though he knew his sister had already signed the divorce papers, Quan's brother still didn't want her to be fooled. Ha! Hearing her brother's words, Quan Peijun was instantly dumbfounded. Her brother finding out Zhang Li's name and info, that was understandable. But what she didn't understand was, Zhang Li actually received a Good Citizen Award? Even more shocking, Zhang Li likes men? And it's on record in the department? No way? Could he swing both ways? No way. After hearing her brother's words, Quan Peijun froze. Both ways? I'm a woman. Qian Liming is a man. So Zhang Li wants both of us? Just a few days ago, she had been puzzled how Qian Liming, with so little ability, could snatch away such a strong, wealthy woman from someone like Zhang Li. Now, hearing her brother's information, she suddenly felt everything made sense. Ah, Zhang Li is interested in Qian Liming too? Well, Qian Liming does have the potential to be a kept man. No way. The sudden news left Quan Peijun totally lost. What to do? Accept it or stay away? Or join? Did you hear me? Choose better next time. Don't end up with another garbage like Qian Liming. Hearing his sister go silent, her brother shouted again on the phone. Right. I went to that tycoon's mother's birthday party for our father last time. At the banquet, the jade that President Su gifted was the most dazzling of all. He even asked me about you. Her brother, with so many things going on, took the rare opportunity of a call from his sister to say a lot. Say something. Still stunned by the news that Zhang Li might swing both ways, Quan Peijun remained silent. Her brother had already become impatient and shouted again. What's up? Snapped out of it by the shout, Quan Peijun answered vaguely. At that tycoon's mother's birthday banquet, one bigshot finally had a son at an old age. Everyone congratulated him. President Su and those other bigshots were all jealous as hell. All those old men want to strengthen their bodies and have kids again at 50 or 60. If you really have a way to find good jade, you should also pay attention to those traditional Chinese medicines that strengthen the body. After quickly passing this info to his sister, he suddenly heard the team leader call him, so he hung up immediately. He was busy. Brother Zhang, do you actually like Qian Liming? After her brother hung up, Quan Peijun fell into doubt. So annoying. Runxin Hospital, Monday. Even early in the morning, the hospital was already packed with people. Besides all the doctors reporting to work, There were also large numbers of patients and their families going in and out, lining up early. Hospitals are never idle. Because of the situation with Zhang Ziyan, the hospital's director Wang had been hiding at home for 3 or 4 days. Now that it was Monday, with a strict order from the group, he could no longer hide. He had no choice but to wear a mask and quietly come to the hospital. After glancing around at the hospital entrance and confirming no one was causing trouble, Director Wang quickly entered the office building and headed to his office on the 12th floor. Splash, splash. Director Wang, who had come in an hour early on purpose. First thing he did after entering his office was to activate a hidden mechanism on the bookshelf, entering a secret room behind it with a bed inside. He gathered up all the billiard balls, ball gags, fake genitals, and other items from the mattress. At the same time, he also removed the blood-stained bedsheet from when Zhang Ziyan hemorrhaged. Last time, when Zhang Ziyan suddenly began to bleed out, he panicked and rushed her to the emergency room. He hadn't had a chance to clean up what was left behind. He was worried that if the group's investigation team saw it, things would get bad. Although the hospital had various methods and statements to cover up and hide Zhang Ziyan's death, that was for outsiders. For internal investigations, he still needed to cover his tracks. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he finished tidying up and was about to go to the lower-level secret room to hide the even more incriminating items. Even though the lower level had partitions and hidden walls, the director, for safety, still wanted to hide them better. But to his surprise, someone came knocking this early in the morning. Helplessly closing the bookshelf, he quickly sat behind his desk, straightened his clothes, and shouted, "Come in." Creak. With Director Wang's voice, a figure pushed open the door. Though wearing a loose white coat, with her hair simply and modestly tied in a ponytail, she still couldn't hide her elegance and beauty. "Dr. Liu? What is it?" Sitting upright, Director Wang didn't expect that the person who came in would be Liu Yasi, the one he had long coveted. To be honest, Zhang Ziyan's bleeding and death also had something to do with Liu Yasi. As a lecherous old man, Director Wang had originally wanted to get closer to Liu Yasi that day. Then, Zhang Ziyan had shown up. With his mind full of fantasies about Liu Yasi, Director Wang had been overly excited and accidentally caused Zhang Ziyan's hemorrhaging. As the hospital director, his medical skills were beyond doubt. Despite the white coat, despite Liu Yasi's modest appearance, he could still tell that she was the top beauty in the whole hospital. At this moment, having just cleaned up his gear, Director Wang didn't expect that Liu Yasi would come looking for him. "Director, I submitted an application over the weekend, and I need your approval. I've clearly written everything in the application. The family is also willing to pay." Having arrived early and keeping her eyes on the director, she was prepared to have her application approved directly. Therefore, not long after the director entered his office, Liu Yasi came to find him. She had to push forward with the treatment plan for Zhang Li's father. Not only was this a responsibility to the patient, more importantly, her own father had the same condition. The sooner she gained treatment experience, the sooner she could apply it to her father. Application? Let me take a look. Hearing what Liu Yasi said, the director opened the OA system and began reviewing the application. These past few days, his attention had all been on how to handle Zhang Ziyan's death, how to deal with the group's inspection, and how to get Deputy Director Qin to deal with Zhang Ziyan's mother. He hadn't concerned himself at all with hospital matters. No. 2 minutes later, after reading the application, Director Wang shook his head outright. Even though the family confirmed they were willing to pay $1 million level treatment fee. Even though, if successful, the case would greatly boost the hospital's reputation. And even though it would hugely improve the medical team's experience. Still, he disagreed. Because he was currently entangled in the Zhang Ziyan incident, hiding from the group was already hard enough. How could he possibly take the initiative to deal with higher management again? This kind of targeted drug importation must be reported to the group company. And right now, he wanted no contact with the group. Even more importantly, because he had his eyes on Liu Yasi, he didn't want her to be in charge of such a major treatment case. If she succeeded, she would gain too much credit, then how would he control her? The timing isn't right. Importing targeted drugs from America, that's just undermining our own people's confidence. No way. Although the state encourages medical innovation, Director Wang was excellent at making excuses. Besides, the family only mentioned it. They haven't even paid a deposit. If I report it to the group and they end up not paying, wouldn't that be a waste of everyone's time? Director Wang, capable of coming up with countless excuses in an instant, rejected the application in front of Liu Yasi and hit the return button on the computer. "Director, Seeing the application she had hoped for over the past 3 or 4 days get rejected, Lu Yasi, who had already promised Zhengli, panicked. Seeing that the director, after returning the application, quickly waved her off, she couldn't help but step forward. At this moment, she held leverage over the director. She had witnessed with her own eyes how the director caused Zhang Ziyan's hemorrhage. Moreover, she knew the bookshelf behind him led to the secret room, the very place where it happened. Originally, she had planned to save this leverage for when she became a permanent doctor and lead the treatment project. Now, with her first application already rejected, Lu Yasi had to consider whether to reveal the secret early and use it to force the director to approve her request. Director Qin, I'm in the office now. Come over, let's discuss the Zheng Ziyan matter together. On the other side, after waving Lu Yasi off and assuming she would leave immediately, Director Wang looked down and texted Deputy Director Qin. As the head of the hospital, he certainly knew many of Qin's shady dealings. However, between the two of them, there was mutual understanding. The boss didn't rat out the deputy. And as the boss, he had many ways to control the deputy. For example, he had thrown the entire Zhang Ziyan situation onto Deputy Director Qin to handle. Why haven't you left yet? After sending the message to Deputy Director Qin and looking up to see that Lu Yasi hadn't moved, Director Wang was stunned. Director, this application must be approved. Taking a deep breath and mentally prepared, Lu Yasi looked him straight in the eyes. At the same time, one hand quietly reached into her pocket and turned on the camera and recording function on her phone. Last time, in the secret room behind the bookshelf, she had been held in Zhang Li's arms. Though she witnessed everything, she had no evidence. Now, to confront the director, she was worried that if she spoke up, her leverage might lose value. She had to record the whole thing. What are you talking about? Seeing a junior doctor dare speak to him like this, Director Wang was stunned. Yasi, I already gave you the reasons. These things require a meeting and proper discussion. Give it another week. Seeing Lu Yasi's wide, glaring eyes, Director Wang tried to quickly calm her down and send her off. He still had more important things to discuss with Deputy Director Qin. Just as Lu Yasi was about to confront him. Bang! Suddenly, the office door was slammed open hard. Whoosh! Whoosh! The loud noise made both Director Wang and Lu Yasi turn their heads at the same time. Runshin Hospital. Give me back my daughter's life. Treating human life like grass. Lawless, my poor daughter. A large group of people burst through the main gate. Leading them was a 50-something woman who still had some charm. Behind her were 7 or 8 fierce and stout aunties with the same fierce energy. They shouted while storming into the director's office. Among them, someone was filming the entire process with a phone. Give me back my niece's life. Give me back my grandniece's life. Give justice to Zhang Ziyan. The crowd of aunties swarmed into the director's office. Before Director Wang could react, they were already grabbing his arms and legs like the 6 fairies of Peach Valley grabbing Ling Huchong, and they lifted him up. Call security! Call security! Being lifted directly by the aunties, Director Wang frantically shouted at Lu Yasi. He already recognized who these aunties were. Once, when he was with Zhang Ziyan, she had shown him a photo of her mother. At that time, the director even thought about doing a threesome. But before that idea could be realized, Zhang Ziyan suffered a massive hemorrhage. And now, his first time meeting Zhang Ziyan's mom was being carried off by her. Whoosh! As soon as the director spoke, 5 or 6 pairs of anti-eyes immediately turned toward her, and Lu Yasi instinctively stepped back. These tank-like aunties weren't something even a strong young man could easily hold back. Under their gaze, she didn't dare move. Lu Yasi's heart felt like it was about to leap out of her mouth. She hadn't expected that just as she had mentally prepared to threaten someone for the first time, a group of extremely aggressive aunties would burst in. Her courage instantly evaporated. Snap! While Lu Yasi stood stunned, Zhang Ziyan's mother had already kicked the bookshelf behind the director's desk. Under the secret guidance of Deputy Director Qin, the sly old fox, Zhang Ziyan's mother had learned about the secret room behind the director's office. She even knew that there was a second secret room below the first one. Although no one in the hospital would say how her daughter died. But Zhang Ziyan's mom knew that her daughter had been carried into the emergency room by the director. No matter what, her daughter's death couldn't be unrelated to the director. She wanted to expose this Director Wang completely. Before, her 27-year-old daughter had become the head of logistics at Rinshin Hospital. She had been proud of that. At the time, she had even gotten the impression from her daughter's tone that she and the director had a special relationship. Now, her daughter was dead. She wanted to make a big scene. The bigger the better. If she couldn't get justice for her daughter, she wouldn't stop. Her breakthrough point, the director. Snap, snap, snap. Zhang Ziyan's mother, with a clear target in mind, didn't care where the secret switches were. She just raised her foot and kept kicking the bookshelf hard. Stop, stop. Director Wang, still being held by the aunties and lying flat facing the ceiling, saw what she was doing and cried out repeatedly. Although he had already removed the props from the secret room, there were still uncollected fraudulent insurance records in the deeper level of the secret room. Even if the chance of discovery was low, if these crazy women found it, he'd be finished. Even the whole Rinxing group would be implicated. If the top of the group got dragged down, he'd be skinned alive. Snap, snap, snap. Of course, Zhang Ziyan's mother ignored the director's cries. Her heavy kicks quickly smashed the bookshelf. Then, the secret room behind the bookshelf really appeared. Stop. Just as Zhang Ziyan's mother's eyes lit up and she was about to widen the opening, a loud roar came from the office doorway. Turning her head, Lu Yasi saw the tall, thin deputy director Qin with glasses standing at the entrance. And, behind him was a large group of security guards. Put the director down, Mrs. Zhang. Let's talk about this. Mrs. Zhang, what kind of behavior is this? Seeing the director's sorry state exposed to the security team, Deputy Director Qin shouted while rushing to Zhang Ziyan's mother. Mrs. Zhang, didn't we agree yesterday? The hospital will give you a proper compensation. For Ziyan's sudden death, we will also provide a proper investigation report. What are you doing? Our hospital has procedures for everything. He began earnestly persuading Zhang Ziyan's mother. Inside, he was thrilled. His previous manipulation had finally led her to ambush the director's office. Now that the director had been disgracefully caught, Deputy Director Qin knew that as long as Zhang Ziyan's mother entered the lower-level secret room and exposed the director's embezzlement, his goal would be accomplished. He didn't care whether Zhang Ziyan's death was just or not. He wanted the director gone so he could become the new director. Both he and the director knew about each other's embezzlement. They had a silent agreement not to expose each other. But if an outsider like Zhang Ziyan's mother exposed it, that had nothing to do with him. Put the director down first. Playing the good guy, Deputy Director Qin saw two aunties still widening the passage and shouted again. Stop them. The director, shocked to be cornered after hiding for several days, now had his disgrace witnessed by all. But he couldn't care about that anymore. Seeing Zhang Ziyan's mother going berserk, Director Wang shouted to the approaching guards. Whoosh! Hearing the director's command, the stunned guards finally moved. Unfortunately, they had only taken a few steps before the six aunties holding the director grabbed him tighter, like claws of the nine-inch skeleton claw. One auntie held his wrist, another his ankle, one grabbed his hair, and one even grabbed his crotch. Don't come any closer. The aunties, holding the director who was screaming miserably, shouted at the guards to stay back. Stop. Don't hurt the director. At that moment, Deputy Director Qin gave a timely order. Whoosh! The guards stopped in their tracks. Snap! The bookshelf was completely broken, revealing the secret room behind it. That's my new nap spot. As the secret room was exposed, the director shouted an excuse. Don't go in. Block her. Seeing Zhang Ziyan's mother rushing inside, the director shouted again. Too late. Before the guards could move, the aunties made the director scream again. Call the police. This is hostage coercion. Finally, Lu Yasi reacted. Seeing the chaos and even hostage-taking, her first thought was to call the public security uncle. No, no, no. But just as she spoke, three voices shouted her down. This couldn't be made public. Even if they wanted to bring down Director Wang, Deputy Director Qin needed to control the scale. Once the police got involved, it would be out of his hands. And Director Wang even less likely to want the cops. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, besides the two directors, someone else shouted against calling the police. Lu Yasi turned quickly. Mr. Zhang. Turning her head, she saw Zhangli, dressed in a full Balino tracksuit, standing behind her, making her cry out in surprise. So lively. Zhangli, who had just released some motor oil on Quan Pei Jun, drove to Rinxin Hospital. He first went to the ward to check on his father and little Nan Nan. After confirming both were doing well, he headed to the neurology office intending to talk to Lu Yasi. He didn't expect that. Director Zhu Xiona told him. Lu Yasi had already gone to the director's office, pressing the director to approve the targeted drug application. Helpless, he once again came to the director's office. But what he didn't expect was, just as he reached the floor of the director's office, He heard a mess of shrieks and chaotic noise. Upon entering the office, he saw a scene as chaotic as a martial arts conference. He quickly scanned the entire room, saw the director being squeezed and wailing miserably, and heard Lu Yasi's voice. Call the police? Calling the police wouldn't work. He had been to the room beneath the director's secret room and had already emptied it. The director and the aunties might not notice the traces inside, but the security officers would. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Zhang Li and Lu Yasi's voices, except for Zhang Ziyan's mom who had rushed into the secret room, everyone else turned to look at Zhang Li. This is my patient. Director, this gentleman is the one willing to pay for the targeted drug himself. Lu Yasi immediately introduced Zhang Li. And she deliberately emphasized to the airborne director that Zhang Li was self-paying. Director. The already devastated director, upon hearing Lu Yasi's words, felt utterly hopeless. At a time like this, who cares who this man is? Just get me down first. I've seen this guy before. We even made a deal, but I can't let others know that. Mrs. Zhang, let's talk about this. This is just the director's lunch break spot. What's there to see? Glancing at Zhang Li, Deputy Director Qin quickly refocused his gaze. His goal was to drive out these aunties, expose the director's private stash, and nail him for embezzlement. Everything else, he didn't care. Stop. Stop them. Seeing all the aunties rushing toward the secret room, the director, enduring the squeezing, screamed. They can't go in any further. Stop. Any further and it's all over. They must be stopped. Crash. Upon hearing the director's stern command, the waiting security guards acted again. Boom. On one side were 5 or 6 robust tank-like aunties. On the other were 7 or 8 young male security guards. The two sides clashed hard. Though the young men were strong, facing these tank aunties, they instantly collapsed. Because the aunties were just too sturdy. Familiar with male anatomy, they quickly subdued the young guards. Totally overpowered. Mrs. Zhang, stop, stop. Amid the chaos, both directors were shouting. The director was truly trying to stop Zhang Ziyan's mother from rampaging in the secret room, while the deputy director was just putting on a show and taking advantage of the chaos. Ha! In the crowd, only Zhang Li and Lu Yasi hid in a corner, like outsiders, watching Zhang Ziyan's mom go wild, looking at the chaotic office, hearing both directors shouting in panic. Lu Yasi, who just wanted an approval, was stunned. The only thing giving her comfort now was Zhang Li next to her. Deputy Director Qin, interesting fellow. A few minutes passed. Zhang Li roughly saw through the situation. Based on some prior information, he already knew Deputy Director Qin wasn't innocent. Not only did he know about Zhang Ziyan's death, he also knew that under the secret room, on the 11th floor, there was another secret room, and there used to be things stored inside. At this moment, seeing the chaos in Qin's actions, a phrase popped into his head: drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. The tiger was Zhang Ziyan's mother. The wolf was the airborne director. Among all present, except for the Wolfman Deputy Director Qin, Zhang Li was the only one who saw the situation clearly. Even the shouting Director Wan was being completely manipulated by Deputy Director Qin. Snap! Amid the chaos, a sharp crack came from the secret room. Because the bookshelf had been dismantled, everyone in the office had a clear view into the secret room. With the crack, everyone was startled. They saw that inside the secret room, there was actually a staircase leading to another secret room. Stop her. Whoever stops her gets a 100,000 yuan reward. Seeing the lower secret room really exposed, Director Wang, disregarding his safety, screamed again. Ah! At the same time, an auntie grabbed him in a very painful place. Boom! With the director's scream, the young guards, eager to redeem themselves, charged forward again. Stop! 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 The scene got even more chaotic, with the director's voices shouting one after another. Unfortunately, the aunties were too powerful, no one could break through their line. Snap! Zhang Ziyan's mother completely opened the passage to the lower level. Then, she lifted her phone and rushed down. Did you kill my daughter here? Harboring filth. Harboring filth. Thinking she found the answer, she screamed excitedly, turned on her flashlight and camera, and dashed down. It's over. Being held in the air, Director Wang shut his eyes. He knew. He was finished. He'd be operating his sewing machine for the rest of his life. Moreover, because last time he had placed the fraudulent insurance data on the shelf in the secret room, he also knew Renxin Group's top brass were finished too. Success! On the other side, seeing Zhang Ziyan's mother finally enter the ultimate destination, Deputy Director Qin was overjoyed. Ha! Ha! Half a minute later, Both directors, waiting for Zhang Ziyan's mom to scream, looked confused. What happened? Didn't she see the pile of cash? Or was she too shocked to speak? Sheen was puzzled. His carefully planned scheme had reached the final step, but something felt off. And the director, eyes still closed, pondering how to sew more efficiently, was also completely dumbfounded. Stop! Where is Zhang Ziyan's mom? Another half-minute later. Hearing loud banging from the lower secret room, Deputy Director Sheen shouted, "Back off! Don't pull me! Ladies, let's go check on Zhang Ziyan's mom." Wanting to know what was happening below, Director Wang also told the guards to stop pushing forward. Then, Deputy Director Sheen and Director Wang, under the protection of the aunties, entered the lower secret room. Ha! They reached the lower level and found an empty room. They also saw Zhang Ziyan's mom banging against the walls, trying to find another secret room. Their gazes met. Where's the stuff? Where's the stuff? Doubt instantly filled both their minds. One wondered about surviving a close call. The other about failing at the last step. Director Wang, tell me, are you surprised? Is it unexpected? In the director's office, seeing both the director and deputy director entering the lower secret room, Zhangli, standing next to Lu Yasi, couldn't help but laugh. He had already figured out earlier that Deputy Director Sheen was using the drive the tiger to swallow the wolf strategy to get into the lower secret room, while Director Wang was trying to stop it from happening. But actually, the core items being pushed and pulled between the two directors had already been taken away by him days ago. Moreover, from the loud commotion made by Zhang Ziyan's mother downstairs, any traces of his earlier visit should have been completely erased. No one could trace anything back through those traces. Deputy Director Sheen failed in his plan to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, but instead helped Zhangli completely erase the evidence of his previous visit. He understood that, at this moment, Director Wang must be both shocked and pleasantly surprised inside. But I still have your video with Zhang Ziyan. Since the traces of his visit were destroyed, Zhangli quietly scrolled through his phone. Director Wang had been unintentionally saved by him, but the bigger evidence was still in his hands. All right, Ziyan's mom, you've vented enough. You've caught the director. We're also heartbroken and regretful about Ziyan's death, but this was truly an accident. Don't worry, our hospital will definitely compensate. We won't let Ziyan be left with regrets. Below the secret room, after zoning out for several seconds, Deputy Director Sheen was the first to react and immediately held back Zhang Ziyan's mother. The plan to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf failed. This time, all the effort was wasted. The stuff wasn't in the secret room? No idea when old Wang moved it out. The scheme didn't work, and now it was time to wrap things up. If the chaos in the hospital continued, and auditors were brought in, he wouldn't be safe either. Having realized this, Deputy Director Sheen started to bring things under control. Whoosh! Because she had a good talk with Deputy Director Sheen before. And today she secretly ambushed the director's office, which was a bit of a broken promise. After smashing around the secret room without finding more hidden rooms, Zhang Ziyan's mom took the offered step down and stopped. Of course, more of the reason was that she was tired and couldn't smash anymore. She had charged in full of rage to seek justice for her daughter. And now, she had found the secret room her daughter mentioned behind the director's desk, but there was nothing she expected. She didn't know what to do next. Half an hour later, with Deputy Director Sheen accompanying her, and both directors promising no retaliation, no police report, and proper compensation, Zhang Ziyan's mom left the hospital with her group of aunties, cursing as they went. What happened? Back in his office, Deputy Director Sheen was puzzled. Where did the money the director had just collected go? He clearly remembered, they collected it together. His own was still hidden in the restaurant. There was no way Director Wang could have moved his so quickly. What happened? Elsewhere, in his office with the broken back wall, Director Wang was also baffled. Where was the stuff? Where were those dangerous, damning documents? Bang! 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 Just as Director Wang finished a call to the logistics chief, instructing the security guards to keep quiet, and was about to contact Lu Yasi to coordinate silence with Zhangli, he didn't expect someone to knock on his office door. Who is it? He clearly remembered telling everyone not to disturb him. Director Wang couldn't figure out who was looking for him now. Director Wang, you don't want people to know you caused Zhang Ziyan's hemorrhage, right? Zhangli pushed the door open and stepped in, smiling as he stood in front of Director Wang. Time returned to 10 minutes earlier. After Zhang Ziyan's mom was persuaded to leave, Zhangli and Lu Yasi returned to her office together. Then, he heard Lu Yasi mention that the targeted drug request wasn't approved. That immediately irritated Zhang Li, who had come specifically for this today. Damn it! I'm paying from my own pocket to boost your hospital's reputation and case studies, and you still won't approve? What kind of logic is that? Last time, I took away the insurance fraud files and basically saved your life today, Director Wang. And you're rejecting me? That won't do. Originally, Zhang Li didn't plan to show his face. He didn't want to stir up trouble. He wanted to first get his father and little Nan Nan treated, and then deal with the two directors later. Of course, those two leeches, Director Wang and Deputy Director Qin, needed to be dealt with, but only after his father's treatment. He didn't want hospital shakeups to affect his father's care. But now, after hearing what Lu Yasi said, he had to step up. Treatment couldn't be delayed. Especially for little Nan Nan. Yesterday, Nan Nan's test results came back. Her brain cancer was the same as Zhang Li's father's. Although her disease progressed slower than Zhang's father's. Because she was young and weak, the cancer cells were spreading even worse than in Zhang's father's case. Nan Nan's body couldn't take more delays. They could use the same treatment plan, so Zhang Li couldn't wait. Treating his father would cost about 4 to 5 million USD. Likewise, Nan Nan's treatment would also need that much. The red flower stamp probably wouldn't sell for 4 million US dollars. But Nan Nan, he wanted to save. Wait, I'll go find the director. After glancing at the troubled Lu Yasi, Zhang Li stood up to find the director. How could you not approve this? You must approve it. And you also need to speed it up for me. Beside him, originally planning to threaten the director, but now hesitant because she lacked video evidence after Zhang Xian's mom's outburst, Lu Yasi was feeling lost. She didn't expect Zhang Li would directly get up and say he was going to the director. For the wealthy Zhang Li, if Renqin Hospital didn't approve the treatment, he could easily switch hospitals. After all, he had money could easily solve the issue. But for Lu Yasi, this was the only opportunity she had to handle this type of targeted therapy and gain experience to treat her father. She had felt her whole world was dark. She never expected Zhang Li would still choose to confront the director, and it seemed he wanted to stay at Renqin Hospital. Don't worry, you'll be the attending doctor. I said it. Seeing Lu Yasi's delicate and worried face, Zhang Li smiled to comfort her. Then, under Director Zhu Xiuna's shocked gaze, Zhang Li left the office and headed to the director's office. Too bad, without intimate contact I can't check intimacy level. My action just now must have increased Dr. Lu's affection a lot. Leaving the doctor's office, Zhang Li muttered to himself. A few minutes later, he stood before Director Wang and said, Director Wang, you don't want people to know you caused Zhang Xian's hemorrhage, right? Zhang Li knew very well. Revealing the hidden video would expose himself, but he also knew. Even if Director Wang guessed he had taken the data, he wouldn't dare say a word. Instead, he'd do everything he could to help cover it up. He had enough confidence. Moreover, thanks to several pieces of treasure hunting info, and what Manhwa uncovered today, 77 property deeds and birth certificates in Deputy Director Qin's wife's restaurant. All this evidence made him unafraid of being exposed before Director Wang. His means and evidence were far more than just this one hidden video. Right now, in his hands, he held at least 4 pieces of evidence that could control both directors and even the entire Renqin group. Revealing one small hidden video meant nothing. More importantly, he had another method to help Director Wang with his current dilemma. This exposure was just the beginning. What did you say? Director Wang, still shaken, was stunned when he heard what Zhang Li said after pushing the door open. Take a look. Since he had already decided to lay his cards on the table, Zhang Li didn't hide anymore. Under Director Wang's astonished gaze, he directly handed over the phone that was already playing the video. The footage on the phone was somewhat dark, but under pink lighting, it still clearly showed the director and Zhang Xian both stark naked. More importantly, the video very clearly showed Director Wang inserting something and causing massive bleeding. Don't move. Of course I have backups of the video. Seeing Director Wang's pupils widen after watching the video, Zhang Li smiled slightly and took the phone back. What do you want? Taking a deep breath, Director Wang asked nervously. After seeing Zhang Li's video, he instantly realized Zhang Li had been in his secret room. Moreover, the documents in the lower secret room that could trap him were probably in Zhang Li's hands. Don't panic, Director Wang. I'm here to help you. Seeing the way Director Wang's eyes were darting around, Zhang Li didn't hide anything. He knew. The director had already begun nervously speculating wildly. Let him guess. How are you going to help? With something so threatening in Zhang Li's hands, the director had no idea how Zhang Li could possibly help him. Director, That Zhang Ziyan's mom and her gang of aunties, do you think they won't come again tomorrow? If not tomorrow, then the day after? With a smile, Zhang Li pointed something out to the director. Although his goal was to get the treatment request approved. According to the open window theory, this kind of thing needed Director Wang to say it himself. Just like buying antiques, his real target might be one thing, but he'd talk about another. What are you trying to say? Hearing Zhang Li's words, Director Wang took a deep breath and sat upright. Zhang Ziyan's mom had exhausted herself today and gone home. But, having dealt with many hospital dispute cases, he knew this wasn't over. Often, the people causing trouble would be persuaded to leave, only to come back after thinking things over. He'd seen cases where compensation had already been paid for 3 years, and families still came to cause trouble. At this moment, Zhang Ziyan's mom had been persuaded to leave, but Director Wang knew it wasn't over. Especially since this matter couldn't get out of hand, otherwise it would be traced back to him, as he was the one who caused Zhang Ziyan's hemorrhage. I can help you. Seeing Director Wang's expression change, Zhang Li smiled. Those tank-like aunties were not something the hospital guards could handle. But he had a way. How? The director asked again. I can hire a batch of new temporary security guards for you, who can definitely hold off Zhang Ziyan's mom and her gang. Zhang Li revealed his plan. Do it. The director took a deep breath and nodded. Since Zhang Li had something on him, he had no choice but to comply with anything he wanted. Now that Zhang Li was offering to help, he had no reason to say no. Whoosh! Seeing the director nod, Zhang Li immediately picked up his phone and started dialing. Yeah, don't talk. You know Rinxin Hospital, right? Help me bring Aunt Wang, Aunt Ning, and the others who worked with us yesterday to Rinxin Hospital. 500 yuan a day each, need 10 people. Must be strong and able to keep secrets, need them to work at least half a month. That Aunt Rong who can do injections must be invited too. Right in front of the director, Zhang Li called Li Hanxiang. Yesterday, when he picked up something from the urban village, he had already witnessed the power of money-hungry aunties. Now, thinking about Director Wang needing help to prevent the same scene from repeating, he immediately thought of those aunties from yesterday. Using aunties to deal with aunties, that was his idea. Moreover, the urban village aunties were more fierce, more shameless, and even more combative. Oh, okay. I'll go find them right away. On the other end, having just been invited back into the university classmates group by Jiang Yuliang, and enjoying the subtle bragging during classmates' chats, Li Hanxiang didn't expect Zhang Li would ask him to rent a group of village aunties. Hearing Zhang Li's serious tone, he acted immediately without hesitation. Click. After finishing the call with Li Hanxiang, Zhang Li hung up and looked at Director Wang with a smile. I'll pay for them. Already understanding that Zhang Li was hiring aunties, Director Wang quickly offered to pay their wages. Very good. Seeing Director Wang so cooperative, Zhang Li, who actually had more important things for the aunties to do, nodded slightly. Now that the problem with Zhang Ziyan's mom was solved, Director Wang wanted to ask what Zhang Li's real goal was. A video, a favor, was it just about money? He had already recognized Zhang Li as the person who previously made a deal with him for scratch cards and had just won over 2 million. Dr. Lu's application is for my dad's treatment. The director finally asked Zhang Li's true purpose, and Zhang Li responded with a smile. Your father is Zhang Jianguo? Needs targeted therapy? Zhang Li had just mentioned it when Director Wang immediately remembered. He quickly opened the previously rejected application and began reading it carefully. Oh, I get it. Approved. Of course approved. As the director of Rinxin Hospital, I completely approve. This kind of innovative treatment that boosts the hospital's reputation, Rinxin Hospital must have it. I will immediately press the group company and do everything I can to expedite the import of the targeted drug. Automatically guessing Zhang Li's purpose and wanting him to destroy the video, Director Wang agreed on the spot. Great, hurry up, okay? Zhang Li, having easily achieved his goal, didn't linger and left immediately. Shanzi, did you delete the video? After Zhang Li left, Director Wang hastily called his trusted aide, the logistics chief of the hospital. Earlier, he had instructed the logistics chief to tell the guards to keep quiet and delete all surveillance footage from the past week to prevent any spread of the incident. But just now, Zhang Li suddenly showed him a video. He suspected that the documents in the lower secret room were also related to Zhang Li. Director Wang urgently wanted to check the surveillance footage from recent days. Because of confidentiality, only the director could freely view this footage, others had no access. It's deleted. As soon as you called earlier, I immediately made sure they deleted everything. As the director's cousin, the logistics chief's fate was tied to his. He had deleted the footage right away. Fuck! The director roared in frustration, with nothing left in his hands. Arrived? Okay, then get someone to wait at the main gate of Rinshin Hospital. I expect to arrive in half an hour. After leaving the director's office, Zhang suddenly received a phone call. Hearing the voice on the phone, he quickly left the hospital, immediately drove back to his villa in Zhonghai Platinum Palace, and retrieved the hidden Qing Dynasty postal red flower stamp. Back at the villa, he saw that Meng Wanning was no longer there. Anxious, he didn't call to ask her but directly took the stamp and rushed back to Rinshin Hospital. Alright, Mr. Zhang, the stamp is fine. We can first pay you 15 million, and after the auction, we'll settle the balance. The auction house staff arranged by Chen Xinling were already waiting at the hospital entrance. After confirming the stamp was authentic, the offline staff from the auction house immediately told Zhang the transaction process. Ding! 15 million yuan has been deposited into your bank account. A few seconds later, after a phone call, 15 million yuan was deposited into Zhang Li's account. As a globally well-known professional auction company, Chen Xinling's company handled everything quickly as long as the item was good. Mr. Zhang, this is the borrowing agreement for the first issue of Harvest magazine. We will bring it to the Songhai exhibition. If there's any issue during the period, feel free to call. After the stamp transaction was completed and Zhang Li signed the agreement, he also handed over the magazine that held the stamp to the staff. Goodbye, goodbye. A few minutes later, both parties parted ways after the deal. With this, at least I have enough for the deposit for my father and little Nan Nan's treatment. Looking at the freshly received 15 million, Zhang Li muttered to himself. Just now, the director had already agreed to push the application forward, so he needed to prepare the treatment fee. Ring ring, ring ring. Just as he was about to go with Lu Yasi to pay the fee, Zhang Li's phone suddenly rang. Brotherly, I brought over Aunt Rong and the others for you. The caller was Li Hanxiang. With just a shout in the village, many bored aunties rushed to sign up. In the end, led by the 4 heavenly queens from yesterday, he selected another 6 strong and discreet aunties according to Zhang Li's request. Good, gather at the nearby snack street. There's a restaurant called Paris Mood. Hearing that Li Hanxiang had arrived with the aunties, Zhang Li gave directions directly. He was willing to rent these aunties, but not just to help the director block Zhang Ziyan's mom. That was just a side benefit. His main purpose was to investigate Deputy Director Qin's base, the Paris Mood restaurant next to the hospital. In that restaurant, aside from the winter homework and 130,000 yuan in cash, with Meng Wanning's previous exploration, he also found 77 property certificates and birth certificates. He couldn't take them, or rather, he couldn't take them yet, but he had to leave evidence to prevent the bad guys from moving it. Alright, following Zhang Li's direction, Li Hanxiang quickly led the group to act. Xiao Zhang, Auntie saw you yesterday and just knew you were handsome and a big boss. A few minutes later, arriving at Paris Mood restaurant, just seeing Li Hanxiang waiting at the corner, Zhang Li didn't expect the 4 heavenly queens to rush at him, shouting compliments one after another. At the same time, Aunt Wang quickly asked about the pay. Xiao Zhang, is it 500 yuan a day, from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.? The aunties were more concerned about the money. Of course, meals included, and a 2-hour break at noon. Dodging the hands trying to touch him, Zhang Li nodded repeatedly. Aunties, here's today's payment. Daily pay. To keep momentum, Zhang Li immediately took out 5,000 yuan and distributed it to the 10 aunties. This 5,000 yuan would be reimbursed from Director Wang later. Aunties, let's go to this restaurant first. I need to get to a room on the 3rd floor. If anyone tries to stop me, help block them. Draw attention for me. The aunties, eyes shining after receiving payment, were eager to go. After giving brief instructions, Zhang Li led the group straight into Paris Mood restaurant. Whoosh! Zhang Li, Li Hanxiang, plus 10 aunties, a total of 12 people entered the artsy restaurant, startling everyone inside. The aunties' vibe clearly clashed with the restaurant's style. Order! Seeing Zhang Li in action, Li Hanxiang shouted in coordination. Soon, the aunties loudly started ordering food in the restaurant. Meanwhile, Zhang Li used going to the restroom as an excuse to head for the 3rd floor. I need to use the restroom too. Me too. Zhang Li had barely gone up when 5 or 6 aunties rushed up toward the 2nd floor. Sir! The 3rd floor is VIP only, reservation required. When Zhang Li continued upward, a soft-spoken waitress blocked his path. Move aside. 2nd floor restroom is full. Hurry! I'm gonna poop my pants. As the waitress blocked him, 3 aunties rushed up anxiously. Their strong builds and crude language left the waitress dumbfounded. Whoosh! Taking the chance, Zhongli took a big step and rushed to the 3rd floor. Manager. Boss. Some people barged into the 3rd floor pretending to go to the restroom. After a few seconds of being stunned, the waitress shouted into her headset. Pay. What is this garbage? Tastes terrible. Bring me big buns and plain rice. Right after reporting to the manager, the waitress heard the loud voices of aunties downstairs. Small storage room. This is it. With the auntie's cover, Zhongli broke through and located his target using the minimap. Entering a room and seeing the hidden suite, Zhongli easily found the entrance. He was good at getting in. Go block anyone who might come. Still under the effects of the secret medicine, Zhongli's enhanced physical ability let him push the door open with ease. Calling to 3 aunties nearby, Zhongli slipped in. Snap! A few seconds later, he lifted the mattress in the room and saw a thick pile of red property certificates. Besides property certificates, there were many green birth certificates. Even over 1 million in red RMB cash. Owner is Li Xiangqin? After taking overall photos, Zhongli noticed the name on one of the open property certificates. This is Deputy Director Qin's wife's name. In an instant, Zhongli remembered the registration info of the Paris Mood restaurant he had checked earlier. So it really was linked to Deputy Director Qin. Go! After quickly taking pictures and taking nothing, Zhongli called to the 3 guarding aunties and prepared to leave. His main goal was to leave evidence. As for the treasures found by the scout envoy, he couldn't take them. Stop right there. Just as he and the 3 aunties reached the 2nd floor, Zhongli didn't expect a woman in a fitted suit, with styled hair, green jade earrings, elegant demeanor, and stunning looks to approach rapidly in heels. I'm the owner, Li Xiangqin. Who are you people? Thinking they were from a rival restaurant causing trouble, Li Xiangqin rushed over after hearing from the staff. Your son is Qin Lang, right? He owes me money. He told me to get it from here. For details, ask Qin Lang. Here, this is the winter homework he left with me. Briefly stunned by her beauty, Zhongli pulled out the winter homework he had prepared and handed it to her. Then, while Li Xiangqin was still in shock, he quickly walked down to the 1st floor. Alright, you all enjoy your meal. After you finish, come find me at the hospital. Back on the 1st floor, Zhongli whispered a few instructions to Li Hanxiang and left the aunties at the restaurant, heading to the hospital alone. Qin Lang. Elsewhere, looking at the winter homework her son claimed he had lost days ago, and then going upstairs to find the cash room open and the certificates under the mattress in disarray, Li Xiangqin exploded. This little room was only known to her, her husband Deputy Director Qin, and their son Qin Lang. Only the 3 of them knew this place. Now, it had been broken into. Li Xiangqin instantly realized that Zhongli was telling the truth. Everything was her useless son's doing. Qin Lang, I'm going to beat your ass into 8 pieces. Madam, you don't want people to know your husband is corrupt, do you? On the way to the hospital. Looking at the photos just taken on his phone, a movie plot flashed through Zhongli's mind. He had already obtained the photos proving Deputy Director Qin's embezzlement, and Deputy Director Qin's wife was that stylish boss lady just now. Of course, he wouldn't actually do that. It just reminded him of a movie plot Li Hanxiang had recommended earlier. Whoosh. Closing his phone again, Zhongli copied the video onto a USB drive he carried with him. He then re-entered the hospital and arrived at the neurology department office. Wanting? Originally coming to meet Lu Yasi to pay the treatment deposit, Zhongli was surprised to find Meng Wanting, who had already given him her first time. She, whom he hadn't seen at the villa earlier, had apparently arrived at the office even earlier than him. Hello, Brother Zhang. Seeing Zhongli, Meng Wanting immediately smiled. At this moment, except for a bit of pain below, the swelling on her lips had already gone down. Guessing that Brother Zhang would come today to treat Uncle Zhang and little Nan Nan, she came to the hospital as soon as she felt a bit better. Sure enough, Zhongli came in just a short while after she arrived. Hello? Seeing Meng Wanting in the office but not acting overly familiar, Zhongli also cooperated right away. Dr. Lu, I've prepared 15 million. The director already agreed to the application just now. I'll pay the deposit now. In addition to my father's treatment deposit, I also want to pay the deposit for little Nan Nan. After greeting Meng Wanting, Zhongli directly looked at Lu Yasi. Ha! Hearing Zhongli's words, Lu Yasi was stunned. Pay money? Pay what money? Lu Yasi, who could check the progress of her application, had already seen that the director had approved it. More importantly, the director's note on the approval added that the hospital would make its own budget to do an innovative treatment study, importing the targeted drug as part of a hospital research project. And the participating patient was Zhang Jianguo. In fact, just moments ago, Lu Yasi had received a call from the director asking her to hurry and write the project proposal. Now, Zhang Li was saying he wanted to pay money. Lu Yasi was confused. Pay for what? There's no need to pay. Moreover, he wanted to pay for 2 people? Little Nan Nan? Who is Little Nan Nan? Originally, Lu Yasi had been shocked that Zhang Li's pressure got the director to approve the request so quickly. But now it seemed not only approved, the director intended to make the treatment a publicly funded project. But hearing Zhang Li's words now, she suddenly felt there was a mismatch of information. Mr. Zhang didn't know it was free treatment? Brother Zhang, Little Nan Nan is in my case list. I'm her attending doctor. At this moment, Meng Wanning responded to Zhang Li about Little Nan Nan. Ah, Brother Zhang, the approval document says, we don't have to pay. This treatment is going to be part of the hospital's innovative research project. While answering about Little Nan Nan, Meng Wanning also looked up Lu Yasi's application. Then, she excitedly and joyfully shouted to Zhang Li. Although, from the information she had, she believed Brother Zhang wasn't short on money. However, turning the application into a research project could save Zhang Li 50 or 60 million in treatment costs. Definitely great news. What? Hearing Meng Wanning's words and seeing the shocked Lu Yasi looking at him, Zhang Li was also confused. No need to pay? Free treatment? The case was turned into an innovative project by Director Wang? This sudden change completely exceeded Zhang Li's expectations. It can work like this? I didn't ask for a free ride. Damn, the power of the video in my hand is stronger than I thought. Also, this means Director Wang's shady profits are way bigger than I imagined. This sudden news triggered a series of thoughts in Zhang Li's mind. Previously, he just wanted to use the video to make Director Wang approve the application and push Rinxin Group to agree too. He didn't expect Director Wang's interpretation would not only approve the request, but also provide free treatment. That's a bit over the top. Mainly, Zhang Li hadn't expected the hospital could operate like this. Damn it, so those innovative treatment projects with major funding online. Zhang Li couldn't help but overthink. Forget it, not my problem. If we can get free treatment, that's best. After thinking a bit, Zhang Li quickly pulled his thoughts back in. Totally unexpected. Absolutely unexpected. Director Wang misunderstood his intent. But, what a great misunderstanding. Perfectly wrong. Only my dad? After the surprise, Zhang Li asked again. Yes, only uncle. Little Nan Nan isn't included in the innovation project. Meng Wanning, checking immediately, replied. Also, one problem is, if it's an innovative case, then neither I nor Dr. Lu can be the attending doctor. These innovation projects are key for promotions and academic credit. Many doctors will fight for it. Both of us can't compete with senior doctors. Meng Wanning followed with concern. Whoosh! On the side, hearing her words, Lu Yasi also perked up her ears. She was already upset about this. Originally, she had been shocked that Zhang Li got the director to approve it so quickly. But this approval went too far. It turned the treatment into an innovative project. That meant, as a newbie, she had no chance to be involved in something like this. Even though the so-called innovation was just a front, the actual treatment relied on the targeted drug and any doctor could administer it. Still, the reputation-boosting effect of the project was massive. There was no spot for her. And wanting to collect data for her father's treatment, Lu Yasi was now anxious. Prompted by Meng Wanning's reminder, she looked at Zhang Li with hopeful eyes. She really wanted to be part of the treatment. Really? Okay, I'll check it out. Turning back, Zhang Li looked at both their expectant faces and slowly nodded. These two. One was already his, the one he took first blood from, now his treasure seeker, who activated many new system features, Meng Wanning. The other was his backup treasure seeker. And clearly, Lu Yasi was more outstanding and would score higher. Under their gazes, he decided to go see Director Wang again. He still had plenty of leverage on Director Wang. Since Director Wang could interpret his meaning so creatively, then pushing it a bit further wouldn't hurt, right? No worries, I know you recognized me. Glancing at Lu Yasi, Zhang Li whispered in her ear, then walked out of the office. He admitted they had peeked together a few days ago at Director Wang and Zhang Xian. Ah! Suddenly exposed by Zhang Li, Lu Yasi's face turned bright red, while Zhang Li was already just a fading silhouette. Alright, bring the aunties over. Go straight to the 12th floor director's office. If security blocks you, just say the director ordered it. On the way to the director's office, Zhang Li received word from Li Hanxiang that the aunties had finished eating. Ladies, have you seen the smiling, proud wanderer? The version with Li Yapeng. At Rinxin Hospital, 12th floor. After telling the security guard that he had an appointment with the director, Zhang Li led a large group of aunties past the guard and headed toward the director's office. On the way to the office, he was thinking about how to show the director a bit of power. The smiling, proud wanderer? Of course we know it, the Duga Nine Swords. The aunties, full of anticipation, excitedly responded to Zhang Li's question. Today's 500 yuan was already in their pockets. Earlier, though they weren't used to the food, they had eaten at the classy-looking Paris Mood restaurant. The aunties were very excited about the job Zhang Li had arranged. Good food, good work environment, and good pay. These aunties, who usually had nothing to do, really appreciated the opportunity Zhang Li gave them. Xiao Zhang, are you filming a movie? Looking at Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang, one auntie asked curiously. For the sake of money, they were willing to go along with any of Zhang Li's requests. No. Do you remember in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, the scene with the Peach Valley Six fairies and Ling Huchong? In that scene, the Peach Valley Six carried Ling Huchong over their heads. For grabbed his limbs, one grabbed his head, and the last grabbed. With a rough plan in mind, Zhang Li was getting ready for the aunties to carry out a stunt once they entered the office. Of course we know. We know. As the aunties nodded, Zhang Li quickly explained his request. Next to him, hearing what Zhang Li was planning, Li Hanxiang's eyes widened. The aunties didn't know the details and agreed cheerfully, but Li Hanxiang knew exactly who Zhang Li was about to mess with. The director of a top-tier hospital, and you want to do that? You've got to be kidding. What's going on? Very quickly, amidst the aunties' eagerness and Li Hanxiang's disbelief, Zhang Li led the group into the director's office. Director, I brought your bodyguards. Pushing open the door and seeing the director deep in thought at his desk, Zhang Li waved and called out. Then, before the director could even respond, 10 aunties suddenly rushed out from behind Zhang Li. In almost an instant, just as the director shouted, "Who are you?" the aunties swarmed him and lifted him into the air. The move was exactly like the Peach Valley Six lifting Ling Huchong. Hey, what are you doing? Stop. Thinking Zhang Ziyan's mom and Zhang Li had teamed up again, the director trembled as he was once more hoisted up. At the side, already in on the plan with Zhang Li, Li Hanxiang suddenly spoke up to stop the aunties. All right. Just wanted you to meet them. Director, these are the guards I found for you. What do you think? Better than Zhang Ziyan's mom and her crew, right? Seeing the director still shaken and nervously watching the aunties, Zhang Li stepped forward with a smile. Strong. Very strong. Rubbing his thigh, the director was still in shock. All right, Hanxiang, take the aunties out. Just stay on the 12th floor. You know the defensive plan I told you. After delivering the shock, Zhang Li waved for Li Hanxiang to take the aunties out first. Was that really necessary? As the aunties filed out, the director suddenly growled at smiling Zhang Li. Just now, when he was grabbed again, countless thoughts rushed through his mind. He almost sought his great-grandmother. And in the end, it turned out to be one of Zhang Li's pranks. The director was both angry and anxious. He didn't expect Zhang Li to give him such a scare. Director Wang, pleasure working with you. Didn't expect you to be so efficient. Already got my dad into an innovation project patient role. Ignoring the director's outburst, Zhang Li steered the topic back to his goal. It's only right. After all, we understand your father's condition well. We're also grateful he's willing to cooperate with our hospital's academic research. Hearing Zhang Li, the director nodded slightly. Even though the real reason was the video Zhang Li had, he made it sound like it was all for the hospital's academic development. Director Wan's words were watertight. Well, Director Wang, I have a little sister with the same illness. Can you add one more patient? Getting straight to the point, Zhang Li made his request. Wasn't your sister a college student? Didn't your family only have one patient? Hearing this, Director Wang was puzzled. Hearing the director, Zhang Li realized the guy had checked up on him. Of course, that didn't count as an investigation. His family's information had been recorded during his father's hospitalization. Clearly, after he left earlier, the director had looked into it. Mr. Zhang, you know the cost of targeted therapy. Each course costs 1 million USD. A full recovery needs at least 4 to 5 courses. With such high costs, having one patient as a test case is already extreme. Even rich landlords have limits. This project's budget is 30 to 40 million per patient. Adding another, the group won't approve it. Seeing Zhang Li go quiet, the director began to complain. The matter with Zhang Ziyan wasn't over, and the video in Zhang Li's hand made him cautious. But hearing that Zhang Li wanted to add another person, he couldn't agree anymore. Sure, hospitals could spend tens of millions on imported diagnostic equipment, but still, he didn't want to be completely controlled by Zhang Li. Add one more person. I'll delete all your videos with Zhang Ziyan. Seeing the director hesitate, Zhang Li suddenly spoke. What? The director instantly stood up. He had agreed to treat Zhang Li's father for free, not because of the aunties, but because of the video Zhang Li had. Hearing Zhang Li was willing to delete the videos, the director got excited. Really? Seeing Zhang Li's look, the director asked again. Even though he had no way to confirm if the videos were actually deleted, at least, he really wanted to hear those words. Really? Looking into the director's eyes, Zhang Li nodded firmly. Whoosh! With Zhang Li's words, the director fell silent. The Zhang Ziyan video was, of course, extremely important, but more importantly, the director had agreed to cooperate with Zhang Li because he had once left fraudulent insurance files on the shelf. What he really hoped for was that Zhang Li hadn't found those files or didn't recognize them. Now, since Zhang Li offered to delete the video, he began wondering whether Zhang Li had seen the fraud records and whether he could delete those too. Well, he wanted to ask about the fraud files, but suddenly stopped. What if Zhang Li hadn't seen them? Saying it now would only give himself away. Can't do that. Whoosh! Under Zhang Li's gaze, the director asked for Nan Nan's name, opened his computer, checked her info, and then suddenly pulled out his phone. Oh hey, President Li. About that innovation experiment I mentioned earlier, I didn't think it through. That Zhang Jianguo is over 60, too narrow of a sample. Just now, we urgently found a 13-year-old girl's case. Using both, we can create a comparison study. Young data is more important. Right in front of Zhang Li, the director called the group president. Just as Zhang Li expected, the tens of millions in project budget required tons of paperwork from doctors like Liu Yasi. But in the mouths of upper management, it was just a single phone call. Same situation as Zhang Li experienced in Hung Tai projects, subordinates working like crazy couldn't compare to one word from the top. Great, great. I'll have them finish the project report quickly and submit it. A few minutes later, under Zhang Li's watch, the director hung up the phone. Director Wang. With Nan Nan successfully added to the free treatment list, Zhang Li spoke again. He didn't know why the director first refused, then agreed, but he still had more to ask from the director. What? You still want to choose the attending doctor? Hearing that after Zhang Li had secured a free treatment slot for a little girl, he now wanted to appoint the attending physician too. Director Wang was speechless. This kind of high-budget, low-risk, easy innovative project would be a hot commodity in the entire hospital. Director Wang could even use this to sleep with a few more female doctors or collect more gold bars. He didn't expect. Zhang Li not only wanted to get the patient in, but also wanted to assign the attending doctor. Mr. Zhang, such an important position, every doctor in the hospital has their eyes on it. Applying for this kind of innovative project benefits the whole hospital, so everyone supports it. But as for the attending doctor, I can't decide that on my own. Seeing Zhang Li delete the video of him and Zhang Ziyan on his phone right in front of him, Director Wang didn't know if it had been completely wiped, but at least Zhang Li showed the right attitude. He quickly started thinking, calculating in his mind. Zhang Li had more demands. He was happy about that. The more Zhang Li needed him, the more leverage he had. He was figuring out how to confirm whether Zhang Li had the insurance fraud files. Having been a director for over a decade, Wang was good at maneuvering. What about Director Qin? Hearing Director Wang's words, Zhang Li asked directly. You can't decide alone? Then let's add someone else. Yes, Director Qin oversees hospital projects and finances. He's also an important supporter. With Director Qin's support, of course the project would move much faster. Hearing Zhang Li, Director Wang, clueless of what was coming, tried to shift responsibility to Deputy Director Qin, saying he didn't have the authority. Good. Then, just as he was preparing to squeeze Zhang Li for leverage to resolve the insurance fraud problem, Director Wang was stunned. He saw Zhang Li didn't keep chatting, but nodded and turned to leave his office. Half an hour later, Director Wang answered a call in surprise. On the phone, Deputy Director Qin strongly recommended that the attending doctors for the innovation project be Liu Yasi and Meng Wanning. Time went back 30 minutes earlier. When Zhang Li and Director Wang were discussing adding Nan Nan to the project, Deputy Director Qin's office was suddenly pushed open. Honey, something bad happened. The one who pushed open the door was the elegant and curvy lady boss Li Shangqin, wearing a pinstripe suit, red heels, hair in a bun, and a delicate face. Earlier, with the help of the aunties, Zhang Li had taken photos of the evidence hidden in the small storage room at the Paris Mood restaurant, owned by Deputy Director Qin. Upon seeing that the room had been discovered, she quickly called someone to bring back their son Qin Lang from tutoring. Then Li Shangqin rushed to the hospital to inform her husband. She understood that once word about the contents of the small storage room got out, not only would her husband be finished, the whole hospital would be doomed. The 77 property certificates were one thing, but the hundreds of birth certificates, if exposed, would ruin everyone. What happened? Deputy Director Qin, still wondering why his tiger versus wolf plan had failed after just persuading Zhang Xian's mother to leave, was shocked when his wife burst in. "Honey!" The storage room was opened. Li Shangqin, catching her breath, shouted quickly. "What?" Still caught up in why his multi-day plan to take down Director Wang failed, Qin was instantly alarmed. He failed to bring down Wang, but his own stash was raided? Of course he knew what was in that storage room. That was a bomb. What happened? The whole reason he had his wife run a restaurant next door was to facilitate certain operations. Qin quickly asked for details. "My son's winter homework? He borrowed money outside? Told someone there's money in the restaurant's storage room? Told them to go take it?" Seeing the winter homework her husband pulled out, and hearing the explanation, Deputy Director Qin was dumbfounded. "Let's go. Find Director Wang." Thinking of the birth certificates in that room, Deputy Director Qin forgot all about toppling Wang. He wanted to inform Wang immediately. This, he couldn't handle alone. If exposed, Rinxin Group's top executives would definitely push two people out as scapegoats. He had to drag Director Wang in too. He couldn't take the fall alone. "Honey, it's them." But what Deputy Director Qin didn't expect was, just as he rushed toward Director Wang's office with Li Shangqin, they were blocked in the hallway by a group of aunties. And Li Shangqin, seeing a group of city village aunties blocking the way, immediately recognized them as the same ones who had come with Zhang Li. "Go back, let's reassess." Blocked by aunties, and hearing from his wife that they helped break into the storage room, and seeing those aunties now guarding the director's office, Deputy Director Qin, who had just secretly stirred up trouble with the Zhang Xian incident, was suddenly terrified. He immediately began to wonder if Director Wang had found out about his scheming, and now one was coming for him. Panicked, Deputy Director Qin grabbed his wife and rushed back to his own office. "Dad! Mom!" Back in the office, the two didn't expect to find their small-eyed chubby son Qin Lang already waiting for them. "Qin Lang, where's your winter homework?" Seeing her son, Li Shangqin shouted in rage and lunged forward. "Ha! I lost it." Seeing his furious mother, chubby Qin Lang shouted in panic. "Wah!" Then, before he could say another word, Li Shangqin slapped the homework down in front of him. Qin Lang, who had tried to lie, was stunned. "Speak, what else have you done?" Seeing her son's flustered face, Li Shangqin roared. Sensing her husband's panic behind her, elegant Li Shangqin believed everything had been caused by her son. The unfilial son must be punished. Whoosh! Seeing his mother's move, chubby Qin Lang instinctively hugged his backpack tighter. A few weeks ago, he had heard from his 16-year-old cousin that he had done something awesome with his high school teacher. Qin Lang was very envious, but when his cousin showed him a video of what happened, he realized his little thing wasn't developed enough for that. Frustrated, Qin Lang asked his cousin to buy some fake stuff online. He set his sights on his female homeroom tutor, but Qin Lang didn't expect. Before he even got a chance, his mom had already found out. This was bad. "What are you hiding?" Seeing his reaction, Li Shangqin stepped forward and yanked her son over. As Qin Lang screamed like a pig and struggled, she pulled a fake device from his backpack and was instantly dumbfounded. Her son was only 8. "This? What the hell is this thing?" Whoosh! Seeing what his wife pulled out of their son's backpack, Deputy Director Qin was also stunned. "Ah, stop hitting me. My butt." 1 minute later, the office echoed with Qin Lang's screams. At Rinxin Hospital, Xiao Nannan was added to the free brain cancer treatment list. But when they found that Director Wang wasn't fully cooperating on choosing the attending physician, Zhang Li decided to let him cool off for a bit. Although he had agreed to delete the video of Director Wang with Zhang Xian, so bringing it up again would be hard to justify, he still had the powerful insurance fraud materials he'd previously filmed about Rinxin Hospital. However, Zhang Li didn't rush to release the new material. Upon learning that Deputy Director Qin, who manages project arrangements at the hospital, also had input on the choice of attending physician, he planned to leverage Qin's influence to achieve his second goal. You can't fleece the sheep the same way twice. He also had plenty of evidence on Deputy Director Qin. But to Zhang Li's surprise, as soon as he reached Deputy Director Qin's office, he heard gruesome children's screams from inside the room. Along with those screams, there were also a woman's shrieks and a man's angry roars. Zhang Li, unsure what was happening, slowly pushed open the door to Deputy Director Qin's office. Then, he froze on the spot. He saw a chubby 8 or 9-year-old boy being pinned down by a man and a woman and spanked. The man beating him was Deputy Director Qin. The woman was none other than the boss lady of that Paris-themed restaurant he'd met briefly before. When he saw the cold winter holiday homework in Qin's hand, Zhang Li had a small guess at the identity of the boy being beaten. And to his shock, the restaurant boss lady was holding a fake sex toy in black, and unusually long and large. Zhang Li had never seen anyone use one of those to beat a child. It was explosive. Ah, hubby, it's him. While Zhang Li was stunned, Li Shangqin, holding the fake toy, was the first to react. One reason she was furious with Qin Lang was that this first-grade boy had such a thing in his school bag. Even more important, Qin Lang had told an outsider about the money hidden in the restaurant's small storage room. And now, that outsider was standing in her husband's office. Li Shangqin was shocked. Dr. LV's patient? On the other side, Deputy Director Qin, enraged by his son's appearance and the situation, recognized Zhang Li the moment he saw him and heard his wife shout, "What are you trying to do?" Qin blared at Zhang Li, his gaze shifting to the item in his wife's hand, and suddenly his voice dropped. His stunt against Director Wang had failed, and his own home had been robbed under the leadership of his son. Qin's heart hit the ceiling. Honey, Qin Lang's winter homework was given to me by him. It was those aunties who listened to him. It was him who entered the small storage room. All four in the office were stunned as Li Shangqin quickly revealed Zhang Li's identity. It was you. Before Qin could react, Qin Lang, whose pants had been torn, suddenly roared in anger. His holiday homework was brought by Zhang Li to his mother? He clearly remembered hiding it in the toilet tank of the restaurant. Director Wang? Interrupted by his son's roar, and thinking the aunties guarding the director's office were Zhang Li's people and that Zhang Li had raided his family's small storage room, Deputy Qin panicked. Could the director have planted spies behind him? Why were the aunties guarding both the director's office and his small storage? Were the aunties the director's people? And was Zhang Li, too? Deputy Qin, you don't want your affairs exposed either, right? Just as Qin began to suspect, Zhang Li spoke calmly. Both of you, leave. Seeing Zhang Li's composure, Qin imagined Zhang Li was acting on the director's orders. He told his wife and child to leave first. Mrs. Qin, stay. Seeing Qin's action, Zhang Li motioned for Qin's wife to remain. She was the restaurant boss lady he'd met earlier, a prime witness for his restaurant evidence. What do you want? A few minutes later, once his son was sent out and Mrs. Li entered, Deputy Director Qin slowly asked. He feared the director, his direct superior, and had to obey him completely. But from another angle, he wasn't afraid of the director, because he held many compromising things on him. Now, it seemed Director Wang knew he'd backstabbed Zhang Ziyan's mother. He decided to confront and see how things went. I heard Deputy Qin is in charge of hospital projects. I want to request that Deputy Qin propose Dr. LV Yasi and Dr. Meng Wanning as the attending physicians for the new targeted drug innovation project. With Mrs. Li now present, Zhang Li laid out his demand. He had evidence on Deputy Qin. With Mrs. Li's testimony, he believed Qin would comply. After stating his demand, Zhang Li's gaze settled on Li Shangqin. He waited for her proof. Tolerated? But asking me to help him chase women? On the other side, hearing Zhang Li's words, Deputy Qin was stunned. He knew well how Director Wang, the lecherous old fox, coveted LV Yasi. Originally, he planned to confront Director Wang and counterbalance each other before looking for another opportunity. He didn't expect Zhang Li to suggest nominating LV Yasi and Meng Wanning exactly Wang's targets. Is this just to intimidate me? Not planning to confront me? After all, we both hold each other's dirt. In an instant, Deputy Qin's mind swirled with suspicion. All right. A minute later, seeing Zhang Li still staring at his wife with a lecherous gaze, Deputy Qin nodded directly. He didn't want to confront Director Wang either. Since Director Wang had sent an intermediary in Zhang Li, he might as well ride the wave and show submission to Director Wang. Deputy Qin immediately agreed. Fine. Call Director Wang and give a good reason. Seeing Li Shangqin stay silent, Qin simply went along. Zhang Li guessed the two had probably already discussed things before he arrived. Without hesitation, he immediately told Qin to call Director Wang. Of course, Zhang Li's guess came true. Director Wang didn't want a direct confrontation. He wanted Chin to apologize over the phone but craft the explanation and slogan himself. New holiday drug innovation project, right? Chin started thinking of a plausible excuse. Director, I just reviewed the innovation targeted drug project. It's appropriate to increase the sample size by adding a young female patient. He quickly read the project application, and as a leader, he came up with a grand-sounding rationale, no worse than Director Wang's. Director, here's a modest suggestion. Let's finalize the attending physicians. We need to give young doctors more chances, cultivate our hospital's young talent. I think LV Yasi and Mang Wanning from the neurology department are excellent. Many single male doctors in the hospital also recommended them. In front of Zhang Li, Deputy Chin provided a reason to Director Wang over the phone himself. In his mind, he was just expressing apology, surely on behalf of Director Wang. Okay. Goodbye, Director. After hearing Director Wang's response, Deputy Chin bowed slightly, then hung up. Anything else? After the call, Deputy Chin looked at Zhang Li. When he saw Zhang Li's gaze lustful, fixed on his wife, he suddenly shuddered. Though he'd temporarily bowed to the director, he still had to deal with Zhang Li harder than dealing with the underworld. What's going on? In the director's office, he originally wanted to put Zhang Li in his place, to see if Zhang Li had more of his own evidence. Director Wang didn't expect that after he struck a pose, Zhang Li would just leave. This time, the antis that Zhang Li brought to guard Zhang Xian's mother made Director Wang even more worried. What he didn't expect was, while he was anxiously pondering when this recent chain of events would end, he discovered that Deputy Director Chin had called. Then, after listening to what Deputy Director Chin said, Director Wang was stunned. Deputy Director Chin is currying favor with him? Why? Deputy Director Chin's kind and friendly tone on the phone surprised Director Wang greatly. He was not only surprised that, as Zhang Li said, Deputy Director Chin actually said he wanted to promote LV Yasi and Mang wanting to be the project's attending doctors, but he was even more surprised by Deputy Director Chin's gentle and friendly tone. This happens once in 100 years. He had never heard Deputy Director Chin speak to him like that. Why is Deputy Director Chin's tone so obedient? Is it because Chin knows Zhang Li's extra identity? At this moment, Director Wang, unaware that Deputy Director Chin had arranged for Zhang Xian's mother to cause trouble behind his back, didn't understand the reason behind Deputy Director Chin's tone. This made him overthink things. Forget this, go and expedite the project progress for me. Keep an eye on it the whole time, the faster the better. He turned around and saw his trusted cousin behind the desk, fixing the bookshelf that Zhang Xian's mother had kicked and damaged. Director Wang couldn't help but direct him to go work on the project first. He didn't know what Zhang Li had said to Deputy Director Chin, but Deputy Director Chin is younger than him. His only backing was Rinxin Group, but he'd heard that Chin also had a backer outside the group. Deputy Director Chin's sudden change in attitude made him think more. Mr. Su, hello. After his cousin left and after thinking for a moment, Director Wang called another big shot he knew outside the group. Mr. Su's father had been treated by Director Wang when he was ill back then. That's how he got to know Mr. Su. Have a child? Ancient medicine? He just wanted to pull on the relationship, ideally to visit for a casual chat. Director Wang didn't expect. After not long, Mr. Su would actively ask him questions. However, what Mr. Su asked about having a son at 50 or 60 suddenly stumped him. Mr. Su, I studied Western medicine, I don't have experience in that area. In that field, traditional Chinese medicine is probably better. I have a few old TCM classmates. I'll arrange to have them visit you another day. A few minutes later, Director Wang actively asked for a meeting. He wanted to strengthen his connections outside the group. If something happened, not to mention someone pulling him out, if someone would speak a word for him, he'd be thankful. All right, I will quickly arrange my old classmates to visit you. Goodbye. After another half-minute, Director Wang hung up. He then turned and called a few old TCM classmates. Quick, which of you have that old medicine that can strengthen kidneys and tonify the body? It's an emergency. Although Director Wang humbly considered himself a Western doctor, he did have related knowledge. He couldn't offer treatment himself to Mr. Su, but he knew what could meet the need. Deputy Director Chin cooperated very well. Don't worry, I didn't see anything. In Deputy Director Chin's office, seeing the photographs Zhang Li had taken with the antis, indeed made Chin cooperate obediently. Zhang Li couldn't help but glance at Li Shangqin a few more times. Indeed, she didn't prove anything to him the whole time, yet Deputy Director Chin fully cooperated. More importantly, she was a mother, but held a fake sex toy to discipline a child. And it was so thick, so black. That scene exceeded anything Zhang Li had known, making him stare more. Mr. Zhang. On the other side, after calling the director and seeing that Zhang Li, the intermediary, was still staring at his wife, Deputy Director Qin's heart leapt to his throat. This intermediary, sometimes more attentive than the person involved. What does it mean that he's looking at my wife like this? Crap. Seeing Zhang Li not only staring at his wife but also at the large item in her hand, Deputy Director Qin grew even more worried. All right. Goodbye, Deputy Director Qin. Thank you for your cooperation, Deputy Director. Just as various thoughts flooded his mind, Deputy Director Qin didn't expect. Before he could say anything, Zhang Li suddenly averted his gaze and took his leave. Ga? Deputy Director Qin, whose inner tension had been building, didn't expect Zhang Li to just turn and go. This left Qin hanging awkwardly. What? So fast? What did Brother Zhang actually do? On the other side, after the director and deputy director swiftly signed the project approval and submitted the application to Rinxin Group, Meng Wanning, who had been watching the electronic application form the whole time, was stunned. She was, of course, very sure that Brother Zhang, whom she had sacrificed for, looked like a laborer, but actually had strong power. Also, she had just discussed it with her best friend Wang Dandan. She learned that the reason was not that she was weak the first time, but that Brother Zhang was too strong. But Meng Wanning never expected that when Brother Zhang stepped in, he could so easily secure free treatment for Xiao Nannan, and, more quickly and effectively, designate her and LV Yasi as the project attending doctors. This made Meng Wanning curious about Brother Zhang's social connections. To know, for her probation to be converted to permanent, becoming an attending doctor was somewhat justified. But LV Yasi hasn't yet been made permanent. A doctor not yet permanent actually outdid all senior doctors to become project attending doctor. Moreover, the project attending doctors were approved jointly by both the director and deputy director. Meng Wanning never expected such a situation. Both director and deputy director cooperated with Brother Zhang? The application had already been approved, and the personnel confirmed, and shocked Meng Wanning thought of many things, recalling Brother Zhang's casual words earlier. In her heart, Meng Wanning was once again sure she had found the right person. Brother Zhang is not only wealthy, but his behind-the-scenes power is even greater than she imagined. The hospital's director and deputy director both had to obey Brother Zhang. After shock, thinking about Brother Zhang's position now, Meng Wanning suddenly blushed, her body tingled, and she walked out of the office. Is it really me? At the same time that Meng Wanning walked out of the office, LV Yasi, who had been staring at the approval form, also turned pale, breathing suddenly rapid. LV Yasi saw that the application progress she refreshed every half-minute had already reached the procurement department of the group company. She also saw that adding 2 experimental patient subjects made the final project budget nearly 100 million renminbi. She further saw, in the comments added by the 2 directors, the wording naming her and Meng Wanning as the attending physicians. When she came this morning, LV Yasi was still depressed that the director had not approved her application. She was also depressed that her only chance to get experience with targeted drug treatment was gone. She did not expect that in less than 2 hours, things would do a 180-degree turn. Her application was not only approved, but the hospital even set up a special innovation project for it, and her patients could receive treatment for free. This matter hadn't finished shocking her. What she didn't expect even more was that the project could add another free treatment patient. At the same time, such a large-scale project naturally would be watched by all hospital doctors. And yet, after Zhang Li left for a short while, the attending physicians were already decided as her and Meng Wanning. This experience shocked LV Yasi, who had seen many sad sides of hospital human nature. At this moment, the targeted drug approval finally proceeded smoothly, and she, having achieved her wish, became the attending physician for the targeted drug. But after going through all of this, LV Yasi had many more thoughts. Mainly, her father was also a brain cancer patient. At this moment, Zhang Li had the strength to easily add Xiao Nannan into the project, which shocked her and made her think further. Even if this hospital innovation project could not add more patients, Zhang Li surely had enough funds to buy the targeted drugs. Before, there was no notion of an innovation project. Zhang Li originally planned to buy the targeted drugs himself. Moreover, just now Zhang Li said he planned to buy 2 doses. This won't do. On the surface, sitting calmly at her desk, LV Yasi's heart was in turmoil. She had hope, but who is he to help her? She was just an attending physician. What right does he have to do her a favor worth tens of millions? There are countless attending physicians like her at Rinxin Hospital. She already being made project attending physician was the greatest help he'd given her. What right did she have to ask more? Xiaohua, here's the thing. After thinking for a while, LV Yasi opened her phone and sent WeChat to a junior fellow disciple. This junior, Xiaohua, was more flexible. After graduating together, LV Yasi stayed in the country because of her father's illness, while Xiaohua, through effort, got to a foreign hospital. So rich, so powerful? After reading LV Yasi's explanation, Xiaohua immediately replied, yes. Originally, the director didn't even agree with the application. Seeking Xiaohua's opinion, LV Yasi sent the whole story. Oh my! Big boss, huh? You better latch on to him. Reading LV Yasi's explanation, Xiaohua exclaimed, how to latch on? LV Yasi focused on her studies, her professional knowledge was fine, but she was very weak at making friends. Is he single? Knowing LV Yasi's character, Xiaohua suddenly asked. Married. LV Yasi quickly answered, not understanding. Married, huh? Originally hearing that a rich powerful boss helped a doctor who wasn't even permanent, Xiaohua thought she figured something out. After all, having showered in the university dorm with LV Yasi, Xiaohua knew LV Yasi's solid capital. She even quietly investigated. LV Yasi had a thing called a mantu. But hearing the boss was married, Xiaohua was at a loss. As LV Yasi's good friend, she knew her character well. It was absolutely impossible for her best friend to become the third in a relationship. Absolutely impossible. This is a bit difficult. Knowing LV Yasi's father's illness and her situation, but Xiaohua knew LV Yasi's personality even more. Originally, with LV Yasi's education and looks, if her personality wasn't so stubborn, she'd have many more opportunities than Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua, after hearing the story, felt both envy that LV Yasi met a big shot, and some regret for her. He is married. Married men, LV Yasi doesn't even look at. Don't worry yet. Since this boss is willing to help you and let you be the attending physician, it means he has a pretty good impression of you. Let's wait and see. Unable to offer LV Yasi another plan, Xiaohua could only gently comfort her. She knew LV Yasi's character. If she dared say the other thing, LV Yasi would definitely block her. In the mage. Hearing Xiaohua's comfort, LV Yasi's mind was in chaos. Xiaohua didn't know why Zhang Li helped, but she herself did know. At this moment, knowing even the directors must listen to Zhang Li, and remembering Zhang Li's earlier secret room behavior with the director, she couldn't help but guess maybe Zhang Li was from the disciplinary department, so earlier he hid in the secret room, secretly investigating the director. But then, thinking that Zhang Li was so wealthy, and remembering the patient family info from Zhang Jianguo, she felt her guess probably wasn't accurate. Mr. Zhang willing to help me should be related to that time in the secret room. Xiaohua had not given suitable advice. Closing WeChat, LV Yasi found a reason for why Zhang Li would help her. Just wait and see. With nothing else, LV Yasi sadly looked at the words on the approval form. Originally, now being the attending physician, with the first-hand information on targeted drugs, she should be very happy. But, for some reason, she wasn't thoroughly happy. His wife is called Zhang Shufang, but I haven't seen his wife appear. It was always Zhang's mother taking care. Soon, LV Yasi again opened her father's hospitalization info and checked the recorded information. Just now, when Xiaohua asked if Zhang Li was single, she understood the meaning. But he's married. Even if he wasn't married, she herself is not that kind of person. Deep in thought, LV Yasi sat staring blankly at the computer screen, while unconsciously remembering the image of herself and Zhang Li in the secret room pressed close together. Meng Wanning, blushing, left the office. LV Yasi sat at her desk in a daze. In the entire office, only neurosurgery deputy director Zhu Xiona remained. She had witnessed LV Yasi's actions this morning, Zhang Li's behavior and previous words. The first approver of LV Yasi's application was department head Zhu Xiona. When Meng Wanning shouted excitedly earlier, Zhu Xiona saw the approval comments and the attending physician candidates from the director and deputy director. Facing this situation, as department head, Zhu Xiona also didn't expect it. Originally, she herself had many ideas about this nearly 100 million innovation project. She also wanted to become the project attending physician, but she didn't expect it would end up like this. What exactly is this Mr. Sang's background? Zhu Xiona's shock was no less than LV Yasi's. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly at this moment, Zhu Xiona saw her WeChat notify. Shu's sister, I heard the director recently fast-tracked an innovation project report. I heard it's neurosurgery, can you share the details? Opening WeChat. Xu Xiona saw that a well-connected doctor was asking her for information. But she couldn't say carelessly, "Yasi." Yu and Wanning became the attending physicians. "Can you see if you can add Zhu's sister's name to the project? I'm applying for senior title next year." A moment later, Xu Xiona, with a big smile, walked up beside LV Yasi. LV Yasi, surprised that the director would show her such a smile, froze. What are you doing?" Meanwhile, on the other side, just after leaving Director Chin's office, preparing to return to the neurology office to confirm the upcoming treatment plan with Lu Yasi and Meng Wanning, Zhangli hadn't expected that before he even left the floor where Director Chin's office was located, he would be stopped by Meng Wanning. "Big brother Zhang, you're amazing." Meng Wanning excitedly pulled Zhangli into a corner, expressing her emotions. Last night, Zhangli invited her to the villa. Faced with the shock of tens of millions in assets, luxury cars, and the villa, and because Zhangli let her sit directly on the mattress, she ultimately gave herself to him. However, it was her first time, and she had no stamina. She soon became exhausted and fainted. This morning, when she woke up, Zhangli had already left early, and they didn't talk much. But in the morning when she woke, she saw the breakfast Zhangli bought for her. Zhangli had just acted again, easily taking care of both the hospital's director and deputy director. Meng Wanning, who had never experienced a project application being accelerated like this with approvals added at will, felt excited. After witnessing Zhang Li's even stronger strength, she decided she needed to hold on to big brother Zhang tightly. And she, though it was her first time, had learned early about what men liked. She knew her strengths. Beside him, Zhang Li hadn't thought much of it. But unexpectedly, Meng Wanning pulled him into the corner and directly pressed into his arms. Her delicate, slightly flushed face rested on his chest, her big, teary eyes staring at him. And a cool little hand reached inside. Suddenly feeling a chill, Zhangli involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. Now, they were in a hospital corridor corner. Although the corridor was in the doctor office area, with few patients around, there were still some scattered doctors nearby. And there were surveillance cameras on the main corridor. Zhangli never expected Meng Wanning to be this bold, doing this in a blind spot from the camera. Swish! Although a little flustered, the secret drugs effect was still active, and Zhangli was instantly aroused by Meng Wanning. Although Meng Wanning's combat strength was currently weak, her delicate appearance, admiring gaze, and slim figure instantly ignited a fire in Zhang Li's eyes under the drugs effect. "Big brother Zhang, I'm wearing white silk." Seeing Zhang Li's burning gaze, after confirming her charm, Meng Wanning quietly said into his ear. She deliberately let her warm breath blow from her mouth onto Zhang Li, making him shudder all over as if he had been electrocuted. Clank, clank, clank. As Meng Wanning, wearing a mask, walked out of the corridor, and before Zhang Li could follow, suddenly a doctor in a white coat walked past the corridor. Oh my! So thrilling! Watching Meng Wanning hurry ahead with her head down, showing nothing unusual, Zhang Li took a deep breath and followed. He hadn't intended this. But, in this situation, what could he do? The women's bathroom? I've never been in the women's bathroom in my life. A minute later, they entered the restroom, and seeing Meng Wanning waving to him at the last stall, Zhang Li swallowed. This restroom is specifically for doctors. Because the operating rooms and offices also have restrooms, few doctors use this one. Scanning left and right, seeing no one else, Zhang Li bit his lip and followed. With the system and secret drug, he was no longer his former self. If it's time to be bold, be bold. If Meng Wanning is not afraid at her workplace, why should he be scared? Big brother Zhang, sit down. Seeing Zhang Li come in, Meng Wanning, extremely nervous, shut the stall door and pulled Zhang Li to sit on the toilet lid. Such a scene she had only heard of, and this was her first attempt. But to make big brother Zhang obsessed with her, she was willing to cooperate with any scenario he liked. Even if big brother Zhang didn't mention it, she would take the initiative. Swish! Once Zhang Li sat down, Meng Wanning slowly peeled off. Clatter! Zhang Li's eyes lit up. Compared to Quan Peijun with peach-shaped hips, Meng Wanning's biggest feature was her long legs. Inside the white coat, indeed, she had already changed into white silk stockings with lace. Zhang Li's breathing caught. Half a minute later, the toilet in the bathroom broke. For some reason, it started flushing uncontrollably. Click, click, click. As Zhang Li accelerated and Meng Wanning tried to endure, suddenly, the sound of high heels stepping on the floor came from the restroom entrance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hearing the high heels on the floor, someone walked into the restroom and immediately opened the next stall. Zhang Li and Meng Wanning, who were pressed together, stopped suddenly. Neither dared to move. Although they originally sought excitement, when the real excitement arrived, both froze. Someone truly appeared, and they both chickened out. Rustle. The two, silent, heard water flowing from the stall next to them. Gurgle. For some unknown reason, Meng Wanning suddenly sucked in. But she wasn't swallowing saliva. Oh my! Startled, Zhang Li sucked in a cold breath, nearly spitting. Swish! Zhang Li's sudden exclamation caused the water flow in the next stall to pause. Swish! Zhang Li and Meng Wanning exchanged a terrified glance. Someone next to them had heard them. Splash! 3 seconds later, for some reason, the water flow resumed. Ah! Amid Zhang Li and Meng Wanning's tense pause, an unusual sound came from the next stall. Oh my! Zhang Li and Meng Wanning didn't expect the person next door to react like this. Hearing Zhang Li's voice, the neighbor realized what was happening. Instead of being surprised, they began to cooperate with themselves. Go to hell. Who's afraid of whom? Zhang Li didn't know whether hospital doctors were all this crazy, but the sudden change unleashed him too. Who's afraid of whom? In this situation, the one who backs down is the loser. If Meng Wanning isn't afraid, then he certainly can't be. Ah! Zhang Li's sudden movement made Meng Wanning moan again. Almost instantly, moans began rising and falling, though both tried to keep their voices low, due to the confined space and special scene. After 2 minutes, Zhang Li let out a low roar. Next door, the sound of a flood release also began. Ding! Intimacy +1. Intimacy +1. Sitting on the toilet lid, Zhang Li enjoyed Meng Wanning cleaning up after. He also saw his panel open automatically, lines of text scrolling from it. Let's go! A few minutes later, they waited for the next stall to finish and walked out after Meng Wanning. But Zhang Li didn't expect. The next stall didn't leave either. Helpless, he picked up the cleaned up Meng Wanning and strode out. Creak! After Zhang Li and Meng Wanning left, the next stall opened. A woman in a pinstripe suit, holding a long black item, hair pinned on top of her head, with a slightly red face, walked out. Mr. Zhang, shall the three of us have lunch together at noon? Renqin Hospital, neurology doctor's office. Seeing it was already past 12, and after Zhang Li had reviewed the treatment plan with Lu Yasi, she spoke out and invited him. No matter what, given the need to treat her father, getting along with Zhang Li was necessary. Tomorrow. I still have things today. Hearing Lu Yasi's invitation, Zhang Li didn't accept. Just now, after leaving the restroom with Meng Wanning, the two of them returned to the neurology office and discussed the upcoming targeted drug treatment process with another attending doctor, Lu Yasi. With the communication now over, Lu Yasi invited Zhang Li to eat. Meanwhile, Meng Wanning's big, watery eyes watched Zhang Li with affection the entire time. Just now in the restroom, although it was Meng Wanning's second time, the time was not long. Moreover, someone was next to her. That excitement made her feel much better than yesterday. Now satisfied, Meng Wanning felt whatever Big Brother Zhang said was right, and she was still savoring how comfortable that moment made her feel. Alright, I'll cooperate with Wanning afterward. Lu Yasi, who rarely invited a man to eat, didn't expect Zhang Li to refuse. Helpless, she gave up. Big Brother Zhang, don't worry. If there's any news, I'll inform you right away. As Lu Yasi spoke, Meng Wanning finally also spoke up to express her attitude. Okay. Nodding, Zhang Li quickly left their office. Soon, he met up with Li Hanxiang at the hospital entrance. He had refused Lu Yasi's invitation because Li Hanxiang had just called him in a hurry. What's going on? Li Hanxiang had urgently asked Zhang Li to come out just now. Seeing Li Hanxiang's anxious expression, Zhang Li was curious. Could it be that the middle-aged women had seduced Li Hanxiang? Jian Yuliang just called me. Seeing Zhang Li come out, Li Hanxiang grabbed Zhang Li's arm. He had spent the whole morning guarding the director's office with the middle-aged women but didn't meet anyone. Unexpectedly, just a while ago, he received a call from Jiang Yuliang, and the content of the call made Li Hanxiang panic. Because the video Jiang Yuliang filmed went viral, correspondingly, Li Hanxiang's down-and-out image was known by countless people. But Li Hanxiang didn't expect that. Before he could post the second video, the person he cared about most had called Jiang Yuliang. Clearly, the call was to Jiang Yuliang, but Li Hanxiang understood it was actually for him. What call? It was clear Li Hanxiang was flustered and helpless. Zhang Li was very curious what call content could make him this way. Ah Xiao made the call. Hearing Zhang Li ask, Li Hanxiang excitedly shouted a name. Swish! Hearing the name Ah Xiao, Zhang Li immediately fell silent. Sure, Ah Xiao, Zhang Li, Li Hanxiang, and Jiang Yuliang's college classmate. Also, Li Hanxiang's first wife. They became lovers before Li Hanxiang's home was demolished. At that time, after Li Hanxiang's house was demolished, many classmates envied Shiraxio for having insight and finding a potential star early. But after graduating, they married less than 2 years later. Because Li Hanxiang became wealthy, he was seduced and had an affair. Then they divorced. Shiraxio returned to her home in northern Shaanxi. Even though Li Hanxiang divorced his third wife 3 or 4 years ago and knew Shiraxio hadn't remarried, he didn't dare contact her. Who would have thought, when the video went viral and Li Hanxiang's downfall image became known to all classmates, a show actually called. She was the only woman who didn't care about money and was willing to marry him. When they divorced, Shiraxio didn't take a cent from Li Hanxiang's property. Li Hanxiang felt that, aside from his parents, Shiraxio was the person he felt most guilty toward in his life. But he couldn't disturb her. Now, knowing the news about Xiao, he was in chaos. He immediately called Zhang Li over. What happened? After a long silence, Zhang Li finally asked. Because of Xiao, he had even broken Li Hanxiang's leg back then. He didn't know what to say about Xiao. Xiao said her father passed away a few days ago. If Zhang Yuliang has time, he should go pay respects. The funeral is the day after tomorrow morning. Li Hanxiang gave the reason. What a coincidence. Hearing Li Hanxiang, Zhang Li didn't expect that. Just as Li Hanxiang's video went viral, Xiao's father also died. Just a coincidence. Li Hanxiang nodded in agreement. Then let's go. Tomorrow the three of us will drive in my car. Seeing Li Hanxiang's demeanor, Zhang Li understood they had to go. Then will you post the second video? Looking at Li Hanxiang, Zhang Li slowly asked. He, Li Hanxiang, and Zhang Yuliang hadn't expected that Li Hanxiang's downfall video would blow Xiao back into the picture. According to plan, Li Hanxiang was going to post the second video tonight. But now, because of Xiao, obviously that video should not be posted. Better not post it for now. Doesn't matter if it's posted later or not. After thinking for a moment, Li Hanxiang replied silently. He had been looking forward to releasing the second video to face everyone. But now, Xiao's appearance, clearly because of his downfall, made him worry that if he posted the second video and Xiao saw that he was actually wealthy, she would disappear again. Alright. This matter had to follow Li Hanxiang's lead, so Zhang Li nodded in agreement. Swish. After discussing the plan with Zhang Li, Li Hanxiang immediately took out his phone and called Zhang Yuliang. A few minutes later, they told the middle-aged women guarding the hospital the work points and told them to call if anything happened. Then Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang quickly left the hospital. Since they were going tomorrow, driving to Yulin in northern Shaanxi would take 5 or 6 hours. The two needed to arrange some things. The hospital matter was temporarily resolved. Next, they waited for Director Wang to urge progress. According to Meng Wanning and Lu Yaxi's guess, a result would come in a week or two. Meanwhile, Zhang Li had to handle several treasure detection tips he detected early this morning. Apart from the first one, the earring with a body, there was information he detected today at Chui Grandma's home in the Ganja Fort urban village, gold-plated speaker parts in a scrap recycling station. Also, at Li Hanxiang's third ex-wife Dong Qian's home, a gold-plated smoking pipe hidden in the bedside cabinet. He couldn't take anything from Dong Qian's house, but he did need to deal with the items at the recycling station. Additionally, he needed to arrange the daily detection count for treasure detecting attendant Meng Wanning. The other treasure detecting messenger Quan Peijun, since her intimacy reached 50 points, could store detection counts. Meng Wanning couldn't yet. Raise Meng Wanning's intimacy to 50 points tonight? Thinking of Meng Wanning, Zhang Li pondered. No. Her body can't take it. Also, even if she reaches 50 points, the activated function might not be storing detection counts. However, Zhang Li quickly rejected his crazy thought. Although Meng Wanning's initial intimacy was high, it couldn't reach 50 points in just one night. And today he had quite many things to deal with, so he might not have time to spend with Meng Wanning. Old Wang, you guys really are. In Happiness Garden urban village, after leaving the hospital with Li Hanxiang, Zhang Li and the two returned to the urban village. Seeing Old Wang, thinking of the remaining 4 secret pills, feeling his body still slightly warm, Zhang Li didn't know what to say to the three of them. Many things, for outsiders, seem mysterious and grand. But for insiders, it's as ordinary as drinking water and eating meals. For example, what seemed like a grand and mysterious rocket launch after Max's SpaceX appeared, it's just stainless steel, burns natural gas, and lets anyone take photos, ordinary as can be. Earlier, Zhang Li was still thinking about how to dig out the secret pills. In front of Old Wang and the others, he easily disturbed only one security guard and got the items. Snakes have their ways, rats have theirs. Old Wang and the others greatly helped Zhang Li's treasure-seeking business. Thank you all. but next time be safe. Looking at the three of old Wang's dark, silly smiling faces, Zhang Li couldn't help but pat the three on the shoulders. Alright, we won't talk more about it. The exploration company I'm setting up and its business direction I've pretty much told you. After the new year you can bring people over. I'll formally sign a contract with you. After patting their shoulders, Zhang Li didn't say more. Tomorrow, he and Li Hanxiang would go to northern Shanxi. He couldn't entertain old Wang and the others, so he planned to have them return to Zhangluo first. Okay. It'd be great to help little Li Gu. We'll buy tickets to go back this afternoon. Having retrieved the box last night and judging it helpful to little Li Gu, old Wang and the others were in a good mood, feeling they had shown their ability. Take it. This is the deposit. Have a good new year. Next year bring people to me. Handing the remaining 30,000 yuan cash to old Wang and the others, Zhang Li gave them no chance to refuse. Last time, he gave old Wang 3,000 yuan for free. This time, he gave 30,000 yuan. Although the secret pills are priceless, 30,000 yuan is enough for the three to go home. Too much isn't good. Okay. Thanks little Li Gu. Hearing Zhang Li's words and feeling the force of his hand, old Wang didn't refuse further. Mainly, he thought little Li Gu was going to open a company. Although this money exceeded their expectations, surely wouldn't hurt little Li Gu. Whoosh soon, Zhang Li called a car for old Wang and the others to send them to the high-speed rail station. Then Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang headed toward Ganja Fort Urban Village. You're interested in the scrap recycling station? On the way, Li Hanxiang, still looking forward to going to northern Shanxi tomorrow, curiously asked after hearing Zhang Li's meaning. Yes, I feel there will be big treasures among scrap. Zhang Li, targeting another treasure hunt, nodded in response. True. I've heard many stories about people at recycling stations finding good stuff. I even heard someone once found a whole book of monkey notes from scrap. You know monkey notes? The kind worth over 100,000 each. Li Hanxiang nodded, agreeing with Zhang Li. Zhang Li, not saying more, continued driving. By the way, can you get Dong Qian's hair? Suddenly Zhang Li asked again. Today, the second treasure tip was about high-end audio parts at the recycling station. The third was a gold-plated smoking pipe hidden in Dong Qian's bedside cabinet. Zhang Li hadn't heard of a smoking pipe, but he'd heard of big ones. Last time, with Li Hanxiang, at the police station, they detected hair and handled that hot potato found in the shower center ceiling. Suddenly remembering the third treasure tip, Zhang Li had a sudden idea to test Dong Qian. If Dong Qian is fine, great. If not, great, could send that guy bothering Li Hanxiang in. Maybe get another good citizen award. Hair? I'll try. Not knowing what Zhang Li wanted, Li Hanxiang still nodded. SSS. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Li, using the small map red dot positioning, drove the car into a courtyard enclosed by a wall, about dozens of meters long and wide. Entering the yard with scrap iron sheets labeled a Fei Resource Recycling Station. Zhang Li saw all kinds of scrap piled like mountains. What's this for? Slowly walking into the yard, searching for used high-end audio using the red dot map, Zhang Li heard a loud shout. Boss! Do you sell things from here? Seeing the boss come out of the iron sheet house in front, Li Hanxiang called out. Zhang Li already told Li Hanxiang in the car that he felt there was something here. Facing such a streetwise person, Li Hanxiang had more experience. Sell? Of course I sell. What do you want to buy? Looking at dark-skinned Zhang Li, then at disheveled Li Hanxiang, the scrap station boss Gao Shihao shouted. His recycling station mainly collected scrap. But at the same time, he also sold some of it. How about this? Kicking a large piece of wood placed in the yard casually, Li Hanxiang asked. Good eye, brother, this is Yinshensi wood. For you it's 8,000. Seeing a 5-meter-long rotten log kicked by Li Hanxiang, Gao Shihao shouted directly. 8,000? If this really is Yinshensi wood, someone would fight over it for 8 million. Rolling his eyes at Gao Shihao's words, Li Hanxiang reacted. How about this? At this moment, Zhang Li pointed to a bicycle and asked. 200. Gao Shihao answered again. For items with clear price, he gave normal prices, but for things he didn't recognize, he offered as high a price as possible. Guys at these scrap stations knew there were treasures in scrap. Although they didn't recognize them, that didn't stop them from buying low and selling high. Good. A few minutes later, after asking several other items for price, including the target high-end audio, when learning the boss quoted 20,000 yuan, Zhang Li knew the chance to find a bargain in the scrap station was low. Then, boss, will you sell your scrap station? His gaze swept around, seeing there was a resource recycling license and land use certificate limited to recycling in the boss's iron sheet house. Zhang Li suddenly asked. Hearing Zhang Li, both Li Hanxiang and the boss were stunned. Li Hanxiang was stunned because Zhang Li had clearly said earlier just to buy a few items he felt were treasures. How did the talk suddenly turn to buying the whole place? Did that mean he found countless treasures? And the boss was surprised. Who is this person? Haven't seen someone talk like this before. Calculate the price. I really want to buy. I used to do rooftop real estate, and recently the market isn't good. I plan to buy your place, to give my brothers some work. Seeing the boss shocked, Zhang Li began to explain. Never seen someone sell like this? Then you'll see it today after seeing the scrap station piled high, and the boss asking even more than relic dealers for unknown items. Zhang Li immediately decided to buy the station outright. He had 3 reasons. First, of course, his father's and Sha Nanan's hospital bills no longer needed to be paid. He currently had over 15 million yuan in his bank. He could afford to buy the scrap station. Second, when he parted from old Wang, he understood that after the new year, he could bring over 100 people. If it really got that large, the exploration company could first let people collect scrap. After all, work is hard to find, and old Wang and the others had proven their abilities and would be useful. And third, after seeing all the various things and the mountain of scrap at the station, he thought this was a very good place that could avoid many troubles for his treasure hunting finds. Having made up his mind, Zhang Li decided immediately to buy the scrap station. Really want to buy? Boss Gao Shihao curiously asked, looking into Zhang Li's eyes. He didn't think Zhang Li looked like someone who could afford it. Although scrap stations sound dirty and messy, with all that in the yard plus 2 licenses and a business permit, it was worth at least 3 or 4 million. He doubted Zhang Li could pay. Really? Name your price. Zhang Li nodded firmly. 10 million? Boss Gao Shihao slowly quoted a price, puzzled when looking at Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang. You must be joking. This broken junk worth 10 million? Before Zhang Li could speak, Li Hanxiang already spat out. He didn't know why his brother wanted to buy a scrap station, but he knew he had to help him haggle. I'm serious. Give a proper price. I'm a distant relative of Cui Grandma. Seeing the boss obviously overpricing, Zhang Li slowly brought up Cui Grandma's name. This station was in Ganja Fort Urban Village. The boss must know Cui Grandma. Cui Grandma? Sure enough, upon hearing Zhang Li, the boss looked puzzled. Gao Shihao of course knew about Cui Grandma, who survived by collecting scrap daily to support her brain-damaged granddaughter. He'd bought many cardboard boxes she collected. You two add me on WeChat first. Boss, think it over. I'm not in a hurry, but I'm serious. Seeing the boss pause, Zhang Li waved for him and Li Hanxiang to add him on WeChat. They intended to buy the scrap station, but old Wang and the others would come after the new year, so there was no rush. Also, they did not have to buy this particular station, he had many options. Okay. Give a good price. If the price doesn't suit, we'll go buy another station. Waving to the boss, Zhang Li quickly took his leave, letting the more experienced Li Hanxiang handle it. Alright, bye boss. After sending Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang out and seeing the luxury X7 car Zhang Li drove, Gao Shihao finally realized Zhang Li wasn't bluffing. His tone became respectful. Alright, you handle your business too. I'll come pick you and Jian Yuliang up tomorrow morning. Half an hour later, after dropping Li Hanxiang at home, Zhang Li went to his villa. He had some things to think through alone. For example, the remaining 4 priceless secret pills of powerful origin. For example, the new detection option triggered by last night's intimate interaction with Meng Wanning. He needed to think carefully about these. I'm going on a business trip tomorrow. Expecting to be back the day after tomorrow. Don't worry about Dad's illness. Tell Mom to rest at home a few more days. Back at his villa, after lying on the mattress and thinking and resting for a while, Zhang Li called his sister Zhang Puru. Earlier, because his sister was still studying, he didn't want her to worry, so he didn't discuss many things with her. Now that he had money, he had the confidence to talk about anything. Don't worry about what? Receiving her brother's call, Zhang Puru was surprised. She had just returned to the lab to check on an experiment. Rinxin Hospital has an innovative research project needing patients, and Dad, being in Rinxin Hospital, lucky got accepted. Zhang Li explained, laying groundwork for upcoming free treatment. Alright, tell Mom the news. We'll talk about other things when I'm back the day after tomorrow. Before his sister could speak, Zhang Li hung up the phone. Because another call came in. Big brother Zhang. The information you asked me to get, I got it. My brother wouldn't tell me. I asked one of his familiar colleagues. The call was from Zhang Li's other treasure hunting attendant, Quan Peijun. Good. Hearing Quan Peijun's words, Zhang Li hid his villa treasure again, then immediately got up to meet her. The jewels dug up in Yangqing Park, and the gold earrings suspected to belong to a murdered woman, had made him wary of something. Now hearing Quan Peijun had dug up more information, He wanted the details immediately, it was very important to him. Does Big Brother Zhang like men or not? Tonight I need to really detect that. On the other hand, hearing Zhang Li would come over right away, Quan Peijun was full of thoughts. She had spent the whole day not only getting information for Zhang Li but also thinking about whether he was bisexual. This had made her nervous all day. She didn't want any further contact with Chen Liming, but if Big Brother Zhang also liked Chen Liming, she'd be conflicted, even unable to accept it. Bang! 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 While Quan Peijun was in turmoil, Zhang Li knocked on her door. Ah! Big Brother Zhang! Quan Peijun, full of myriad thoughts and overwhelming conflict, the moment she saw Zhang Li, all distractions vanished. Seeing Zhang Li's hand, seeing his body, she immediately softened, completely forgetting her earlier whirlwind of thoughts. Swish! Before Zhang Li could react, Quan Peijun took the initiative, helping him remove his coat and handing him replacement slippers. You? Pulled in, Zhang Li sat on the sofa. Today, Quan Peijun wore a green, thin-fitted sweater, her upper body filled it perfectly, and her lower body in teal skinny jeans, which stretched tight across her rounded hips at a slight bend. Subtly, Zhang Li could even see a hint of the innermost lines through the jeans. Big Brother Zhang! Before Zhang Li could ask Quan Peijun about what she said on the phone, a passionate body suddenly pressed into his arms. Oh my! Speechless, Zhang Li could only lie back on the sofa and go along. The good news, thanks to the secret pills, he no longer worried about back pain. What? An hour later, Zhang Li was surprised Quan Peijun actually asked him if he liked Qian Liming. No! What nonsense! Zhang Li immediately denied, not knowing what Quan Peijun was asking. Swish! He had just answered when Quan Peijun's autopilot suddenly changed from Gear 1 to Gear 5. Time flew, stopping and going, resting and washing, and Zhang Li never had the opportunity to question her. Mainly, Quan Peijun clearly wasn't herself today, especially after he answered. Detect! Taking a sip of water, calming himself, he saw Quan Peijun go back to change into another set of clothes. Seeing he and Quan Peijun had worked straight past midnight, Zhang Li opened the panel again to do the new day's detection. Time had come, detection could begin. He'd been eagerly awaiting the new detection item activated yesterday. Swish! When the text scrolled out and he saw the first message of the new day's detection, Zhang Li was instantly stunned. Infinite strength surged through his otherwise tired body. The treasure detection message had changed. It wasn't the same as before. As expected, activating through Manhwa upgraded the system's detectable items. This time, it detected something he never expected. Ding! Scanning detection, please wait. Ding! Scan complete. Today's detection result is as follows. You passed by Happiness Garden Urban Village today. Small map detection found at Happiness Garden Urban Village, household number 598, on the 3rd floor bedroom bedside, there is a movie script of Crazy Jade. After this script becomes a movie in the future, it will be a huge hit, box office over 1 billion. I'm going. Wait. Just as he was stunned again, today's treasure hunting data was completely different from before. Suddenly, Zhang Li saw Quan Peijun, all in white, wearing a red string outfit, emerging. When Quan Peijun slithered toward him like a snake, he immediately stood and told her to stop. Ah! Just now, upon hearing that Zhang Li had no feelings for Qian Liming, her nervousness fell away. Quan Peijun had decided, even if she fainted today, she would accompany Brother Zhang. But after several hours, with breaks in between, she noticed Zhang Li was still vigorous. This made Quan Peijun unleash her ultimate move. What she didn't expect was, after secretly taking some stamina supplement and changing clothes, Brother Zhang still stood up in surprise and pushed her aside. This made Quan Peijun look down at her outfit. She thought, Brother Zhang didn't like her outfit combination. The jewelry lingerie set isn't finished yet. Many components are not assembled. Zhang Li suddenly stood, reminding Quan Peijun of the jewelry lingerie set she had specially designed for him. I'll go fix it now. When she heard Brother Zhang say he wanted to rest, Quan Peijun gritted her teeth and went straight into the bedroom. I'm going. So this is the result after the treasure detection program updated? New detection program? On the other side. Waving to pause Quan Peijun's actions, Zhang Li's gaze was completely fixed on the system panel. Last night, because Meng Wanning activated it for the first time, aside from triggering the bond combo feature, his system had upgraded the detectable items. Now, seeing that the first item in today's treasure hunting data was a movie script, Zhang Li was both shocked and delighted. Normally, his treasure finds were all physical, tangible wealth. Coins, silver, porcelain, secret medicine, even Bitcoin, but with a physical USB drive. He didn't expect. Today he would detect something intangible. A movie script. A script for a film that hasn't started filming yet. Zhang Li jumped up excitedly. Physical items have their merits, but virtual items have theirs too. Compared to digging up physical items, or he must hide them and make excuses, this script is predicted to be a hit. If he invests and profits, the risk is gone. Zhang Li had been hoping, after last night's activation via Manhwa, what new treasure hunting options would appear. Now, with the actual treasure results appearing, he was amazed and delighted it turned out to be something like this. Too unexpected. So surprising. More importantly, just one Manhwa activated such a promising detection option. If they set more treasure hunting envoys, could they activate even more powerful, unimaginable detection items? His excitement made him swallow saliva as he read the info. He had imagined his system would be powerful. Yet, reality forever exceeds imagination. The system can detect not only physical treasures but also high-value, virtual movie scripts not yet filmed. This broadened Zhang Li's vision. As described in the data, this film script would become a future sensation. This newly activated detection option, beyond detecting past, existing treasures, can detect future treasures? Detect things that will explode in popularity? Then could it detect future skyrocketing stocks too? With wild thoughts swirling, Zhang Li instantly wanted to rush overnight to Shanghai Stock Exchange. Phew! The sudden detection had Zhang Li's mind racing with visions. Brother Zhang! Suddenly, Quan Peijun appeared again. Turning around, Zhang Li saw Quan Peijun in a full green jade outfit, adorned with all kinds of rounded jade spheres. Damn! He had never seen clothes like that. Brother Zhang, all this jade was given by you, and I haven't finished using it yet. Seeing Zhang Li's shocked gaze, Quan Peijun came closer. Ding! Quan Peijun intimacy +1. Soon, along with Zhang Li's reluctant cooperation, lines of text appeared on his panel again. A bit slower? Half an hour later, Quan Peijun was soaked through. Checking her intimacy score, it had only reached 55 points, causing Zhang Li to frown slightly. After 50 points, the speed of increase had slowed compared to before. Phew! Slower is slower, higher level, more experience required, Zhang Li understood. Glancing at the fainted Quan Peijun beside him, Zhang Li sighed and shifted his gaze to the other two items detected today. 2. You passed by a Fei recycling station today. Mini-map detection found in the scrap metal area of a Fei recycling station, an iron chunk inside. The damaged gilded commander's tiger tally of later Liao Kingdom's 11th South Court Prince. South Court Prince? Gilded tiger tally? Seeing the second detected treasure, which happened to be in the recycling station he planned to buy, Zhang Li's eyes lit up again. There really was something in the recycling station. Not only discarded speakers containing gold and silver, but also items from the Liao Kingdom contemporaneous with the Southern Song. Though damaged, the tiger tally was still a good sign. Splash! He drank from the teacup to calm his mood and continued to check the third item. Shit! Seeing the third info, he jumped up in fright. 3. You passed by Shanghai Bagong Community today. Mini-map detection found in Building 2, Unit 11, Room 404 of Shanghai Bagong Phase 2, inside the bedside table drawer, a brand new bird tongue. Fuck! Seeing the third detection, Zhang Li's pupils shrank. Bird tongue? Iubu? He'd only seen this thing in stories and films. He never thought his system could detect something like this. This isn't everyday American gunfire. In Great Xia, aside from university military training, ordinary people could never see it. Is it because treasure detection options upgraded? Or because this thing has value, so it was detected? Seeing the third data, Zhang Li kept thinking. He didn't know if this surprise detection related to system upgrade. But for him, this was a bit dangerous. Moreover, the items detected these past days kept getting more dangerous. If it can be detected, it proves someone hid it. So, it's probably not from a legit source. Was it intentionally concealed? Today's first detection filled him with hope for the future. But the third suddenly made him uneasy. Is Brother Zhang a public security officer? Taking a deep breath, looking at the limp Quan Peijun, Zhang Li decided to ask. Originally, he came today to hear what Quan Peijun had found out. But unexpectedly, before he could say anything, she had fainted. Slap! Zhang Li slapped her on the bust to wake her. Brother Zhang, did you receive a good citizen certificate? On the sofa, after waking Quan Peijun and washing up, they finally got to the main topic. Their topic today. Communicating the news Quan Peijun had found out for Zhang Li. Yes. Unexpectedly, Quan Peijun had investigated thoroughly, even knowing about the good citizen certificates he and Li Hanxiang received, and Zhang Li nodded without hesitation. Brother Jean, was your good citizen certificate issued by Fuhong Road Public Security Station? Her expression serious, Quan Pei-jun continued asking. Although Zhang had already told her the result earlier in battle, she still wanted to confirm. Brother Zhang is so good. He can't like Qian Liming. He can't be a pest. At least, he can't mess with Qian Liming. Yes. Uncomprehending, Zhang Li continued nodding. Then Brother Zhang, are you and that person named Li Hanxiang? Seeing Zhang Li's obvious reaction, Quan Pei-jun finally asked what she wanted to know. What? Hearing Li Hanxiang's name, Zhang Li was dumbstruck for a moment. I'm saying, when you two received the certificate at the security office, your previous, relationship? Quan Pei-jun asked cautiously. This was very important to her. She couldn't accept Brother Zhan liking men. If that were the case, she had even decided to help Brother Zhan correct himself. If Brother Zhang really liked entry, then enter me. I'll correct his bad habit of liking men. Relationship? What relationship? Faced with Quan Pei-jun's question, Zhang Li was confused again. He had already forgotten what happened during the award ceremony. That, I heard from the security office staff, you and Li Hanxiang in the bathroom. Seeing Zhang Li's genuine confusion, Quan Pei-jun reminded him further. Ha? Oh, damn, sinful. With Quan Pei-jun's questioning and reminders, Zhang Li finally realized what she was asking. Speechless, he remembered the misunderstanding by the security officers and directly shouted Li Hanxiang's catchphrase at the time. He didn't care much about the misunderstanding back then, since there was nothing between them anyway, but he never imagined this matter would come up again through Quan Pei-jun. No, never, impossible. Realizing it, Zhang Li immediately gave a triple denial. After denying it, he finally realized why Quan Pei-jun had earlier asked if he liked Qian Liming. During their previous battle, he was too focused and hadn't thought it through. He thought she was asking whether he liked calling Qian Liming. Not fond of such low-level hobbies, Zhang Li instinctively said he didn't like it. Now, he finally understood what Quan Pei-jun was asking. Great. Brother Zhang, if you like it, I can do it too. But don't go for a man, okay? Now finally relieved. No longer worried about the tragic possibility of having to share Zhang Li with Qian Liming, Quan Pei-jun shouted excitedly. Hearing Quan Pei-jun's words, Zhang Li's heart warmed again. Then, his gaze unconsciously fell on a spherical green jade piece hanging on Quan Pei-jun. Let's talk about the Yangqing Park thing. However, after several hours just now, even though Zhang Li felt warm inside, he didn't act on it. Business first. He had come mainly to get information. Business first. Okay. Completely drained, Quan Pei-jun had originally planned to push through to help with the backyard gate matter. When she saw Zhang Li not making a move but asking questions instead, she immediately cooperated. Soon, everything she had learned today about chasing traffickers and the bad guys at Yangqing Park, she told Zhang Li. She even shared that a few big names in Chang'an, including Boss Su, were looking for ancient medicine to have children. For some reason, after yesterday, Quan Pei-jun felt fully attached to and concerned for Zhang Li. She opened herself to him completely. She told Zhang Li everything she knew without holding anything back. This intimacy level really affects how the treasure-seeking attendant feels about me. Quan Pei-jun's attachment and openness to me must be linked to intimacy. Intimacy isn't just for unlocking features, it really affects emotions and attitudes. Beside her, hearing Quan Pei-jun tell him everything in full detail, and earlier, during encouragement, completely cooperating with him, Zhang Li understood. After activating this treasure-seeking attendant and reaching intimacy 50+, there were more subtle effects. Looking at Quan Pei-jun, Zhang Li began to analyze what she had said. The security office is actually chasing a trafficker. This trafficker, could it be related to that thing Hanxiang and I encountered at the bathhouse? This trafficker also appeared at Yangqing Park? Combining Quan Pei-jun's answers, Zhang Li ran through all the information quickly in his mind. Last time, he found a large bag of jewels at Yangqing Park. Yesterday, he saved a woman thrown into the water there. More importantly, from today's treasure data, item number 3 mentioned a birdtong gun, which linked all the events together in his mind. If we assume the worst about everything, these traffickers are committing murder, hiding jewels, and stashing guns? One analysis after another flashed in Zhang Li's mind. Quan Pei-jun's intel, combined with his treasure data, began to form a clear outline in his mind. In that case, my villa might not be safe. That drowned woman has been there. With various info swirling, Zhang Li suddenly judged that his villa had some risk. Even though the villa area had top-notch security, he didn't want to be anywhere potentially dangerous, especially since he had witnessed with his own eyes that woman tied to a stone and thrown into water. If that was also done by traffickers, then he had to be extra careful. So, how do I report that room with the Birdton to the security office? That trafficker, a threat to him, Zhang Li obviously wanted to eliminate it quickly. Conveniently, the security uncle was also pursuing this gang. In Xia, where violent incidents were rare and safety ranked #1 globally, to have these events happen around his neighborhood, that room with the Birdton was very likely related to the traffickers. Even if not anyone hiding a Birdton wasn't a good person, he definitely had to report it. Brother Zhang? After a while, seeing Zhang Li still deep in thought, Quan Peijun slowly got up. Just now, she had been lying face down on his stomach, talking with her head resting on his legs. It's okay, you can sleep now. If you're tired, go rest. Looking at her, Zhang Li waved his hand. He was still thinking about another thing she said earlier. Boss Su wanted ancient medicine for fertility? He happened to have 4 emperor-level pills left. However, given how rare his pills were, there was no way he would give them away easily. Having taken them for 2 days, Zhang Li knew best how powerful they were. He felt, even if someone offered him billions, he wouldn't sell them. They were absolute rarities. Things should be fine for now, but I still have to deal with this matter soon. 10 minutes later. After reviewing everything in his mind, Zhang Li muttered silently. Though he had taken a huge stash of jewels, though he had rescued a woman from murder, though he found a power bank with a gold necklace at the bathhouse. If all of this really related to the traffickers, it would be trouble. However, this was based on the worst-case guess. What if the trafficker had nothing to do with the jewels, the woman, or the bathhouse? That was possible too. Tomorrow I'll go to Northern Shanxi, must meet Xiao. Then come back and report to the security office. Also, I need to study more about this system's new virtual treasure detection feature. After sending Quan Peijun to the bedroom, Zhang Li gradually made up his mind. It was already 2 to 3 a.m. when daylight came. He would head to Northern Shanxi first thing. Even if he needed to handle everything else, it had to wait until he came back. Han Qiang, do you know the family at household number 598 in your village? Still awake, after thinking for a bit, Zhang Li called Li Hanxiang in the middle of the night. Household 598, where the future hit movie script was detected. Brotherly. On the other side, in the urban village, Li Hanxiang hadn't gone to sleep. He was about to head to Northern Shanxi to find Xiao, whom he hadn't contacted in over 10 years. His emotions were surging, and he couldn't sleep at all. When he suddenly saw a call from Zhang Li, he answered right away. Household 598? That's Ninghao's house, of course I know. Upon hearing Zhang Li's question, Li Hanxiang responded immediately. Ninghao? Is he the tenant or the owner? Zhang Li was pleasantly surprised that Li Hanxiang actually knew about household 598. He's both the owner and the tenant. What Zhang Li didn't expect was this answer from Li Hanxiang. He wanted to know whether Ninghao owned the 598 unit or was just renting it. What do you mean? Zhang Li didn't understand Li Hanxiang's response. But soon, Li Hanxiang explained clearly. Originally, household 598 belonged to Ninghao's family, who were from the same village as Li Hanxiang. But later on, Ninghao's family sold the house. Then, they rented it back from the new owner. And as for why Ninghao did that, Li Hanxiang quickly explained it too. Turns out, in the Xingfu Jiayuan urban village, there were 2 notorious squanderers. One was Li Hanxiang, who burned through nearly 100 million in assets, lost his wife, and whose parents had passed away. The other was Ninghao. They were kindred spirits in ruin. However, unlike Li Hanxiang, who was tricked into it, Ninghao, whose family had also gone through 4 demolition compensations, lost everything purely because of his personal interests. Ninghao liked making movies, and he sold off all his assets to fund filmmaking. But his movies either bombed or got banned as soon as they were completed. In short, nothing ever went well, and he ended up even more broke than Li Hanxiang. At least Li Hanxiang still had a tube-shaped building. But Ninghao's family even mortgaged their last tube building and could only rent it back from another villager who bought it. This Ninghao actually has something to do with us. After finishing Ninghao's tragic story, Li Hanxiang suddenly added a comment. A connection? What connection? Zhang Li asked, puzzled. His mom is that Auntie Ning who helped us last time. The one you called one of the 4 heavenly kings. She's been outside the director's office at Rinxin Hospital these days. Li Hanxiang revealed the direct link between Zhang Li and Ninghao. Ha! What a coincidence! Already intrigued by Ninghao's downfall story, Zhang was surprised to learn that Ning Hao's mom was part of his anti-squad. Is Ning Hao home? I'd like to pay a visit. Zhang had already learned from his treasure info that Ning Hao had a script destined to explode in popularity. Now that he knew Ning Hao was financially struggling, he planned to step in early. He had to invest in it if he could. He should be home. He's either filming or on his way to film. Li Hanxiang couldn't give a definite answer. However, he soon told Zhang Li that he could call Auntie Ning in the morning to arrange a meeting. Alright, help me set up a meeting with Ning Hao. If I can meet him tomorrow morning, great. If not, then schedule it for when we return from northern Shaanxi. After hearing Li Hanxiang's explanation, Zhang Li made up his mind. He had to meet Ning Hao. This was the first non-physical treasure discovered after the update. He had to get close. Best case, he'd invest in the script. If not, he'd keep following up to confirm if the movie from the script would actually become a hit. Okay, sleep early. I'll come early tomorrow. After the discussion, Zhang Li gave a reminder. Yeah, you too. After some mutual care, they hung up. I'll just sleep here tonight. After the call, under normal circumstances, Zhang Li would have returned to his villa. But remembering his earlier analysis, he decided to stay in Quan Peijun's room for the night. Brother Zhang, he had planned to sleep on the couch. But unexpectedly, after hearing the call ended, Quan Peijun appeared and pulled him into the bedroom. Then, Zhang Li, needing to recover his strength, didn't make another move. And once Quan Peijun saw Zhang Li's intentions, she obediently lay in his arms. A few hours later, it was daylight. Alright, I've got things to do. Opening his eyes, seeing the blanket rising up, Zhang Li, who normally would go for a morning round, didn't waste time. Last night had already lasted several hours. No rush, there would be more opportunities. He. With intimacy now over 50, Quan Peijun cared deeply for Zhang Li, and after hearing his words, she obediently got up. Soon, with her care, Zhang Li got dressed, quickly ate a few bites of breakfast at the table, and left the house. He didn't even know when Quan Peijun had gotten up and prepared breakfast. The room. After filling up his car at the gas station, Zhang Li went straight to pick up Li Hanxiang. Today, they had a long journey. From the Guangzhong Plain, they'd be driving straight up to the Lus Plateau in the north. Son, where are you? Hurry home. In room 598 at Xingfu Garden. Up early and planning to head to Renqin Hospital with her team, Auntie Ning was surprised to get a call from Li Hanxiang, saying he wanted to invest in her son Ning Hao's movie. She immediately called her son. What's up? Still in bed, Ning Hao had a splitting headache, his hangover hadn't worn off yet. You know Hanxiang. He just called me, said he wants to invest in your movie. Come back now and meet him. Auntie Ning said anxiously, though she deeply resented her son's obsession with movies. But, since he had already paid such a huge price, deep down she still hoped he would succeed. After all, she had seen his efforts. Lately, her son had been trying to raise money for a film, she knew about it. So after hearing Hanxiang's call this morning, she contacted her son right away. Hanxiang? He's broke as hell, even worse than me. Hearing someone wanted to invest, Ning Hao got excited. But upon hearing it was fellow villager in Pir Hanxiang, Ning Hao immediately rolled his eyes. The two of them were like peas in a pod. Hanxiang had no way to invest in anything. You know nothing. Hanxiang might be a mess, but he has a powerful brother. I'm telling you, his brother is a big boss, super rich. Even the director of Renqin Hospital listens to him. Also, I've been working for him lately. He drives a big BMW. Seeing her son's dismissive attitude, Auntie Ning quickly corrected him. As someone from the same village, she knew all about Hanxiang's downfall. But in recent days, she had also seen Zhang Li's wealth. Really? I'm in Rongqing, Sichuan trying to raise funds, I'll come back right away. Hearing his mom's explanation, Ning Hao got excited. Funding was hard to come by. Learning that Hanxiang had a rich backer, he had to give it a shot. When will you be back? Auntie Ning asked. Hanxiang had just told her he was heading to Shaanxi soon and couldn't wait. I'll buy a ticket now, should be back by afternoon. Rushing to wash up, Ning Hao replied. Don't hurry, Hanxiang's leaving, he'll be back tomorrow. You can return tomorrow. Learning that her son couldn't make it immediately, Auntie Ning relayed Hanxiang's message again. Okay, I'll come back as soon as possible. Hearing there was no urgent rush, Ning Hao slowed down a bit. Damn it, why don't I have a big boss friend? When will my movie become a hit? Dad, I can't hold on much longer. I really can't hold on. After hanging up, still hungover from the night before, Ning Hao felt envious of Hanxiang. At the same time, he couldn't help but hope his late father would bless him with success this time. He had failed too many times. He was about to break down. Brotherly, Ning Hao is in Rongcheng, Sichuan, he can't come back right away. On the other side, after heading out and driving to pick up Li Hanxiang downstairs at his building, while getting into the car with Jiang Yuliang, Li Hanxiang reported to Zhang Li. Alright, then we'll talk after we come back. You can try scheduling a meeting with Ning Hao via WeChat first. Zhang Li nodded and didn't say much more. Investing in Ning Hao's movie that would become a hit in the future was important, but the trip to northern Shaanxi couldn't be delayed. Ah Xiu's father would be buried tomorrow. Whether for the sake of helping his brother Li Hanxiang, or to show care for Ah Xiu, he had to go. Did you bring the money? Seeing the large bag in Li Hanxiang's hand, Zhang Li asked again. Yes. 300,000. Li Hanxiang had withdrawn all the money Zhang Li transferred to him last night. Good, let's go. With all preparations in place, Zhang Li turned the wheel and started the car. The highway route passed right by Rinqian Hospital, so Zhang Li deliberately stopped in front of the hospital for a bit before turning the GPS back on and heading north. Ding! Your treasure-seeking attendant Meng Wanning passed by Yangchun Community. Mini-map detected next to the flowerbed sewer of Yangchun Community, a lost silver ring. As they passed Rinqian Hospital, Zhang Li's panel refreshed with a new treasure update. The attendant's treasure detection only works within 1 kilometer of the treasure seeker. Quan Peijuan's detections could be stored after intimacy reached 50. However, not Meng Wanning's. Not wanting to waste the opportunity, Zhang Li took a detour near Rinqian Hospital to trigger today's detection chance for Meng Wanning. Figures. This is probably how treasure hunting usually goes. Seeing that Meng Wanning had detected a silver ring, likely worth less than 100 yuan, Zhang Li shrugged. There are lots of lost or hidden items out there, but most are just small trinkets. At this moment, the treasure detected by Meng Wanning today was more representative of the norm. That's why I need to unlock more features to raise the base level of treasure quality. Driving along, Zhang Li reflected on this. Even though today's result wasn't great, he still had high hopes for the future. The results may be bad, but Meng Wanning had unlocked many features. Just the ability to detect movie scripts. Even if she didn't find anything for a few days, it would still be worth it. No need to tell her to pick up that ring. Doesn't really matter. Only the treasure seeker can collect the treasure. Zhang Li noted the silver ring's location but didn't bother reminding Meng Wanning. Ding! Just as he finished thinking about Meng Wanning, he received a WeChat message from her. Brother Zhang. Everything's normal today, but the head and deputy director went to a group meeting, probably to discuss the project. Meng Wanning was reporting on the situation at Rinqian Hospital. Last night, after returning to her rental at Yangchun Community and noticing Zhang Li didn't call her, Meng Wanning, still in pain, didn't dare take the initiative. Mainly, her roommate Wang Dandan clung to her, demanding stories, and she couldn't get away. She only had a chance to contact Zhang Li this morning. Good, keep following up. I'm heading to northern Shaanxi, we'll be back tomorrow. Zhang Li replied in the group chat with Liu Yasi and Meng Wanning, then stepped on the gas. Half a day later, the three of them took turns driving and finally got off the highway, turning into a small county in northern Shaanxi. Brotherly, Hanxiang, we really can't skip posting the second video. While taking the wheel again after the highway, Jiang Yuliang continued driving while turning back to speak. On the way there, the three of them had discussed the earlier Douyin video shoot. The first video had gone viral. Jiang Yuliang even managed to meet the regional director of Douyin's Northwest region. But unexpectedly, after a call from Ah Xiu, Li Hanxiang now didn't want to release the second video. This made Jiang Yuliang, who had big plans, very anxious. He tried persuading him the entire way, but Li Hanxiang wouldn't budge. So, he turned to Zhang Li for help. He couldn't pressure the wealthy and reserved Li Hanxiang, so he tried persuading the more down-to-earth Zhang Li. We'll see. Let's wait until we get to Ah Xiu's place. Glancing at Jiang Yuliang, Zhang Li didn't give a firm answer. Zhang only knew that Ah Xiu was once married to Li Hanxiang and that they had divorced. But he didn't know the details, and Zhang Li didn't plan to tell him either. Alright then. With no better option, Jiang Yuliang kept driving. Over half an hour later, they turned into a small village on a lush hill. The three in the car could hear the sound of swan horns and gongs. Just say the car belongs to Brotherly. Don't say it's mine. Ever since getting off the highway, a visibly nervous Li Hanxiang spoke up when he saw the familiar yet distant lush hill. Oh, got it. Jiang Yuliang quickly agreed. His short video career was now tied to Li Hanxiang. He had to follow his lead. Going in directly? After parking about 500 to 600 meters from the family hosting the funeral, Jiang Yuliang noticed Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang weren't moving and asked. Technically, It was Ah Xiu who called him, the college class monitor, about the funeral. Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang didn't know the details. But, since both were motionless, he didn't know what to do either. You wait here, we'll go down first. Seeing the tense and heavy breathing Li Hanxiang beside him, Zhang Li decided to let him stay in the car a bit longer. Alright. Zhang Yuliang and Zhang Li got out, leaving Li Hanxiang in the car, breathing heavily. Shwa, shwa. In the Lus Hill village, all the young people had left for work elsewhere. Other than the deceased's relatives, all funeral attendees were elderly villagers. Seeing the obviously young and unfamiliar Zhang Li and Zhang Yuliang, the elderly funeral attendees all stared curiously at them. When the two entered a farmhouse courtyard filled with wreaths, a young man in white mourning clothes with thick eyebrows came out to greet them. After looking closely at their faces, he hesitated and asked Zhang Li, "Brother Li?" Shira Xiu's younger brother was named Shira Qiang. Years ago, Zhang Li had met him once when accompanying Li Hanxiang to the wedding. "Yes, hello Ah Qiang." Zhang Li nodded with a smile. Once he recognized Zhang Li, Ah Qiang took a deep breath as if to say something, but no words came out. He looked behind Zhang Li and Zhang Yuliang, and clearly relaxed when he didn't see someone else. "This is our college class monitor, Zhang Yuliang," Ah Xiu called him. As Ah Qiang led them inside, Zhang Li introduced Zhang Yuliang. Zhang Yuliang, unaware of the details and thinking Ah Xiu and Hanxiang had simply split amicably, wanted to ask something, but didn't know how to phrase it. Half a minute later, with heavy hearts, the two were led to the altar in the courtyard. Scanning the straw mats in front of the shrine, Zhang Li saw a woman just over 160 centimeters tall, dressed in mourning clothes, standing silently by the altar. First bow, second bow, third bow. Hearing the old man beside them shouting with a strong northern Shaanxi accent, Zhang Li and Zhang Yuliang, who had come to the spirit hall, withdrew their gaze, bowed silently, and then offered incense. "You go." After paying respects to the deceased, seeing Zhang Yuliang staring at the woman ahead, Zhang Li directly handed the backpack behind him to Zhang Yuliang. Rustle. After Zhang Yuliang was taken by a Chang to offer his respects, Zhang Li tightened his lips and walked up to the woman. "Brotherly." Seeing Zhang Li walk up, the woman with a few wrinkles on her face slowly nodded. Though her eyes were red and she looked haggard, there was a great strength to be felt from her thin body. "A Xiu." Responding to the greeting, Zhang Li also nodded back. The person before him was Shiraxiu, Li Hanxiang's college girlfriend, Li Hanxiang's first wife. Shiraxiu and Zhang Li used to be good friends. He came too? After walking out of the morning hall with Zhang Li and entering the nearby room to drink some water, Shiraxiu softly asked. She hadn't seen Zhang Li in over 10 years. However, she knew the relationship between Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang. The day before yesterday, after she called Zhang Yuliang, her purpose was to have Li Hanxiang also come pay respects to her father. Apart from feeling a bit guilty because Li Hanxiang had fallen on hard times, she didn't want to talk more about the other reasons. Now that Zhang Li had come, Shiraxiu understood that Li Hanxiang must have come too. "Yeah, he came. In the car outside. Do you want to see him?" As Li Hanxiang's good brother, Zhang Li also felt guilty toward Shiraxiu. Hearing Shiraxiu's calm tone, he couldn't help but ask. "No need, let him go pay respects at the spirit hall alone later. I already sent a WeChat message asking Zhang Yuliang to keep a Chang busy. Don't let a Chang see him." Shaking her head, Shiraxiu clearly had no intention of seeing Li Hanxiang. Moreover, to prevent her brother from breaking Li Hanxiang's legs, she had already asked Zhang Yuliang to keep her brother occupied. "Okay." Zhang Li nodded silently and didn't talk about Li Hanxiang anymore. Back then, he had even broken Li Hanxiang's leg over this. But what had happened already happened, and he was helpless. "Axio, have you still been busy with farming these years?" Changing the subject, Zhang Li asked about Shiraxiu's recent life. After so many years, though they had been close before, because of Li Hanxiang, he hadn't been able to keep in contact with her. Now that they met, he had quite a bit to talk about. "Yes, still growing apples." Shiraxiu nodded. "How many acres?" Zhang Li asked again. 6,000 acres. Shiraxiu slowly said the number. What? He knew that after divorcing Li Hanxiang, Shiraxiu had returned home to lead the villagers in planting apples, and had formed an agricultural mutual aid group. But Zhang Li didn't expect Shiraxiu to have 6,000 acres of apple trees. As a farmer in the southern suburbs of Chang'an, Zhang Li's family of 4 only had 3 acres. He never expected Shiraxiu's apple orchards to span 6,000 acres. Wow! He hadn't expected Axia to be doing so big now, and suddenly became very interested. Very soon, Zhang began chatting with Axiu about apples. Li Hanxiang? Isn't that the scumbag? On the other side, Zhang Yuliang, led by a Chang to offer respects, took all 300,000 yuan out of his bag and handed it to the gift taker. Originally, he thought his 300,000 yuan would surely shock the person taking the gift. But unexpectedly, his 300,000 yuan didn't cause any stir in front of the gift recorder. They just calmly counted the money and noted it down. Seeing that other people's gift amounts in the book were all 100,000 or 80,000, he was surprised at how wealthy Axiu's friends were. When the curious Zhang Yuliang mentioned Li Hanxiang's name, the old man recording gifts surprisingly asked, "You're helping Li Hanxiang give a gift? Take it back, we don't want it." The old man had just asked when a Chang beside him suddenly got agitated. Back then, he was happy for his sister and admired his brother-in-law. But in the end, his brother-in-law's actions made him want to kill Li Hanxiang. Upon hearing his sister's college classmate was helping Li Hanxiang give a gift, he couldn't accept it. A Chang. Guests are guests. The old man who was taking the gifts waved his hand, signaling a Chang not to get agitated. The dead are to be respected. Better to get through the funeral peacefully. Second uncle. Li Hanxiang is a dumbass, our family doesn't want his money. Pulled back by several village elders, a Chang shouted in anger. He knew best what trauma and gossip his sister endured after the divorce. He couldn't stand hearing Li Hanxiang's name. A Chang. Stop messing around. Second uncle, as sure a Chang's paternal uncle, had the right to discipline him. He stood up, trying to calm the angry Chang. Second uncle. Li Hanxiang is already down and out, living off rental income every day. And he still dares to come offer respects. He still dares to pretend to be rich? He's just a big dumbass. Is that money even his? Despite second uncle's attempt to calm him, a Chang kept shouting. Wow! With a Chang's outburst, many around them suddenly paused. Yeah. With that short video that recently went viral, everyone already knew the man, and it was Li Hanxiang. 10 years ago, seeing Li Hanxiang, who earned tens of thousands a month from rent, the villagers might have been envious. But now, under Axia's leadership, the village's apples were being exported abroad. Everyone, seeing Li Hanxiang's downfall, thought back to when he came in a luxury car to marry Axiu, and how envious they all were then. People no longer envied Li Hanxiang, but sighed at how unpredictable life is and how things constantly change. Shut up! Behave! Seeing what a Chang shouted, second uncle directly smacked a Chang on the head. All of Axiu's family disliked Li Hanxiang, but at the funeral, they couldn't express too much emotion. After all, he was the deceased's former son-in-law, and even the only son-in-law. The father-in-law passed away, so Li Hanxiang coming to pay respects was appropriate. No, he's not. Next to them, hearing what a Chang said, and seeing the villagers' scorn after hearing about Li Hanxiang's downfall, Zhang Yuliang opened his mouth, wanting to explain that Li Hanxiang wasn't poor. He had just matured and learned to keep a low profile. But, thinking about how Li Hanxiang didn't enter with him earlier to pay respects, and that the angry Chang was Li Hanxiang's former brother-in-law, Zhang Yuliang opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. Finally, under second uncle's mediation, Zhang Yuliang was able to have the gift money recorded. A total of 300,000 in cash, 100,000 each from him, Zhang and Li Hanxiang. Once the video revenue is withdrawn, I'll pay brotherly back. The 300,000 belonged to Zhang Yuliang knew he needed to repay it. All those people, are they Axiu's business partners? Not villagers? After the offering, while being dragged back angrily by a Chang, Zhang Yuliang asked curiously. Earlier, he thought the people giving 80,000 or 100,000 on the gift list were from Axiu's village. In Shanbei, village folk were quite wealthy due to the rich coal resources. But to Zhang Yuliang's surprise, those giving such large gifts weren't villagers, but Axiu's business partners. Yes. Some supply fertilizer to my sister, and some want to buy our apples. A Chang gave a short explanation to Zhang Yuliang, who didn't yet understand how big his sister's business was. However, inheriting Axiu's reserved and humble nature, he didn't say much more. Oh, still confused, Zhang Yuliang, full of curiosity, was led into the house by a Chang. Inside, Axiu and Zhang Li were chatting. Axiu. Seeing sure Axiu, Zhang Yuliang hugged her excitedly. Brotherly, the offering is done. After greeting his old classmate whom he hadn't seen for over 10 years, Zhang Yuliang gave a report to Zhang Li. You divorced too? After pouring him a cup of water, Axiu asked curiously. Ah. Zhang Yuliang sighed helplessly. He was just an ordinary guy. After the divorce, the whole family fell apart, and more than a decade of effort went to waste. Ah. Looking up, and seeing Axio and Zhang Li, and remembering that both had also divorced, Zhang Yuliang sighed again. All were single now. Crash. Just as the three old classmates, who hadn't seen each other in over a decade, were about to have a good talk, suddenly, noise erupted in front of the spirit hall. Damn his grandpa. Li Hanxiang's here. Taking out his phone and seeing someone had messaged him on WeChat, a Chang suddenly roared and was about to rush out and hit Li Hanxiang. Stop. Just after discussing with Axia to let Li Hanxiang come pay respects alone, and for Axia not to see him, Zhang Li had sent a message for Li Hanxiang to come by himself, but he didn't expect that because of the viral short video, and because Li Hanxiang had once married and abandoned the village's only college graduate and most beautiful woman, his arrival had immediately stirred up the villagers. Seeing a Chang burn with rage, looking like he was ready to kill, Zhang Li rushed forward and grabbed him tightly. You go. Tell Hanxiang to pay respects quickly and leave. Holding a Chang down, Zhang Li shouted to the stunned Zhang Yuliang. Stop it. He's still Dad's son-in-law. Zhang Yuliang quickly ran out. Axiu also stepped in front of her brother. No. This bastard tricked you, tricked Dad, tricked me. When he came to marry you back then, he said he'd treat you well forever. He swore that he would. Burning with anger, a Chang was already 13 when his sister got married. He remembered everything clearly. He couldn't stand seeing Li Hanxiang. A Chang, give him a chance. Give him a chance. Feeling the enormous strength a Chang was using to break free, Zhang Li held him tight. If it weren't for the secret medicine slowly helping him recover strength, he might not have been able to hold a Chang at all. A Chang. Don't mess things up at Dad's funeral. Watching her struggling brother, Axia spoke again. She knew her brother, who had helped her plant and sell apples for years, was very strong. Zhang Li might not be able to restrain him. She had to calm him down. Originally, Axio hadn't planned to let Li Hanxiang attend the funeral. But, by coincidence, just as her father passed away, Li Hanxiang's short video went viral. And seeing how down and out he looked, Axio eventually called Zhang Yuliang. Back in freshman year, before Li Hanxiang made it big, she had dated him. She knew Li Hanxiang's downfall was entirely due to sudden wealth. Without the awareness, without the capability, sudden riches had crushed him. Over a decade later, seeing him fallen again, she felt maybe he'd return to who he once was. That's why she finally decided to let Li Hanxiang, the only son-in-law, come see her father off. No, even if it ruins everything, he can't come. Because of him, sister, you suffered so much all these years. Hearing his sister, a Chang didn't calm down. His struggle only got fiercer. He knew how hard his sister had worked. Life for their family had only started improving in recent years. Stop. Seeing the marks left on Zhang Li's arms from holding a Chang, Axia shouted again. No stopping. A Chang's rage just kept building. All those years of bottled-up feelings, once dissolved, were now erupting again with his sister's words. He got angrier and angrier. Stop. He's still Li Hai's father. Finally, seeing her brother couldn't calm down, Axia shouted a name she had never planned to say in front of Zhang Li. Bang! Hearing the name Axia shouted, Zhang Li, who was holding a Chang, froze instantly. And a Chang, who had lunged forward, hit the doorframe headfirst. Swish! But, having broken free of Zhang Li's grasp, a Chang held his forehead, and didn't rush out again. Looking at his sister, he opened his mouth in surprise but didn't know what to say. Axio's final words completely extinguished all of a Chang's anger. Whoa. This guy in his 20s, a Chang, after looking at his sister in shock, suddenly squatted on the ground and cried. Li Hanxiang had ruined their whole family. Not only his sister, but also his niece. Brotherly, you must promise me not to tell anyone about this. A Chang, a full-grown man, cried uncontrollably, and Axiu, with red eyes, looked at Zhang Li. Taking advantage of her father's death, she had another reason to let Li Hanxiang come, because of the child. Back then, when she and Li Hanxiang divorced, she was only 2 weeks pregnant. But there was no cooling-off period back then, and she divorced right away. Then, after returning to her hometown, she gave birth to the child. Gulp! Seeing Axiu like this, and suddenly hearing this news, Zhang Li swallowed hard. He really didn't know about this. Brotherly, will you help me or not? While Zhang Li was still in shock, processing the fact that Li Hanxiang had a child, Axia's voice rang out again. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Zhang Li finally came to his senses and slowly looked at Axiu. I'll help. I promise not to tell Hanxiang. Looking into Axiu's weary but powerful eyes, Zhang Li finally nodded. The sudden news shocked him, but after the shock, he suddenly felt a sense of joy for his brother. He was a bit jealous. Damn, This guy actually has a kid? Under Axiu's gaze, he finally nodded and agreed to keep the secret. This matter he wouldn't tell Li Hanxiang. At least, not for the next few years. Good. Knowing Zhang Li's character well, Axia finally relaxed when she saw him nod. Axiu, tell me about your apples? For some reason, Zhang Li felt happy inside. After agreeing to keep the secret, he asked again about Axiu's apple business. 6,000 acres of apples. According to Axio earlier, she had over a dozen full-time employees. And that didn't even include the seasonal workers hired every year for thinning, fertilizing, bagging, and harvesting. Zhang Li was very interested in Axio's large apple business. Apples are a major industry in Daxia, accounting for 60% of the global annual production. Shanxi province alone produces 60% of Daxia's apples. The apple industry is one of Shanxi's pillar agricultural sectors. After I gave birth to Li Hai, her brother had finally quieted down, and now that the biggest secret was known by Zhang Li, Axia no longer held back. She and Zhang Li, both deliberately giving Li Hanxiang the opportunity to offer incense, quickly began to chat. Anna Chang, under the weight of Axia's final words, stood obediently beside his sister. Damn, Li Hanxiang? This bastard? On the other side, after receiving a call from his brother Zhang Li, Li Hanxiang lowered his head and finally gritted his teeth and entered the courtyard, arriving before the spirit hall. Then, because of the viral short video, many people immediately recognized him. The most beautiful girl in the village, the only female college student, had been proudly married off to Li Hanxiang. Back then everyone had witnessed it. Although Axiu was doing well now, and Li Hanxiang had fallen from grace, the villagers were all outraged seeing him attend the funeral. Every village has both bad and good women, but their Axiu was the best. Li Hanxiang abandoned a good girl, he was the worst kind of bastard. Son of a bitch. Heard he's broke now, living off rent each month doing nothing. Garbage like him conned our Axiu away, just some demolition money landlord. He wasted everything, he deserves it. People like that should lose everything, should never do well. Amid the villagers' hushed insults, Li Hanxiang lowered his head and took heavy steps toward the spirit hall. Hanxiang, here. Just as the elder at the spirit hall called out first bow, Zhang Yuliang quickly ran over and lit incense for Li Hanxiang. Hanxiang isn't a loser. Seeing the despondent Li Hanxiang, hearing the villagers' curses, Zhang Yuliang wanted to defend him. At this point, because of the short video, he and Li Hanxiang were already tied by mutual interests. He knew Li Hanxiang had villas, luxury cars. He knew Hanxiang wasn't broke. Earlier, when presenting the gift money, he had already heard villagers' angry words. Now, with Hanxiang personally coming to offer incense, facing even more cursing, Zhang Yuliang wanted to say something. He wanted to tell everyone that Hanxiang wasn't a loser, he just learned to be Loki. Don't speak. Seeing Zhang Yuliang's movements, Li Hanxiang pulled him back. I am a loser. Not only did I lose my wealth, I also lost my love, and even caused my parents' death. I'm a total idiot. Li Hanxiang had dreamed many times of Axiu's goodness, but knowing her character, he understood there was no going back. Today, he hadn't expected Axiu to subtly inform him after her father's death. He was already content. Hearing the villagers' curses didn't make him angry, only more ashamed and guilty. He had even prepared himself to be beaten up by his brother-in-law. But unfortunately, even after burning incense and bowing, he didn't see his brother-in-law. Nor did he see the one he most wanted to see, Axiu. No one. Finish burning incense and leave quickly. Lowering his head, he looked at the WeChat message from Zhang Li. Having gained nothing, Li Hanxiang quickly returned to the car amidst the villagers' gossip. Alright, don't be upset anymore. Let's go. Find a place in the county to stay for the night. Tomorrow morning, we'll watch your father-in-law's burial from afar, then we'll leave. An hour later, Li Hanxiang and Zhang Yuliang were in the car waiting for Zhang Li. Forget about staying for the feast. Come, I'll take you guys to the county to eat some yellow steamed buns. No idea if that shop's still open. Normally, after paying respects, one would stay for the funeral feast. But clearly, Li Hanxiang wouldn't be allowed to stay. Zhang Li and Zhang Yuliang might, but not Li Hanxiang. What are you looking at me for? Driving silently toward the county as instructed by Zhang Li, Li Hanxiang suddenly asked. He noticed Zhang Li, since returning, had been curiously staring at him, and even had some joy in his eyes. Looking at how pig-like you look. You must have eaten dog shit. Seeing Hanxiang's face, Zhang Li, unable to say more, clenched his teeth and pinched Hanxiang's cheeks. Honestly, he was jealous. This damn guy, after more than 10 years, actually had a daughter. And it was Axia who gave birth to her. Damn. Where's the justice? Still open? Let's go. Oi Chang brought me here more than 10 years ago. Half an hour later, the car arrived in the county. Zhangli saw the small restaurant where he had eaten his best man over 10 years ago, still open. Happy, he quickly brought Li Hanxiang and Zhang Yuliang inside to eat. An hour later, after eating and drinking, the three of them found a hotel to stay in. Li Hanxiang had already paid respects to his father-in-law. Watching the burial from afar tomorrow would complete their purpose. Although he couldn't approach during the burial, at least watching from a distance would be fine. After entering the hotel, Li Hanxiang silently lay down on the bed without saying a word. Zhang Yuliang, after hesitating many times, finally focused on his Douyin account. Zhang Li, lying on the bed, was messaging Quan Peijun in Manhwa on WeChat. On his phone were various provocative photos sent by Quan Peijun, who had already been fully unlocked, with affection level close to 60, and fully in love with Zhang Li. Without further words, soon, midnight passed. Remotely guiding Quan Peijun's hand to bring herself to climax, Zhang Li slowly opened his own interface. Scan. The treasure hunting system could detect items automatically. At that moment, even in northern Shaanxi, when the time came, Zhang Li activated the day's scan. Ding. Scanning in progress. Please wait. Ding. Scan complete. Today's scan results are as follows. 1. Today you passed through Lijiaping, Lus Plateau, northern Shaanxi. Small map detected a meteorite that fell 400 years ago, located on the ridge 5 kilometers west of Guxin town, weighs 20 gene, contains various unique extraterrestrial elements, non-radioactive. 2. Today you passed through Shijia village, Lus Plateau, northern Shaanxi. Small map detected 300 meters underground, a smokeless coal mine of 10,000 square kilometers area and 800 meters depth, total value 200 billion. 3. Today you passed through Jinxi Grand Canyon, northern Shaanxi. Small map detected 30 degrees northwest from the canyon entrance, 18 kilometers away, a wild ginseng plant aged 40 years. Damn, holy shit. Originally, it was just time, so he immediately activated today's scan. But upon seeing today's 3 detection results, Zhang Li jumped straight up from the bed. It exploded, totally exploded, completely blew up, not even mentioning the third result today, a 40-year-old wild ginseng. The remaining 2 treasure hunting results today were absolutely explosive. A super large meteorite weighing 20 gene, containing various cosmic elements? A supermassive coal mine worth 200 billion? What the hell? Never mind whether he has the qualifications to mine coal, or whether he can even handle this huge coal mine. Just the detected information alone. This is a total explosion. Before this, the highest value item Zhang Li had ever detected was a so-called secret medicine he valued at 1 billion. And apart from that, the most valuable item was the horseshoe gold he buried under his villa. But even the most expensive horseshoe gold wasn't worth more than 1 billion. Now, this sudden appearance of a super large coal mine directly raised the upper limit of treasure value to 200 billion. This made Zhang Li jump in excitement. You have to know, he came to northern Shaanxi today purely to meet Axiu, to fulfill his brother Li Hanxiang's wish. He never expected that he could detect something like this in northern Shaanxi. Today's treasure information didn't include intangible items like movie scripts detected a few days ago. But just this one ultra-valuable coal mine was enough to crush hundreds of movie scripts. This really exploded. Damn, a super large coal mine is right under Axia's village. Quickly opening the small map, Zhang Li saw the red treasure location markers densely packed together, forming a continuous area. He quickly compared it to the map on his phone. He confirmed that 60% of the newly detected coal mine area was beneath Axiu's village, and the remaining 40% was under the town where Axiu's village is located. Damn, this northern Shaanxi really is the land of coal. Looking at the stretch of red markers on the mini-map, Zhang Li inhaled deeply and sighed in his heart. In the eyes of people from Shaanxi, the northern Shaanxi folks are already quite wealthy. Under that thick Lus Plateau, there are not only abundant oil and gas resources, but also continuous stretches of black gold. Many northern Shaanxi people got rich off coal mining. Axia told Zhang Li she had rented 6,000 acres to grow apples, which already shocked Zhang Li. But he never expected that under Axiu's village, there was even more valuable black gold. It's just that the coal under Axiu's village is buried deeper. Looking at the treasure hunting info, Zhang Li understood why this super coal mine hadn't been discovered earlier. It was because this coal mine was buried quite deep. and the shallower parts happened to be under the houses of the villagers in Shurjia village. So, the coal mine hadn't been detected. This massive coal mine belongs to the state. I can't take it, but I can use this information to get some advantages. After all, it's worth hundreds of billions. After calmly analyzing the situation with the coal mine, Zhongli clearly understood, a super large mineral like this wasn't his to take. A coal mine of such high value, even a super mine producing tens of millions of tons per year, would take decades to extract. He couldn't possibly mine it himself. He had no company, no connections, no resources, no licenses, no qualifications. More importantly, he had no intention of digging coal for decades. This mine wasn't his. But he could do something with the information. Today in northern Shaanxi, I detected a coal mine. Then can I also detect a silver mine? A gold mine? A gemstone mine? Since the coal mine couldn't be rushed, and he couldn't mine it anyway, Zhang Li's thoughts began to wander. Based on today's coal mine info, he felt he could use the same logic to detect more valuable mining sites. As far as he knew, Tongguan in Shaanxi had gold mines. Also, neighboring Lingbao in Hejiang province also had gold mines. Go abroad? To the Russian Bear Country? To Heilongjiang? Soon, Zhang Li thought of going to other countries where private mining is allowed. In Daxia, all discovered mines belong to the collective, but in the North Russia and Heilongjiang, which is rich in gold, individuals could mine. The future looks promising, but that's for the future. After imagining things wildly for a while, Zhang Li finally pulled his thoughts back. Right now, his capital was still too weak. The so-called overseas mining plan, he had no qualifications yet. What he needed to do, with a system like this, was to build up strength and grow steadily. Even if he wanted to mine gold in Russia, that would be for later. No rush. Stay steady. So in the future, I'll not only start an exploration company and a film company, I can also establish a mining company. Zhang Li couldn't help mumbling to himself, because of the sudden info on the super coal mine. He had a new idea for his future development direction. Swish. After daydreaming, Zhang Li turned his eyes to the other two pieces of today's info apart from the coal mine. One was the 40-year-old wild ginseng. The other was a meteorite from beyond the stars, extremely rare, though price unknown. The wild ginseng isn't in Yulin, it's in neighboring Yanshi. Too far, can't get it. Zhang Li first checked the wild ginseng's location. He found that the treasure hunting system had scanned the ginseng because he had driven past that area on the highway earlier. Actually, it was very far from the county he was currently in. The ginseng was in a city they had passed through during the day. But the meteorite, it's just on the barren ridge outside Axiu's town. About 10 kilometers from here. Zhang Li didn't know if wild ginseng from Shaanxi could compare to that from the northeast, but since he couldn't reach the ginseng now, he quickly focused on the meteorite. He saw that the location of the meteorite wasn't far from the hotel where he and Li Hanxiang were staying. Should I go check it out tonight? Looking at the red dot on the minimap, Zhang Li felt too excited to sleep. Although he had never dealt with meteorites before, he had heard stories of one being auctioned for tens of millions. Also, this time the meteorite he detected weighed a full 20 gene and had fallen to Earth hundreds of years ago. Moreover, it contained other metallic elements from the cosmos that don't exist on Earth. This made him feel excited. With the added stimulation from the super large coal mine, he felt he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Let's go right now, screw it. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Li directly got dressed and knocked on Li Hanxiang's door next door. He didn't dare go alone to the mountain ridge in the wilderness, it had to be with Li Hanxiang. After all, there were wolves in the wilds of Shanbei. Because of Axiu, Li Hanxiang hadn't slept at all. Hearing Zhang Li's words, he was stunned. Let's go. I think there's something there. Sure enough, Li Hanxiang wasn't asleep. Zhang Li immediately dragged him out of the room. Very soon, the two borrowed 2 shovels from the hotel front desk and drove off into the night, leaving Zhang Yuliang, who knew nothing, snoring away in the hotel. This is Axia's land. Over 10 years ago, I dug potatoes here with my old father-in-law. Half an hour later, under the cold winter night, the moon shone coldly. Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang each carried a shovel, walking toward a dirt ridge more than 2 meters high, 5 meters wide, and over 10 meters long next to farmland. Seeing the direction Zhang Li was heading, Li Hanxiang suddenly exclaimed. He had been here before. This is Axia's land? Hearing Li Hanxiang's words, Zhang Li turned his head in surprise. Such a coincidence? He thought this was just an unclaimed wild ridge. Shanbei was part of the Lus Plateau, and farmland was terraced, built layer by layer on hillsides. and on the sides of the land were ridges that blocked wind and rain. The treasure from outer space Zhang Li detected was located on one of those wild ridges. He never expected. This ridge belonged to Axio's family. Looking ahead at the land next to the ridge, he didn't see any apple trees. This is Axio's private plot, used for growing wheat. Apple trees are planted on flatter land elsewhere, better for transport and mechanized work. Seeing Zhang Li's confused expression, Li Hanxiang explained. During the day, although he hadn't seen Axio, through Jiang Yuliang, he had heard quite a bit about Axio's apple business. Alright, if it's Axio's land, even better. Hearing that, Zhang Li slowly nodded. The two chatted while walking on the loose field ridges. Soon, they reached the base of the ridge, helping each other up onto the higher ground above the farmland. Start digging. From the treasure info, Zhang Li knew the meteorite had fallen here sometime during the Ming or Qing dynasties, and the impact point happened to be on land distributed to Axio's family during the land reforms. Matching the location on the mini-map, once there, he directed Li Hanxiang to start digging. Got it. Having dug once at his own doorstep, Li Hanxiang was quick to act even here in the wild fields of Shanbei, on land once owned by his father-in-law. Clang, clang, clang. Very soon, in the quiet night, the sound of shovels striking soil echoed out. Because it was winter, and although there was no snow, the frozen ground of the Shanbei wilderness was still very hard to dig. Zhang Li, with his worksite experience and special medicine, felt pain in his hands from the vibration of each strike. But he didn't feel tired. However, for the flabby Li Hanxiang, he was already gasping for breath after just a short time. Keep digging. Seeing Hanxiang trying to slack off, Zhang Li wouldn't let him stop. Right now, he was annoyed with Li Hanxiang, because this guy had a daughter. No justice in this world. Under the cold night, their breath quickly soaked their masks. Frost formed on their eyelashes and mask surfaces. An hour later, the hardest top layer of frozen soil was finally broken through. Next came the easier digging. Holy crap, there's really something that big? Another half hour later, as Zhang Li worked, Li Hanxiang saw him dig out a round ball the size of a wash basin. Its material didn't look any different from the surrounding yellow soil, but it was much denser. Thud. Under Hanxiang's shocked gaze, Zhang Li pried the soil ball out of the pit with a shovel. What is this? Flesh of the earth? Heart of the land? Dirt ball? Watching Zhang Li collapse onto the ground gasping, Hanxiang asked curiously. Break it open. The items inside. Still recovering, Zhang Li waved his hand. Meteorites entering Earth's atmosphere usually burn up significantly. Now, this one they dug up was wrapped in soil. Zhang Li understood. It had been buried for so long that a thick crust had formed. They needed to break it open. Got it. The week at digging, Hanxiang was very interested in smashing things to see what was inside. Following the order, he raised the shovel and smashed down. Clang, clang, clang. In the silent night and winter wilderness, only the sound of Hanxiang striking echoed. Bang! With a crisp metallic ring, Zhang Li jumped to his feet. That's so small? Seconds later, Zhang Li pulled from the center of the cracked dirt ball a black object the size of a tangerine, with tiny sparkling white dots like a piece of iron. Li Hanxiang was stunned. He had gotten excited about the wash basin-sized ball. He didn't expect that the actual item was just the size of a tangerine. Small? You just don't know. Feeling its weight, Zhang Li handed it to Li Hanxiang. Holy shit! As soon as the small tangerine-sized object landed in his hand, unprepared Hanxiang stumbled and knelt from the weight. The meteorite looked small, but weighed 20 Jin. Its density was incredible. Damn! What is this? Clearly heavier than gold. His hand pinned down, struggling to lift it, Hanxiang was shocked. He felt like his hand was about to break. A treasure. Give it back. Letting him feel the weight, Zhang Li took it back. He'd never studied meteorites, but this tiny, heavy stone definitely had unmeasurable value. Heavier than gold, and way more dense. Just as the system said, it must contain mysterious cosmic elements. This was mysterious material, denser than gold by multiple times. Let's go. Back. With the item in hand, they refilled the hole and Zhang Li prepared to leave with Hanxiang. Looking at the tangerine-sized item in his hand, he now understood why it had gone undiscovered for centuries. Partly because it was so small, and partly because it was so heavy. Of course, its location on a remote ridge helped too. Huff. Of the 3 treasures detected tonight, he had no chance with the massive coal mine. The wild ginseng miles away, he couldn't get it. But this unique meteorite, he had finally gotten it. Zhang Li exhaled deeply. He came to Shanbei purely to accompany Li Hanxiang, to resolve his brother's past and to see his long-lost friend Axiu. He never expected to walk away with such a mysterious cosmic meteorite. Awesome! Carrying the shovel, Li Hanxiang exclaimed again. He had witnessed Zhang Li's treasure-finding ability in Chang'an City. Now, in the wilds of Shanbei, he saw it again. All he could say was awesome. City or countryside, Zhang Li was unstoppable. Dare to jump? Let's race. Shovel in hand, standing on a ridge more than 2 meters high, Hanxiang suddenly pointed to the land below. At that moment, they stood on the ridge. Below was Axiu's private field. Hanxiang wanted to race Zhang Li, see who could jump farther. Come on, let's do it. Men are boys until death. Understanding his meaning, Zhang Li stepped right to the ridge edge. Clang, clang. They tossed their shovels into the soft winter resting land below, looked at each other, and bent their knees. Whoosh! Under moonlight, 2 middle-aged men leaped from the ridge into the land below. Since graduation, Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang had spent over 10 years in the concrete jungle. But tonight, because of a meteorite, they returned to nature. Inspired by their treasure find, Hanxiang, standing on Axiu's land, felt like he was young again. Immediately, the two jumped down from the ridge. Let's see who gets to the car first. Thud, thud, landing sounds followed. Pulling their feet out of the soft soil, Hanxiang picked up his shovel and dashed forward. I'm coming. Seeing Hanxiang running wildly, Zhang Li grabbed his shovel and chased after him. Although Hanxiang had a head start, Zhang Li had more stamina, he'd catch up for sure. Holy! Just as Zhang Li accelerated to chase, he suddenly saw Hanxiang disappear. In an instant, Li Hanxiang vanished without a trace. Holy shit! Seeing Li Hanxiang suddenly disappear, Zhang Li began to worry that maybe he had encountered something supernatural in the wild. Suddenly, he heard Li Hanxiang scream from up ahead. Damn! Rushing forward, Zhang Li saw that Li Hanxiang had fallen into a deep pit. In the middle of a flat field, a pit over 2 meters long, more than a meter wide, and 2 to 3 meters deep had suddenly appeared. In the darkness, Li Hanxiang had been running fast and didn't see it, he fell straight in. Fuck, could this be your old father-in-law's grave pit? Stretching his shovel into the pit and pulling out the groaning Li Hanxiang, Zhang Li looked at the nearby land and suddenly said, Axiu's father, Li Hanxiang's father-in-law, was to be buried tomorrow. Right now, the place where the two stood was Axiu's family land. And in Shanbei, the tradition was still earth burials. Villagers were usually buried on their own land. Looking at the shape of the pit ahead, the more Zhang Li looked, the more it resembled a coffin pit. Damn! No way! Holding his swollen ankle, pressing on it with his hand, Li Hanxiang gritted his teeth when he heard Zhang Li's words. Earlier, he had sprinted to avoid being caught by Zhang Li. Then, not watching his step, he suddenly fell. At that moment, he was so scared he'd almost jumped out of his skin. Now! Suddenly realizing from Zhang Li's words that this might be his old father-in-law's grave, and with the cold night wind blowing, Li Hanxiang couldn't help but feel frightened. Could it be that his old father-in-law was coming to take this scumbag away? Let's go! Let's go! Even though he didn't believe in superstitions, that sudden thought made Li Hanxiang's hair stand on end. He wanted to leave right away. He wasn't worried his old father-in-law would really come take him. He was just suddenly a little scared. Let's go! Seeing Li Hanxiang's scared look, Zhang Li smiled as he helped him back to the car by the roadside. Should we leave? Or wait until the burial tomorrow morning? Sitting in the car with the heater on, once he felt a bit better, Zhang Li asked Hanxiang. Axiu's family had only this plot of land. Now, they'd found a grave pit in the field. This had to be the spot where Li Hanxiang's father-in-law would be buried. Zhang Li understood. Hanxiang had come to Shanbei this time to see Axiu. Now that they knew the place, waiting here was their best chance to run into Axiu during the funeral procession. If they went to her directly, they might not see her at all. Then let's wait. Even though his ankle was swollen, hearing Zhang Li's words, Hanxiang still chose to wait. Alright. Zhang Li sent a message to Jiang Yuliang, telling him to take a taxi over in the morning. Then he drove the car to another ridge nearby. Whoosh! While Hanxiang rubbed his foot and Zhang Li examined the meteorite he had just recovered, time flew by. Soon, a rooster crowed in the distant village. As daylight slowly broke, a thin mist spread across the farmland under the reddish-brown sunrise. The fog looked like smoke and clouds, full of vitality. The breath of the countryside filled the whole wild field. Beep beep beep. Half an hour later, Zhang Li heard the sound of Swana horns coming from not far away. Swish! Hearing the horns, Hanxiang, still grimacing from his foot pain, suddenly froze, then pressed his face against the car window. Zhangli quickly got out and looked toward the sound of the swana. There he is. I see a Chan leading with the funeral banner. With the sound of the swana, a procession appeared, people in white mourning clothes, carrying wreaths. At the front of the group, Zhang Li saw a Chang. Swish! They had chosen the right place. Han Xiang ignored the pain and pressed his whole body against the glass. A few minutes later, the funeral procession passed by the BMW parked at the roadside. Seeing Zhang Li waiting, a Chang, leading the procession, nodded slightly to him. No one could speak during a funeral procession, so a Chang only gave a nod. At the same time, a Chang saw Han Xiang pressed against the car window. He wanted to hit him. But during the funeral, he couldn't move or speak. His eyes narrowed, and a Chang led the group to turn and enter his family's land. The grave had been dug 2 days ago, today they just needed to place the coffin in it. She's not here. As expected, his brother-in-law Chang ignored him on the funeral route. In the car, Han Xiang let out a long sigh. But what disappointed him was that although he had waited in advance, he didn't see Axiu in the funeral group. Damn! I really want to punch you. Zhang Li also didn't see Axiu. But in the group behind a Chang, among a Chang's cousins, he saw a little girl, about 10 years old, head lowered, dressed in a white mourning outfit. Li Hanxiang didn't know who the little girl was. He didn't even see her face clearly. But, knowing the truth, Zhang Li suddenly wanted to punch Li Hanxiang. The little girl in the mourning group could only be the daughter of Axiu and Li Hanxiang. Axiu hadn't joined the procession, but her daughter had taken her place in the funeral group. Not seeing Axiu, the one he missed most, hearing Zhang Li's words, Han Xiang looked pitiful and clueless. But, remembering how Zhang Li had broken his leg back when he divorced Axiu, he instinctively shrank his neck. Bastard! Seeing Han Xiang's look, Zhang Li gritted his teeth again. Crack, 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 crack. 10 minutes later, from the distant grave came the sound of firecrackers going off in quick bursts. The burial had officially begun. At this moment, Han Xiang, enduring the foot pain, got out and stood next to Zhang Li, bowing from afar. An hour later, when the towering flames had burned away the paper offerings and the urgent notes of the swana faded, Father Shi's grave finally stood among heaven and earth. A person's life, just like that, is sent off. Bang! Seeing his father-in-law buried, a Chang led the soul-calling return home ritual as chief mourner. Han Xiang quickly got back into the car. Then, once the mourners had left and the crowd at the grave began to disperse, he got out of the car again. But to the surprise of both Han Xiang and Zhang Li, the dispersing crowd didn't go back to the village for the funeral feast. Instead, led by a few young men, they surrounded Zhang Li and Han Xiang. You're Li Hanxiang, aren't you? Looking at the pitiful Han Xiang rubbing his foot, the young man in front jabbed his finger at Han Xiang's forehead. Today was the burial day. Many of Axiu's and Chang's friends had come back for the ceremony. And after it ended, they surrounded Han Xiang directly. He had stolen the most beautiful girl of their generation from the village. But in the end, he threw her away. A Chang couldn't act or speak during the funeral ceremony. But others could. Looking at the people surrounding him, many of whom he had seen back when he came to Shanbei, Li Hanxiang didn't know what to say. You, a broke man, still have the nerve to come to our village? Are you struggling now and trying to take advantage of our Axiu again? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Before Zhang Li could react, the young men from Shijia village had already started pushing and shoving Li Hanxiang. As they pushed him, they also began shouting angrily. I'm telling you, our Axiu is now the village's leading figure in getting rich. I'm telling you, don't even think about deceiving her again. I'm telling you, lots of people are chasing after Axiu now. I'm telling you, if you dare come back to Shijia village again, I'll break your legs. One after another, these angry curses rang in Li Hanxiang's ears. As a tenant of 6,000 mu of land, Axiu was certainly not short of money. And, being the village's former #1 beauty, combined with her wealth, she had indeed attracted many suitors. Earlier, when Zhang Yuliang came with the gift money, among those giving 80,000 or 100,000, many were also Axiu's business partners and suitors. So, the people surrounding Li Hanxiang weren't wrong. Meanwhile, seeing Han Xiang being surrounded, Zhang Li didn't intervene. As long as they didn't beat him to death, even breaking his legs was acceptable. In fact, even if Axiu married someone else, he would still stand by her. Even if Han Xiang was his brother, Zhang Li felt he had done Axiu wrong. It was Han Xiang who had abandoned Axiu. More importantly, Axiu had even given birth to his daughter. Damn, he was a bit jealous. Hey, what are you guys doing? What are you doing? Suddenly, A figure rushed into the crowd and stood in front of Li Hanxiang. "I'm Axiu's university class monitor. I represent all our university classmates." The car had been driven off by Zhang Li. Having seen the messages early in the morning, Zhang Yuliang finally managed to grab a cab and rushed over using location tracking. Unaware of the divorce details between Li Hanxiang and Axiu, and not knowing about Axiu's daughter, he panicked seeing Hanxiang being surrounded. Hearing people in the crowd calling Hanxiang a loser and broke, and seeing Hanxiang's swollen ankle, thinking it had been beaten, Zhang Yuliang lost it. Yesterday, during the gift ceremony, he had heard plenty of slander toward the low-profile Li Hanxiang. Then, during the funeral tribute, Li Hanxiang had been cursed at again. He didn't expect that today, after the funeral, Hanxiang would be surrounded and beaten. Thinking the ankle was injured by the crowd, Zhang Yuliang got furious. In his anger, he even considered, without Zhang Li or Hanxiang's permission, posting the second video they had filmed earlier, showing Hanxiang's wealth, villas, luxury cars, etc. He had to help low-key Hanxiang save face. Swish! Hearing Zhang Yuliang's voice, the crowd finally backed off a bit, mainly because Axio had been their village's only real college student back then, and now Zhang Yuliang was claiming to represent her college classmates. They didn't want to bring shame to Axio in front of them. "Alright, let's go. You two go first. Wait for me at the county hotel." Seeing the crowd back off, Zhang Li didn't say more. Axio didn't want to see Hanxiang, and he couldn't force it. In any case, Hanxiang had at least shown up and paid respects from afar to his father-in-law. That was respectful enough. At this point, after letting the villagers vent, it was time to return to Chang'an. The wild nature was nice, but not a place to stay long. Letting them return to the hotel first, Zhang Li planned to handle the rest alone. "Alright." Seeing Hanxiang's swollen ankle and suspecting nothing, Zhang Yuliang helped him into the taxi he had just hailed. The room. After they left, Zhang Li started his car. A few minutes later, he returned to Axiu's home. "Don't worry, I promised to keep your secret." Upon seeing Axiu again, Zhang Li spoke immediately. Of course, Axiu knew that Hanxiang had seen the funeral procession. Zhang Li understood. What Axiu was worried about was that Hanxiang would discover her daughter. After all, her daughter had been in the procession. "Okay, thank you, brotherly." Trusting Zhang Li, Axiu nodded in gratitude. "Axiu, I want to ask you about apple farming. I also want to rent some land to grow apples." Zhang Li didn't stand on ceremony. Here to say goodbye, he directly stated his intention. The billions worth of coal under Shurja village was beyond his reach. He hadn't even considered touching it. But renting a bit of land to grow apples should be fine, right? Even if compensation wouldn't go to him once mining began, at least it gave him a connection with Axiu. Now that he knew about the multi-billion-dollar coal mine, he needed a reason to stay connected somehow. Thinking Zhang Li had come to persuade her to meet Li Hanxiang, Axiu didn't expect that Zhang Li actually wanted to ask about renting land to grow apples. She had never thought Zhang Li would have such an idea, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. "If I plant apple saplings now, how long until they bear fruit?" Ignoring Axiu's days, Zhang Li asked again. "You don't need to grow from saplings. More than half of the land in our town already has mature apple trees. The saplings were distributed for free by the township government, and the agricultural tech station also helps take care of them for free until they bear fruit in the third year." Seeing that Zhang Li didn't seem to be joking, Axia had to explain. She really didn't want to see Li Hanxiang, but she was still close with Zhang Li. Zhang Li was one of the few good friends she had in college. Although they became friends because of Li Hanxiang, the divorce hadn't affected their friendship. Even after all these years apart, Axia was still friendly toward Zhang Li. She also knew that after the divorce, Zhang Li had broken Li Hanxiang's leg. So, seeing Zhang Li wasn't pretending, Axia shared what she knew about apple cultivation in Shanbei. "Then if I rent land with existing apple trees, how much per mu?" To his surprise, in Axiu's town, growing apples didn't require starting from saplings. That was good news. Zhang Li asked again. 500 yuan per mu. In recent years, too many apple trees have been planted nationwide, and prices have dropped. Many people dug up their trees, so rent is low. Axiu continued explaining. The reason she rented 6,000 mu was exactly because apple prices weren't good. She had no choice but to rent more land to reduce planting costs through scale. 500 yuan? In Zhang Li's hometown on the outskirts of Chang'an, renting 1 mu for grapes or kiwi cost 1,500 yuan. He didn't expect that on the vast, sparsely populated Shanbei Plateau, land rent was so cheap. Even land with mature apple trees only cost 500 yuan per mu. Then help me rent 6,000 mu. All the management will be handled by you. Once the apples are harvested, I'll split half the profits with you. After thinking for a moment, Zhang spoke immediately. Even though he had broken Li Hanxiang's leg, even though he himself had been tricked by Zhang Shufang, he still believed in marriage. Both Axiu and Li Hanxiang were single now, and they had a daughter. He wanted to create an opportunity for them. Of course, he wouldn't force Axiu. Everything would be up to the two of them. He just wanted to use the orchard to build a stronger connection. Besides, although the coal mine underground wouldn't compensate him if mining started, renting the land now at least gave him a foothold. Who knows what might happen later? Hearing Zhang Li ask for 6,000 mu just like that, Axiu was stunned again. So rash? Then, what shocked her even more was, before she could even react, Zhang Li transferred 5 million yuan directly to the same bank account she'd always used. Seriously? Seeing the 5 million arrive on her phone, Axiu's eyes went wide. Seriously? Zhang Li nodded firmly. This area, help me rent this one. Pointing to the map behind Axiu, Zhang Li spoke directly. Behind her was a layout map of the orchard. Based on the coal mine location he had discovered, Zhang Li marked the approximate area he wanted to rent. Alright, if you insist. Recently, because of the bad market, a few big growers just gave up their leases. Seeing the area Zhang Li pointed to, Axia dumbly agreed. But 5 million is a bit much. Rent is paid annually. Usually, we sell the apples from the previous year to cover the next year's rent. Confirming that Zhang Li really wanted to rent, Axiu explained again. The extra is a gift for my dear niece. At 500 yuan per mu for 6,000 mu, the cost was 3 million. But Zhang Li transferred 5 million. Coincidentally, he had made 15 million selling stamps earlier. He transferred the leftover to Axiu. Don't worry. I'll absolutely keep my niece a secret. Seeing Axia's tense face when her daughter was mentioned, Zhang Li reassured her. No need for food. See you next time. I'll be back in spring to check on my orchard. Axia, you're working for me now. After wrapping up the orchard business, hearing Axiu ask him to stay for the funeral meal, Zhang Li shook his head and prepared to leave. This trip to Shanbei. His real goal had been to attend the funeral. But in the end, he encountered a massive coal mine, a rare meteorite, and wild ginseng. It completely exceeded expectations. Now, he had the meteorite in his pocket, and the extra 2 million was essentially what he paid Axiu for it. After all, it came from her land. Even if it was a wasteland, it was still her land. As for the coal mine, he used the orchard to force a connection to it. Now, it was time to go back. In Chang'an, he had an appointment with Ning Hao, a director from Li Hanxiang's village. Since he already knew the script in Ning Hao's hand would go viral, Zhang Li had every reason to invest. He had to get back quickly. And, with the treasure system detecting mineral veins and blockbuster scripts, he had a lot of new plans to arrange in Chang'an. There was still a lot to do. Alright then, Xiaohai, come say hi to uncle. Seeing that Zhang Li was determined to leave, Axia didn't try to stop him. After a moment of thought, she called over the little girl who had been helping at Chang greet guests in the courtyard. Hello, uncle. Glancing curiously at Zhang Li, the girl, who looked a lot like Axia, nodded politely. Good girl. Do you have WeChat? Uncle will send you a red envelope. Looking at the girl whose face didn't resemble Li Hanxiang's, but whose ears were just like his, Zhang Li smiled. What red envelope? It's not even New Year. Don't spoil the child. Hearing Zhang Li's words, and knowing how generous he was after watching him transfer 5 million in seconds, Axia worried he might send a huge red envelope. She quickly stopped him and waved the girl back to her duties. Alright. Then goodbye, Xiao. After meeting Li Hanxiang's daughter, Zhang Li left with a smile on his face. Under Xiao's farewell, he drove out of the entrance to Shijia village. Sis, something bad happened. That scumbag Li Hanxiang tricked us. Half an hour after Zhang Li left, Chang, who was greeting guests, suddenly shouted and rushed into his sister's house with his phone. Frowning as she looked at the video on her brother's phone. Xiao's eyebrows immediately furrowed. The person in the short video was Li Hanxiang, but in the new short video, Li Hanxiang didn't look down and out. On the contrary, he was wearing a suit, living in a luxury villa, and driving a million yuan luxury car. Fake. Clout chasing. That villa is definitely rented. The car too. I don't believe it. I don't believe you're not broke. Damn. I wanted to see a loser. Why is there suddenly a twist in the second part? Fraud. Is there no justice? This guy was acting all along. Stop killing dogs. I'm already this miserable and you're still lying to me. I just built up a little confidence using your downfall as a role model, now you pull this huge twist on me. The video had only been up for a dozen minutes, but there were already thousands of comments. Ah Shio checked the comments. Her fingers gripping the phone gradually turned pale. She was willing to tell Zhang Yuliang about her father's funeral. Because she had seen the first video and discovered Li Hanxiang was down and out, so she wanted him to pay respects to her father. She never expected Li Hanxiang actually had a second video. The first one was just to gain attention. This guy was never down and out? Sis, that scumbag has gotten crafty. He's acting to fool you. Seeing his sister's expression, Ah Chang shouted again. No, it must be a coincidence. I acted rashly. After checking the release time of Li Hanxiang's first video, it was slightly earlier than her father's death. Ah Shio's brow furrowed deeply. Since the first video was posted before her father's death, that proved he didn't deliberately act to deceive her. Everything was a coincidence. Sis, what do we do? Everyone saw the video and went crazy. This morning a bunch of people helped me teach Li Hanxiang a lesson. Didn't expect this scumbag to hide it so well. Everyone's saying we should all go to Chang'an City and confront him at his house. Seeing his sister remain silent, Ah Chang shouted again. You go out first. I need to think. After quietly finishing the second video, Ah Shio handed the phone to her brother and waved him out. So, the 5 million yuan Brother Li gave me was from Li Hanxiang? Brother Li is actually broke? From the video content, Ah Shio saw Zhang Li staying in Li Hanxiang's villa, wearing dirty clothes, sleeping on a bare mattress. Although Zhang Li's face was pixelated in the video, Ah Shio, who knew him well, still recognized him as the one staying in Li Hanxiang's villa. If the video was real, then Zhang Li definitely didn't have 5 million yuan. The money he gave her earlier was actually from Li Hanxiang? Brother Li, whose money was that you gave me earlier? Thinking for a moment, Ah Shio immediately called Zhang Li. It's mine. I'm heading back to Chang'an City to register my company, of course it's mine. Driving back to a hotel in the county town, Zhang Li hadn't checked Weixin or Douyin. He answered Ah Shio's call and replied curiously. Really yours? Ah Shio still didn't believe him. Of course it's mine. What, you want me to sign a contract? Don't worry, once I get back to Chang'an I'll register the company. Then I'll sign an agreement with your company in the company's name. Planning to register companies in film, mining, exploration, agriculture, and recycling in Chang'an City, Zhang Li immediately answered. Okay, then sign it as soon as possible. If it's not yours, I won't take the money. Hearing Zhang Li speak with certainty, Ah Shio didn't say more. She worried that if the video was real, and she questioned him further, it might hurt Zhang Li's pride if he was truly broke. However, since Zhang Li mentioned the contract over the phone, as long as the company was his, everything would be fine. She wanted no entanglement with Li Hanxiang, but she was willing to communicate with Zhang Li. Okay. Not knowing what was going on, Zhang Li hung up the phone and soon drove into the hotel in the county. Whoosh. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Ah Shio slowly walked out of the room. Then, she heard the crowd at the banquet all talking about Li Hanxiang. Obviously, Li Hanxiang came to pay respects in the morning, and by afternoon a video exploded showing him with a villa and luxury car. This attracted everyone's attention. In fact, Ah Shio saw many people who hoped to see Li Hanxiang's downfall now angrily cursing after seeing the new video. Some even were loudly shouting to team up and go to Chang'an City to beat him up. The stark contrast between the two videos of Li Hanxiang not only made the video go viral, igniting online interest, more importantly, it fooled many people in Shijia village. That's what made people really angry. The only good news was that Uncle Number 2 had already taken Shanghai early to the village chief's house. Beep, beep, beep. Seeing the activity outside, Ah Shio's phone suddenly started ringing nonstop. Opening it, Ah Shio saw that her college classmates' group chat had exploded. At the same time, she also saw that a few minutes ago, Li Hanxiang and Zhang Yuliang had already left the group chat, while Zhang Li, still in the group, was being added by all the classmates. Many were even at ing her. Whoosh! Seeing all the shock, envy, disbelief, and gossip in the group chat, Ah Shio closed her eyes and immediately exited the group. Zhang Li, Zhang Li, Zhang Li. After Ah Shio left the group, her college classmates who saw the video turned all their attention to Zhang Li still in the group. Everyone knew Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang were close friends. Some had already recognized that the pixelated person in the video was Zhang Li. At this moment, with Li Hanxiang and Zhang Yuliang unreachable, everyone started at ing Zhang Li, especially a few who had mocked Li Hanxiang's downfall and lectured him. Now completely emotionally shaken, they wanted Zhongli to speak up, to say the second video was fake, that the villa and car were rented. What did you post? Who told you to post it? What are you doing? Weren't we not supposed to post it? Ha! After saying goodbye to Ashio, Zhongli drove to the county hotel. Just as he reached the door of the room and was about to pack up and leave, he suddenly heard Li Hanxiang's crazy shouting from inside the room. I wanted to tell them you're not poor. Yesterday you went to pay respects, they cursed you so badly. I'm telling you, I went to offer respects for you yesterday, they cursed you so awfully. Look what they did to your foot. Just as Li Hanxiang finished speaking, Zhang Yuliang's voice came from inside the room. After hearing Li Hanxiang insulted 4 or 5 times and thinking his ankle was beaten by others, Zhang Yuliang, who believed Li Hanxiang was very rich, exploded. Right after returning to the hotel, he immediately posted the second video that Li Hanxiang had previously recorded, all by himself. He wanted to clear Li Hanxiang's name, believing that he and Li Hanxiang were now business partners. He wouldn't allow Li Hanxiang to be slandered or beaten like this. Li Hanxiang has money, has a villa, has a luxury car. Damn it, I twisted this ankle myself. Now that you've posted it, how could I face Ashio? Hearing Zhang Yuliang's explanation, Li Hanxiang broke down again. Just now, when he returned to the hotel, he went straight to the bathroom to ice his swollen ankle with cold water. He didn't expect that when he came out of the bathroom, the college classmates group chat had exploded. Hundreds of messages at ing him made his phone vibrate almost off the table. When he saw that the second video he previously recorded had been posted and instantly went viral, Li Hanxiang lost it. He quickly left the group chat to avoid being disturbed, then immediately rushed into Zhang Yuliang's room. He had agreed to film 2 videos with Zhang Yuliang only under the condition that Ashio didn't show up. Now, the first video had drawn Ashio out. Li Hanxiang didn't want the second video to go viral at all. Even though posting the second video would make him go viral on Douyin, earn him hot content revenue, and fulfill Zhang Yuliang's follow-up plans. Compared to Ashio, none of that mattered. He didn't expect that because he twisted his ankle falling into his old father-in-law's grave pit last night, Zhang Yuliang would post the video without even talking to him. For Ashio, he was willing to endure the curses of the people in Shurjia village. He would rather be scolded than be labeled a liar. Especially lying to Ashio again. Now that you're rich, isn't it even better for chasing Ashio? Zhang Yuliang shouted again. Not familiar with Ashio's personality, he thought he was doing the right thing. Delete it. Delete it now. Unable to explain the details to Zhang Yuliang, Li Hanxiang shouted again. His foot was swollen, he couldn't lunge to grab Zhang Yuliang's phone, so he could only yell. Alright. Stop shouting. The video's already out. What's the point of deleting it now? Ashio already knows too. Just then, Zhang Li pushed the door open and walked in. Hearing their yelling and checking the group chat full of messages, Zhang Li finally understood what had happened. At the same time, he also realized why Ashio had just called him, specifically asking if the 5 million was really his. He knew Ashio had already seen the video, and she even suspected the 5 million might have been Li Hanxiang's. At this point, whether the video was deleted or not didn't matter anymore. Ha! Hearing Zhang Li's words, Li Hanxiang froze. Alright, want to go to the hospital and get your foot wrapped first? If not, let's check out and head back to Chang'an. Seeing Li Hanxiang hesitate, Zhang Li waved his hand and interrupted him. To him, posting the video didn't matter. Now that Ashio already knew, there was no need to delete it. Since Ashio refused to see Li Hanxiang, this trip to northern Shanxi was basically over. No need to wrap it, I can handle it. Let's talk after we get back to Chang'an. Finally, with his backbone returned, hearing Zhang Li's words, Li Hanxiang stopped struggling. Zhang Li told him Ashio already knew about the video, so deleting it didn't really matter anymore. He needed to leave quickly, or else he feared that hot-headed brother-in-law might come and beat him to death. Boom! A dozen minutes later, the 3 who had checked out got back in the car and drove toward Chang'an City again. The video went viral. Next, I'll go film other classmates. Then occasionally bring Hanxiang in for some guest appearances. On the highway back to Chang'an, Zhang Yuliang was thinking while driving. No matter what, both of Li Hanxiang's videos had been posted. And they all went viral just as he wanted. And even more than he expected. From here on, he now had representative works in the short video world and could continue to develop steadily. Brother Li, Hanxiang? Should we form a company? While driving, Zhang Yuliang asked Zhang Li and Li Hanxiang beside him. Form it. Absolutely form it. Brother Li, I want to do real business now. Really, I really want to do real business. I'm going back to open a pawn shop. I'm going to take over that recycling center. Hearing Zhang Yulian's voice, Li Hanxiang immediately sat up straight and said loudly. Originally, his failed life had made him lose his drive. During this period, apart from following Zhang Li around, he hadn't really focused on the pawn shop business Zhang Li asked him to start. But this trip to northern Shaanxi changed his mindset. He now knew that Xiu rented 6,000 mu of apple orchards each year. And he also knew that after the second video was posted, in the eyes of Xiu and the people of Shijia village, he was seen as someone successful. But in reality, he was just a loser who owned some apartment buildings collecting rent. With Zhang Yuliang setting the stage, Li Hanxiang shouted out what he had been thinking the whole way. After going through so much with Zhang Li, he knew Zhang Li wasn't ordinary. Even though Li Hanxiang considered himself dumb and useless at everything, he had a strong backer. He could cling to brother Li's leg. Even without a business mind, Li Hanxiang understood, just cling tight to a strong backer. Even a dog can make others envious. Let alone, he wasn't even a dog. Very good, let's move fast when we get back. Zhang Li, who was also thinking about his upcoming plans, lightly nodded after hearing Li Hanxiang's assurance. The release of the second video was also a way to push Li Hanxiang to keep working hard. That was a good thing. A true man needs 3 helpers. With the system, Zhang Li knew he had no problems himself, but because of the existing detection information and his decision to set up companies in exploration, mining, film, and waste recycling, he lacked people. Now that Li Hanxiang had the drive to work hard, it was great news for him. He had a helper. Even Wang Duoyu had Zhuang Chang. Zhang Li must have Li Hanxiang. Ring ring. Ring ring. Just as Li Hanxiang was about to make more promises, his phone suddenly rang. Ha? Dong Qian's distant cousin? Seeing the caller ID, Li Hanxiang answered the call curiously. He had previously sold gold bars and Bitcoin to Dong Qian's cousin, who was his third ex-wife's relative. Screw you. Go to hell. Just a few seconds into the call, Li Hanxiang cursed and hung up. He didn't expect that the caller wasn't Dong Qian's cousin, but Dong Qian herself. Dong Qian's number had already been blocked by him, and she actually used her cousin's number to contact him. As soon as he heard Dong Qian's voice, Li Hanxiang hung up immediately. He didn't expect that after the release of his second video, before any other consequences appeared, Dong Qian was the first to jump out, saying he didn't divide their assets fairly and now wanted to resplit the property. Hell no. Even if things weren't fully divided, it had nothing to do with Dong Qian. How thick-skinned. Without listening further, Li Hanxiang hung up right away. Dong Qian? Zhang Li asked curiously after Li Hanxiang hung up. Yes, that idiot probably saw I had a villa and luxury car in the second video, and came sniffing around. While blacklisting Dong Qian's cousin's number, Li Hanxiang explained. But to his surprise, Zhang Li immediately said, "You can get in touch." Ha? Zhang Li's words left Li Hanxiang stunned. Get in touch. Didn't I tell you to get her hair last time? Contact her and find a chance to get her hair. Planning to go back to Chang'an to set up companies and take off. Zhang Li didn't want someone like Dong Qian to mess things up or slow his progress. Based on his previous detection information, he told Li Hanxiang to go with the flow and approach Dong Qian to get a strand of her hair. If everything matched his guess, Dong Qian would end up in prison. Ah, got it. Hearing Zhang Li's words, Li Hanxiang's eyes lit up and he immediately stopped what he was doing. He also guessed what Zhang Li was aiming for with the hair. If it worked, it would be great. Dong Qian, if you're not a good citizen, you're done for. Holding his phone, Li Hanxiang narrowed his eyes. Get Dong Qian locked up. Find a way to get Qian Liming locked up too. Zhang Shufang needs to be dealt with quickly, once all these variables are handled. After setting things up for Li Hanxiang, Zhang Li turned his thoughts to himself. He was about to launch a big business. Just one video of Hanxiang's villa made his ex-wife call. He thought, if he took off, his ex-wife might also show up. Not wanting the hassle, he began thinking about how to quickly deal with Zhang Shufang. Previously, he ignored Zhang Shufang partly because his attention was focused on the newly activated system. He didn't want her to affect it. On the other hand, he worried Zhang Shufang would cause trouble and affect his sick parents. Now, he had figured out the system's rules and built up a lot of capital. It was time to quickly eliminate Zhang Shufang, this unfavorable factor. If she agreed to divorce quietly, fine. If not, Zhang Li would definitely strike hard. Whoosh. After thinking about Zhang Shufang and Qian Liming, Zhang Li shifted to planning what he needed to do after returning to Chang'an. First of all, the first thing he needed to do was invest in the script that Ning Hao had. Even though he didn't know when the film would blow up, investing early was never wrong. Next, he had to immediately register all the types of companies he needed. Then, he also had to follow up on his father's hospitalization. Also, he needed to find a way to pass the info about the corrupt official Niao Tong, which he had detected, to Quan Peijuan's brother through her. Finally, he still had two major treasures in hand. One was the remaining 4 pills of the rhinoceros horn, tiger bone, deer antler, and ginseng elixir. The other was a newly detected massive coal mine. Looks like I need to talk to old Su again. Last time Quan Peijun said, old Su and those old guys are competing to have kids in old age. If he wanted to sell those 4 secret elixirs, the best buyer would be someone like old Su. Also, as one of the top 3 richest men in Chang'an, only a billionaire like old Su could handle news of a giant coal mine. Or rather, even if old Su couldn't hold it, at least it wouldn't crush him. One step at a time. First, invest in the movie script. After reviewing all the things he still had to do, Zhang Li decided to start with investing in the film script. That script involved the next direction he planned to focus on. If the movie really exploded, then his system had a high chance of detecting more future money-making opportunities. Like stocks. If he could get a foothold in finance through this, everything would be even better. SKRRT. By late morning, the BMW X7 finally returned to Chang'an City, stopping downstairs at Li Hanxian's place. And just as Li Hanxian got out of the car, a slightly chubby bald man with a mole on his face immediately came to greet him. Ning Hao had been waiting at Li Hanxian's door since morning. Even though the investor from Rongqing he met the day before showed interest, he wanted a bigger share of the film's profits. This made Ning Hao a little unhappy. After hearing that Li Hanxian had a wealthy boss with him, Ning Hao waited downstairs early. Hanxian, you're finally back. Seeing Li Hanxian get out of the car, Ning Hao straightened his suit and immediately came forward to greet him. What's wrong with your foot? Rushing over quickly, Ning Hao first saw Li Hanxian walking on tiptoe. This is brotherly. After he heard about you from me last time, he wanted to invest in your movie. Seeing Ning Hao, Li Hanxian immediately made an introduction. Just earlier on the way back, he had already arranged the meeting with Ning Hao over the phone and shared some basic information. Alright. Yu Liang, you go with Hanxian to get his foot looked at. Haozi, come with me. After shaking hands with Ning Hao, Zhang Li didn't say much else. After sending Li Hanxian to treat his foot, he quickly brought Ning Hao to sit on the sofa in Li Hanxian's home. Haozi, don't be nervous. You and Hanxian have known each other since childhood. I'm a close brother to Hanxian. We're all friends. Also, Auntie Ning has been helping me recently too. Sitting on the sofa, seeing Ning Hao go to boil water and make tea on his own, Zhang Li smiled and called out to him. Then, just like Hanxian, can I call you brotherly? Having met many investors, Ning Hao knew how to get closer to people. Sure, let me look at the script first. They had already been in contact earlier in the car. After motioning Ning Hao to sit, Zhang Li took the script Ning Hao had prepared. Taking the thick stack of A4 printed pages, Zhang Li first saw the movie's title, Crazy Jade. As expected, this was the movie his detection system had picked up on before, one that would become explosively popular in the future, with a box office of at least 1 billion. The script was ready. But Zhang Li, who had never participated in film production, couldn't shoot it himself. What he could do was invest. What's the total investment? Flipping through a few pages roughly. Seeing that the story revolved around a piece of jade, Zhang Li asked the key question directly. The total investment is 20 million. I've already scraped together 10 million myself. Upon hearing Zhang Li's question, Ning Hao answered immediately. Is 20 million enough? Though he hadn't made a movie before, Zhang Li had heard that many films boasted of production costs in the hundreds of millions, even hundreds of millions in USD. He didn't expect Ning Hao's movie to need only 20 million. At this moment, there was only a 10 million gap. That meant Zhang Li didn't need to sell medicine through Old Su anymore, he already had enough money to invest. It's enough, but also not enough. Faced with Zhang Li's question, Ning Hao gave a strange answer. What do you mean? Zhang Li was curious. 20 million is for the production. But because of the script, the whole shooting process also needs a piece of jade. Moreover, at the climax of the movie, the jade has to be smashed. After raising the 20 million, I still have to find someone to buy a high-grade jadeite. Although fake jade or special effects could work, but the effect isn't as good. I want to use a real one. Quickly, Ning Hao shared his thoughts with Zhang Li. His movie is called Crazy Jade. And in the ending of the film, the jade everyone is fighting over ends up being smashed. He wants to use real jade for that scene. Ning Hao is all about authenticity. It's this pursuit of perfection that's made things tough. So even though many people liked the script, the idea of smashing Jade made it hard to fill the investment gap. Brotherly? Turning his head, seeing Zhang Li's strange expression after hearing this, Ning Hao couldn't help but get nervous. The Jade must be smashed. He couldn't compromise on that. Originally, he didn't want to bring up the Jade smashing part so soon, but since Zhang Li asked, he couldn't hide it. At this moment, seeing Zhang Li's expression change really made Ning Hao anxious. He had seen this kind of reaction from investors many times. The film needs Jade? Zhang Li asked with a strange expression. Yes, to make it look real. It's also a selling point for the movie. Ning Hao quickly added a reason. Every filmmaker has some stubbornness. And for him, conveying authenticity was that stubbornness. He had been struggling in the film industry for over a decade without success, perhaps that stubbornness played a role. What kind of Jade do you need? Zhang Li asked with a slight smile. Not decided yet. It'll depend on the final set design. But from my research, this kind of Jade sells for at least 2 million. Meticulous as always, Ning Hao answered quickly. After saying they'd need to waste at least 2 million just for a piece of Jade, Ning Hao got even more nervous. For big-name directors, wasting 2 million, even 20 million, could be easily absorbed. But for Ning Hao, who had no famous works yet and was still struggling, wasting 2 million was a big deal. Before he succeeded, he was nothing. But if he succeeded just once, if he had one signature work, even if he wasted 5 million, many investors would still follow. That's the reality. Gulp. Ning Hao nervously looked at Zhang Li. Then, after hearing what Zhang Li said next, he was stunned. Zhang Li said, I'm in. I'll invest in this movie. Let's go. I'll take you to get the Jade. Still in shock, Ning Hao was pulled downstairs and into the car by a smiling Zhang Li. Need Jade? That's easy. Not only do I have Jade and diamonds among my jewelry stash, even my treasure hunting agent Quan Pei-jun, who can detect Jade, has 4 unused attempts left. I can use them now. Zhang Li had never expected that the struggle for investment in Ning Hao's movie was all because of the need for Jade. Jade? He had tons of it. Not to mention the Jade he found before. His treasure hunting envoy Quan Pei-jun was especially good at finding Jade. And Quan Pei-jun's scanning attempts had accumulated for a while, perfect time to use them. Brotherly? Sitting in Zhang Li's BMW X7, Ning Hao hadn't expected Zhang Li not only to cover the investment gap, but also to provide the most wasteful item, Jade. He even wanted to ask what kind of Jade Zhang Li had. But then Zhang Li's next words stunned him again. Yeah, just wait. I'll buy it for you right now. It wasn't that he had Jade in stock, it was that he would go buy it specifically for the movie. Brotherly was taking him to pick out Jade? Zhang Li's actions shocked Ning Hao. He had barely skimmed through the script, no contract signed, no details discussed, and now they were off to buy Jade? Other investors would bombard him with questions and PowerPoints. Ning Hao didn't expect that with Zhang Li. It only took a few words for the deal to go through, and now he was being taken to personally buy Jade for the movie. Half an hour later, Ning Hao was stunned again. Originally, he thought Zhang Li would take him to high-end jewelry stores to choose different kinds of Jade, but instead, Zhang Li brought him to a place in Chang'an City that sold raw stones. What? Gambling on stones? Not buying finished Jade, but cutting raw stones? Can this even work? Is he kidding? Zhang Li's move completely threw Ning Hao off. He had never seen someone buy Jade by cutting open raw stones. This was way too risky. Whether or not you could cut out real Jade is one thing, but this behavior just seemed unreliable. After all the twists and turns, Ning Hao had met all kinds of quirky investors, but never anything like this. Stay calm. Seeing the stunned Ning Hao, Zhang Li gave him a look, signaling him to relax. Never seen someone cut Jade on the spot? Well, you're seeing it today. This is how I, Zhang, always buy Jade. Zhang Li, who had already messaged Quan Pei-jun to come quickly, this time planned to use all 4 of Quan Pei-jun's accumulated detection chances at once. From the previous tests, all the treasure detecting results of Quan Pei-jun were related to Jade and jewelry due to her profession. Today, he would first take Quan Pei-jun to visit every place in Chang'an City that sold raw stones. Then, he would activate 4 detection rounds and buy the detected stones. This way, not only would he meet Ning Hao's need for Jade for filming, but also clear out the nearly full detection quota of Quan Pei-jun. Brother Zhang, I'm here. A few minutes later, as Zhang Li waited at a raw stone shop, he saw a woman in a thick green fleece coat walk in. The moment she saw Zhang Li, the woman rushed over excitedly. Upon receiving the message that Zhang Li had returned from northern Shanxi and was going to accompany her shopping, Quan Peijun was very excited. With her intimacy level with him close to 60 points, she naturally liked and wanted to be close to Zhang Li. After hearing that brother Zhang was going to shop with her, she quickly got ready and rushed to the agreed location. Since it was a shopping trip, although Quan Peijun wore a full set of sexy lace underwear she bought for Zhang Li the day before, she was dressed decently on the outside. Under her green fleece coat were tight jeans, above them a gray high-neck cotton shirt, black long boots on her feet, and her hair casually tied at the back. However, because it was winter, she wore a black mask over her face when she came in. Although the mask covered her cheeks, the occasional glimpse of her fair skin still showed her perfect looks. Come on, take me around the raw stone shops. After giving the rushing Quan Peijun a hug, Zhang Li immediately said. The main person had arrived. They could now start visiting places and collecting detection data. Okay. Hearing brother Zhang say he would take her to raw stone shops, Quan Peijun nodded excitedly. She was a jewelry designer. She loved jewelry. And now that brother Zhang was shopping with her at jewelry streets, she felt like he was doing it just for her. Ding! Quan Peijun Intimacy +1. Quan Peijun Intimacy +1. After 2 rounds around the raw stone shops with Quan Peijun and heading out to the next shop, Zhang Li unexpectedly saw her intimacy points increase by 2. A pleasant surprise. Looking at the happy Quan Peijun, Zhang Li waved and led the way to the next raw stone shop. What the heck? Is brother Li here to flirt or buy jade? You don't even ask the price? Who am I? Where am I? Am I the third wheel? Next to him? Ning Hao was completely stunned. Originally, he was already shocked that Zhang Li insisted on buying jade on the spot. Then he got even more confused when Zhang Li started buying raw stones. But he didn't expect. When Quan Peijun showed up, Zhang Li immediately started going in and out of stores with her, without making any purchase intentions. Zhang Li didn't even ask the price of a single raw stone. Seeing the gentle look Quan Peijun gave Zhang Li, Ning Hao suddenly felt he was overthinking. He had been happy too soon just now. The big shot was clearly using buying jade as an excuse to flirt. Damn it. Following Zhang Li in and out of several raw stone shops and seeing him not ask any price, Ning Hao realized he was being used. The big shot came out to see his lover. And he was just the cover. Fine. Speechless, Ning Hao could only follow from a distance behind Zhang Li. Even though he was disappointed about the jade, the fact that Zhang Li had a luxury car and a top-tier girlfriend confirmed he had the means to invest. So Ning Hao had to stick around. He'd done more complicated things to get investment. This was nothing. Alright. Let's go to that 5-star hotel from last time. A few hours later. As it was getting dark, after circling several antique streets in Chang'an that sold raw stones, led by Quan Peijun, Zhang Li planned to crack the stones open. And his final destination was the Yaofu Hotel, where the Fortune Hall auction was held last time. Although the auction wasn't on recently, the stone-cutting tools were still there. He had already asked Shen Xiling on WeChat, and she had arranged the staff, just waiting for Zhang Li to arrive and cut the stones. Okay. Though she hadn't bought anything, having Zhang Li accompany her around her favorite jewelry streets made Quan Peijun very happy. Hearing Zhang Li's words, she immediately followed. Tonight I'll wash myself squeaky clean, front and back. Thinking of the last experience at Yaofu Hotel, the happy Quan Peijun squeezed her legs together. Great. Of course. Next to them. Hearing the big shot take his lover to a hotel, Ning Hao rolled his eyes helplessly. He was just the cover for today's date. He had to wait. Ning Hao understood. He had to wait in the hotel lobby until the big shot was done, only then would his movie investment be settled. This kind of thing was easy for him. He had encountered situations 100 times more complicated. This obedience test was nothing. Yes, Ning Hao believed that Zhang Li's behavior was a test of his obedience from the investor. V-room. Soon, the car started, and the 3 of them headed to Yaofu Hotel. This time, Ning Hao was driving, and Zhang Li and Quan Peijun sat in the back. Wife. She's with who? Just as the car left the parking garage, a man holding a small bag from King Tai Sang jewelry store stood frozen on the roadside. The man was Qian Liming. After being warned by Quan Peijun with a video and forced to sign divorce papers last time, Qian Liming had panicked. He couldn't let her divorce him. Everything he had came from Quan Peijun. Knowing she loved jewelry, Qian Liming had ditched Zhang Shufang today and rushed to a jewelry store to buy Quan Peijun a jade bracelet worth over 200,000 yuan. He didn't expect. Just as he entered the garage, he saw his wife in the back seat of a nearby BMW. Whoosh! Qian Liming, who had been looking for Quan Peijun, quickly came to his senses and rushed into the garage to chase the BMW X7. Over 10 minutes later, Qian Liming's Cadillac stopped in front of Yaofu Hotel. Who? Zhang Shufan's ex-husband? As soon as he parked, Chen Liming's eyes widened. He saw the man walking into the hotel beside Quan Peijun looked like Zhang Shufang's ex-husband. Though he wasn't sure, he thought he looked very similar. He had met this man once before at Zhang Shufang's house. Even though he was naked and fled in panic at the time, he still had a vague memory. Boom! Seeing this scene, Qian Liming's brain buzzed loudly. A few seconds later, he excitedly pulled open the car door and rushed into the hotel. Where are they? Unfortunately, by the time he rushed into the hotel lobby, the three were already gone. After getting no answer from the staff, he simply waited in the hotel lobby. Ding! Treasure-seeking attendant Quan Peijun, using 4 stored detection chances, begins detecting, scanning treasure information. Ding! Detection completed. On the other side, after entering the 5-star hotel, Zhengli took Ning Hao via the VIP elevator to the top floor, which was not open to the public. The last auction had been held on this top floor. When there's no auction, the top floor of the hotel serves as VIP suites. In the elevator heading to the destination, Zhengli immediately activated the 4 stored treasure detections of Quan Peijun. After already taking Quan Peijun to browse most of the raw stone marketplaces in Chang'an, it was now time to reap the rewards. Just now upon entering the elevator, he and Ning Hao headed for the top floor. Quan Peijun, accompanied by a female staff member arranged earlier by Qin Xinling, went to the car waiting in the underground garage. Zhang Li had told Quan Peijun that he would call her later to instruct her on which raw stones to buy. The treasures detected by the treasure-seeking attendant couldn't be touched by him, only Quan Peijun could do it. Ding! Arrived at the 68th floor, please exit carefully. As Zhang Li waited, he heard the elevator chime for the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, the results of Zhang Li's detection were displayed. Your treasure-seeking attendant Quan Peijun passed by Yenta Antique Street today. The minimap detection found at store number 58, on the bottom shelf to the left upon entering, a raw stone marked number 71 contains a top-quality yellow jadeite, weighing 400 g. Your treasure-seeking attendant Quan Peijun passed by Yangxingfang Antique Street today. The minimap detection found on stall number 11 on street 3, there is a raw jadeite stone containing 1000 g of imperial green jadeite. Your treasure-seeking attendant Quan Peijun passed by the Lantian Ruins Antique Street today. The minimap detection found at the Kingfisher Stone Gallery, among the pile of raw stones on the front steps, the third stone from the right on the bottom layer contains 6000 g of top-grade bloodstone. Your treasure-seeking attendant Quan Peijun passed by Northwest Antique Street today. The minimap detection found at the Old Bai's Northwest Jade Shop, in a pile of discarded stones, there is a piece of Hutyan jade seed material hidden in sand, weighing 2000 g. As lines of information appeared, Zhang Li's eyes lit up instantly. His plan worked. Sure enough, because of Quan Peijun's profession and interests, all her detections were related to jewelry. This time, with 4 stored detections used intentionally after touring all over Chang'an with Quan Peijun, all results turned out to be valuable treasures. He didn't know the exact prices of the other jade pieces, but from the last jade auction, he knew the value of imperial green jadeite. Looking at the second piece of information in the treasure list, showing 1 kilogram of imperial green jadeite, he knew. Among the 4 detection results this time, the imperial green jadeite alone was worth at least 10 million. Who said there's no good stuff in Chang'an's raw stones? Isn't this a lot of good stuff? Lantian County next to Chang'an used to produce jade too. The saying Lantian's sun brings jade smoke isn't for nothing. After quickly calling Quan Peijun with the 4 pieces of information and telling her to purchase them, Zhang Li muttered to himself. He didn't know how many years these jade stones had been hidden in Chang'an. But no matter what, these secret treasures that no one else knew about would soon all belong to him. Cutting the stones with one person won't be enough. Curious Ning Hao, after entering the top floor hall, followed Zhang Li toward the stone cutting machine while Zhang Li muttered to himself. Earlier, the message Zhang Li sent Quan Peijun included not only the 4 detected treasure items. To avoid trouble, he told Quan Peijun to buy 30 target raw stones. Although, with over 50 intimacy points and his personal experience, he fully trusted Quan Peijun. Still, since a hotel-assigned female staff was accompanying her, he told her to buy 30 stones to confuse others. However, buying so many raw stones meant cutting them later would be tough. There was only 1 stone-cutting staff member. Brotherly, what should I do next? Beside him, Ning Hao, who followed Zhongli to the stone-cutting machine, was completely confused. Just now, he thought he'd be waiting in the hotel lobby until the big shot finished with his lover, and then he'd ask about the jadeite, but he didn't expect Zhongli to bring him straight to the hotel's top floor. Ning Hao, who had spent all his money on his film career, had never been to a place like this. He curiously looked around. Then, he heard Zhang Li on the phone telling Quan Peijun to buy many raw stones. This startled the already curious Ning Hao again. Brother Li's earlier outing was really for buying jade? But why not buy earlier? Why wait until they came back and have his lover do it? It didn't make sense. What was going on? Do big shots all play this strangely? Zhang Li's phone call completely exceeded Ning Hao's expectations. He didn't expect that after arriving at the hotel, the supposedly unavailable jadeite suddenly had a solution again. All the twists and turns were too much. Ning Hao's brain couldn't keep up. At the same time, a new doubt floated up. Would it work? Could raw stones really be open to get the jadeite needed for filming? Was Brother Li truly confident, or still just playing around? Wait, the result will come soon. After waving at the staff to bring some food for him and Ning Hao, Zhang Li quietly waited by the stone-cutting machine for Quan Peijun to return with the purchases. Oh, still completely confused, Ning Hao could only keep his doubts inside. Boss Su. This is Among Huan produced in the 1960s, containing top-grade ingredients like rhino horn and rare bezoar. Truly an antique medicine. Yao Fu Hotel. Top floor. Room 8. 7 or 8 elderly men sat around drinking tea and chatting. On the tea table before them were several beautiful redwood boxes. A bald, red-faced old man took out an old, worn paper box from one of the redwood cases and spoke enthusiastically. This is for stabilizing pregnancy. I want something that ensures a son. Looking at the antique medicine presented by the old Chinese doctor, Boss Su waved his hand helplessly. A few days ago, his old friend's mother had a birthday. Originally, at the birthday banquet, his very legendary and storied top-grade jade worth 20 million was supposed to be the biggest highlight. But unexpectedly, another old friend, who was also a rival, showed up holding a baby. That friend proudly boasted about having a child in his old age, stealing the spotlight. Even worse, Boss Su, who used to have a strong voice in their small circle, found his influence diminished because of it. He couldn't stand such a situation. He also wanted to have a child. Of course, the main reason why Boss Su wanted to have a child was that due to the past birth control policy, he only had one daughter and never had another child. He had already planned to pass on his family business to his daughter. But after being provoked by that old friend, he also developed the idea of having a son. Today, the director of Rinxin Hospital, whom he had met once before, said he would bring some old Chinese medicine friends to visit him. Boss Su agreed to come, and the place he chose was the top floor of the Yaofu Hotel, where he had once obtained a top-grade jadeite and felt a special connection. But what Boss Su didn't expect was, although the things brought by these old Chinese medicine doctors were considered valuable by ordinary people, each worth several 100,000 yuan, to him, they were useless. He already had ways to get these things. What he wanted were secret medicines, ones that couldn't be bought even through special channels. Boss Su, don't worry. There's more. On the other side, Director Wang of Rinxin Hospital, who had arranged the gathering, quickly signaled another person to bring out more medicine when he saw Boss Su's expression. Lately quite nervous and alert, Director Wang was especially eager to connect with Boss Su, not only because he was under pressure from Zhang Li and needed an outside ally, but more importantly, Boss Su held 20% of Renai Group's shares. Although Boss Su didn't manage anything, his 20% stake in Rinxin Group still made him a major shareholder and could instantly influence the group's decisions. Director Wang's right eyelid had been twitching recently, and he really wanted to get on Boss Su's good side. No way. No way. No way. Unfortunately, half an hour later, all the old medicine doctors that Director Wang invited had introduced the old medicines they brought. Even without Boss Su saying anything, everyone else present, also from the medical field, knew these medicines, though precious, couldn't make Boss Su bloom again and hit the target in one shot. Boss Su, I have some information I need to report to you. Seeing that Boss Su was getting impatient and about to leave, one of the old doctors glanced at Director Wang, then suddenly spoke up. As Boss Su looked over, the old doctor immediately said, Boss Su, my lineage actually traces back to Sun Simiao 1,000 years ago. Saint Sun had a formula passed down, specifically to strengthen the body and kidneys, previously only used by the royal family. If this medicine can be refined, it will surely meet your needs. The old doctor quickly said while staring at Boss Su. How do you refine it? Although unsure if the old doctor was telling the truth, Boss Su still showed interest. This pill is called rhino horn, tiger bone, deer antler, ginseng pellet. It needs 1,000-year-old ginseng, 500-year-old polygonum, 300-year-old dendrobium. Blah blah blah. The old doctor revealed everything he knew. Are you writing a fantasy novel for me? 1,000-year-old ginseng and 500-year-old polygonum? Hearing the ingredients listed, especially after rhino horn, tiger bone, and deer antler, hearing that it also needed 1,000-year-old ginseng, Boss Su rolled his eyes. Things like rhino horn were already banned in Daxia. But in Heizhou, it was still possible to get them. But 1,000-year-old ginseng? The more Boss Su heard, the less believable it seemed. Boss Su, I'm not lying. Look. This is a description of the pill's appearance and storage method. Seeing that Boss Su didn't believe him, the old doctor took out an ancient medical book from his coat. He himself wanted to refine this mysterious pill, and the ingredients needed could only be gathered by a tycoon like Boss Su. Also, more than 100 years ago, when Empress Dowager Cixi fled west, my grandmaster's group made a batch. The old doctor opened the medical book, showed Boss Su the pill description, and even pointed to the last line in the book. So they made a batch 100 years ago, and Cixi, Guangxu, General Feng, and Yuan Shikai all took it. Then where are the 5 leftover pills? On the other side, frowning as he read the old book, Boss Su's eyes lit up. As the richest man, he certainly knew that 1,000-year-old ginseng was impossible nowadays. The longest-aged ginseng ever auctioned was just over 200 years old. 1,000-year ginseng was nonsense. However, with his eye for appraisal, he still recognized that the book was truly old. And the writing was authentic. Seeing the description in the text, Boss Su became interested. He couldn't refine medicine himself, but the book said 5 old pills were left from a century ago. If he could find them, everything would be solved. I don't know. When the Japanese invaded, to prevent unfilial descendants from selling the medicine to the Japanese, my grandmasters hid the pills. Later, those who knew the hiding place were all killed by Japanese bombers. Hearing Boss Su's final question, the old doctor replied regretfully. Their sect had been searching for the medicine for nearly a century, but it was impossible to find. His goal was actually to have Boss Su gather the ingredients so they could refine a new batch. But knowing 1,000-year-old ginseng was impossible, Boss Su focused on the 5 leftover pills from before. If they were made in Chang'an, then they should be hidden in Chang'an, right? Searching through his mind for any secret rumors, Boss Su hadn't heard of such a secret medicine before and gently pondered. If he could find such an old medicine that even Emperor Guangxu took, that would be best. If not, he'd have to go to America and find a way. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Chinese medicine, but many of the rare ingredients were no longer available. Start searching. In a few days I'll arrange some people to help you. Just tell them everything you know. Glancing at the old doctor, Boss Su immediately gave the order. This old medicine he mentioned was the most promising thing Boss Su had heard today. Also, you guys search too. If it's found, I'll pay 1 billion yuan per pill. I can even trade my shares in Rinxing Group for it. Thinking for a moment, Boss Su added further incentive. If the medicine really existed and hadn't been destroyed, the ones most likely to find it were the old doctors present. Already fired up with desire to have a son, Boss Su went all in. Whoosh! As expected, after hearing Boss Su's offer, everyone in the room suddenly perked up. As doctors, Rinxing Medical Group shares were extremely attractive to them. Whoa! Another burst. Just as Boss Su's group was growing serious over the secret medicine and stock shares, suddenly, they heard loud cheers from outside the room. Whoosh! Hearing the familiar cheering sounds, Boss Su, who had already seen all the old medicines today, suddenly stood up. Whoosh! As Boss Su walked out, all the doctors exchanged looks and followed him out as well. Time goes back to just over 10 minutes ago. After eating with Zhangli, Ninghao waited quietly by the stone-cutting machine and saw the elevator doors in the distance open again. Then, Quan Peijun, accompanied by 2 staff members, pushed a small cart out of the elevator. On the cart was an open wooden box. Inside the box were all kinds of stones. The stones were of various sizes, some as big as a human head, others as small as an apple. The colors varied too: black, gray, green, red. Brother Zhang. With Zhang Li's guidance, Quan Peijun, who had returned with 30 large stones, stood excitedly in front of Zhang Li. These 30 large stones had cost her over 200,000 renminbi. At this moment, she was filled with anticipation. Last time, right in this place, right on the stone-cutting machine in front of her, Zhang Li had cut out a jadeite worth 20 million. And afterward, while Zhang Li was exhausted and resting in the suite, he had asked her to buy another batch of stones. From that batch, she had also cut out items worth hundreds of thousands. Now, with the scene feeling very similar, Kwon Pei-jun parked the cart at the garage and quickly brought the stones up. She was extremely hopeful. Alright. Start cutting. The treasures detected by the treasure-seeking attendant couldn't be touched by him. Seeing Kwon Pei-jun arrive, Zhang Li nodded with his chin toward the stone-cutting machine in the distance. Okay. Seeing Zhang Li's agreement, Kwon Pei-jun excitedly waved and signaled the staff to start moving the stones. Soon, the sound of the chainsaw starting up echoed right in front of them. Zhang Li already knew from the treasure detection info that among these 30 stones, there were 4 high-value ones. Moreover, if those 4 high-value ones weren't sold, he wouldn't be able to touch them. So, his expression was calm and relaxed. Meanwhile, Kwon Pei-jun had her hands nervously clasped to her chest, with a serious, intense expression. She didn't know if they'd uncover any treasure, nor how much would be found, and her heart was hanging in suspense. She bought the items. The scene was just like last time. Kwon Pei-jun was very nervous. So nervous that all the fatigue she had felt from shopping disappeared instantly. As for the other person on site, Ning Hao, his mind was completely confused at this moment. He had been involved throughout Zhang Li's jade buying process and knew that the reason for buying jade was for a movie. To get investment, he had seen all kinds of weird personalities, eccentric behavior, and outrageous moves from rich people. But Zhang Li's approach, this was his first time seeing it. Buying jade purely by gambling? If this actually worked, why even work? Just gamble on raw stones every day. Buzz. 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 While Ning Hao was baffled, the sound of the chainsaw cutting continued in front. Ugh. Nothing there. A few minutes later, after the first stone was cut open, revealing nothing but mushy stone, Kwon Pei-jun called out regretfully. First one, nothing. See? How could there be anything? On the other side, also watching the chainsaw, Ning Hao exhaled lightly when he saw nothing in the stone. He suddenly felt, this whole scene, brotherly was just flirting again. Just trying to make the girl happy. Rich people always like to play tricks. Sure enough, half an hour later, 15 stones had been cut already, but still not a single jade piece was found. Kwon Pei-jun was so nervous her fingers turned white from gripping. Meanwhile, Ning Hao finally let out a long sigh and completely relaxed. If something really shows up, I'll eat my movie script. Half the stones were cut, and not one good thing had come out. Ning Hao was now fully convinced Zhang Li was just playing, just teasing the girl named Kwon Pei-jun, like King Yu of Zhou lighting beacons to amuse the nobles. His big brother was cutting stones to tease a woman. Just as Ning Hao relaxed and was preparing to see how the big boss would instruct him afterward, suddenly the whole scene went quiet. Looking up, Ning Hao saw that, except for Zhang Li, everyone present, including the staff, had their eyes fixed on the newly opened stone by the chainsaw. Whoosh! As the cutter shone a flashlight onto the sliced stone. Instantly, a streak of red lit up the entire cutting area like blood. Chicken blood stone. Top grade. As Ning Hao stared in shock, the stone cutter excitedly shouted out those words. Go, take it, it's yours since you bought it. Seeing Kwon Pei-jun turn to him in surprise, almost like she wanted to devour him, Zhang Li, who already knew the item existed, smiled slightly. He knew. This was item number 3 from the treasure detection list, a top-grade 6000 G chicken bloodstone. Whoosh! Having already experienced the shock of a 20 million jadeite last time. This time Kwon Pei-jun, hearing Zhang Li's words, immediately waved and put the cut chicken bloodstone into a prepared bag by her feet. This time, she wasn't panicked. As a jewelry designer, she could tell at a glance that this chicken bloodstone was worth around 3 million. She could handle it. Buzz. 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 After the chicken bloodstone was collected, the chainsaw started up again soon, but the mood of everyone nearby had completely changed. Just now, except for Kwon Pei-jun, everyone was only there for the stone cutting. Now that a stone worth 3 million was suddenly cut out, even the professional staff started to get excited. It was mainly because Zhang Li's demeanor and expression were so confident. It clearly suggested there were more treasures among the remaining stones. Damn! As the cutting continued, Ning Hao was dumbfounded. There really is something? Do I have to eat my script? Ning Hao never expected that among these randomly purchased raw stones, there would actually be treasures. Is this how big shots make money? Then what am I working so hard for? Big boss, do you need a dog? Yellow jadeite, top grade. While Ning Hao was still turning his head to look at Zhang Li in disbelief, suddenly he heard the cutter's voice again. Following the previous chicken bloodstone, the very next stone produced yellow jadeite. Treasure number 1 from the detection info had now followed treasure number 3. Damn! Seeing Kwon Pei-jun smiling as she put the yellow jadeite into the bag, Ning Hao was completely stunned. Soon after cutting 7 more stones, the cutter excitedly raised a purple jadeite raw stone above his head. Another one! Ning Hao was numb. Ha! Ning Hao was numb, but Zhang Li beside him was surprised. Purple jadeite? That wasn't in the detection info. Today, the 4 detection results from Kwon Pei-jun included 1 chicken bloodstone, 1 yellow jadeite, 1 imperial green, and 1 Hetyan jade seed. There was no mention of purple jade. An extra? One of the randomly chosen other stones happened to hit too? Seeing the orange-sized stone containing purple jadeite also being excitedly put into the bag by Kwon Pei-jun, Zhang Li started to guess in his mind. This time, besides the 4 detected jade pieces, could even random ones bring good finds? Ah! Another burst. Imperial green. Top-grade green jadeite. Amid Zhang Li's pleasant surprise, Kwon Pei-jun suddenly screamed. There were 5 uncut stones left, and Kwon Pei-jun didn't expect that just after putting away the purple jadeite, the next stone would reveal green jadeite. Seeing the green jadeite shine its color under the light, Kwon Pei-jun couldn't hold back her excitement and shouted out loud. Imperial green jadeite. The top-level jadeite used in jewelry design. A rich woman's favorite. Brother Zhang, at least 1 kilogram, worth tens of millions. Excitedly holding the imperial green jadeite, unable to resist, Kwon Pei-jun suddenly pressed up close to Zhang Li's ear. Creak! At that moment, a suite door not far from the hall opened. A group of middle-aged men in their 50s walked out. Seeing the face of the man leading them, Ning Hao was suddenly shocked. He recognized him. It was one of the top 3 richest men in Chang'an City, Boss Su. Although he had never had the chance to meet such high-level investors during his efforts to secure movie funding, he had clearly memorized Boss Su's face. What Ning Hao didn't expect was, as Boss Su walked out and saw Zhang Li and Kwon Pei-jun, he smiled slightly, called out "little friend," and immediately walked over.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.